this matter on this one. I wonder who wrote it then. That's his meltdown. He's proper like I was like, oh my God, is he now going to start going into the wing was slightly chipped? There was nothing wrong with it. It'll be in the air soon. Like that level of detail by a president. Sorry, Andrew. Go on. This is mental, isn't it, Andrew?
Yes, I hope listeners really understand the battle we're in right now and why we must continue reposting this space here with Beatrix and and all of us here, the speaker panel, Mays bringing in. We are at war in the psychological warfare here. And I know, and I hope someone comes against me and says, oh, listen to the old man rant on that. No, we are in a war here of the battle of the minds and the will of the people. They know the Zio regime. They know the Epstein class, the Epstein psychotic class against the resistance of morality and good. There is a battle going here, the battle of the minds, the will. Once the will of the Americans in the West, once it says, hey, we're tired of being lied to, stop the lies, then it turns against their lies, and this will end very badly for them. And inevitably it will. The same thing happened in Vietnam. The same thing happened we saw in Iraq and Afghanistan. But see, people have a very, very short memory. They have a very short memory. Look at the history, people. Please listen to those of us that come on here and please go out. We plead to the people. And I won't go into how in the first fall of the first temple of Jerusalem, the prophets of God were saying, no, no, stop. You're worshiping Baal. You're not worshiping God. Please, people, don't listen to the false prophets and teachers out there. I'll end it there. God bless you. Thank you so much there, Beatrice, and all of you working so hard. Love you all.
All love, Andrew. Love to you, man.
Expect the rhetoric to grow more intense in both the strength of it and the audacity of the language. The greater the lie, the more believable. And that was said by, as you know, the Nazis during Hitler's regime. If you can push propaganda to be so outrageous, it's more palatable to the listener. And they're going to come out, and of course, they're attacking. And I don't know how many we see a raise of hands. Remember when Beatrice went through this, when this space was trending for 3 days, we're trending. And guess what? What a surprise. Carolyn Levitt, she gets up there, press secretary, and says, oh, what about social media? They asked her, what about the social media out there, referring to X? They're saying quite the opposite of what's coming out of the White House. And she said, don't believe that fake news. And you heard Trump say that. That is fake news. No, it's not. It's the truth. But they want to shut us down so bad. They want to shut us down. But get the word out, people.
Yes, Andrew, thank you so much. And you know what? You say that Maze and I are like bringing people up. We're actually not. We're flying in the dark because neither of us can bring people up on this space. But the challenges that we face, Andrew, when we do our shift on a night, it's like monumental compared to when Suleiman comes on. He has like a walk in the park, right? He's about to come out now, so don't forget what Maze and I go through to keep this space running. Isn't that right, Andrew?
Yes, ma'am.
You remember that YouTube lot as well, right?
Yes, and we won't tell him that the chicks really do run this space. We won't tell him. It'll be too hard for him to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard work.
Well, can I just ask a question? How many people here took the coronavirus vaccine?
Well, let me be the first to say I sure did. Oh, absolutely. That's why when I'm speaking, it sounds like I'm a 70-year-old man. I know. I was the first one. I was the first one in line. Like, let's get it, babe. Let's do it. Yeah, no, I honestly did. I'm joking, but no, I did, and thank God I had no adverse effect. But my neighbor, 2 houses down from me, did. He's about a year older than me, and it tore him up badly.
No, it's very unfortunate, man. It's just a big psyop to see how many people are gonna succumb to see what the next phase is and how they're gonna play it. It was just so annoying. Actually, they shut down the whole world.
Yeah, my doctor, my personal physician, he's my primary care doctor. He and I had a heart to heart one day in his office, and he looked at me and I said, "Come on, doc, let's talk straight, mano here, bro. Come on." And he said, I can't say we have to do it." He said, "Yeah, when it started," he said, "Yeah, I was telling, and we had to get the vaccine, of course, healthcare workers." But he said, "Now I don't know where we're at here on this, okay?" And my dear son, he is a chemical genius, molecular DNA scientist in Sweden. We talk all the time. And by the way, he read this space. I sent him this link in Sweden, and he's like, "What in the world? I'm in a polar universe here, an alternate universe. I'm watching Suleiman and listening to the space. That's the opposite of what mainstream media in Switzerland's saying." But anyway, he, okay, he is a molecular DNA genius. In fact, when he talks, I'm always saying, "Please put that in English. Please, you're dealing with a mental midget here." And he always tells me, "Okay, I'll put this in simple terms." But he recognized what was going on about the DNA stuff, and I won't go into the depths of it. It's way beyond my pay grade. And they got rid of him so fast. Oh, they booted him out, and he lost millions of potential dollars if he'd have just played the game. Just speak the speak, go along. And he said, "Absolutely not. I have to live with myself."
That's that just reflects on your on the way you raised them and on how I mean how honest and how he's not a slave to money and just wanting to do the things for money like people do. So that's I commend you on raising children like that, man. That's it's very impressive.
Thank you, brother.
Oi there. Oi there. We're back, guys. How's it going? Hope you're doing well, everybody. Miz, Andrew, Inevitable, Kaplan, Omar. Appreciate you guys. I can't say it to Beatrix. I heard she's been, as she would say, making a dog's dinner of the situation. That's what she would describe it as. I don't know what happened with the space. I'm like, this. How come there's so many space links? What is going on here? I'm getting like 50 missed calls. Just man tries to take a kip for 33 minutes.
33
33
hours.
minutes he
33
tries to
hours,
take it.
man.
Sorry?
33 hours, not 33
No,
minutes.
that's the chicks. The chicks take 33 hours. We take 33 minutes. But we're back. We're ready. The YouTube is live. The YouTube tweet is in the nest. We're live on YouTube. We're live on X. Retweet the space, reshare it, let everybody know about it. We're zoned in. We're ready. We're ready to go. I'm looking at the news, and Ella is being hit real hard. Ella has been hit real hard right now. I'm also seeing sirens blazing. I just got a super chat saying, Sully, she crashed it multiple times. Multiple. This is the
Is that from effing Gamba? He's so funny. He's been chatting at you all morning, right, on YouTube. Obviously, you weren't there, and he's like, even about an hour ago, he was like, "She crashed it, Sully, again, multiple times. I'm gonna tell him she crashed it." Oh my God, he's even done another super chat. That's his second super chat. He's such a little snitch. I swear to God, that guy is such a little snitch. He's been waiting for you to come back since the first crash. Literally, that's all he's been posting about all morning. He's when Sully back. I want to tell him she crashed it. When Sully back, it's like so funny.
He's right. He's right.
Hey, Sully. Sully, you said Elat, right?
Huh?
The city you said, did you say Elat?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense because I can't see it. It is getting hammered right now.
It is getting destroyed. A lot going down. Real hard. Real hard is going down. Anyway, we're back. We're live. Retweet the space. Reshare the space. Why we only got 1,900 people? Why you all so lazy? Get the space out. Retweet it. Reshare it. Don't let them know that you gave up. I mean, you haven't given up, but don't let them think that you have. under this facade. Retweet the space, reshare it. Send it to your auntie, uncles, brothers and sisters, nannies, whoever you've got. Boom, boom going on right now. Elliot is being hit real hard. Real hard.
Sorry, Sally,
Yeah,
can I say something?
of
Yeah,
course, brother.
they're getting hit really hard, and the tourism in Aqaba, which is right 27 nautical miles in front of the occupied land of Eilat, and
Suleiman, once you posted that out, please can you fix the sound on YouTube? It's gone.
Oh, it's gone. The Zayo attacked already. I'll do it
It
right now. I
has.
can multitask right now. So let me do it there. Start listening. There you go. YouTube chat. You got me now. You got the love, the compassion, the thought. This is what you've got. You're not left with these chicks where the space crashes a million times and they don't care about your well being. Okay, let me post this out. Adam's here as well. The boys are back now. The boys are back in town. The quality is improving immediately.
You're so bad. Like literally. We have the graveyard shift. It crashes. Andrew and I can only see a blank white screen, and like you guys have a good night's kip and come back, and you're like, the boys are back. Quality is improving immediately. It's so bad.
Oy vey, it's going down. Someone wrote, if you want to support the resistance, include us. Wait, you're gonna get blocked, bruv. You're back. Hey, Beatrix, did Sully read my chupa? There was no sound. I don't know if he did. Yeah, I read it. 246811373. Go brush your teeth, bruv. I brush them all the time. What are you talking about? The dude is back. Is it true that Dubai will jail anyone who reports about Dubai? Yeah, bro. Listen, you all cry about Israel. I'm sorry. They jailed they jailed a 60-year-old grandma from the UK, from the greatest country in the world. They they jailed an Anglo-Saxon grandma, Christian, for she made the error of using her smartphone and recording. These guys are worse than Zayos. Okay, what else we got? So quite a lot of news coming out actually.
Something interesting. It was just admitted by the Iranian senior official Moshan Reze. He said the end of the war is in our hands, which we've all agreed on. We all agree it's Iran who's going to decide in this sense. He said we'll only end it when the US pays us full compensation for damages and withdraws completely from the Persian Gulf. That's interesting because they've that's basically negotiations. They've entered into negotiations there. A lot of people have said Iran would never do this, but here they are doing it again. That's the third person, the president, the supreme leader, and now a senior military official from the IOGC. It's just just wanted to flag that.
But Adam, that's not really, I mean, when you look at that in terms of negotiation, those are really broad things, right? So, like, for example, damages. What's the biggest cause that Iran has supported over the years that it's been penalized for and that it's been
They've never,
subjected to
yeah,
terrorism
they've
for?
not
It's the
mentioned it
Palestinian
once.
cause.
They've not mentioned, and they didn't mention it last year either. The 12-day war, like Gaza was never one of their demands.
No. What I'm saying is, right? What I'm trying to
Mhm.
say to you is that when you negotiate, right, you start off with the broadest possible terminology. They're not mentioning Gaza. They're not even mentioning lifting of sanctions, but they're talking about reparations, right? Reparations and damages are really broad terms. So what I'm saying is they can actually say that, well, actually, you know what? An integral part of what we stand for, or what matters to us, is the cause of Gaza. It's got to have its independence. That's the damages because we were penalized for that. That's what actually you put sanctions on us for, and the sanctions have to be lifted. Those are the reparations. Like, what is reparations? It's so broad. Damages is such a broad term unless you quantify it. So what I'm saying is that they're actually playing a blinder here. If they're trying to negotiate this, what they're putting on the table, they're not putting themselves in at all. They're going in as broad as possible.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. Yeah, I hope so. I hope they go for like, sanctions relief. I hope they go for liberation of our people, liberation of the Middle East, and liberation of Gaza as well, and put that as part of damages. But yeah, it seems like they are ready to start talking about that because that's the third senior official now talking about these are our terms. And you're right, they're doing that negotiating tactic of starting off quite vague, and Trump's done the same thing. He's made his even more vague than he was before. So both sides seem to be doing this now. Um, yeah, I just wanted because a lot of people are saying this is impossible, but I don't know. I'm just seeing them every day. Little hints like this come out. But we'll see.
No,
But
but
yeah,
what do you
thanks,
mean?
David.
No, but I think what people are saying is impossible is, and what I say that it's highly unlikely is that what Iran is asking is consistent, and they're asking for something that they asked for in the day one of the war: sanctions relief, reparations. But they give the Jews the reparations. So the only people not getting reparations is my FBA community, who I stand with wholeheartedly. Adam, why are you laughing?
Which community? Sorry, did you say? Did you say
The
FBA?
FBA community. Wait, why are you
Yeah.
laughing?
Yeah, because it's true. In
Oh,
America,
yeah,
they're still
exactly.
paying reparations to Israelis, and Ben Shapiro was like, we should pay more reparations. It's like, show the FBA some love, huh? Why did the Jews get all the
Exactly.
reparations?
So
Yeah,
we stand with the FBA community. They should be getting reparations. And now Iran and the Palestinians should be getting reparations as well. Why is it only the Jews get the reparations? What's that all about? I stand with my FBA community like I've always done. Real time. Ain't gonna let none of these tethers. I stop see that Adam try to laugh. I don't let these tethers laugh at you guys. That being said, coming back to it, so they want reparations. Now, I'm saying, Adam, why I think that it's unlikely is because if they're given an opportunity to get those two things, specifically the sanctions relief, and if you saw the interviews I did, and if you saw I think they did the videos as well. I can't remember now on this. But sanction relief basically means Iran becomes a superpower. And what I mean by that is it definitely becomes dominant within the region. Iran's oil is it's the bestest oil in the world. It's so thin, it's so easy to refine, it's cost effective, it's easy to use. It's even better than the oil of the GCC. I know some of the GCC sellers won't like to hear that. So if Iran is given a opportunity to remove sanctions, they become it might become the start of the Persian Empire, guys. It might be the Persian Empire. Guys, if the Persian Empire comes, make me the viceroy of Europe. Nay, the world. Make me the viceroy of the world. Make me emperor. But anyway, back to that point. So they're going to be so powerful, definitely in the Middle East, and if they play the cards right, they'll start becoming a lot more. Now, would Israel allow that? And I'm saying they won't allow it. Because why would Israel allow the rise of the Iranians, the rise of the Persian Empire in their own region? They then dominate and possibly even become expansive enough to become a very important power. And so the reason I'm saying it's unlikely is not because of Iran and it's not because of US, it's because of Israel. So if Israel no longer control the US, then there's an opportunity. But I'm obviously, I believe that the Zionists control the United States of America.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. Israel is the sticking point with everything. You know, it's
100%.
yeah.
No, hey, Sully, good news. More sirens going off. More sirens going off. Boom, boom, Tel
Oy
Aviv.
vey!
Oy
Oy
vey.
vey! Why are they celebrating with their blind anti-Semitism? Listen, we are not celebrating with blind anti-Semitism. We're just seeing a bit. Oh, you're right here as well. Boom, 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 boom. Tel Aviv.
Hey, Tuli, I read about an hour ago, Scott Ritter posted about the the 31st MEU in the Tripoli. It's an excellent analysis. It's scathing. And I put it down. I'll repost it here. I posted on my timeline. Tuli, did you see Scott's post on that?
I haven't. No, I need to take a look at it. And Scott was meant to come on our show a few days ago, but he had to travel, so he'll be on our show as soon as he's back.
Okay, I can read parts of it, or better yet, it's up to you, Sully, or I'm going to post it in the comments in the Purple Pill, his post.
Yeah, you can read parts of it if you wish, Andrew. Go ahead. You just got to say oy vey before you do it.
Oy vey. It's scathing. Now, for Scott Ritter's background, he's gotten so much hatred and the vitriol that comes out against him. In fact, a contact of mine, like I said, we used to be buds, man. We were bros. He's a retired Marine, and he said that I'm a Hamas sympathizer. And one day I mentioned Scott Ritter, and he went ballistic. He said that pedo, he said you're a Hamas. So Scott Ritter, just like Anthony Aguilar, just like anyone who speaks up, who speaks the truth, are going to be villainized. They're going to be targeted, and they're going to be attacked in unimaginable ways. Okay, so Scott Ritter is a Marine. He served in the Marine Corps, and he was a nuclear weapons inspector, but still he knows Marine and military strategy inside and out. Now, in the 3.5 years before I went submarine warfare that I served in the Navy to support the amphibious assault, it was what he's saying matches perfectly from my experience. And I'm going to read what Scott wrote, and I'm going to repost this down here. But I wrote in here into Suli's space, I said, I think we should listen to Scott's post here below. Scott Ritter, he posted on his website and Twitter. He writes, the 31st MEU, that's Marine Expeditionary Unit, is heading toward the Persian Gulf. There's a lot to talk about, the Marines taking Karg Island. But the truth is, the Tripoli, an American-class amphibious assault ship that carries the embarked 31st MEU, can't get anywhere near the island. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Side note, now the 31st MEU is also used in other elements. I won't go into that in those LPDs, but let's continue. He writes, quote, to even try to enter the Persian Gulf is the kind of suicidal venture former Marine Commandant General David Berger warned about in his 2019 Commandant's Planning Guidance, where he noted that our nation's ability to project power and influence beyond its shores is increasingly challenged by long range precision fires, expanding air, surface, subsurface threats, and that's what I've been talking about for days. That's my area. And the ability to project and maneuver from strategic distances will likely be detected, yeah, you think, and contested from the point of embarkation during a major contingency. It would be illogical to continue to concentrate our forces on a few large ships. Yeah. And he writes, the adversary will quickly recognize that striking while concentrated aboard the ship is a preferred option. And yet, here we are. Here we are, 7 years later, a prisoner of legacy doctrine and systems. If Marines are to attempt to take Karg Island, it will have to be an assault launched from ashore, not from the sea. Marines and their Osprey tilt rotor aircraft will need to deploy to Kuwait or Bahrain, both of which are currently under attack from Iranian missiles and drones. Although, he says, and Scott writes, if this sounds familiar, well, because this is familiar. Because back in May 1975, U.S. Marines carried out a very similar vertical envelopment of Koh Tang Island in the Gulf of Thailand. Conceived as a rescue mission to free U.S. merchant marine sailors taken prisoner by the Khmer Rouge, the Marines instead found no prisoners, but lots of dug-in Khmer Rouge fighters who ended up shooting down 3 of the 11 helicopters used in the initial landing and heavily damaging 5 others. Now, I'm so glad he wrote about this. I totally forgot about this, okay? And he writes, in the end, the 38 Marines and Air Force personnel were killed and another 50 killed before the Marines had to be extracted under heavy fire. In the confusion of the final evacuation, 3 Marines were left on the island. Yeah. And subsequently, they were captured. And guess what happened? Surprise, surprise. Those Marines were executed by the Khmer Rouge. Any attempt to land Marines on Karg Island will end in a disaster that would make Koh Tang Island look like child's play. Hello, absolutely. And then he writes, General David Berger knew this. I wonder what the current Commandant of the Marine Corps, that is General Eric Smith, has to say about this. Back in 1990, the Marine Corps Commandant General Al Gray formed an ad hoc planning cell to challenge the plans being put together by General Norman Schwarzkopf to liberate Kuwait. And he goes on, and then he ends, I'll just end it here. He says, I wonder if, taking this history, who will the current Commandant of the Marine Corps, will he stand by silently as history repeats itself in the Persian Gulf, where the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit may find itself in a repeat of the Koh Tang debacle, so Donald Trump can falsely declare victory over Iran? And then he goes over here, and I'll land it there. But yeah, folks, it's just not me, some guy rambling. It's not just Scott Ritter. Generals are saying it. That's why my dear, highly esteemed Vice Admiral Ketcher, he was the director of the JCS. He was fired when he said, what are we doing here? And the great Admiral Alvin Halsey, he resigned from a very highly sought after command when he saw the show. He says, this is insane. People, please listen to me. We're being walked into a meat grinder. We're dog walked into this. That's why Suli Space has to be,
Andrew? Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. I hear you.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
worried that mine crashed. Okay, as it says. Okay, let me give some breaking news. The first one is Trump crashes out at New York Times and Wall Street Journal over reports on loss of 5 U.S. tankers. Says yet again an intentionally misleading headline by the fake news media about the 5 tanker planes that were supposedly struck down at our airport in Saudi Arabia on of no further use. In actuality, the base was hit a few days ago, but the planes were not struck or destroyed. 4 of the 5 had virtually no damage and are already back in service. 1 had slightly more damage, but will be in there shortly. None were destroyed or close to that, as that fake news headline said. The New York Times, the Wall Street Journal in particular, and other low-life papers and media actually want us to lose the war. The terror reporting is the exact opposite of the actual facts. They are truly sick and demented people that have no idea the damage they caused to the United States of America. Fortunately, as proven by our great and conclusive election in 2024, the people of our country understand what is happening is far better than the fake news media. President Trump. So this is the kind of propaganda that this guy is initiating. Also, we have, obviously, we told you about the new wave of Iranian missiles that have been launched towards Israel. Let me see if there's any more news. If there isn't, I'll read the super chat. Yeah, I'm seeing more alarms and more launches detected. Launch of missiles from Iran and sirens in multiple areas detected. Let me see this. Yeah, so there you can see explosions heard in the middle of Israel. Explosions heard in the middle of Israel. Let me post that out. So explosions heard in the middle of Israel. Let me quickly post this out and then I'll just see if there's any more news. Explosions heard. Okay, cool. Explosions heard in the middle of Israel. Let me give you some more. Is there anything else coming out? Sirens are blaring throughout south and central Israel. Let me read this super chat while we're waiting. The first super chat is the Grand Mufti Sully is back. The chicks held the fortress, but aren't we glad the Mufti is back? For real, I'm back, guys. We are back. We also have this one, another super chat. And it says, "My day begins and ends choking on your superior." This who wrote this? This guy's almost like he's a literally a literary masterpiece. This guy may be Shakespeare, but in current times. This is what he wrote. He said, "My day begins and ends choking on your superior galaxy brain takes. You absolute information demigod. The rest of these," this is a real super chat. The rest of these limp peep analysts and apology sucking peep can only dream of sniffing the fart clouds of your analysis. Pure jealousy dripping from every soy boy keyboard. Who's this guy, bro? I like him. Um, if the Grand Mufti Sully and his holy trinity of based truth nukes aren't already your entire family mornings wood inspiration, then what the f are you even doing with your life? Oh my God, he's so right. Grab your phone, FaceTime Elon right now, and beg for that one-way ticket to Mars. You ungrateful, smooth-brained cave dweller. Oh my God, this guy literally is. This is a masterclass in writing. And don't come back until your nan, gran, mum, dad, brother, sister, uncle, auntie followed. Smash that like button like it owes them money. Subscribe with the notifications on. And share this discourse on every group chat before Grand Mufti himself smites thy timelines. Move on. Move, B. What? And then he kind of killed it at the last sentence he said, but everything else was just golden. So listen to him and follow the YouTube chat. He also said, "P.S. Beatrix is a G. She's a formidable chihuahua." I mean, disavow that bit, but the rest of it, golden. He is but He is but Shakespeare, with in modern times, writing accurate information in real time. So appreciate that super chat. But listen to him, guys. Follow us on YouTube. The tweet is in the nest. We're streaming live. Follow us on YouTube. Click on the tweet in the nest. Get everyone following. We're the only place for real news. You know, the amount of people who've not been in politics have messaged me and said, "Look, this is just awesome coverage. We never even knew this was going on. We've been hearing the opposite." It's huge. So let your friends and family know about it. They may not be on X Spaces, but they will be on YouTube. Everybody's on YouTube. So send the link and get everyone to subscribe. The tweet is in the nest. Subscribe. Okay. Let me go to some more of the news. There we go. I'm putting the YouTube thing in the nest now as well. So make sure you're following it, guys. Anyway, back to the news. Sirens sounding in Ashdod and its surroundings. Oh, I saw a super chat. I forgot to read it. Sorry. It was Suleiman. Great work. Found you via Rathbone. Yeah, we love Rathbone. And thanks for finding us, finding the truth, the real news, the real information in real time. Oh, I like that one. Don't be an Asmongold. Be Suleiman. Of course, there ain't rats running around my office or this office that I'm using. Come on. Massive explosions heard in Tel Aviv. Oy vey! Oy vey! Massive explosions heard in Tel Aviv. I'm just putting this tweet out. By the way, guys, I'm putting the tweet out while I'm speaking to you. Huge explosions heard in Tel Aviv. Oy vey, indeed. Oy vey. Okay, let's see what else we got.
Yeah, Trump said that. So Trump keeps angling like this, like he keeps declaring victory without declaring victory yet. He's like, the fake news media hates to report how well the United States military has done against Iran, which is totally defeated and wants a deal, but not a deal that I would accept. Thank you for that. That's essentially this matter. This is like diplomatic speak for like, you know, he's like, oh, everyone. He just keeps trying to declare victory without like, slyly, deviously.
I don't mind that, Adam. Like, if he wants to declare victory and end this, we're happy with that, right? We want the war to end. We want them to remove the sanctions of Iran. We want peace.
Yeah.
The concern is, sorry.
No, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. The concern is that actually what he does is puts boots on the ground, uses a nuke, because there's going to be a huge loss of life if that was to happen. We have Iran's Khatem Nabeen spokesperson who said the following. Oh, there's more news here. Well, actually, I'll click that in a second. He said, due to the devastation to its military bases in the region, the invading U.S. army has fired its missiles at the Iranian island of Bu Musa from the cover of the ports, docks, and hideouts in the cities of the UAE. Oh my God, this is so, bro. Oh, Iran, how do you gratify this guy so much?
This is for you, Sully. This is for you.
Oy vey!
Oy
Oy
vey!
vey! Oy vey! They continue. They say, we announced to the leaders of the UAE that the Islamic Republic of Iran considers it a legitimate right in defense of its national sovereignty and territory to strike and target the launch points of the enemy American missiles in shipping ports, docks, and the hideouts of U.S. forces sheltered in some UAE cities. We asked the population centers to evacuate the ports, docks, and American hideouts in UAE cities so that they will not be harmed. Run, colleagues. Run now. Hide. They're coming for you. You've been in bed with the Zionists for all these years is going to result in the reckoning that's going to occur.
Did you see the thing Trump said about Hormuz?
Wait, hey, Marcos,
What did he
Marcos,
What did he say? One second, Andrew, before you go. You want to fight with Mancos. Just give me 2 seconds. What was it he said?
So this just got posted 2 minutes ago, it looks like. So he said, you guys are going to love this. We have already destroyed 100% of Iran's military capability, but it's easy for them to send a drone or two, drop a mine, or deliver a close-range missile somewhere along or in this waterway, no matter how badly defeated they are. Hopefully, China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK, and others that are affected by this artificial constraint will send ships to the area so that the Hormuz Strait will no longer be a threat by a nation that has been totally decapitated. In the meantime, the U.S. will be bombing the hell out of the shoreline and continually shooting Iranian boats and ships out of the water. One way or the other, we will soon get Hormuz Strait open, safe, and free. President Donald J. Trump.
That's
Wow.
hilarious. It's not looking good for them. They feel like they're losing. I told you. He knows. He knows they're losing. It's not working.
He's like, well, we totally defeated them, decapitated them, destroyed 100% of their military. But if you want the Strait open, all you other guys, you should send your ships.
That's hilarious. I told
Have you
you
noticed
guys.
Mankos has
That
completely
right.
switched sides now? I thought we were
It-
coping, Mankos. I thought we were all
I-
coping over here.
Okay. Guys, this is crazy.
Yeah, this
This
is
is
huge.
why we were telling you guys. Everywhere else gives you fake news. Is this not in line with every single thing we've been reporting for the last 15 days? Actually, this just said day 15 now. We're on day 15 of the war. Is this not in line with every single thing we've been saying for 15 days of the war? Everybody else, how they're going to be able to rationalize this? How they're going to be able to explain this? We told you this is why everything that's happening is in line with what we are narrating and relaying in this space. Because it is the only space, the only place you can get real news and real information. Reject Fox News and all of this fake propaganda. It don't give you the real news. So yeah, guys, that is like, look, it is what it is. It's just continue to, they're just effectuating what we're saying. Andrew, we gonna add something?
Yeah, Omar, do you want Omar to go? Because I was going to ask you about the Scott Ritter letter. Did you
Yeah.
hear what I got kicked out? Did you guys hear it?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, okay. I got kicked out. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Omar, jump in.
Oh no, I was just gonna say how they played smart. Yeah, I mean, like they hit us during certain times of Ramadan, during certain times of iftar. But what Iran does is when Shabbat hits, they start hitting. I mean, oy vey, they're doing it right.
Oy vey.
I got another DM on that. I just got a DM.
Let me just-
This goes back to work.
Is it breaking news?
No.
Let me just quickly give this breaking
Historical
news then.
figure.
Okay, several debris and cluster impacts in central Israel. No direct hits. No casualties. That is the latest news.
Yeah, right.
Oy vey. Okay, let me see.
So Trump's just admitted it's impossible to close the Strait of Hormuz. It's incredible. No matter how badly defeated they are, they can send a drone, drop a mine, or send a missile, no matter what we do to them, basically. So yeah, we were saying this from day one. We were told we were coping by certain people, but now Trump's coming out admitting it, and yeah, he's asking everyone else to come and help. This is wild, and they are affected by it. We will send ships to the area. Wow.
Hey, Sully, have you posted that statement? Or has anyone
The
posted
Trump
that
one.
statement? Yeah, the one you're referring to.
Yeah, I was.
Asking other countries.
Yeah, I posted it. It's 1 minute ago. You can see.
Okay. I'll look
Yeah.
Crazy.
They indeed. I think Donald Trump is also partaking in some blind anti-Semitism. Okay, I need to get off this. I'm like, it's just I missed you guys, bro. It's only been only 33 minutes, and it's 33 minutes too long. I'm super excited to be back in the space. Okay, let's go to Inevitable West. Go ahead, Inevitable. Wait, go ahead.
East.
Go ahead, Inevitable.
You always like make me react, like jump when you say the West one.
Go ahead. What? Yeah,
Okay,
go
go.
ahead,
Like, how's your
Inevitable.
It's like a jump scare. It's like
Yeah.
an audio jump scare.
Go ahead, Inevitable West. Give us your thoughts, and if you want to clarify the statement of your guys' number one representative, Ian Miles Chung, then go ahead.
Oh, well, I'll pretend I didn't hear that last part. But no, look, this is Trump is doing pretty much what, so again, as ridiculous as it sounds, this of course affirms further that, it's going horribly for them, right? That their initial expectations were completely subverted by Iran's asymmetrical performance. And in this case, the idea, again, look at the list of countries that he names. The list itself, so he names China first. The reason, of course, is to set sort of like um how do I put it? Like a basically a basis, right? It's a messaging, it's signaling for the type of communications that he's going to have with Xi Jinping in his expected visit to Beijing. Now, he also mentions China to frame China so that when, which I can say pretty confidently, when China does not acquiesce to Trump's ridiculous demand, that he can sort of make them sort of scapegoat China, right? And of course, when that happens, it gives himself permission, you see, to, for example, stop Iranian ships from leaving the port on that Karg Island, and then making its way to the obviously out of the Strait of Hormuz and through the Malacca, which has been uncontested so far over the last 2 weeks. But again, it is an international coalition. That is what the framing was always going to be. Not always, I guess you can say, but certainly within the last couple of weeks, they've realized that they have to frame the eventual ground invasion through the basis of an international coalition. So that when they can, again, because they want to set up Iran as the adversarial for source of instability within the entire region, and they want to make sure that, again, in the UN, they already passed a resolution condemning Iran. It didn't really have any teeth in that resolution, but it was essentially condemning Iran for its attacks on the Gulf states. And then when Russia tried to submit its own resolution to condemn essentially the US and Israel's hostilities on Iran, the US vehemently shot it down. I think they used their veto power, or they voted no, and other countries abstained, including Bahrain, as well as a few other nations. The only countries that did vote for Russia's resolution were Russia, China, um, I believe it was Somalia, and Pakistan, right? Which, of course, their interests are kind of aligned there through BRICS and through Belt and Road and whatnot. So there is an alignment of interests. But now with that Marine Expeditionary Unit, look, we all know, everybody knew pretty much in here, especially, probably particularly, um, everybody knew, pretty much throughout that that expeditionary unit of Marines was not really going to pose much of a significant threat. It's sort of just stage setting. It's setting the stage, setting the template. And they took it from Japan for a reason. That unit is really designed for expeditionary warfare, so it's meant to deploy quickly from ships to shore. And if you get past the Arabian Sea and head into the Gulf of Persia, right, the Persian Gulf, then essentially you leave them in a kill box, right? It's not an advantageous position. And so the idea that they were sending in the quote unquote big guns in order to take over Karg Island, and it's just going to be this sort of effective, clean and swift delivery of Iran's oils into their coffers without any sort of resistance is nonsense, right? It's a complete joke. But even from the observation, because that Tripoli was stationed in Japan, so the view, especially like from the PLA perspective, sees it as an amphibious assault ship that's optimized for aviation centric operations. And they have jets, they have like Ospreys, and it's a symbol of U.S. overreach. But particularly when it's redirected from its Japan-based forward posture to distant theaters like Iran, a redirection like that, it really exposes logistical strains, and it dilutes the U.S.'s ability to deter, essentially, in the Western Pacific. So you have exploitable gaps, essentially, that mirror how Iran could asymmetrically challenge the MEU easily and constrain waters like that absolutely easily. So in Iran's case, what they can easily and really want to do is just sort of like use their asymmetrical counter, abilities. They have low cost asymmetric tactics. You know, they have information and the ability to monitor the assets around, you know, that accompany it. The Tripoli doesn't, it's not going to have like this gigantic well deck for, you know, amphibious landings, right? And so I know it's going to be more of an aerial or, you know, aviation central assault, but they don't have the capability, right? It's supposed to be some sort of lightning carrier, you know, so it's supposed to be for rapid movement. That's not going to open the strait. It never was. And a day after that this is announced that they would be deploying over to the Persian Gulf, we're already seeing and hearing from Trump that not only was it not going to be an effective, you know, resolution, but that this is only the beginning of a much larger naval operation. And yeah, there's much more, you know, to it, but I think that's really my first take. Is this is really playing out the way that I think, you know, other nations certainly saw coming, you know, for better or for worse.
And
Appreciate.
also, if I can add on to that, Mancos and I were going at it yesterday over this 31st Mew. And I have to, Mancos, you were correct. I was wrong. I owe you an apology. Normally, that Mew will travel with those LPDs. We don't see the LPDs engaged in this, and this is what I was really struggling with. So, Mancos, you had that right, and I do owe you an apology on that.
Well, his position,
So,
Andrew,
yeah,
was that
but
they could open the Strait of Hormuz, and he's completely wrong about that. So I don't know what these little details
yeah.
are.
True. He had some details correct where I couldn't figure out why those LPDs weren't there. I'm still not saying they're not deployed, but we're not seeing them in the battle front there. But yeah, you're right. Ultimately, yeah, Mangles had that. You stand totally, opposite of that from the beginning. Thank you, Adam. But Inevitable has been, and I also have to pay Inevitable an apology because when he proposed this preposterous insanity of it being a ground insertion there, I said, "What are you talking about, sir?" And you were right. That's what they're doing. So thank you on that, sir.
Thanks for that, Andrew. Guys, do me a favor. Retweet the space, reshare the space. The content has come. The guys are back in the house. We've got the chicks out. There's no May, there's no Beatrix. They're gone. They're gone. And we've got
I have a
Simon
question.
Sorry?
I have a question for you, Sully.
Yeah.
So, is Israel being pummeled?
Hold on, we done a full regime change. I think Sully wants that moment.
Exactly. This is the only regime change that's going down, Simon. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah. So is Israel being pummeled right now?
They're getting absolutely smashed up, my bro. Like this second, you mean overarchingly?
Yeah, the second.
Oh, they're being hit. Oh, like actually, luckily I've just seen that. So
yeah,
these ones haven't been like major hits. These ones have been like more like they've hit, but it's not major. I think there's only 2 missiles that were actually sent. But even that just tells you a lot of it. Like even when 2 missiles are sent, they're struggling to apprehend them.
I see.
So it wasn't major, but if you mean overarchingly, yeah, they're getting absolutely destroyed.
And are the Gulf states being hit as well?
Bro, listen, you're not gonna like close your ears, Adam. I know you like the Gulf states, but listen, they're gonna get smashed up. They're gonna smash your boys, Adam. They're gonna smash your boys.
Yeah, you opened my eyes on the UAE one, but like, yeah, the people, it is what it is. Like, I trust Iran's targeting military targets, obviously, but so it's fun. So it's interesting.
Well, they're targeting military targets, and then what they're doing is, it's basically an equal response. So, for example, what they did was the Zionist regime with the UAE, because the UAE is facilitating a lot of this. They targeted Iran's banks. So then remember, Iran said, guess what? Like everyone who is in Citibank, leave. And then so everyone left and then they hit the Citibanks. Does that make sense? Or for example, now
they're doing eye for an eye,
or for example, now they're saying to everybody, Google Corporation and Microsoft and Oracle, they've named a lot of these American Zionist platforms.
Especially
Oracle. Look, again, leave your offices because we're going to hit you guys.
Yeah, that's fine.
And a lot of people can't take their gold with them. Some people can't withdraw their money.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Oh my God, that is even Omar. You got me even more excited. These filth who've caused the genocide in Sudan. That's Sudanese gold. They can't even carry the gold anymore, is what you're telling me.
So it's interesting. So Israel's getting pummeled, and the Gulf states are getting pummeled. But Trump just said they've destroyed 100% of Iran's military capability. So something is the evidence of our eyes and ears, our eyes and our ears lying to us, or
Close your
is the Trump
eyes.
regime lying?
Close your eyes. Shut your ears.
Listen,
Do not
MAGA.
hear.
Uh-huh.
Remain dumb, deaf, and blind to the reality of the situation.
Yes,
This
yes,
guy
MAGA.
is living in cuckoo land. And what it is, Adam, like jokes aside, in reality, his rhetoric would work. Why the rhetoric is failing is because of alternative platforms like ours, because everyone knows the truth. And so because of that, they are able to realize that this is foolish. Now, imagine we didn't have our platform. Imagine we didn't relay the news, whether it's other space or the tweets, right? Then people would think, oh, guess what? Trump's right. Like, look, he's bombing Iran. He just bombed Karg Island. Iran's getting decimated. They're losing. And then they'd be like, whoa, like what Trump's saying is right. So he's tweeting in an atmosphere where people don't have this space. They don't have our pages. They don't have YouTube channels. They don't have any of those things. And so his lies are just so foolish because everyone has that, but he's living in a world where he thinks that people don't have that. And based on that, guys, this is a good plug. Follow my YouTube, guys. This is it. How do you know Trump sounds foolish? Because you're following our YouTube. The tweet is in the nest. Go to the nest. Follow our YouTube. Click on it. It is awesome. Everyone follow it. Tell your family and friends about it. They need to know the real news. So Trump sounds foolish. Anyway. So there has been some hits on what you call it again, on Israel right now. So for example, a part of a ballistic missile fell in Nes Ziona. So I tweeted that out. Anyway, Lindsey Graham said the following as well before I bring Simon in. He said, President Trump's decision to take the war to Karg Island, the crown jewel of Iran's oil and gas economy, was necessary, bold, and in my view, highly effective. This will help shorten the war. Seldom in warfare does an enemy provide you a single target like Karg Island that would dramatically alter the outcome of the conflict. If Iran loses control or the ability to operate its oil infrastructure from Karg Island, its economy is annihilated. He who controls Karg Island controls the destiny of this war. Well, for me, it's very easy. If they do that, Iran needs to just destroy all the oil fields in the Middle East as well as the desalination plants. They need to be cutthroat now. They've just been too nice, in my view. Do you want to welcome Simon into the conversation? Simon, hope you're doing well. How are you doing?
Hey, Salman. Yeah, so, I've been following Anas, and he says that even if you took out the Cork Island, they have significant infrastructure that doesn't destroy their ability to do the exports as well anyway. So I don't think it's as fatal as America is making it out to be.
Isn't 95 to 90% of their oil ability come through Karg Island?
Yeah, that's the headline. But they have contingencies, so I don't think it's a full dependent. I don't think that halts the economy. That's what Anas is saying anyway. I'm going to look into it a little bit deeper. I do know, like at the moment, the the Gulf countries have deployed their full alternative pipelines across Iraq, Turkey. Iran has an alternative as well. Saudi, that brings out about UAE as well. That brings out 7 million barrels of oil as an alternative to their 20 million, which would normally go through the Strait of Hormuz. So my understanding is that Iran has a similar alternative infrastructure, and they probably would have developed something with China anyway. I'll find out what it is. It's just somebody that I respect in the oil field industry is saying that it doesn't take out everything.
Iran has other ports that it could switch to if the U.S. was sitting on Karg Island. And Karg Island is supplied by pipelines from Iran anyway, so they could just shut the pipelines off.
Yeah, so I don't think it's the fatal blow that Trump wants everyone to believe. I think it's a blow, but it's not a fatal blow. Things will still move. I think Iran and China have war gamed out everything. They've prepped for everything. So I think they know all these scenarios.
You're going, Simon.
Yeah, do you want to give some news? I can give
Give
a
it,
bit of
give
what
it.
happened in week 2 in the markets when you're ready.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
going
what I
to
want
do
to
it
know.
on Sully's YouTube next week as well. So
Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do daily updates, not daily, but like regular updates on that. But first of all, Simon, you gave inevitable an orgasm just by mentioning that. So just calm down. We'll let him chill out for a bit. We'll let him chill out for a bit. My boy's too excited right now. But Adam, was there any news? If not, I do want to hear a market update from Simon.
Yeah, sure. It's a quick one, so we can go into Simon quickly. Al Monitor, I don't know if people know the publication Al Monitor. So the editor-in-chief of Al Monitor, Joyce Karam, just posted that Hamas is urging Iran not to target Gulf countries, including Qatar, where the group is based. Abir Ayub looks at and
Yeah,
this is a journalist for Wall Street Journal as well. Oh, Omar, yeah, you maybe know more on this. Yeah.
yeah. It's 100% confirmed from inside. They don't want this.
Okay.
That's not what they want.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That was the news. If Israel and the United States fail to achieve their goals of Hamas maintaining its maneuverability and ability to regroup, the axes of resistance would emerge stronger from this war, he said. If Israel and the United States fail to achieve their goals. Okay. Anyways, yeah.
I'm just seeing a video, and actually there was a hit on Tel Aviv. So oy vey, Tel Aviv has been hit hard.
Oy vey.
Exactly, they got hit hard. So I'm typing this in, but yeah, there's a cluster ammunition impact on Tel Aviv, and you can see the video because I'm about to post it out. Let me put right now, because people might not think this right now.
But yeah, it's interesting that Hamas said that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
what wave are we on with Tel Aviv, like in Israel in general? Have we got like a number now? How many waves have been?
It's over 40.
46,
It's towards 50.
I think we're on a summer now.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe 47 now, actually, yeah.
And do we know the extent of what's been fired? Are these like pretty severe, like are these pretty hardline stuff, or is this like just still the
Yeah, they're
taster?
getting more advanced as time goes on. Bigger bombs, more advanced bombs, missiles, and drones. Both drones as well. They've just unveiled a later generation drones that they're using. So both their missiles and their drones are both more advanced, bigger warheads, cluster munitions as well. All this stuff faster. So they've been timing it perfectly.
And do we have an idea of what targets they've hit?
No. Sully may know more. But if you listen to Maggia, there's nothing happening. They run out of missiles days ago.
Targets in Israel?
In Israel, yeah.
Yeah, they've hit Tel Aviv. They've hit Be'er Shemesh. They hit Haifa. They've been hitting Haifa port quite hard, so trying to make that non-usable. And they've hit yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. Yesterday they hit Negev. As you know, Negev has the military base, and it has some nuclear capabilities there as well. I don't know if those specific facilities were hit, because obviously they keep everything under hush hush.
So all from what we know, all military infrastructure, financial, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Anyway, Simon, give us your market update.
Yeah, hopefully that's taking its toll on the Israeli economy. We don't know what's actually happening there. It seems to be the least transparent aspect of all the different fronts. But the idea here is, I think Iran will be trying to make the economy of Israel grind to a halt, both exports. They've stopped exporting their LNG, which was a big source of their revenue. Obviously, they have a vast military industry within Israel. And so hitting those infrastructure targets and hitting some of those economic and those types of targets makes total sense of how to inflict the maximum damage on Israel while it destroys the infrastructure around Israel in the Gulf countries, mainly for the US military, and all those different targets that allow the US to use these Gulf countries in support of the Israeli military infrastructure and intelligence infrastructure. So makes a lot of sense in terms of how strategic the IRGC are being at the moment. So in terms of the economy, and I don't know if Robert's putting his hand up, he might want to chime in as well, but I'll give what we saw in week 2.
Sorry, my listeners. But I thought.
Yeah, he's in the listeners. I don't know if he wants to come up, but I can't see him as a speaker.
Yeah, we love Robert. More than welcome. I just didn't want to. I thought he might be just chilling out and listening.
Yeah, no, he's probably chilling, but if he comes up, he can chime in. Yeah, so oil basically ended, at $100. Effectively, there was the massive intervention that involved the easing of sanctions that was announced by Scott Bessent and Trump, and taking a bunch of the oil that was on water. Prior to this war, there was a lot of oil in tankers, oil on water. And so they started to ease many of those sanctions on Russia. And Russia is, I mean, they're making bank right now. They went from selling their oil and gas at a discount. Let's say maybe it was $40 per barrel, or maybe it was discounted. Who knows? But now they can probably sell it at $100 and even at a premium, maybe. Who knows? But you can imagine the impact that that's actually had, and everyone's clamoring around trying to figure out how to ease their supply chains. We also had the announcement and the draining of strategic petroleum reserves. This is larger. What Trump has announced is a larger release of the U.S. strategic petroleum reserves that happened under Biden during the Russia-Ukraine conflict. So the reserves are not great. You can deplete them by about 40%, but these are meant to be reserves. Obviously, I think America as an economy, they're very energy independent, so prices impact them, and I think people in the street are starting to notice that already with their buying their making their gas purchases and bills and everything. But they're one of the least impacted relative to Europe and others that are more, and Asia that have more dependencies. But it's still hitting them. So the people in America, if this continues, you can imagine a similar situation under the Biden administration during the Russia-Ukraine war, where inflation has a supply shock, impacts cost on the street. It becomes a political issue, and people start to question, why the hell are we at this war? At the same time, there's more people that are awake to the "are we doing this for Israel" narrative. That can create significant political pressure, significant strife with the American people and Trump and the Trump administration. In terms of, so we're at $100. So once they did the announcement of the release of the strategic petroleum reserves, they also did the sanctions relief for Russia, and it was only the sanction relief that actually had the real impact. Trump is kind of losing his power on Truth Social, because I think people are interpreting things as a taco trade. That there's constant chickening out, so it's becoming less powerful as a mechanism for dampening price. And I think there was, massive intervention in terms of futures markets, in order to try and take on some of those short positions to push down the price. We've seen continual backwardation in the futures market, implying that this can't go on for long. So if this goes on for a long term, there's going to be problems in the derivatives market. There's going to be problems in terms of short-term inflation as a result of the price shock. And then with the Gulf countries also reevaluating their investment, and obviously they would rein in their fundings in order to focus on their own economic circumstance. They'll have to prop up their economies by draining some of their potentially some of their sovereign wealth funds, dependent upon, like Saudi had been doing some bond issuance. So they were looking at, they were in an expansive stage, and they were doing a bit of it through US dollar denominated bonds, but issued by Chinese central banks. And then they were going to be opening up their markets. Those types of plans, if this continues, would really be on halt, and that affects liquidity in the US stock market. At the same time, we've had the increase in a retail run on the private credit funds all around the world. So effectively, in absence of banks lending to business, a lot of high net worth and institutional investors were looking to deploy their funds, including sovereign wealth funds, to issue loans that pay a high interest rate. And many of the financial institutions in America, BlackRock, J.P. Morgan, and lots of them you're seeing announced, they were raising billions of dollars in order to issue these private credit funds. What they started to do is they started to expand it to retail. And so then you started to offer like a 10% yield to retail. Now, they don't necessarily read the terms and conditions to the same extent that an institutional investor would read it. And so they don't, they were kind of promised the ability to withdraw their funds within 3 months, but subject to terms and conditions. Now, those terms and conditions are being called in, which means that we're now getting a run on the private credit funds at the moment. So what they're doing is they're starting to mark down their assets and kind of sell them in distress to private equity investors and sophisticated investors in order to meet the withdrawal demand for some of those retail investors. That's created somewhat of a parallel situation as we saw with Silicon Valley Bank, but a different flavor, different exposure. It hasn't had any impact on banks yet, but that stress might start to come through. And so we've already seen very, very similar types of forces as we saw during the Russia-Ukraine, in terms of energy prices, and then in terms of stress in the financial system as a result. All of these things, if this comes to an end and there is a deal and the strait opens, they kind of go away. So there is massive financial incentive to get this to a resolution so that you can crash the price of oil. And if you crash the price of oil, then many of these, you can roll over these problems and kind of ignore them for now, and do big write downs and various other things, blame a lot of the losses on on the economic situation. So the financial institutions are kind of using this crisis opportunity to blame those losses on the crisis, so that they don't have to deal with them, and they can just say it wasn't our fault, it was force majeure. So you've got stress in private credit markets, which could have contagion on banks. You probably got a bunch of open short positions that rely upon the price of oil going down. If that creates a short squeeze, that's going to be a massive source of stress. You've got the inflation that can result from these energy prices, these supply chains that are breaking down. Countries are obviously hoarding rather than exporting. That has an economic impact. Gulf money would dry up if this continues to be economic stress for the Gulf countries. That will have an impact on the US stock market. And so all of that points towards this could be severe economic stress, real financial markets. But what are the markets actually thinking? So if you look at the markets today, the DXY, which is the price of the dollar relative to a basket of foreign currencies, mainly the euro, that's reversed a bearish trend, is now up to $100. So crazy. The DXY and oil are now at par. So that's pretty wild in terms of where we're at right now. So what this does is it strengthens the dollar, which works in complete direct conflict with Trump's stated policy of rebuilding the manufacturing base within America. This makes the reversal of that policy, but it's 100% correlated to the war. And so if the strait opens, you could imagine that policy would reverse back to where it was. But while the strait is closed, the value of the dollar is going up, and therefore America can't produce goods, rebuild its manufacturing base. If this were a long-term trend, we're really dealing with timeframes here. So the assumption is that this is short-term. And the reason that the market, I think, is saying that this is short-term is because you haven't quite seen the capital flight away from the dollar and into gold. So gold has just been really flat. Bitcoin went up about $10,000 from a low of 60,000 to 70,000 ever since the war started, and then it went up a little bit higher, and then it's corrected a bit back down. And Bitcoin is kind of I'd say the fact that gold is now roundabout and closed just above that $5,000 mark, while oil is on the rise, is real insiders are saying that this is not going to lead to a long-term war that has a global financial crisis, and therefore we don't see it as systemic risk to the US yet. And so what's happening is the price of oil is really moving in line with these with the news cycle and what's happening, but it's not really impacting the price of gold. So all in all, it's not a disaster for the US economy yet. I'd say give it 2 more weeks of this, give it 2 more months, and it's complete disaster. So that there is no feasible strategy other than complete self-sabotage. And the only way that the US can make up for that is obviously taking advantage of the higher prices, selling more LNG contracts, locking them in long term for many of the LNG and gas producers, Chevron and Exxon. That helps corporate interests, but it doesn't help America. So you can get the oil companies and the gas companies cashing in, creating these economic dependencies with Europe. Russia's cashing in. So private sector interests, defense spending and energy profiteering is the net beneficiary on the American side. But there are some underlying issues that I think would surface if if we don't get a quick resolution and a deal. To me, it all points to there's only one strategy. If they can't shoehorn the strait open, which it's obvious they can't at this stage, you either have a victory lap for Iran, but obviously that can't happen optics wise. So you have to get an offboarding, you have to get concessions, you have to get a deal announced, and you have to give a 3-way victory to everybody. It is kind of the only way this comes to an end. I don't see any other solution that doesn't lead to an outright global financial crisis.
I appreciate that, Simon. I just want to welcome Robert and Darkside onto the space as well. Both of them are financial experts, so we'd love to hear their thoughts and views on exactly what's going on. Robert, if you can give us your perspective on what's going on in the financial market.
Yeah, well, Simon hit on a lot of the key points that I would have talked about. So, private credit, for example, he mentioned, issues there. I would just point out that the major banks, the GSIBs, what they call globally systemic important bank, JP Morgan, $22 billion exposure to private credit, B of A, 33 billion, Wells Fargo, 60, Citibank 26, PNC 30 billion, US Bank Corp 11 billion, Goldman Sachs 22 billion. The major, this is not just isolated to private credit, right? To Blackstone or Ares or KKR or the BDCs. It's not just there. Now, if you look at those publicly traded equities, they are down, 40, 50%. I mean, they have been getting absolutely crushed over the past couple months. This kind of been building as a concern. A lot of private credit, the exposure, if you look at the loan, the portfolio of loans, about 40 to 50% on average is software companies. Well, software companies are about to get disrupted, if they're not already, by AI. And so it's all kind of linked. Obviously AI has kind of been a theme over the past year or so, and it appears to be accelerating. That's a very deflationary force. We're already seeing some of that deflation in the equity market, right? When you have Adobe or IBM crashing, 12% in a day, that's deflation. That is wealth destruction. And so we're already kind of seeing that deflationary force there. We're also already seeing it with regard to the labor market, which is not doing super hot. Now, we did have job openings pop a little bit, but in general, the labor market, especially for those kind of white collar jobs, is and has been for the past year at least pretty weak. If you look at where all the job creation is here in America, the very little actual positive job growth, it's all in health and education services, which is generally not like a sign of a super strong economy. So you already have deflation there. You already have issues with private credit. And by the way, once you kind of broaden that view out, right, and consider cross collateralization and that kind of thing, rehypothecation and total exposure and derivatives and swaps, all that kind of thing, you're probably talking like $5, $6, $7 trillion looking at private credit. If you include private equity, it's probably even higher, probably double that. So it's a lot of money. Then you look at oil, and I think that the energy shock we're seeing today is like catastrophic. And this morning I saw the Houthis down in the Red Sea. This is something we've been talking about with me and Andrew here in this space, but it appears they made a decision. We don't know whether or not it's actually going to start, but I saw that they had made a decision with regard to the Red Sea. If you get disruption there, oh my God, like it would be catastrophically bad. I mean, we're already, I would argue, in a pretty catastrophic situation if this does not end within the next, 2 weeks, because we've already been going. This has already been going on almost 2 weeks. If you look at the Strait of Hormuz traffic, so then there's
Robert. Just to add to that, the routes that I was talking about, the alternative pipelines from the Gulf, that relies upon the Red Sea. So if you close those, you've closed everything.
Yep, exactly right. And so yeah, I think that could get $200 oil. I was talking
Also,
earlier
on top of
a
that,
couple
Rob,
days ago.
On top of that, Rob, and do continue. If they if they were to close the other route, the Red Sea route, basically it stops all the remaining oil, because right now oil, Saudi is getting out about 50 to 60% of oil. So if they shut that, then they've basically shut everything off, right?
Well,
Yep,
you just got Russia, Mediterranean Sea. That's about it at that stage.
all the Saudi oil can still go to Europe. It just couldn't go to Asia through the Red Sea.
Right, and Asia and Europe are kind of the two most generally. Those are kind of the two most at risk here. And if you look at some of the Asian currencies, like the yen, it is
No,
they,
wait,
they
how
are
would it
weakening quite.
Manko, how would it go? Because if they were to shut the Bab Mandab, how would
Suleiman,
it?
yeah, the port that Saudi uses to load the oil on the Red Sea is considerably north of where the Houthis are. So the ships can come in, load the oil there, go up through the Suez to Europe, and then come back. They don't ever have to go through the southern part of the Red Sea if they're just going to Europe. To go to
So,
Asia, they have to go to the southern part of the Red Sea.
so what it is if you look at where Bab Mandab is, it's basically a small little strip. If they were to commandeer that and basically have that shut off, that's going to be very hard for the Saudis to get anything out.
They'll have to take it
Not
out
to the
beyond the
north. So
strip to
Saudi
the north
Arabia
near the
to the
Suez
north.
Canal with Egypt. Like if you look at the map,
I think Manco's argument is that you think that the Houthis might not be able to penetrate that north? Is that the assumption?
Well, it's not just the assumption. They never have. They've never done it. There's
Okay.
no precedent for it. So the port that they load the oil on is considerably to the north of where that choke point in the Red Sea is down in the south. So basically, they just load the oil there, go up through the Suez to Europe, and have the oil trade go to Europe. However, that means that Saudi Arabia wouldn't be able to get any of its oil out in the direction of Asia unless they went all the way around Africa, which they're not going to do. They're just going to sell to Europe, and that means Asia's going to be left in a more difficult situation.
And obviously, America's going to try and take that business anyway, so they'll be competing.
Well, and also in the Strait,
No, but
we
I don't
saw
get that.
that.
No, but I don't get that because if you look at the Bab al Mandab, which is the 20-mile 20-mile wide, 70-mile long strait, it's if you were able to shut that out, and if you look at it from the Yemenis perspective, how will they get it out? They basically, the Gulf of Aden, the Arabian Sea will be completely shut off.
So, Suleiman, let's say that I'm a Greek shipping guy with an oil tanker. I go down from Greece through the Suez. I go to the port on Yanbu, which is Saudi Arabia. It's like in the middle of Saudi Arabia, a little bit to the north side. That's where the oil is. I load all the oil there at Yanbu. I turn around, I go north, back through the Suez. I go to Italy, sell the oil there, and I keep just making round trips between the Mediterranean and the Saudi Arabian port. I never have to go further south down to where the choke point is at the bottom of the Red Sea.
Yeah, so it sounds more expensive, and whether America could compete. Yeah.
But if you
One
look at the
oil.
shipping traffic, a lot of the ships, a majority of the ships that are going to the Red Sea in Saudi Arabia right now are coming from Asia, not Europe.
Yeah, and we also have.
So wait a second. You're saying, I still don't get what you're saying, because if you look at the Saudis, the little strip, the Bab el Mandab they need to go through, they need to go past Yemen. You're saying which route? Because Turkey and Greece
No,
is on the other
think
side.
about going north through the Suez instead, not going south.
Oh, so you're going
Yeah.
up the Suez through that small little
Yes.
strip.
Yeah, look at a map. Just pull a map out to see what he's saying there.
Okay, so you're saying but the problem with that is in terms of movement, that'd be very difficult because of the slender aspect of the strip, and you'll have to go through Europe, which will make it very difficult. Well, I guess
Well,
you'd
it just
want to.
means you're going to be selling, Saudis would just be selling their oil to Europe, and they wouldn't be selling it to Asia, although Asia is the bigger market now. This leaves Asia in a very difficult situation, although Europe, the Western side of things, would not. It would be fine.
Unless the
Yeah, and
Houthis travel north.
I'm saying if they went through Europe and travel north, that's also not as cost effective as well. So it's gonna escalate the cost prices, and actually the amount of oil you're able to distribute significantly is reduced.
Absolutely,
It doesn't
it is.
completely shut it off to zero. It's just the whole fact that it basically reduces the amount significantly, the quantity significantly, and also basically who's able to take the oil, as per what you said, is reduced as well. So once you put all those things together, it will have a severe, significant impact on the oil industry.
Yeah, you have to
and the
consider
most
the
severe
Saudis'
impact.
bypass is already at maximum effectiveness. Like they've rerouted it from the other side, from the Gulf side to the Red Sea side. That's already at maximum capacity right now. So they can't really do more. And Saudi's the only country that has that that bypass due to geography, I think.
Yeah, the UAE also has a bypass, but it's smaller and it doesn't bypass the Houthis. It only bypasses a little bit the Strait of Hormuz.
And it's only 300,000 barrels, I think. It's got
They
severe
said
limitations.
it's 1.5 million, but that's a lot less than the Saudis, which is 7 million.
But also they're targeting the Emiratis as well, so they're gonna have other issues where they get hit by the ports.
And that oil terminal that is the bypass for which is Fujairah or something, that's within range of Iran's missiles. So if they want to shoot at that port, they can as well.
Right, and you also have to consider war risk premium, which we saw we saw the effect of even kind of threats of strikes, and then actual strikes in the Strait of Hormuz. That element. Now the U.S. can try to backstop that, but if the tensions escalate enough in that kind of general vicinity down there, I think that's the other issue with the Red Sea
On
is
that
if
one,
insurance providers are looking down there and they're like, it's close enough, to be a threat, that could be an issue.
I don't know if Robert, you, Simon, or Darkside, or even Manco can answer this question, but if they were to shut off the Bab el Mandeb, looking at the alternative route they'd have to take, which is a lot more difficult, I know it only goes into Europe, and again, it will definitely be minimized. How much do you think it'll be minimized as a percentage?
As a percent, I don't know, but
Well,
significant.
it would completely shut off the oil going east. So that means no more oil for India, no more oil for Southeast Asia, China, South Korea, Japan, and that's that's major pain because there's a lot more economic activity there and a lot more demand there than on the other side anyway. But on the other hand, that gives more of an incentive for Iran to actually work something out with Asian countries, with China in particular, to try to figure out some way to move their own oil and other oil, because this is one of the main things that I thought would solve the Strait issue early on, is that China would simply negotiate it with Iran. But the problem is the breakdown in command and control between the Iranian government leadership and the local commanders and stuff means that Iran isn't really in a position to be sort of having formal agreements. It's a very chaotic situation.
But
I doubt
they
that.
did.
I think China and Iran are in cahoots.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I
they did.
doubt
We
that
know.
seriously.
Yeah,
That's seriously doubt
What
that.
you think, wait, Simon, you think China's cutting off its own oil supply and is complicit in it?
He
I
never
think,
said that.
yeah, no, I think China and Iran are lockstead in strategy. I do think there's
Simon, if
yeah.
it's yuan denominated, right? Did you
Exactly.
see
That's why
that?
they came out
Yeah.
and said you can open the strait if you price your oil in yuan. I mean, that's a
Yeah,
that's a
they've said a
clear.
lot of things. Hold on, but Simon, but what's the flow right now? They've said a lot of things. There's a lot of things in principle that Iran has said, oh, we'll do it this way. But the problem is the ships still haven't been transiting because they don't trust that the IRGC commanders are going to follow whatever, the upper politicians are going to say, and they're still worried they're going to get shot at.
Yeah, I
What?
mean, I do agree. There's an internal. There's different factions within higher levels of IRGC and lower levels of government. But I think China has an approach, and to say that the communication between the Iran command and control or IRGC command and control in China has cut off. I think they're working in lockstep. I mean, neither of us could prove it, but I'll just put my position forward there. I think they're working together.
There's no doubt they're working together. If you look at
Yeah.
it from a military perspective, you look at it from a flow perspective, they're definitely working together.
Yeah,
Look at the
completely
satellite
agree.
data that the
Hey,
Chinese are giving as well. Sorry, go ahead, Darkside.
yeah, hey Simon. I think one of the most interesting headlines of the end of last week was, and I'll read this. This is a headline in the Financial Times. U.S. intervention in oil futures would be biblical disaster, the head of the CME warns. So just to
Yeah, but Dark, do you think they are?
I think they are, yes. But I think what's more interesting about this, look, I think the US government's been manipulating financial markets for decades. What's more interesting to me about this is that the head of the CME, and let's not fool ourselves, the CME is the branch of the financial industrial complex. This is the banks, this is BlackRock, calling out the US government directly. This I've never seen before. right? So I think this has been going on behind the scenes for decades, but now it's out in the open, and you have essentially the financial industrial complex calling out the government directly, saying, "Don't do this. This can end very badly." That's a first in my lifetime. At least, yeah, I've never seen this before. So it calls into.
Oh,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
Dark Side. No, I thought you finished. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it calls into question a lot of the theories around this being, purely theater and purely planned. Because if the financial industrial complex is calling out the government itself, it would lead you to believe they're not on the same page. Certainly, if the U.S. government comes in and starts manipulating the oil market, remember, you can't print oil, as I always say. You can print dollars.
Hey, Dark, how would they do that, buddy?
Uh,
Let's walk through a scenario. What would they do?
they could
The
just they
ESF.
could either openly just sell, you know, tens of thousands of call contracts, or they could actually sell the futures directly themselves. Now, of course, they have to cover them at some point. So
They have the ESF too.
yeah, that's what they would use, because they're calling out the
What's that,
treasury.
Robert? Explain that for the audience.
It's the Exchange Stabilization Fund. It's basically a slush fund for the U.S. Treasury, and it's huge. That's what we use, by the way, to buy the Argentinian peso.
Yeah.
How big is it, Robert?
Tens of billions, I think. I'd have to check. It's quite large, maybe even 100 billion.
Yeah, I think it's towards 100 billion. So Gary, they could use options, they could use the future themselves, but remember, they have to cover because they don't have the oil. So you set up, and I think the reason why the CME is saying this could be a biblical disaster. Remember that's kind of a that's a very hyperbolic quote. But the reason why it can be a biblical disaster is because you can generate your own short squeeze. And I think that's what the CME is focused on. Is the last thing we need right now is a short squeeze, artificially created by the government on top of what already is a market that's extremely tight.
He's trying to run the Soros playbook, but he's trying to be the Bank of England.
Yeah.
You know what? The irony there is it's crazy.
Good job you hired Scott Bessent. He knows that trade.
Yeah, but he's trying to take the other side.
Yeah, he's doing it in reverse. Absolutely in reverse. And look, one other point here is
and he destroyed the Iranian currency, by the way. He admitted it.
Yeah, one other point here that I think is worth noting is that, we're so focused on oil, and oil, obviously a huge story, but I think even the bigger story here is food, and then oil derivatives
and fertilizer,
right? Food, fertilizer, and then oil derivatives. Like one market that we're not focused on is plastics and polyesters and everything.
Petrochemicals, pharmaceuticals.
Everything, right? Like oil is in everything. Anybody watches Landman, right? You hear this story over and again. It's in everything. It's the basis of just about everything that's produced. And if this isn't solved, then you go down sort of a potentially hyperinflating kind of situation. And where it gets weird is you have to ask yourself, are there countries on the planet, specifically Europe, that would like nothing more than to see a hyperinflation so they can issue their central bank digital currency? I heard you guys talking about this yesterday.
Breaking news.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got breaking news real quick. So Fujairah, the UAE bypass port, was attacked by Iran. It is currently on fire. Missiles were intercepted and the debris fell and started fires. So that the one bypass port for the UAE is currently under attack and burning.
We can consider
That's
that
crazy, and I
information.
just want to welcome Gary and Thomas onto the stage. Do jump in with any bits and bobs of the conversation you want to.
I think we interrupted Robert. He was on a flow, isn't it?
Yeah. Go ahead, Robert.
No worries. So yeah, and then I'd also kind of point out the bond market. So I mentioned kind of briefly, but EM currencies, Asian currencies like the yen, are melting down, doing very poorly because, the other, what's his name? Manco. What Manco is mentioning with the Asian reliance on imported energy. Well, if the price of energy, which is generally denominated in dollars, that you cannot print, right? If you're Japan, you cannot print dollars. Now you can kind of with a swap, and maybe we see, we have a standing swap line with the Bank of Japan, so maybe that kind of gets utilized, but it's immense pressure on South Korea, Philippines, Indonesia, all of Asia, basically, Japan. And so we've seen a dramatic weakening of their currency. Well, Japan, we're getting on dollar yen to an exchange rate of about 160, which, before has been kind of the line in the sand for the Bank of Japan where they have intervened. Well, what does that mean? Functionally, an intervention means they sell some of the $1.1 trillion of US treasuries, sell that. Now they have dollars. They sell the dollar to buy the yen. And so, we could see an intervention there in Japan, and it's going to cause, immense pain for those currencies. Then you look at the bond market, and bonds are down, yields are up everywhere in the entire world, to differing degrees, but a significant move. You look at UK, their 10-year is up like 50 basis points, half of 1% in the past, I don't know, 5-10 days. That is a wild move, and it's probably only going to continue. In fact, in England, the bond market is indicating a rate hike. Right, and their GDP right now is like less than 1%. Their economy is basically already in
Yeah,
stagflation.
screwed.
It is totally screwed, and so yeah, so you have this inflationary impact. But I would just, that's what everyone is focused on right now, and that is, kind of the first order impact: higher inflation, higher energy, higher inflation, therefore higher bond yields. But what I would point to is what happens on the other end of that, right? The second order effect, which is deflation. Because in CNN, I was watching the other day, and they did an interview of like 10 people at a gas station and asked them, if gas goes up another dollar, what are you going to do? And they said, well, I'm just going to stop doing anything. Right? I'm going to stop buying stuff. I'm going to stop traveling. I'm going to stop going to work. I literally won't be able to afford it. People, I've heard claim, because they look at an oil chart, they look at a gasoline chart, and they go, oh, well, we're not even at an all-time high. We were here before in 2022. I would just point out, back in 2022, it was a radically different situation. The labor market was red hot, red hot. I mean, we have never seen a labor market as red hot as we did in 2022. Number one. Number two, if you looked at the average consumer, real wages were fine. Real consumption, inflation adjusted consumption was doing okay. You had red hot labor market, good wage growth. You also had personal savings that were not at a record low like they are now. We're not quite a record low, but we're very, very close to it. And we also didn't have personal interest payments or debt servicing cost at basically a record high. If you look at personal interest payments for the average American, and then look at that relative to wages per person per year, the average American is working about 108 hours of average work per year just to make the interest payments on their debt. Well, I could put a chart in the bottom there. That's only happened two other times, right before the dot-com recession and right before 08, right? So it appears to be kind of a line in the sand, and that adjusts for wage growth, right? So you're looking at an adjusted metric there. We've only been there 2 times before, and it was right before .com, right before 2008. So yeah, we have seen higher gas, higher oil, but it was a radically different situation that not only the broader economy was in, but the labor market, and wages and personal savings and all that kind of thing. Remember, we had like near record personal savings after the money printing. So yeah, I would just point that out. The deflation, the demand destruction is the technical term for that. Fuck it, I can't pay. I just can't do it. That's the technical term is demand destruction. I think that is really the story, because that'll put the US and every major economy into a recession. Well, because of how heavily indebted we are, a recession would take our fiscal deficit to $5 trillion. Right now, it's about 1.7 trillion. Well, what that means functionally is $5 trillion of new debt would have to be issued and purchased by the US government each and every year just to kind of keep the wheels on the bus. That is an insane amount of debt. And as a share GDP, about 15% of GDP. And you're basically kind of in emerging market territory there. You probably have the Fed printing money directly to buy the debt, direct debt monetization. You also are probably having to backstop private credit. Oh, and if AI continues to disrupt jobs, you might have the UBI conversation. Oh, and the mortgage market will be in trouble. That's, I don't know, 11, 12, 13 trillion right there. So an immense amount of money printing. The recession that comes on the other end of this is basically going to act as kind of a margin call on major economies and the developed economies. The sovereign debt, there's no place left to kind of kick the can, right? In .com, as Luke Gromen always says, .com, we had an equity market bubble, stock market bubble. Well, to deal with that, we kicked it upstairs to housing bubble. And then that popped in 2008. What did we do? We kicked it upstairs to the sovereign level. There is nowhere left to kick it, right? They are going to finally have to deal. And the way they're going to deal, they're going to print a boatload of money. It'll be more than COVID. It'll be more than 2020. So kind of, generally, zooming out to summarize, I think that the next couple months, we're going to get a pop in inflation from higher oil, higher everything, really, as Dark was saying. Then that will result in demand destruction. You get a global recession. That recession, will be deflationary, and you got AI deflation in there too. That deflationary impulse will probably be pretty quick, pretty sharp, and it'll be met pretty quickly, I think, with an insane amount of money printing. So it's going to, my view for the next year and a half, very, very volatile, but some tremendous opportunities. If you're able to stay patient, stay unlevered, right? Because leverage is probably going to kill you over the next year. If you're able to kind of keep a calm head and really stay kind of level-headed through it, I think that there's going to be insane opportunities.
Yeah, Robert, these crises is always it's not wealth destruction, it's wealth transfer to those that are on the right side. And normally it's the big financial institutions with the insider information, but everyone has to get savvy, and it's not an option to not like figure out your strategy over the next 5, how to handle this.
Let me bounce in here. On that scenario, Robert, I think it's a good scenario. Your AI trade, though, is dead. The AI industry is going to die with these energy prices. You're already seeing demand destruction. You've had 1,000 flights canceled by one airline saying, hey, we're not going to fly at a loss, right? None of these airlines have hedged their jet fuel.
Yeah, but Gary, what I meant more, you're correct. I agree. What I meant more is the models, right, that are already out and already starting to cause disruption in the labor market. But I totally agree that kind of the general AI trade is going to be dead. And I would just point out
it's going to really struggle. Like, how can you pour that much money into it? You were assuming.
And Gary, where's all the money coming from? It's coming from the Gulf country, the GCC.
Right.
Which are getting wrecked right now, right? So
yeah, this is it's got to be good for the Bitcoin trade. I got to say, the more I think about this, I mean, I hate all the people that are dying, and I hate this war. This is the biggest piece of bullshit I've ever seen in my life. I cannot believe we're here. Dude, this takes us into a depression and a world war. That's where this takes us. I don't think recessions are allowed anymore. I think they're going to remove it from the dictionary. You go straight to depression, World War III, total chaos, and then we either come out of it with one or two victors, or we don't come out of it. I'm, part of me doesn't want to even join these spaces anymore. It's so depressing. But the truth is, this is happening.
Hey Gary,
And
think of the term not recession or depression, which are kind of classic economics terms, but think of what's really coming as a form of a reset, where things are just going to adjust. When this whole war started with Iran,
typically, though, Thomas, the problem is the reset alone. Like when I think about a reset, what do? I turn my computer off and I start it again. That like a reset requires an event. I don't think this is an evolution. This is more like, hey, this shit's going down. We have a trigger event here, and they're going to be losers. Like the reset always has a lot of losers.
yeah, I'm thinking more, rearranging the deck chairs, right? Things are going to move around. When we started this war with Iran, the common wisdom was this was going to be, let's just pick a time frame, a week long. Then in a couple of days, it says, well, it's 2 weeks. Then it became 3 weeks. We have to consider that the amount of damage that's being done and the lack of an exit strategy here, this could be sustained through a period of 6 months or the balance of the year, where something like 15 million barrels of oil just stopped coming to market. Now, Gary, you're from the energy industry. You know that if oil sustains significantly above $100, there'll be new exploration, and they'll eventually fill that supply gap through other things. But that requires time, and it requires an adjustment in supply chains. And in the midst of that time frame, we're going to suffer, meaning that there's going to be inflation. People are going to suffer that are on the margin. And, I look at things like I'm trying to get like we know that the catalyst is the oil change in the war. That is the catalyst that forces this reset. But as you think of the dominoes, and Robert laid out a bunch of dominoes, what is the thing that goes next? I mean, Japan, Robert mentioned 160 on the yen dollar ratio, exchange rate. That's going to be Monday or Tuesday. It's going to hit 160. I mean, at what point do they defend and they start to act? They've got a real problem because their imports of oil. That they have a structural problem now with where are they going to get their oil from? So anyway, I think we just need to reset our paradigm about the fact that things are going to change dramatically. And I agree with what you said, that AI trade is way overcrowded, way too capital intensive. They're never going to get a return on that. And that has to clear the system as well.
Well, China can solve it through vast solar panel farms, right? They've been working on their non-oil dependent. I mean, obviously they're all dependent upon oil because you've got to get everything, but they're the only one that's
Nah,
built
dude,
out.
you can't run AI on solar, man.
I think China
Okay, you
can.
can't.
No,
Nah,
no,
not on
no.
7 hours a day, bro. Like this is the problem. Okay, the energy is not dense. Solar, wind isn't. You need dense energy. Okay, like if you really studied wind and solar, you'd realize how economically stupid it is. I mean, it is the dumbest trade. The amount of fuel we use to put a wind turbine up is stupid, man. The amount of water we take, the cement used, the energy used to put these facilities up is horrific for 7 hours a day. Even at $100 crude, okay?
And
Like
does
like
that trade change for China's manufacturing base and cost basis, or is shit for them as well?
well, there's still 7 hours of sun, dude. Like nuclear goes 24/7.
Yeah, I think I
24/7,
think they've got
24/7.
nuclear, wind, solar,
Well,
everything, right?
yeah, they have nuclear, coal. I mean, they're the biggest. They produce they make build one coal fired power station a week, man, for years. Okay, 54 a year, 500 megawatts, all over the place. They're not connected like our grid. It's a very big country. Um, The other thing that's quite interesting here is West Texas Intermediate there's absolutely no reason that crude oil in the United States is priced at nearly $100. The disconnection here, like maybe the trade here is to sell U.S. crude and buy Brent. Because I don't see why, like, there's not been a disruption with 1 barrel of oil in the United States. Yet it's priced as if, the whole world's coming to an end.
Yeah, let me ask all these financial experts here. I mean, I myself am a little savvy. I'm just mainly into the running a hedge fund for Bitcoin. But let me ask you this: let's consider none of this is happening right now. There is no war. Everything's perfect. Everything's beautiful and bliss. Don't you guys see as the market for the S&P overextended? I mean, for everything for what's happening in general, besides what's going on. Isn't this like you show me the charts, I'll tell you the news, and it kind of seems like they're correlated and they're running like at the same time. So when the time comes, oh, it was because of the war. Does that make sense or is that off?
You think basically America was overextended and they needed an excuse for a crash? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically. I mean, and not and needed an excuse. They were overextended. I mean, and the money printing was just going off and crazy and crazy and crazy. Once they stopped printing the money, and it still got overextended. Crypto didn't perform as well as it did because of the ETFs. I mean, but the thing is, let's just say the S&P reached reached whatever it reached. Wasn't this gonna eventually happen, since we haven't had a crisis since the dot-com bubble, when Amazon went from $5.29 all the way down to 30 cents, and then you have the 2008 one, and then we haven't had one since. So it kind of seems like whether this is happening or not, this was eventually going to happen, in my humble opinion. What do you think?
Yeah, well, the US market prior to this wasn't functioning as a market in terms of the stock market. It was a function of three things. Firstly, it was a function of continual money printing and being able to roll over the auctions. And so the second was ETF inflows. So the pension, the ETFs just created a structural bid. And more money was flowing into those ETFs, the longer you could print money and roll over those treasuries. So as long as US treasuries were able to be used as collateral without any type of interference, then the show goes on. And the third thing was just media capture and control. So there was no, if AI was a geopolitical strategic trade, it didn't matter what the earnings per share was. It didn't matter. It was get money in any way in order to win, the trade. Because it's geopolitically and strategically important, because the financial industrial complex were using it to negotiate with countries. And so if you wanted leverage over the Gulf funds, you were using AI as a mechanism for building out data centers. And then they were using that in order to get leverage over the US. So that's why it was important for geopolitically to keep that trade going. And I do agree that it is a coordinated financial industrial complex global reset. But prior to this, they were managing massive capital outflows. Foreign currencies were strengthening against the dollar, and foreign stock markets were outperforming US stock markets. So they were managing those capital outflows while trying to utilize the assets of the US to negotiate with foreign countries. And so this is definitely the trigger for a reset to a multipolar world, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the financial institutions were lining up accordingly, but they'll still try and utilize US liquidity for as long as it's useful while managing the hedge.
Of course, they're going to
Yeah.
keep bleeding the beast. That's what they do.
Yeah, so I don't think it's a US government policy to reset the market or anything. I think it's institutions that are managing a global reset effectively. I don't think the US military works for the US government. I think the US military is for rent militia for large corporate interests that control America, because America sold all of its assets to private global institutions. I don't think the US military works for the US national interest.
Just some breaking news. Hezbollah has currently launched more rockets towards Israel. So rockets and drones are moving towards Israel. Sorry, Simon, back to you. You were speaking about the finances.
Yeah, I was done on that, but yeah, let's make sure the Israeli economy crashes with this as well. Remember, you got to
Which
also disjoint the stock market from the economy. The stock market in this environment is a mechanism for privatizing the country. So if you burden the people and the country with debt, which is what this does, and the stock market goes up, it means that it's controlled by the shareholder class rather than in the national interest. And the shareholders can just utilize Israel for whatever it wants. When stocks are going up and debt is going up, then it decouples from the real economy, which is effectively what the financial industrial complex did to America, to UK, to the Europe, to the West. And now they control all the assets because government is subordinate to their interest.
And just
Simon, what you said, the
just
government,
bringing
the
Thomas
oh,
into the conversation. Thomas, what's your thoughts on kind of what's happening from the financial perspective?
Well, I think we're going to see, oil be the catalyst that's going to disrupt markets. I mean, if you read through where oil fits in the supply chain, it affects everything, and it affects everything at different speeds. The obvious one is fuel is the one that's probably the most immediately affected. But you go all the way out to fertilizers, plastics, pharmaceuticals. It's endemic in the modern supply chain, and I just think the speed at which this is happening is a mismatch to the speed at which supply chains can adapt. Now, I will say, if you go back to COVID, I was surprised at how resilient the global supply chains were. I mean, we've definitely suffered but I think we saw how complex and resilient the modern supply chain is. But it does take time to adapt, and I just think the time between the change, which we're seeing now, and the adaptation let's just pick a time frame. Let's say that takes a year. I mean, that's fine. That might be gracious. But in the meantime, a year could be a real problem. We could see shortages in lots of different things. And then you throw in something that's outside the technical analysis and throw in culture and politics and demographic attitudes towards change and entitlement and how people are going to react to this change that's put on them. And that's going to exacerbate, I think, bad decisions by politicians. And so I'm really just trying to think through the reasonable scenarios. I mean, obviously you can listen to the mainline scenarios about what's going to happen, but I can't get my head wrapped around on what are the not so much the tail risks that have a 1 or 2%, but what are the risks that have a 20% likelihood or a 40% likelihood that could really fuck things up? And how should you be positioning your financial portfolio and your risk management for any businesses that you're running?
Simon?
Sorry, Thomas, I was just tweeting away. Could you repeat the question? Or
That wasn't a question. He just gave his analysis.
okay.
Yeah.
I'll take a swing. I'll take
Yeah.
a swing at this a
Go
little
ahead,
bit.
Jason.
I think the second order and knock-on effects we can't calculate today. So, as an example, we know that one of the primary buyers of U.S. Treasuries are hedge funds out of the Cayman Islands, and the trade they're doing is called the basis trade, where they buy treasuries and then use interest rate derivatives, swaps to hedge their risk. Now, we saw that very trade blow up in 1998 when long-term capital management put it on. And that trade
2019 and 2024.
Yeah. And the reality is that we, on Wall Street, we call that picking up pennies in front of a steamroller. Because as soon as something breaks in that trade, the entire trade breaks. And it becomes an absolute disaster as everyone tries to exit. And in this case, it's so big, multiple trillions of dollars, that it would require bank intervention. So there are dominoes to fall that are outside of this entire equation, but they get triggered by crisis that starts with supply chains, oil, plastics, and everything else we're talking about. So, it's very easy. We have tunnel vision. We're focused on the Strait of Hormuz. We're focused on oil, and it's probably the place we're not looking that blows up the worst and then causes this cascade. And then I'll just go back to what Thomas was saying about supply chains. Yes, supply chains are really important, but I think banks, derivatives, counterparties, they're probably even more important at this point because
Well, that
this is
is
a
the US economy.
it's the entire, yeah, and not just US, right?
It's
If this was
global.
just if this was just US, to Gary's point, we'd be okay because we make everything here and we have our own oil and we could, essentially survive. The problem is that it's a global problem because the Western financial banks are all tied together, right? It's not as if Goldman Sachs could survive the failings of UBS and Deutsche Bank and Sumitomo Bank. Like that's not in the cards. If the European banks and the Asian banks fail, we go right along with them. It's a domino
And
effect.
and Dark, real quick, did you see the MOVE index is absolutely skyrocketing, the VIX
Screaming,
for the
yeah.
bond market? Yep.
Right, and
What's
and
that,
the MOVE
Robert?
index.
Explain that to the audience or Dark
It's
Side.
the VIX. It's the VIX, or the volatility gauge for the bond market, for the U.S. Treasury market, and it is vertical.
And where that really matters for the audience is that as the volatility in bonds goes up, that basis trade we were just discussing, the picking up pennies in front of a steamroller, that's where it puts the most stress because they have these trades on that assume what we call a VAR, a value at risk model, that this won't happen, that the 100-year flood that seems to happen every 8 years won't happen. But of course, it does happen, right? So the move index is super important when you're putting on that basis trade. And if that move
And
index continues higher, that basis trade blows out.
yeah, it's 100. Like, just to really emphasize this, because it is insane, and this is coming straight from the Fed. This is not coming from some random gold bug blog, right? It's coming from the Fed. You can Google cross-border capital flows basis trade, I think is the title. What they found was that they had undercounted. You look at U.S. Treasuries and who holds our debt, outside of America. We used to think, oh, Japan, they are the largest holder, 1.1-ish trillion dollars of our debt that they held. Well, what the paper found is that the Cayman Islands actually holds 1.8 trillion dollars of U.S. Treasury debt, and that far and away now the biggest buyer. Well, in fact, it gets even worse. They've bought just this one trade that Dark is talking about, the basis trade, just this 100x leverage trade that the hedge funds are doing is responsible for buying 42%, almost half of all the new debt that the US government, the Treasury, has issued. Almost half of it, going back to 2022, has been bought by a bunch of hedge fund bros in the Cayman Islands in a tax haven, 100x leveraged. Because what they're doing, just to very simply kind of describe what this actually is, and I put a video, by the way, in the comments that I think might be helpful if people are interested. But what they're doing is they are long. They are buying actual U.S. Treasuries. Then they are shorting the Treasury futures contract. Well, in that futures contract, there's kind of an embedded uncertainty premium due to the fact that they don't actually have to deliver the if it's a 10-year contract, they don't actually have to deliver 10-year U.S. Treasuries. They can do 7-year, 8-year. So there's an embedded kind of uncertainty premium, and it's very, very minor, right? You're talking like 0.1%, 0.15%. But it's basically free money. If you're in this trade, does not matter if bonds go up or down. Because you are market neutral. You are short the futures contract and you're long. You bought the actual U.S. Treasury and you're collecting a little 0.1%, free money, basically, and that is the basis. And so what can happen though is that basis can actually go opposite, right? So the basis actually widens on you dramatically, and this has happened, like Dark mentioned, with long-term capital management, but also more recently, 2019 we had it blow up, 2025 we had it blow up, probably other blowups that I'm not even aware of, and they can be catastrophic. We have had numerous top Fed officials warning about this risk. And if you just Google basis trade risk, right, you'll find tons of articles written by our own top policymakers talking about this threat as being literally like catastrophic, literally could be terminal. And one proposal was that the Fed just took over the entire $1.8 trillion basis trade, right? So the Fed would take over these short futures contracts and the long U.S. Treasuries kind of offset. I mean, it's just wild stuff. And this
Robert,
is responsible.
This basis trade that you're describing is a levered trade. So
100x leverage. Yep.
So when it comes undone, it comes undone at speed and at scale. And the cousin of the basis trade is the carry trade. And that's the same thing. I mean, you can look at the
Thomas, explain the carry trade to those in the audience.
Well, it could be a lot of things, but classically it's borrow yen, yen denominated loans at a very low interest rate and reinvest in the West at a higher interest rate and just take the spread. You have currency risk, but for the most part, it's free money if you hedge it properly. Now,
so in simple language, just so everyone understands, the hedgies are able to borrow at from the Bank of Japan for virtually free. They have to hedge out some currency risk, and then they can use that to lever up to make this highly leveraged trade that just squeezes out like trillions and just massive amounts of money from rolling over the government debt in this basis trade. So when you combine
Simon,
the basis,
you're giving them too much credit, right? You mentioned hedging out the currency risk. This carry trade blew up in the summer 2024, and we came to find out that about $7 trillion, because what they're doing, as Simon mentioned, they borrow in yen because very, very low interest rates. Then they sell the yen to buy the dollar to then buy U.S. Treasuries, right? So you're short the yen because the yen is always declining, right? Generally, the yen is always declining and weakening. So you're short that, you're making money there, but then you're also making money in dollar terms from the interest you're getting from U.S. Treasuries. That's the carry trade. Well, it blew up in the summer of 2024, and we came to find out $7 trillion of that basis of that carry trade was currency unhedged. Like the level of hubris and arrogance from these hedgies that Simon is mentioning, whether it be in the Cayman Islands doing the basis trade or whether it be doing the carry trade, it is mind-boggling. And it doesn't take much to blow it up. And by the way, what I was talking about earlier with the currency intervention from Bank of Japan, that could blow up the carry trade.
Yeah, so a year ago, the spread. Now again, it's interesting to subtract the spread between the 10-year JGB and the 10-year Treasury. Now that's not exactly.
Thomas, sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure everyone understands these terms. So JJB is Japanese government bonds. Try and get all the jargon out so everyone can understand.
I'm sorry. We talk a lot, so sometimes we take for granted what's going on. The Japanese have a 10-year Treasury. The U.S. has a 10-year Treasury. When you look at the spread between those two, it is an indication of the value of this carry trade. Now, not every carry trade does exactly short the Japanese and go long on the U.S. Treasury. That's a very safe play. But a lot of times what they'll do is they'll short the Japanese and then they'll go long on the Mag 7, or they'll pick your favorite investment and take that risk. A year ago, the spread was 3.5. Now it's at 2. And what happens when it starts to compress is people say, hey, the letter's not worth the stamp here, meaning that I used to be arbitraging the spread between the two government interest rates. And now that spread's not enough to warrant the risk of doing this, because it's not a risk.
Sorry, Thomas. Arbitrage is basically you're not making a bet on whether the market goes up and down. You're just trying to profit from a differential between inefficient markets and you're just trying to like make a little bit in between.
Yeah, and look, you can run the different models and ask ChatGPT and just, I don't do this, I just watch it. But to hedge on the currency side, that could cost you 50 basis points on your trade, and you start to eat significantly into the margins of. So people are just unwinding, and because these are levered trades, that unwinding ends up sucking liquidity out of the market. And I think that's, I would defer to Robert and others who are much more versed in this, but the liquidity drain in the market is going to create a lot of stress in the system. And really the issue becomes, what is the policy response of the Fed and the ECB and the Bank of Japan to that liquidity drain in the face of what looks like could be inflationary pressures that lead to deflation. It's complex. I think it's a fucking mess.
And I think what Robert was saying is currently this is the largest purchaser of US government debt at the moment. So
Foreign purchaser, yeah.
Foreign purchaser.
42%. I mean, guys, just think about that. 42% of all the debt that you hear talked about that, in America here with the US, 42% of that is being bought by a bunch of dudes, 20 somethings in Patagonia vests with Zen pouches, right? Some hedge fund bro in the Cayman Islands, levered up 50 to 1, 100 to 1, trying to scrape, 10 basis points. I mean, it's almost unbelievable because, the narrative is, everyone wants US treasuries and, dollar reserve currency and treasury reserve, global reserve asset. But when 42% of the buyers of US treasuries are a bunch of levered, 100x levered hedge funds, what's the demand really like? And oh, by the way, oil starts going higher, you're going to have issues with Europe and Asia. Their current account will get pressured, and the other way of putting that is the amount of capital outflows into things like US treasuries are going to get pressured. So more of the deficit burden gets shifted onto Americans. And we know, by the way, also the trade deficit's been kind of shrinking recently.
Yeah, that's the important point at the end of this, is that too big to fail moral hazard, which means that they can make these highly leveraged bets, but they know that if it blows up, it breaks everything. So they know that the Fed intervenes and then the American taxpayer pays at the end. So they get, that's the whole concept of socializing the losses and privatizing the gains.
I just want to welcome Anas onto the stage as well. Anas, hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Suleiman and Simon. Hello.
Hi. Yeah, your expertise is the oil industry, and we did actually speak about you before you came on. If you can give people, if that's all right, an overarching view on what's happening with the oil industry, and also we do want you put a tweet out and you spoke about Karaj Island and how it won't have the detrimental impact on the oil industry or on Iran's oil industry as per what we all thought. Iran has, is it 90 to 95% of their crude oil supply goes through there. So if you can explain to the audience first an overarching view on the oil industry, and then secondly about the Karaj Island, that'd be very appreciated.
Ready for a 10-hour space?
Anas, we're going 24/7.
No, what I'm saying is it'll take me 10 hours to cover the issues that you talked about. That's why. All right, let's start. Let's start with the last one, and then I will go back to the beginning. There is a lot of exaggeration about Kharg Island in so many ways. First of all, this island, why the rumor we have that the U.S. Army wants to occupy it, we should not be surprised, because every single civilization, every single army came to the area, to the Gulf, wanted to control the Kharg Island. Why? It has nothing to do with oil at all. It is the only island in the Gulf that has fresh water. That's why. Anyway, there is a lot of exaggeration on that 90%, because the question, anyone who claimed that the Iranian oil industry is going to collapse because if the U.S. hit the Kharg Island does not make any sense. Here is why. Between 2019 and 2022, there was no export from Kharg Island. Yet Iran was exporting oil at a very high level. Of course, it declined after the sanctions a little bit, and they survived. So what happened? Well, there are at least, those are the major ports. There are 8 other major ports where Iran can export the oil. But when you look at companies that are exporting oil worldwide, their main objective is to reduce cost. And how do you reduce cost when you want to export oil? You want to load into the largest tankers in the world because your cost of shipping per unit declines substantially. And all Iranian ports basically are relatively shallow, so they can take the smaller tankers of 700,000 barrels or 1 million barrels, but they cannot take the largest ones, which is 2 to 2.1 million barrels. Kharg Island, the most important thing about it, it is in deep water. And that's really the importance, because you can bring in those large ships and they can load, and that will reduce your cost substantially. And of course, there is another benefit. They are very close to the northern oil fields that are almost shared with Iraq and the border with Iraq. This is the only benefit, which is the reducing the cost. But assume that Kharg Island will disappear from Earth completely. The idea that Iranian oil revenues and exports are going to collapse is a complete nonsense. Yes, there will be a decline, but they will go back to the old days and export from the several ports. And the 8 ports that I mentioned, those are official ports. There are more ports that are used occasionally to circumvent sanctions. So those guys been under sanctions for a very long time. They adapted to this. They know what they are doing. So the idea, all this, everyone who wants oil who wants to see oil at 200, 250 basically is promoting the idea that if Iran loses Kharg Island, then oil prices will go up. It's a complete nonsense. Now let's go to the beginning.
Sorry, Anas. Can I just ask a question on that before you
Go
go
ahead.
too far? There were 2 parts. One is you mentioned that this is about water. Are you saying that this might be weaponizing water?
No,
And the
no, okay.
second, oh,
Okay,
okay.
so it's not. But the idea here is, if the U.S. wants to occupy it, or if you go back 2,000 years ago or 1,000 years ago, why various civilizations and religions, etc., came into the island and stayed? Because there are, I mean, the ancient stuff in the island are thousands of years old. But the reason why they stayed, because of the fresh water. But if you look at the other nearby islands, there is not even people on them. The reason why, because there is no fresh water. So it's the only island with fresh water. So if the U.S. Army wants to occupy it, it makes perfect sense because they can get the fresh water. Otherwise, they have to bring the fresh water from somewhere else, which is very scarce in the area anyway.
So it's useful to set up a base if you could occupy it, basically.
Yes, so you can get the fresh water. Otherwise, you cannot use other islands because they don't have fresh water.
Okay. And then the second question is, we had a bit of a debate around whether the alternative pipelines that Saudi and UAE are using right now, Iraq and Iran, I think to a certain extent, they can get about 7 million barrels through. But if the Houthis shut off the Red Sea, what then happens?
All right. So let's go over the numbers first. First of all, we do have those 2 pipelines in Saudi Arabia. And for those who subscribe to our reports, basically, you have all the maps and all the information, all the details. Anyway, so those 2 pipelines being built after the Iraq-Iran war in the 80s because of exactly the same problems we are facing today, that the probability of the Hormuz Strait being closed or trouble in the Hormuz Strait. So they built those 2 pipelines to the west. The capacity was 5 million barrels a day. Since for the last year and a half, basically, they've been working on it to increase it to 7 million. And the Saudis been doing an extremely great job, basically, proving them to be still the most influential country in the oil market by literally shifting the oil from the east to the west. We've seen very large increase. In fact, this morning we posted several maps showing the number of ships and the loading. The number of ships being loaded at once is the highest in the history of that area. At the same time, the number of ships waiting is over 20, and there are about 25 large tankers basically coming from all around the world, but mostly from Asia. Anyway, so let's go through the numbers. What we lost from the Gulf is about 20 million barrels a day. About 15 of them are crude, about 5 million petroleum products. The reason why ships are not moving has nothing to do with Iran per se. Iran is not blocking the Hormuz Strait. I would like to reiterate what I've been saying for years, and I still stand by it. Iran does not have the capability to close the Hormuz Strait, and that's even before the recent attacks. They don't have the capability. At the same time, it is not in their interest to close the Hormuz Strait because they live off it, whether the imports or the exports. The third one is, if they close it, assume that they have the capability and they have the willingness to close it, they will hurt their friends and their enemies will not be hurt. Israel does not get anything from the area. The dependence of the United States on the area is very limited and very small. So they are not going to hurt Israel or the United States. They are going to hurt their allies from India, China, and everyone in Asia. So it's a losing thing for them to do it. So what closed the Hormuz Strait? What closed the Hormuz Strait is the following. The EU instituted laws years ago, that's before Brexit, to prevent the bankruptcy or the solvency of the insurance companies. And as you know, most of them are concentrated in the UK. So when the UK basically left the EU, they took the same laws, the same regulations, and they did not change them. And those regulations basically call for the following. They say, look, if the risk increases, you have to have cash on hand that matches the risk. So the higher the risk, the more cash you need to have. And insurance companies basically said, well, this is too much to handle. I'm not going to have enough cash basically to cover. While this been happening, all of a sudden, we saw a U.S. submarine hitting an Iranian warship carrying about 180 soldiers. They killed about 130 of them, not in the Hormuz Strait, not in the Gulf, not in the Sea of Oman, in Sri Lanka. In Sri Lanka. So what happened now is all of a sudden the insurance companies are looking at it. The risk basically is up all the way from Basra in southern Iraq, all the way to Sri Lanka, covering everything through India. And that's way beyond their coverage. So they decided to cancel the policies. So according to the law, they can cancel the policies. They have several kind of periods. So they can give them 2 months. They can give them a month. But there is something they put there. Somehow they inserted it, never been used, 7 days. We do have in June, we have the 12-war day, the 12-day war. And there was no cancellation of policies. We do have the Houthis attacking ships and actually literally sinking them. We don't have a single ship that sank right now. Even actually sinking ships in the Red Sea, yet the insurance was not canceled. The question is, why insurance was canceled now? So everyone got stuck. And that is the biggest problem. There was, for example, 2 ships, 2 oil tankers that left. One of them is going to unload in India this evening, tonight. They have insurance. Their insurance was not canceled, so they were able to pass without any problems. And the Iranians did not bother them. And then we've seen the Turkish cargo ship leaving, and people said, well, look, Anas, you are wrong. Look, this. No, that cargo ship left an Iranian port. And those who wants to talk about the attacks, let's go over the numbers. Check every one of them. The first 2 attacks in the Gulf since the beginning of the war. The first 2 attacks were on 2 tankers that carry Iranian oil. Why would Iranians hit their own tankers? And then you take all the numbers that the media is saying, well, we have 18 tankers hit and this and this. Well, let's go over the numbers. First of all, most of them were hit from the sky because they were imports and intercepting those missiles, basically, whether you talk about Dubai or Abu Dhabi or Muscat or any other city in the area, the debris were falling on houses, on cars, on parks, and on ships. And those caught fire, basically, they caught fire from the sky. And they counted that as an attack. Now, I'm not denying that they were attacks, but there is one ship that was hit. And it is very clear that was hit by something. This is not from the sky. But isn't it strange that the ship is exiting the Gulf? Okay. And it's owned by an Indian company, by the way. And instead of being hit from the side, it got hit from the back. And the back basically is the UAE, not Iran. So who's doing this? And the question is, why the oil facilities, I'm going to tell you about 3 facilities, a Ruwais refinery in the UAE, Shaiba field in Saudi Arabia, and Salalah petroleum depots. All of them were hit by drones, not by missiles. Why this is important? Because there are no military bases around them at all, none. And there is no American presence at all in the area. Ruwais basically is a joint venture with European companies. Salalah is on the other side of the world, which means that a drone has to pass UAE and Saudi Arabia. And UAE and Saudi Arabia, with all the ability to intercept missiles and drones, they did not see it. Where it came from? So there are too many questions here. Anyway, so we lost about 20 million. We have some oil sneaking in. The only country that is able to export oil from Hormuz Strait on daily basis is Iran. Literally every night, every day, they export oil. And as the Kharg Island was attacked, there was VLCC basically was loading. And now it's finished, it's leaving. And it's going to go to China, by the way, despite everything. But the issue here is we have 20 million. How to compensate for that? All we can do is mitigate. So we have the 2 pipelines from Saudi Arabia. I think at the end, probably we can take like 4 or 5 million barrels of mitigation. The pipeline from Abu Dhabi, Habshan field to Fujairah, they can increase it from 1 million to 1.5. So that's 500. So we're talking about, let's say, 5,500 right now. The Iranian pipeline to Jask basically can add 300 to 500,000. So let's go with 500. So we are talking about 6 million here. And then we have the northern pipeline from Iraq to Turkey that can take 200,000. And basically that's it. So we have the Iraqi one, the Iranian one, the Emirati one, and the Saudi one. And that's it. That's how we can circumvent this and mitigate. But when it comes to the Saudis on the Red Sea, oil is going to go north and south. And that's back to Simon's question. When it goes north, most of the time does not go through the Suez Canal. It goes to a port in Egypt called Ain al-Sukhna, where there is a pipeline called Sumed Pipeline. They unload there. Oil will go in that pipeline. The pipeline goes west and then turn around Cairo, goes up north to Alexandria to a port called Sidi Krayer. From there, tankers basically will take it mostly to Europe and some to the United States. Now the issue is to the south. Most of the increase basically is really to compensate Asia. So it has to go from the south. There is an agreement between the Saudis and the Houthis. And this is a test for that agreement. If that agreement stands, then there is no problem at all. If Iran pressures the Houthis or Iranian proxies beside the Houthis basically cause problems in the strait. Now, the problem we have is not really the attacking the tanker. The problem we have is will the insurance companies in London do in the Red Sea what they did in the Gulf? Cancel the insurance. If they cancel the insurance, then it is a big problem. Russia can go through without any problems. Remember that the biggest winners in all this fiasco is Trump and Putin. The Russian ships are not insured by Western companies, so they can go through without any problems. But it's everyone else who is going to suffer from that. And therefore, if there are problems and the insurance are canceled, expect oil to go over $200 easily. And for me, to say $200 oil, I'm known to be one of the most conservative in the oil business. To say 200, by the time I will say 200, others will talk about 400. So this is one of the major issues, and we hope that the agreement between the Houthis and the Saudis will stand. Then we have the SPR releases. The SPR.
Honest, can I just interrupt you? I am shocked you're saying that, because you're one of the most practical people in the energy complex I know. And I still disagree with you. I don't think we can get to 200. You break the entire world economy at $200. But it's concerning that you
Absolutely.
think that we can get there.
You are absolutely correct. But until we do that, we will hit some high price, whatever that price is. And in our reports, basically, we were talking about 160 is enough to break the world economy. So you are right on that.
Totally. Do you guys have? Sorry to interrupt you, but do you guys have a time frame?
We don't depend on time. We depend on the quantities that we are losing. So we don't know when we are going to lose them. But if you want to play that scenario, basically, you can see the price, but we don't know the time frame.
He's basically saying it's dependent upon the Houthi-Saudi agreement and insurance. That's the time frame.
Correct.
How long does that last?
Also depends on certain oil facilities being hit as well. For example, Fujairah was hit today. I'm hearing reports that there is a possibility that's going to be closed down.
Yeah, and the Houthi-Saudi agreement is contingent upon Iran as well. That's the reason why it existed in the first place, due to the Iranian-Saudi agreement.
Well, the Houthis, they have their own agenda too. So it's not only a purely Iranian agenda, because there are many things there. So to go over the strategic petroleum reserves, if you look at the releases, as you all know, that the moment the U.S. announced that they are going to release 172 million, I can tell you it is, in total, it is lower than the Biden withdrawal, because the Biden withdrawal was 180. Now the Trump withdrawal is 172. But the Trump.
And what's the flow? What's the flow rate? Isn't that really important too?
Yeah,
the
let me.
rate of that
I'm
release?
going to talk about it. So, but the Trump release on daily basis is the largest in history, because with the Biden, the release was 1 million barrels a day. Now the release is going to be about 1.2 million barrels a day from the United States. But if you add all those mitigation factors, they add to about 10 to 11 million, including whatever kind of sneaking out of the Hormuz Strait. 10 to 11 million, we are short to 9 million. So we are still short no matter what. We cannot compensate for that. So we need to open the strait. We need the flow, basically, to prevent a world crisis, like we heard from Gary. The other issue.
Hi, how's it going? I just
and,
had to press start,
then
start
I'll take any
record so I don't
questions
make
if
the
you guys
same mistake
have,
as last time.
is
How are you
that
doing?
We are fixated
Doing
with
good.
oil and
How are
gas
you?
because the whole area is about oil and gas. But the issue is way larger than that. So I'm going to give you some information here. 35% of the world traded helium goes through the Hormuz Strait. Is that important? Well, the whole chip industry, the whole computer chip industry, the whole AI, the semiconductor industry in Asia cannot even work without helium. And they depend heavily on the Gulf for that. So that industry, which Trump wants to hit, got hit so hard. On the other side, which country is the largest producing country when it comes to helium? The largest producer in the world is the United States. Now comes to the fertilizer industry. 33% of the fertilizer traded around the world, seaborne, comes from the Gulf. 33%. We are coming into the planting season, especially in India right now. This is a crisis. Now, India has a strategic reserves of, and probably they will be good for this season right now. But for the next season, if this is going to drag on, it's a crisis. But we've already seen some countries basically suffering from it. I'll explain why. But for a country like India, the pain is not only the loss of the imports. About 24% of India's imports of fertilizers come from the Gulf. They can compensate for that from strategic reserves. But this is not the only problem. The problem is they have their own fertilizer industry within India. The problem is that fertilizer industry in India depends on gas and NGLs from the Gulf that is no longer coming. So the industry itself within India is suffering. Now we go to methanol. Methanol is widely used in so many things. And 32% of the world traded methanol comes from the Gulf. And there are several ironies here, because if you look at helium, you look at fertilizer, and you look at methanol, you look at NGLs, you look at the gas, you look at the crude, you put all of those together, you are hitting the industrial sector in Asia, you are hitting the agricultural sector in Asia, and you are hitting the petrochemical and the energy industry in Asia. This is a massive hit. This is a historic event. So when we talk about methanol, I'm going to tell you something that is funny. One of the substitutes that we can use right now is biofuel, especially biodiesel. Indonesia is one of the largest producers of that. And anyone can make the case right now, probably I should invest in it right now, because we can bring this on to the market quickly and we can compensate, because that is diesel, anything can run on it. Here's the problem. You cannot make it without methanol. So that's another problem. When it comes to NGLs is used in almost in everything. If you are sitting down, everything you are looking at around probably has some sort of NGLs. So this is a big hit to all industrial sector in Asia, even in China.
Sorry, Anis, for the audience, what does NGL stand for?
Natural gas liquids. That's different from LNG. We have the LNG, which is liquefied natural gas. That gas that we liquefy. NGLs, these are gases, either they liquid gases, either they come from the well or they come from refineries. But they are widely used. I mean, they are the basis for all the petrochemical industries around the world, all the plastic, everything, all the fiber stuff. So the issue here is when it comes to NGLs, China knew about this long time ago. China was well prepared long ago for such interruption. They've been storing oil, gas, coal, and everything that is storable. So in the short run, China has no problem. It's everyone else. But if this is going to drag on, and you know there is a meeting between Trump and Xi in about a month from now, if this is going to drag on for, let's say, 2-3 months, China will be the biggest loser in the world. And their EV industry will be hit so hard that probably they will never recover. And the reason why, because that NGLs and naphtha are essential to the making of EVs, unlike the ICE vehicles. I don't want to go into details of that unless there is a question on it. But you put all of those together, whether you put the LNG, that's liquefied natural gas, it's natural gas mostly used for power generation, but it's used in the industrial sector throughout Asia too. So this is a historic event that is going to reshape everything in the world for the next probably 2, 3, 4 decades. This is not something, I mean, you want to talk about like World War I or II. This is similar in impact in terms of changing world trade and changing everything else. This is big. And the fear we have right now, and I will finish this segment and then I'll stop. We have panic in the market. And when you have panic in the market, look at the impact. The first impact we are seeing is that in the spot market, ships or shipments in the sea are being changed hands several times. Because prices are going up, people are panicking. So you see the ship basically going to Europe, then someone else in Asia will buy it, it will switch, it's going to Asia, it's going to China, and then someone pay more. Now it's going to go to Vietnam. Someone is going to go to pay more. Now it's going to go to Japan, and then someone is going to pay more, is going to go to South Korea. So what happened is, by the ships basically changing hands and changing direction, we end up with more oil and LNG on water, but they are not reaching their destinations. And that exacerbate the situation and exacerbate the shortage. So yes, we are releasing oil from the SPR, but if you have panic, that's going to counter the SPR. So that's from panic, that's the first one. The second one is we have hoarding, whether companies and traders are hoarding, because if you know that prices are going to go to 160 or 200, all you get to do just hoard that oil for a while. That exacerbates the shortage too. And then we have companies are hoarding to maintain their business. Whether you talk about airlines, you talk about factories, you talk about refineries, they need to maintain that oil, so they are hoarding it, and they are buying from the market and hoarding because they want to maintain their operations. That exacerbates the situation too. And then we are seeing situations where, when you talk about hoarding, countries that have been exporting petroleum products forever, all of a sudden they prohibit exporting them. And until today, we have about 17 countries that prohibited the export of their products, although they are known to be historically exporters, including China. In fact, you look at China, we have a major shortage in jet fuel today. We published this in the Daily Energy Report yesterday. We have a major shortage, and if you look at what are the causes, half of it is the Gulf and Hormuz Strait, half of it is China, because just China decided to hoard that amount and not export it. And the final point here, which is the most interesting, we as people, we don't use crude oil. We don't buy it. We buy the products. We buy the gasoline or the diesel or any other products. So refiners have to refine it for us to buy it. And now refineries who've been holding inventories, they bought that oil at 60. They find oil at 120. And by the way, don't be fooled by the price of WTI and Brent. When Brent was traded at 95, there were crude that been sold at 130 because of the crude quality. Omani crude basically being sold at 130. Right now it's being traded at 121, right now as we speak. So what happened is, a refiner who has those inventories, he bought the oil at 60, he can sell it at 100. If he refine it, he will make $4. So the option is very clear. What the heck? I'm going to sell the crude. I'm going to lower the utilization of my refinery because this is kind of a golden opportunity for me. So they're going to sell the crude to someone else. And therefore, this creates shortages too in countries that are very far away from where the war is. Back to you.
Hey, Honest, before we go back to whoever, I want to propose something to you that and get your comments. But the West Texas Intermediate price, which is the U.S. price for crude oil, audience, compare that to the Brent price. Can you see which is the European price for the audience? Can you see these two correlated points breaking apart? They've always had a relationship. I see no reason why you would have U.S. crude oil trading at $96 and Europe trading at 100. That makes no sense to me. We're getting all the benefits without any of the risk. Could these 2 points of price points be permanently disconnected because of the way people are moving barrels around and
Yes.
right?
Yes. Yes. So
It seems to
let me
me
put this
that I
this way.
would want to sell West Texas and buy Brent.
Okay. So let me explain it this way. Let's assume that before the war, the correlation between Brent and WTI was 100%. So when they move together. Right now, that correlation is probably about 50 to 60. So there is this wedge, and that wedge is going to increase over time. And that's where really the issue. So let me give you a reason why it's going to increase over time. If we are going to release this 2 million barrels a day here in the United States, one of the problems with the decision to release that amount is that shortages in Asia, while most of the SPR releases are in Europe and the United States, where we don't have shortages yet. And that is a big problem. That's going to widen the gap in between Brent and WTI, and between WTI and Oman and Dubai in Asia. So we are going to see this widening simply because the shortages are in Asia and the dumping of the SPR is happening in the West. I hope this explanation is clear.
Yeah, I think it's good for the audience to understand that not all crude barrels are exactly the same. You have a lot of geolocation issues here that people have to take into account. This is wild, right? Honest, you and I have been around a long time. I've never, ever seen anything like this, man.
That's why
Hey,
it is a
Honest,
historic event.
Honest, going back to where you started, you kind of suggested that Iran wasn't the ones targeting the oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Are you suggesting that there's something darker, more nefarious at hand, and that this is being done intentionally by the West to create a synthetic crisis?
Let me be clear here, okay? Creating problems in Hormuz Strait is one thing. Closing it is something else. So we've seen in history that Iran and its cronies created a lot of problems in the area, but the Hormuz Strait was never closed. In fact, the Hormuz Strait was never closed in history at all. Even under the current crisis, the halt of shipping lasted only about 5 hours. And then other ships, basically, there are some really kind of shrewd leaders of Greek shipping companies who decided, you know what, I'm going to ignore everything. I'm going to go. If they want to shoot me, let them shoot me. And knowing that the Iranians are not going to shoot. So let me put it this way. Yes, we have problems. They can cause problems, but they cannot close the Hormuz Strait. There was an attack on an oil tanker in Kuwait. It wasn't Iran. It's been proven that it was the Iraqi militia who hit that tanker. So there are a lot of cronies. And the Iranians basically, and this is kind of one of the saddest thing you can see here is you have American generals and retired generals basically on TV, and those experts and the professors, etc., going on CNN, CNBC, and Fox, and all those channels, and literally telling the Iranians what to do, things that the Iranians never even thought about. So when someone say, well, if they start doing this, they can they cannot close the Hormuz Strait, but they can really prevent this, and they can increase the insurance, and they can. Some of the stuff basically the Iranians were not aware of. They are getting it from Fox News and CNBC and CNN. So this is just a side point. What I am saying here is the halt of the insurance is very suspect. It's very suspicious, and I'm going to tell you more about it. Go and study President Trump history. If he gets mad at anyone for anything, he's outspoken. Whether a king, whether a president, a senator, a congressman, congresswoman, whatever, he is out there. And anytime oil prices went up, he jumped on the case of OPEC, OPEC leaders, Putin, everyone else, every time. This is the first time in history. And by the way, I did the work for one who wants to see the articles on my website. I followed every statement he made since he was 28 years old. Every interview he made where he talked about oil. Every book he wrote where he talked about oil. This is the first time in his adult history where he is fine with higher prices. And he justified it. Look, we make money because we are the largest producer in the world. That's not Trump. This is the first time he's saying this. The second point is he never criticized the insurance companies. He never did. He went all the way to giving Putin reprieve from the sanctions and to release oil from the SPR, but he never said a word about insurance. He did propose, oh, we are going to insure those, and then that statement just disappeared. And on escorting ships, if the whole Navy, Iranian Navy, is being destroyed, why do you need to escort ships? Because if they are going to be attacked by drones or attacked from people on land, you will be the target. Your ships, your Navy is going to be the target. Just does not make sense. So if you are going to escort them, you are going to escort them and protect them from what if the whole Navy basically is down? And I will end with this one. The last thing the Iranians want is to hit a VLCC and you have a spill of 2 million barrels in the Gulf. Now, the Gulf, by any standard, is small. The Hormuz Strait is extremely small. And then all their desalination plants are clogged and they are out of fresh water. There are more than 65 desalination plants to Iran along the Gulf. Those small communities along the Gulf, they live on it. And Iran has been experiencing a historic drought for the last 10 years or so. Major rivers dried up, major lakes dried up. And now they want their own people to die from thirst. And if you look at the Secretary of Treasury, basically, a statement. He stated 2 days ago publicly, it is on my Twitter feed if you want to see it. He stated that we don't have any information that the Iranians are putting mines in the strait. Interest in literally losing that water. Not only that, if you want to go into details, a lot of people here know the fact that there are Shia populations in Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and Oman. Most of them are along the Gulf. There are hundreds of desalination plants right there. Those Shia there depends heavily on the water coming from those desal plants. So are you telling me the Shia of Iran, the leadership, the Shi'i leadership of Iran wants to kill their own people around?
So,
Isn't
Anas,
it?
you're familiar with my theory that
I
America's
want to make one statement before I go to that. Okay, and the statement basically is this: that if you look at the whole situation and you look at everything being attacked, isn't it strange that most of the attacks, and let's assume there was nothing, no debris falling from the sky, all the attacks were, or most of them, were on empty oil tankers? There were only 2 tankers basically being hit in Iraq, and most likely it is the Shia militia that in Iraq that have done that. But isn't it strange that most of the attacks were on empty tankers? Back to you.
yeah. So, Anas, you're kind of familiar with my theory that America and the West are controlled by the financial industrial complex, and Trump and the government answer to them. That would include big insurance, and that Iran is effectively, because of its economic dependency on China oil purchases, that there is significant influence of China policy within Iran. So, would you frame that based upon what you're saying, that this could be framed as a war between the financial industrial complex and China?
I mean, I am very familiar with all your thoughts and the way you frame it. And by the way, I just want to say this publicly. You are one of the most eloquent speakers I've known in my life. So thank you for everything. The issue, if we take your theory, the issue is very clear. If we take your theory as is, on its face value, the issue here is the destruction of the Gulf nations, because they are being choked, and all the money, all the ideas that power is moving to them at the expense of someone else, basically, now probably that's not the case. So that's number one. Number two, I want to add one element to your basically to your lines of reasoning. As we speak, and for those who are familiar with intelligence agencies and research centers, you already know that many intelligence agencies and research centers basically have researchers working 24/7 studying the situation, because this is a historic situation and there are many lessons to take from it. And I think one of the most important lessons that with the globalization in the 90s, what was globalized? Even when we have the anti-globalization movement, everything retreated, but the 2 things that being globalized are still there: the American financial system and copyrights. They are still there. We did not see retreat on that part. So the issue here is this: sanctions. If you look at the literature, for over 120 years, the whole literature, the whole academic literature concluded that sanctions are never effective. And I developed a theory, it's published, by the way, for those who would like to read it, it's a refereed paper, that sanctions are imposed because of their symbolic value, and they fail because they invoke nationalism in the targeted country. But with globalization, things changed. Sanctions are not achieving their objectives, but they are becoming more painful than in the past. And more painful to both sides, not only one side. And if you think about it that way, the question becomes now, will insurance right now, the same fiasco that we have in the Gulf, becomes one of the tools that whoever is going to impose those sanctions and force other countries to control the world trade? The question is to you.
Thanks, Anis. I like the way you always leave it in a question for people to come up with their own critical thinking. Um, and okay, could it be that the Gulf, if right, let's frame it this way: if there is a genuine off ramps, the world has changed. That's a fact. Nothing's going to change like already. Even if the Strait opens today, the world has changed. There's no reversing that. But if the Gulf countries had if there was a quick off ramp from here, would you say that the Gulf countries have now found themselves in a situation where they could renegotiate their defense contracts with America because it shows that they don't get defended? They could recover from this. There'll be a hit, but it's recoverable, and they can renegotiate everything because they were making significant investments in US equities. And obviously, Saudi and Iran were normalized via China agreements. Would you say that the Gulf countries end up being more deeply integrated eastwards than westwards at the end of this, and they get to renegotiate everything? And this could have been a temporary hit, but if this goes on as a long war, then obviously that theory is out because China gets destroyed and the Gulf countries get destroyed and everyone and Europe gets destroyed and we enter a global financial crisis. That was to you, Anis.
Sorry. The Gulf countries right now are furious. I mean, furious at several levels, whether you are talking about the leadership level or the public level at the Trump administration. And there are several reasons for that, because they've been hit, but they were not defended by the agreements that they had. And the American assets basically were moved to protect Israel, not to protect them. And they say, look, we are coming with the money, we are paying, we are doing this, why you are doing this to us? So there is a lot of anger right now in the Gulf. But on the other side, the way I've already written this, but I'm going to develop that into a bigger paper. What we are seeing right now, and this is the unintended consequence of the Trump policies. So it's the war basically just one addition to it. So if you go back to the trade wars and the tariffs and the confusion about kind of changing the policies overnight, etc., and then the issue of Greenland. I know one of the gentlemen asked me a question earlier about the insurance and whether it is there is some sort of conspiracy. To look at Iran right now and what happened in Iran, you got to look at it in one of two ways, and there is no third way. It is either about Iran, or if you put Iran within the context of trade wars, sanctions, tariffs, Venezuela, Panama Canal, Red Sea, and Greenland, you will have a completely different outcome. And as an investor, you got to really pay attention to this, for simply because if it's about Iran, the impact is in the short term. And if it's not, it's the other way, then the impact is in the long term. And that's going to affect your portfolio tremendously. So whether you look at it this way or this way, I will leave it to you. But what we've been seeing as a result, especially out of the Greenland comments, that the European Union is making energy as part of its national security, exactly like China. And this is extremely dangerous if you start thinking about it, because if energy becomes part of the national security, then you can justify all the subsidies, you can justify all the tax breaks, cost basically, and efficiency becomes not important at all. And the focus will be it's a national security, national security, national security. Therefore, the EU will go for the offshore wind, which never made sense. It does not make sense economically, financially, etc. But when it comes to national security, it makes perfect sense. So they will go for wind and solar, and they will go for storage batteries, which again does not make sense without subsidies. But when you look at it from a national security point of view, it happens. The objective is to reduce dependence on American LNG. And if every country becomes this way, like China and like the EU, now we have Canada is doing it too, then it is really a serious problem for everyone. And one of the problems we have is that analysts basically cannot analyze anymore because there is nothing related to the market. Nothing. You have a whole market, which is the energy market, is completely controlled by politicians, and they can do whatever, and you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. So that's kind of a very dangerous. And I think people probably will just shy away from energy altogether when it becomes part of national security. And let's remember that U.S. LNG exports are an integral part of U.S. foreign policy, an integral part of U.S. national security. And therefore, it is an asset that the national security apparatus will try to protect it. So if there is any country in the world that will be a competitor to this asset, that country is going to be nailed, whether Qatar or Australia or any other country. Back to you.
Simon, could I ask you a question?
Yeah, could I get Reg to ask a question? I think he wanted to come in with maybe a contrarian view. Reg, you got your hand up? Did you want to chime
Right.
in?
Yes. That's me. Thanks, Simon. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I would. So because I exist in a different, let's call it, information sphere. Being in Lebanon, looking what's going on in the information sphere in China, Russia, and also Washington and the West. I see things differently. First of all, as principle, I think it is very, very early to try to grasp at the ramifications and the impact on the markets with that war. I don't think there is a precedent like cutting the oil, where you can go to 1974, but there is not much precedent where we can draw trends and try to apply them today. I think it is very fluid. But what I can agree with Mr. Anas is that yes, that some of you think that these four GCC countries are countries, if we want to study them as nations academically. I see them as four family monarchies that have decided to be in bed with Israel. Some were covert about it, some lately were overt about it, and I do not think they have the, let's call it, enough sovereignty to change course at this stage. I think they are on that ride. And I'll give you an example. If Washington, due to Zionist influence, cannot change course, and that is Congress and Senate and White House, I don't think four families in the GCC have a say in anything. I think they are in it for they are in the passenger seat right now. And I think Iran did a lot and signaled a lot to them over the years to change course, to try to work together, because they're neighbors, they're Muslims, they're on a security architecture and an economic architecture that benefits both. But I think they chose, the latter. What other thing that I would say? I think we're witnessing an event where we will describe the world in economic and financial terms as pre and post. For instance, for World War II, for instance, because I think we're going to come out the other side with a different architecture. Mind you, guys, one of the motivations of Washington is to try to hinder the Belt and Road, hinder a parallel financial and monetary trade structure, also hinder. Remember, there's the IMAC from India to Israel. They were trying to put a trade, let's say, corridor that made Israel, especially with LNG, made Israel sort of the nod in it. I think that's all gone and going. I don't know if there is a reverse to the dynamic, the way things are moving. I know there's a lot of thoughts, a lot of mishmash, but my question is, do you agree with me that the GCC countries have made their decision to ally with Zionism and Zionist Washington, or will they be able to change course in terms of their policies? Thanks.
May I push back, Simon?
You go for it,
Mr.
Anas. It was a question to you.
All right. I'm not going to answer the question because it is not really a question. Here is the problem. Iran killed more Syrians in the last 200 years than the French and the Israelis. Iran killed more Yemenis, Muslim Yemenis, than anyone else who came to that area. So framing it the way he framed it does not make any sense when you look at the facts on the ground. Syria, in the 14-year war, lost 1 million people, most of it by Iran and its cronies. So let's put the facts that way and then ask the questions.
I mean, Anas, that's not really an accurate representation of the reality of the situation. The war in Syria was a CIA Mossad operation. It's quite clear from the...
Hold on, please.
You need to let me respond.
I lost over 100 family members, so please.
That's fine. That's fine. Look,
Please.
you've got 1 second. Look, you need to not be emotional. Like you spoke on the space. I didn't interrupt at all. I disagreed with it. I know you're in the oil industry and therefore you're gonna kind of present things from that perspective. And I didn't even minimize that whatsoever. But when you're talking about politics, then politics is different. Politics is something that we've been covering for a very long time. We understand politics. We know ideology. We know all those things. And so I didn't push back on your position on the oil industry because I was going to let people who have more experience on that push back on it, even though I'm aware that it's in your benefit to minimize the impact on oil. But in terms of what happened in Syria, I'm a Sunni Muslim, but let's be clear on this. It's very clear based on research rather than propaganda from Israel and the United States of America that proxy war was created, the destruction of Syria was created by intelligence services. We've got evidence through WikiLeaks, through Hillary's leaked emails, that was done intentionally to cause destruction in that region for 14 years. Another thing you mentioned is about the Yemenis. It was actually Saudi Arabia, which you failed to mention, interestingly, who are responsible for the murder, destruction of the Yemenis people, causing starvation of millions of them. The level of horror and horrific crimes that were committed by them is untold. Never mind the fact that the UAE and the horrors that they committed in Sudan, the horrors that we're seeing right now. So these Gulf states, I mean, I didn't want to take the conversation down this road. This is, but Ray kind of took it down there. And but that being said, like these I have to, just like you have to push back, I have to push back on those things as well. But go ahead, Anas.
With all due respect, I just want to say something, and we can change the conversation immediately. So you guys are telling me that someone who is reading and doing research in London and someone else who is in Lebanon know more than someone who was on the ground.
Well,
Where on the ground, sir, were you
yeah,
guys?
the thing with the thing is, first of all, I do know a large number of people on the ground, and I do think that being on the ground does give you some information. That being said, when you're hyper focused on the ground, also you can quite easily be propagandized based on whatever narrative that you're being fed. And so this is why, for example, on the ground, someone may have not seen Hillary Clinton's leaked emails. people won't have seen this specific coordinated funding of ISIS in the region, financed, and then you would be able to see the links and all that. So I'm not discrediting people's experience on the ground, and you're one person, and I just like you're one. There's many people on the ground that I'm aware of, my direct sources, for example, who have a different understanding. So I'm not minimizing direct information. I think that is important, but that's not the be all and end all. Actually, sometimes if you're relying solely on
Let me ask you a question,
of course you
Suleiman.
can, yeah, of course. I think we're being, I
Let
can't
me ask you
really,
a
like, I
question.
think we're having a very respectful conversation, but do continue.
When did the Syrian revolution start?
2013.
No, started in 1967.
Okay,
Okay.
so
Can I,
yeah. So excuse me. Let me come in quick, if you don't mind, Sulaiman, just quickly, and then I'll give it back to you. So I
can I
am
ask you a
I am
question?
in Lebanon.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No,
Go
I
ahead.
just want to respond to that. I mean, that's just, that
Yes, go
wasn't
ahead.
like,
Please
okay.
respond.
Can I ask you a question? Bashar al-Assad, is he a Sunni or a Shia? Or a Alawi?
Neither.
Alawi.
Yes, he's Alawite.
Okay, so I disagree with that, because why is it that Bashar al-Assad, his teachers were Sunni, like Sheikh Ramadan al-Bouti, who was killed by the rebels? Why is it that he prayed in the Hanafi style when it's disbelief to pray that way according to the Alawis? So again, this is just a propagandized cartoon version of the reality of actually what happened in Syria. But Red, you were going to say something?
Yes, I want to point out to the documents that are out, to the stories that are out, and I will point you, sir, to a serious academic. He teaches I think in Harvard or Yale, and his name is Jeffrey Sachs. And Jeffrey Sachs, amongst other people who are serious, credible researchers and academics, have pointed out two documents, two policies coming out of Washington, and one is Timber Sycamore. It was an operation to regime change in Syria. Everybody knows this. There was, of course, for 100% people that are disgruntled for valid reasons, like every country. But the color revolution aspect of how things went in Syria, it is very clear. Once you see it in Ukraine, you see it in the color revolution that happened in Eastern Europe. Then you see it in Syria. On the first day in 2011, I said this is, and many of us who live there, who have friends in Syria, 2 hours it takes from Beirut to Damascus. I used to spend a lot of time in Damascus. I know Syria, I know the whole dynamic in the country. Israel wanted a regime change for the sake of Israel, and Israel got exactly what it wanted. And Washington was never for the freedom and well-being of and people maybe such as yourself, was never about that freedom and making Syria better. And the results are there. And the evidence is there for anyone to now, in this day and age, after we see that someone who is a head chopper, Al-Julani, is now declared president of Syria. That tells you that all the people that were LARPing for 14 years about the freedom of Syria were either fooled or they knew that it was a regime change. And it was all for the sake of Israel. Now, Iran did not kill anyone in Yemen. It was Saudi Arabia that launched a war on Yemen and was as criminal and as Israel is criminal against the Gazans. So I don't know how. My question for you, Anas, and I would like a clear answer. There is a direct war now between Iran and Israel. On whose side are you, sir?
See, this is a second question you are asking. The wrong question. These are not the questions. Okay.
No. It is a question
Let
that
me
you can
ask you.
answer.
Are you?
On
Let
whose
me ask
side
you then.
are you?
Are you a Hezbollah fighter?
No, I am a Christian, sir, and I'm a
Okay.
Lebanese, and
Do
I'm
you
not a
belong to
fighter.
a
I'm an
Christian group
intellectual
that
fighter.
fights?
Say again?
Do you belong to a Christian group that is part of the parties that are armed?
No, I don't belong to any political party in Lebanon. I'm a researcher and an intellectual.
Okay. All right, I'll stop here.
Are you on the side of Iran or Israel, sir? Do not dodge the question. It's a very straight question that everybody's asking everybody these days. Whose team are you on? There are two teams battling out. which team are you on? Who do you support? Who do you want the outcome to be towards the interest of which side, sir?
Oh, definitely, I'm not going to answer you.
See,
Okay.
because you maybe you're on the side of
Can I,
Israel and you're
Solomon,
too embarrassed to
Okay.
say it.
All right.
would
As
you
you like.
mind?
As you like.
Would you mind if I bounced in here,
Yeah,
guys?
go ahead,
Can I
Gary.
interrupt?
Jump in.
Yeah. So look, I think we were on a very constructive conversation. We got a oil analyst in here that is well versed. Can we get back to the quantities and the issues and what happens if and when and how? Like $160 crude oil is going to impact this planet in a way that we have not seen before. And we can sit here and go, hey, whose team are you on? I'm on Team Humanity. And I'd like to know what's getting ready to fucking happen and how I help my family and help the world not go there. So, like, we can do the blame game and act like we're a soap opera, but to me, it'd be better off understanding the data.
Yeah, if you
Because
can
I'm
ask
hearing,
Gary, if you can ask
I'm
a
hearing
question.
really
Have you
conflicting
got?
things,
Have you
right? Like,
got?
is the
Gary, have you
is
got a
the
question?
Hormuz shut? Yeah, is the Hormuz shut or not? And if it's not shut, why is crude oil doing it? I'm just getting so many different, is it shut or not? And I agree with Honest. This thing has never been completely shut, ever. And crude oil is pretending that it is shut.
We
Or
did
it's
lose.
pretending that
We did, no matter what, because of that insurance fiasco. We are losing a lot of oil. And the issue, I want to answer your first question. Basically, the first question is what will happen after this ends. Of course, it depends on how long it's going to last. But once everything ends, ending the war does not end the crisis for various reasons. And the crisis will stay after the war at least for 2 or 3 months. Once the crisis is over completely, prices will decline. But they are not going to decline to the pre-crisis level. We are going to be $10 to $15 higher. So if we're predicting oil prices will be in the 60s in 2026, now we are going to be in the 70s, probably low 80s. That is manageable economic-wise. But we have already seen petrochemical plants being closed. We've already seen some of the agriculture sector basically being hit. And we don't know what is the impact of that and the ripple effect of that. So that's where we are right now.
May I answer on the straight closing or not to Gary? Gary, so this is what people misunderstand about the straight and closed or open. It's not like that straight has a large gate and then it closes on everybody and that's it. It is closed or the opposite. What happens is that on that strait, so that strait is the sovereignty of Iran. Iran part of preparing for potential war, such as a sophistication in their rockets, they made sure that they will never lose control of that strait and they will be the ultimate decision maker on that strait. Now, there are two situations. There is a case where it is completely closed. This is when they release mines and they make it impossible for anyone, friend or foe, to navigate it. We're not there. But
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think Iran
me
is.
neither.
I don't think Iran is that illogical. And I think this is the problem and the folly of what many people believe, that they assume that Iran is illogical and they don't do things based. If anything, I would say Iran is too. From my experience, Iran has been too soft sometimes in terms of retaliation. Whenever others escalate against them, their response isn't as escalatory. For example, if Courage Island is taken, I don't think Iran would take an aggressive, cutthroat response, even though they should. And so this has always been the question mark about Iran. They've always gone back to the negotiation table when the other side is at a weak point. They've always tried to bring kind of some kind of peace or peace to the situation. And so there's no way in my mind that Iran would do that in these shores of the Strait of Hormuz when it would harm the actual partners. And if you look at their actions, it is almost like financial trolling, and it sounds like I'm trying to minimize it, but when they're saying that they'll only take Chinese currency if they go through the Strait of Hormuz, that's like putting a middle finger up at the United States of America. But let me ask Anas a question. Anas, in terms of from the oil perspective, we were having a discussion earlier, and actually I think it's an important question, which is if hypothetically the Strait was and did, and I know your argument is not, but hypothetically, if it remained closed, and if the Red Sea route that passes through Yemen is closed, and the only route they have is through Egypt, what percentage drop of oil will there be? Because that's volume matters. So, like, what percentage of oil would have dropped from coming out of Saudi Arabia? Because I believe currently about 50 to 60% is coming out.
Okay. So since we are talking about hypothetical situation, but in terms of numbers, that oil is going to go through the Suez Canal, through the Mediterranean, and then it's going to go around Africa to reach Asia. And to do that, we lose about probably 5 weeks, 6 weeks. That's the amount that we need to count, and we can measure the shortage for this period based on the route around Africa. So oil will flow, but it's going to be through a longer route at higher price.
Interesting. And the higher price is because of a lack of accessibility, correct?
Because there is a shortage, and
Yeah.
back to Gary's point, that prices will keep going up until we hit the level of demand destruction. Based on our model, demand destruction worldwide starts at 160. So when he responded to the $200 oil, I think he's right. So once we reach that level, that means we are having a recession, and demand will be reduced and prices will be capped.
Appreciate that.
Honest, I think we're
just-
already having demand destruction. You have airlines canceling flights because they don't want to lose money. I mean, they're going to lose a shitload of money flying if jet fuel costs 40% more.
I just want to just a couple of super chats. First of all, Diane Mozokov with the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Cool says this space is on fire. Tough questions need answers. Diane Mozkov also says, Oive, the Epic Fury operation became epic failure, Sully. I missed the moment when you scream at the top of your lungs, Oive. Well, it's coming. It's coming. We're trying to be professional right now because we've got financial guys on here. Once the financial guys come, we'll still be professional, but it'll be geopolitical, and we may cheer on some boom boom. Okay. So the other question is, yeah, okay, so Yemen can reach Jeddah easily. I'm waiting for them to justify the Red Sea. Much love to Sully and Simon. And this question, I don't know who's the expert on the panel, Simon, so I'm going to ask the question, but you can probably direct it to the right person. It says, what's the deal with Japan and US bond treasury?
That's basically the Japan carry trade. Is that's what we were talking about earlier when we talked about most of the US treasury auctions are being done via Cayman Island hedge funds, and they have a basis trade. And then there's a lot of that money is coming from the Bank of Japan via the fact that they've got low interest rates and you can borrow at very low rates. And therefore, we end up in this highly leveraged black box in a hedge fund where we really don't know what the exposure is. We just know it's highly leveraged and can. And that black box, like long-term capital management, the dark side was talking about earlier, can lead to a systemic risk event and a big print. And as the price of oil and all these markets are volatile and all the bond markets are volatile, the likelihood of something breaking that we don't fully understand yet just increases.
Yeah, they've kept it artificially low, like since the 90s. The interest rates that is for the Bank of Japan. And they made that sort of like a cheap money machine, if you will, like an easy money machine where you can borrow yen for basically nothing and then keep the rates negative, even at some points. And then you could dump the yen that you borrowed into higher yielding stuff elsewhere, like US treasuries, for example, that were paying like 4 to 5% back in the day.
Can I ask Anis a question here, Simon?
Yeah, did we lose Anis?
I think he's still there. Anis, you there?
I can't see him. Sorry, Andrew. I interrupted your question and it derailed a little bit. That was my bad. Did you want to ask Anis a question? I think he's left now.
Yeah, whenever it's appropriate. It's of course related. Anis, can you hear me, sir?
He's not on the space, Andrew. Do you want to ask if you got a question for
Okay.
somebody else? It's fine.
It looks I can still see
Yeah,
him
he's
on there.
not.
That's
He's
weird.
not on
Okay.
yet. Okay.
Okay. No, it doesn't matter then. Okay.
Cool.
Doesn't matter,
No
I
problem.
guess now.
No problem. Okay. Robert, just bringing the conversation back to the financial aspect. When you look at what's happening now, we've obviously spoke quite a lot about oil. One of the questions that people have is obviously oil is a major concern, but also in terms of just for the average consumer, the cost of goods for the average consumer. That's like basically what for an average person. Obviously, the cost of gas, the cost of energy is important, but also the cost of goods. How do you see that going from now?
We'll probably see with 120 crude, we'll probably see 50 basis points, maybe half a 1% to 1% added to CPI. And, there's kind of differing models, but somewhere in that range.
Sorry, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, there was two things I wanted to ask Anis, but one thing that's relative, even though he's not here, I really want to push back hard against the north route, taking the north route out of the Suez. It is honestly from naval warfare blocking the blockade, etc. But it's also extremely hazardous. Most don't realize that north going all the way up north through the Mediterranean, completely down south. Everyone acknowledges you're adding another 10,000 nautical miles, but those heavy container ships drawing over 150 foot of draft are in that area. They call it the graveyard of ships. People don't realize you're getting 70, 80 foot seas. It's hard to imagine, but I've seen Greenwater go 60, 80 feet, but it's called the graveyard of ships because the winds and the currents through that area. So it's like the insurance rates go up. I'm not going to get all that. It's not my expertise, but it's like the unthinkable, and that's why the north route, I guess, would be an extreme emergency. But that's not. Yeah, flip that switch on. But also, it just kind of bothered me respectfully why he would insinuate it's kind of like implicating. In a way, I don't know why the West was shutting that strait. No, and I extremely push back. And I say this and over again. All the IRGC had to do, and I think Raed agreed with me, is simply state we are closing the strait. They don't push a button and put a fence up, but making that declaration sends terror into shipping. I prove my case. It froze up. It freezes it. Whether there's a fence up, no, but the threat is what caused it, and we saw it happen. So I'll rest that there.
Yeah, all that matters is it effectively closed? If it's effectively closed, then who cares? From an economic, it seems weird to me.
Yeah, so
sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, so let's do a mic drop on that. Is it closed? Yes. Did they push a button and put a fence up? No, of course not. And that's how blockades work. You declare it's closed. Well, who are you? Well, we'll sink one of your tankers. Will it actually sink it? No, disable it. But who wants to die out there? And the insurance, do you think insurance companies, and we studied that, insurance companies aren't going to go, hey, don't worry about it. We'll take a $120 million loss on that. And so it's just declaration. It really, gentlemen, it's declaration by the IGRC.
It's not very clear to the extent that the strait is closed right now. We don't have minute-to-minute updates, but I did read in the last 24 hours that 2 Indian ships, LNG ships, went through and they were allowed to go through by Iran. And this was pursuant, according to the reports, to negotiations between Iran and India. So apparently they're letting some trips through.
No, so what that was is, and I just want to thank what's his name again? Just want to thank Diane Mozakov for another 20 memberships. Appreciate it. John Rippert, appreciate it. Really helps a lot. The support of the channel has been amazing. Also, John Richards, who says your interview, Kirkov YouTube channel in Syria analysis for an insight in the Iran war and Israel. Actually, we did agree for me to interview him, but then his timing was a bit off. But actually, now that I've got my timing sorted out, I'll try and get that sorted as well. In terms of what you said, Manko, and actually, I am in agreement with Andrew on this. But in terms of what you said, Manko, what that was is those two Indian ships, that was a trade-off because I believe the Indians had three Iranian oil tankers that they had, I believe, seized. And so this was saying that, look, we'll allow 2 years through. You need to give us our oil tankers back. So once again, this was a negotiated deal in order to basically reacquire the asset, and it demonstrates that they're once again using the Strait of Hormuz as leverage in order to acquire those things that were taken off them. So that's in terms of the Strait. And in terms of what Andrew said, I agree with him. This is like the Hegseth argument, where he's like, the Strait isn't closed, but if you go through, China's gonna hit you. So it's kind of like not closed, but you're gonna get hit. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? Just imagine Hegseth like banging his hand on his head while he's saying that. But Simon,
But
And
that's
one more
silly.
point.
It's the same as sanctions.
And
America declares a sanction, and people still trade. But if they do, there's severe consequences. So it's the same thing.
exactly. And
perfect example. And one more point on that submarine, that fast attack, killing the Indian ship here, the target there. What that was, honestly, was the U.S. making a very clear announcement. Hey, you may control that tiny little fishbowl up there in the Persian Gulf. Yeah, okay, you got it for now, but we've got the deep water. We've got the second net. Who's really controlling that whole area? United States Navy. Those submarines are set up like, just imagine, let's go for a
wait,
swim
I don't get you.
in South
Wait,
Africa.
Andrew, what you saying? You saying the US is controlling the Strait?
No, look at go out for a second net, Sully, down. In other words, you got the fishbowl up there, but who's really controlling the deep water once you come out in the Gulf of Oman down the GNC? Submarine.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant when you can't even get out the Strait. So coming back to,
You got a bot attack there. Oh, you said it
yeah, I
already.
put it
Yeah.
on the title. Yeah, thanks for that, Sam.
But Sully, for an Iranian ship, though, Sully, Iranian shipping coming out.
Well, Iran's been able to get the ships out, so
I got a question. I don't know. I'll take a conversation in a different way. I don't know if you want to do something.
yeah, let's keep it to the finances at the moment.
Yeah, I
Adam,
want to keep on the finances. I just that conversation of Anas was very high value, and I think, for the benefit of the audience, I wonder, Simon, would you want to kind of summarize that conversation there for the listeners, or anyone that's more in, maybe Robert? What do you think?
I could try and give it justice, but effectively, there is a shortfall. So all in all, from the 20 million barrels that closed via the Strait of Hormuz, which Anis frames as something that happened enforced through insurance premiums, that there are alternative pipelines that is allowing for a maximum of 9 million barrels. And so there's a structural deficit here on global demand of about 11 million barrels of oil. He then talked about, we're all talking about oil, but we're not talking about fertilizers. We're not talking about petrochemicals. We're not talking about strategic components that are required for the semiconductor trade industry. He framed it with, in terms of trying to get us to ask the questions of what we think is happening here. That if this were to go on for months, then it would be catastrophic for China, because Europe and Asia are disproportionately impacted here. That it needs to open for these Asian trade routes. He also talked about that there are these alternative pipelines are reliant upon going via the Suez Canal that then goes to the Mediterranean Sea and via Africa and various other things. And so those are significantly more expensive to get to Europe. America has a strategic goal of becoming an LNG exporter, and so we'll be capitalizing on this while those more expensive routes happen. What else did he cover? If the Red Sea closes, then this is going to be, a catastrophic disaster that he said that would probably push the price of oil up to $200. And his analysis says that the global economy breaks at oil prices of $160 to the point where there's no return and no one really knows what's going to happen next. I think those were the main points for people to take away. Maybe if anyone else wants to chime in on something I may have missed.
Yes. So, Simon, I heard something kind of reading between the lines of what Anas was saying. He kind of believes that Britain, specifically Britain, but Europe in general, is using the insurance lever to bring the global economy to its knees. That's what I heard him say. And it kind of plays into a longstanding thesis, maybe a point of debate that we've had. Is it possible that Europe sees itself going down and knows it's screwed and just decided to take the rest of the world with it? Is this really a battle between European banks, including the Fed and central banks, the Bank of International Settlements, the ECB, Bank of Japan, and the US Treasury? Is that what we're witnessing? Because he seemed to suggest that Iran doesn't want the strait closed, that Europe wants the strait closed.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of, and that's why it kind of derailed into a political debate, because there's a bit of conjecture in terms of political ideology that came into the equation. But to keep it to the finance side, the way that I interpret that, I think he's not referring to Britain as a sovereign nation. I think he's referring to Lloyd's of London as an institution that mainly does all this insurance. And Lloyd's of London, I would classify as a component of a financial industrial complex, as opposed to like a Europe versus America type of framing. I think the whole Europe versus America type of framing is based upon believing that these are sovereign nations, when I think they've been fully captured by the same financial industrial complex. And so this is an operation of subordination. If this was purely just insurance contracts via Lloyd's of London. But I think it's an interesting debate, and it's something we'll probably carry on debating, Darkside.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Simon.
We just got some quite big breaking news. So let me just get into it. It is political. Iran foreign minister says rockets were fired at Karg Island from Ras Al Khaimah in the UAE and somewhere close to Dubai. Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi said last night they have attacked Karg Island and Abu Musa Island with artillery rocket systems, HIMARS as they call it, which is a low-range rocket system. And they have done it from the soil of our neighbors. This is crystal clear that they are using the territory of our neighbors to attack us by these kinds of rockets, and this is absolutely unacceptable. These attacks were traced by our forces, and now it is clear that they were fired from the UAE and from two locations in the UAE, from Ras Al Khaimah and from a very close to the city of Dubai. And it is very dangerous that they use highly populated areas to launch rockets against us. This is the Iranian foreign minister speaking about
heavy bombing coming to UAE, I'd say. And they have said that they've basically given an evacuation order to UAE residents from port areas and dock areas. I mean, those are the same things, but I can't remember all three. But they've given evacuation orders basically from these kind of areas. So I think there's going to be some heavy bombing going on UAE ports at the very least.
So
Yeah.
that reminds me of another part of Anas's analysis that I missed out in the summary. He believes, he framed that the Gulf countries are very angry at Trump because of this. And so, you know, that's the framing at both the leadership level and the people level. So I
But they're
think he was
angry.
trying to frame,
But they're
they're
angry.
not angry at Iran, they're angry at America. I
Interesting.
think that's how he was trying to frame it.
But then they're angry with America, but they're allowing America to use to attack Iran from their soil.
Yeah, well, I think you've got to frame it between he was saying both people and leadership, so maybe there's a distinction, but he was trying to say, and that
Well, yeah, these Arab Gulf states, the people, there's no doubt about it, are anti-Israel. It's the leadership that is in bed with them.
And
yeah, so
another refinery was hit in Erbil, looks like. So it's just every day another refinery, another terminal. Every day there's a new one getting hit.
Where's that one, Robert?
Erbil, I think.
Do you know where that is?
Erbil province, Lanaz refinery.
In Iraq?
Yeah, it's Iraq.
Yep.
I believe it's Iraqi Kurdistan region.
Yeah, and in Iraq
Erbil's
you can
I think.
And in Iraq you can kind of, I mean, if anyone knows more, but I think my understanding of the Iraqi structure is you can break that up between US interests, China's interests, and Iran's interests.
Yeah, I saw Morandi.
Yeah, I just
posted,
don't.
leave UAE now. So go on, Robert.
Oh yeah, no, I just don't see any bear case for oil here. You know, like it just, I don't see how it doesn't continue to go higher. Literally every day there's at least one new refinery, one new terminal getting hit, and it's only going to get worse. Even more supply will be taken offline. Now we're talking about the Red Sea, you know, potential Houthi involvement down there, disruption there. Like I just don't see the off ramp here. I don't see how this goes the other direction.
I'm seeing a Black Monday, to be honest, at this rate.
Robert, how would you frame the blame that the American people might have on Trump for this?
I think I don't think that politically, at least with young people, like young men, I don't think he's going to do very well. And look, there will always be the kind of boomer neocon, like old school Republicans that want to go to war with everyone, that salivate, you know, at a war with Iran. They'll be happy, they'll be behind him. But I think that like anyone, you know, 35, 40 and under is probably, really unhappy, really unhappy. And
What if it hits their 401k and this ends up as like a global financial crisis? Do you think they'll blame Trump?
Yeah, absolutely. And gas too, right? Like that's one thing that Trump voters or that kind of base, they were always putting up the sticker, right, on the gas pump. I did that with Biden. You know, it is the most direct way for people to feel financial impact, right? Every time they go to fill up at the pump or the grocery store, those two kind of places I think are the most like direct link to feeling unhappy. You know, when you here in LA, premium, unfortunately my car takes premium, but premium was $6 a gallon 2 days ago. I don't even know what it is today. It's probably, you know, going back to 8 or 9 like it was during 2022. Like that's just like people just can't afford that. That's where that demand destruction that I was talking about earlier comes in, which is people just stop traveling. The airlines have been getting crushed. If If you look at the airline stocks, they're getting crushed. And what happens when their margins go down? They lay off staff. Well, those staff have a car note, they have a mortgage, they go on vacations, right? So you get into a very quick deflationary kind of cycle quite quickly, I think.
Manco, as a Trump supporter, like, do you think that if, let's say, oil prices really go up and there is some kind of global financial crisis, it hits everyone's 401k? Do you think the Trump supporter base will like kind of stay with the plan, or they'll get really angry?
Well, when there's been a lot of talk about how supposedly Trump's base has turned on him and nobody likes Trump anymore and all that, and everyone likes to say these things because they personally don't like Trump. But polling since the war started has consistently placed support for this war among Republicans at about 85%. So Trump's base does, in fact, stick with him pretty strongly. And so I don't think there's going to be any massive
What
change
if it
there.
what if it has inflation and stock market crash?
Well, first of all, the vast majority of people in the United States are not sensitive to the stock market when it comes to their lives. There are people who have exposure to the stock market in terms of like 401ks and stuff, but these aren't things that they generally look at every day. These aren't things they expect to be calling
Well,
on for decades.
the boomers retiring are going to be looking at the value of their retirement, right? This is they're looking at their 401k because they're about to,
Yeah, you have
and then maybe they're looking to refinance real estate. Like these, I think these
you're
things are
looking
important
at
to the boomers.
well, first, that's a small sliver of the population. And second, generally speaking, from my understanding of how people run their 401ks through these companies that handle them, is that the closer you get to retirement, the more they shift out of stocks and go into things like bonds and other things that are more like less
Which have been
volatile.
getting crushed. Which have been getting
Well,
crushed due to
I
higher
don't know
oil,
that
higher
that's true.
inflation.
So
No,
the
I
thing
watch
is,
this shit every day. I'm telling you, it's true.
well,
The
the
10-year
funds that
treasury yield's up
whatever the
35 basis points in the
401ks
past 2
are
weeks. What
in,
are you talking about?
yeah, cool, bro. But the funds that people put their 401ks in when they're getting close to retirement age are designed to be less volatile. So I don't think that the less
Right, they put
volatile
it in
funds
US
are going to be
treasuries,
getting
and
crushed.
historically that is true. The 60-40 portfolio, and yes, you increase your allocation to US treasuries as you get closer to retirement. The problem is stagflation is bearish for bonds too. It's bearish for bonds, it's bearish for stocks. So those people are going to be getting crushed. I'm telling you, I watch the treasury yield all day, every
Wait,
day. These
didn't
people
you
are
just say this was going to be deflationary?
eventually, yes.
Yeah,
Eventually.
so
I'm
it's not
telling you right
stagflation
now.
then, because deflation and stagflation are not the same thing.
Well, yeah, but Simon was talking about that initial inflationary impulse where gas is going up, food's going up, inflation's through the roof. That in that initial phase, yes, bonds are going to be getting crushed. They're already getting crushed. All you have to do is look at the 10-year treasury yield.
Yeah, so what Simon was saying about the whole energy prices and stuff, about 40% of the output of the Middle East, the Persian Gulf, is already being diverted and already going through, like, for example, the Arabian Sea, or sorry, the Red Sea, and so on. So that's mitigating it. Another source of
No, that was
mitigation
factored
is,
into that was factored in. So Annis's analysis was that 9 million barrels are getting through and 20 million came offline, and yeah, that so he factored in all of the alternative routes.
yeah, so it's like I said, it's about 40%. So you're losing about 60%. So you're losing about like 11 million barrels or something like that. So then you have the other mitigation, which is the global releases of various
Yeah, he
strategic
covered that.
petroleum reserves.
That was factored in. That was factored in as well. So
Okay.
he went through all of the different sources of oil, and you know that's where he got to that 9 million number, because basically Biden released 1 million a day, and then Trump's now releasing 1.2 million per day, which is the most it's ever been, but it's still only 1.2 million per day. And then he factored out like the time frame, and then he went
But that's only
into
one
all of the
country.
strategic reserves.
Yeah, but there's
No,
a
he
bunch
went
of
through
countries.
all. Yeah, he went through every single strategic petroleum reserve and came up with that number.
Did he
So
include
everything
China
you're
in that?
describing, well, China's going to be hoarding, isn't it? So China would just hoard its own and use it for its own.
Yeah, but that's still, it doesn't matter, does it, Simon?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if he factored China in. I'm pretty sure he did. He's an oil price analyst, so I think he covered everything, just like Robert's an expert in the bond market. So if you want to, like, in terms of the oil analysis, not the political analysis, you Robert in terms of bonds and Anas in terms of oil. There's two people I'd listen to over anyone.
So, Simon, there are various sources of mitigation that is reducing the impact of the ships not going through the Strait of Hormuz. That's on the one side. On the other side, you have the duration and the extent of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which is what basically affects the calculus. If it continues on for long enough, then yes, the problem will continue to get worse and worse and worse over time. If you were to say the Strait of Hormuz is closed for 6 months, then sure, you're going to have some very significant problems because the various mitigations and like the reserves and those kind of things aren't going to last anywhere near that long. But the
Yeah,
market is,
for example,
yeah, one thing,
go ahead.
one
Go ahead.
last thing is the market is pricing in, and I think the market is relatively accurate about this, that we're going to see, I would say on the low end, a continuation of 1 to 2 weeks, and on the high end, a continuation of about closer to 6 weeks of closure or partial closure. And then you have within that, you have whether it's going to be fully closed, or what I think most likely is going to happen is that it's not going to be completely open or completely closed. What you're going to have happen, since there's a lot of economic pressure from countries that are relatively friendly with Iran and which Iran wants to have a good relationship with after the war, like China, like Russia, and other countries, you're going to have deals worked out with Iran and these other countries to allow at least a significant amount of ships to go through. And that hasn't all like logistically been worked out yet to the point where you're seeing 60 ships a day go through. But the traffic was about 100 to 120 ships before the war a day. I think that we're going to get up to a significant fraction of that within the next 2 weeks. And I think that the reason for that will not be because Trump suddenly, puts the US Navy in the strait and starts fighting Iran over the strait. They didn't plan for that. They didn't put the ships there. The ships take time. It's going to take like 2 weeks for them to even get ships there anyway. But what I do think is going to happen is that Iran is going to have a more rational take. I think it's very irrational and self-destructive for Iran, and it ultimately accrues to the benefit of Israel for Iran to try to hold the global economy hostage. That's just going to piss everyone off. It hurts the
Yeah,
United
but
States one of the
let's
least compared to many of the other countries it hurts, which is primarily Europe and Asia. So I think that they
yeah,
are
let's
going to
let's
work
think
out
through it though.
deals.
Let's say okay, let's say America's fine
Simon,
on
I'm
yeah.
going to give the mic straight back to you. Just a quick one from Diane Mozakov, a huge super chat of €100, which is huge respect for the work you're putting in. You're doing a fantastic job. Appreciate your support. It means a lot and it helps us do the work that we're doing. So I really appreciate it. But sorry, back to you, Simon.
Yeah, I think what's going to become important politically. So firstly, I mean, I'll ask Robert what he thinks, but I think you've only got 2 weeks to get this thing open before everything breaks. And so it's 6 weeks, 6 months. Like I don't know what that world looks like. It feels like a zombie apocalypse in my mind. If the
Testing. Iran has started a war against Dubai. Yes, the UAE is now directly at war with Iran. The question mark you're going to be asking is, what's the reason why Iran has begun this war with the UAE? Well, the numbers or the reasons are innumerable. We won't talk about their complicity in Sudan. We won't talk about their complicity in Yemen. Actually, not complicity, but their direct atrocities that they've been a part of in Sudan or in Yemen. But specifically, they've allowed the United States of America to use their military bases and to use their country to wage a war against Iran. We also won't talk about the fact that the UAE is in bed with Israel through financial transactions, through normalization agreements, through other nefarious actions, including but not limited to many of the atrocities both of them are taking part in. That being said, what's the reason why Iran has gone to war with the UAE? Well, yesterday, the Karj Island of Iran was attacked by the United States of America, an island that is off the shores of Iran, but has a large amount of Iran's oil refinery production. They produce about 95% of their oil goes through that area, and so it will significantly impact it. Trump bombed that area, said he didn't hit the oil refineries, but this is a very old and ancient area. For example, it has one of the oldest Christian monasteries in there that is thousands of years old. It has structures in there that are 8,000 years old. So this is a very old area with a large amount of history and heritage, and the United States of America bombed that area. Now, how were they able to bomb it? Well, we've got information now that the UAE were allowed the United States of America to conduct an attack against Iran using Ras Al Khaimah and using an area very close to Dubai. So they use those locations in order to attack Iran, and so therefore you're going to get a significant response. And the response and the statements that came out of this are extremely important. So let's break them down. So the first thing that came out was this. And it was the statement of Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi. He said, Iran foreign minister says rockets were fired at Karaj Island from Ras Al Khaimah and somewhere close to Dubai, both areas in the UAE. He said, quote, last night they have attacked Karaj Island and Abu Musa Island with the artillery rocket system, HIMARS as they call it, which is a low-range rocket system. And they have now done it from the soil of our neighbors. This is crystal clear that they are using the territory of our neighbors to attack us by this kind of rockets, and this is simply unacceptable. These attacks were tracked by our forces, and now it is clear that they have been fired from the UAE from two separate locations within the UAE, Ras Al Khaimah and a location very close to the city of Dubai. And it is very dangerous that they use highly populated areas to launch rockets against us. So the Emiratis are using their citizens as human shields in order to attack Iran from key populated areas. And they have attacked Iran with the complicity and being complicit with the United States of America and Israel. And so this is open season. Iran said they're going to be responding. They're going to be directing and targeting the UAE. And this is what the Iranian military spokesman said. He said the citizens of the UAE should immediately leave all ports, docking areas, and the locations where US military personnel are present. Leave now, for your country has now taken direct part in this war. It's not about using your airspace. It wasn't just about using refueling tankers, but actual missiles are being fired from the United Arab Emirates onto the citizens and the people of Iran. Karaj Island, which has oil infrastructure, the majority of Iran's oil infrastructure in it, has been attacked by the UAE with complicity with the United States of America and Israel. Continuing with the news, and we saw today this war, this direct engagement has begun. New footage of strike on Fujairah port. Fujairah port in Dubai has been attacked. It's a key port that exports, imports a wide range of things, including and not limited to oil. Actually, many oil analysts believed that Fujairah would be a means by which they could circumvent the fact that the Strait of Hormuz has been closed. But now that Fujairah has been attacked, and early reports suggest that Fujairah has now been taken offline, the plan B about using it to export oil has failed. And we have this statement from Iran's Khatam al-Nabi Central HQ spokesperson, who said, "We urge Muslims in the UAE to evacuate ports, docks and locations used by US forces in Emirati cities to avoid harm." We mentioned this already. He also continued and said this: "Due to the devastation to its military bases in the region, the invading US army has fired its missiles at the Iranian islands of Bumusa from the cover of ports, docks and hideouts in the city of the UAE. The UAE was used to attack these Iranian islands. We announce to the leaders of the UAE that the Islamic Republic considers it a legitimate target." The UAE is now a legitimate target in defense of its national sovereignty and territory to strike the targets that were used as launch points of enemy American missiles in shipping ports, docks, and the hideouts of the US forces sheltered in some UAE cities. We ask the population centers to evacuate their ports, docks, and American hideouts in the UAE cities so that they will not be harmed. Iran is telling people to remove themselves from that area and region because they don't want them to be harmed. Unlike what happened yesterday when Karaj Island was attacked, bombed, destroyed. No warning was given. No time was given for the people to leave. And then there was an attack. Luckily, we've not heard about any injuries, although there may be some casualties from the attack that was launched from the UAE. After this drone attack, the UAE said they condemned the attack. About Abu Dhabi says a drone hit its consulate general in Iraq's Kurdistan region, injuring 2 security guards and damaging the building. They basically attacked the Emirati embassy in Iraq. An Iranian analyst called the UAE the size of 2 small Iranian cities and says Iran could hit it so hard nothing would remain. And this is an important point. If Iran chooses to do so, they could attack the UAE, and such is the small size of the UAE, they could ensure that it ceases to exist, that there is no infrastructure remaining. They could attack the desalination plant in Jebel Ali and ensure that the Emiratis do not even have access to clean water. For that desalination plant produces 40% of the entire water supply that goes into the Emirates. And that desalination plant, in addition to import of water, is the only way they're able to have clean drinking water. The imports have become difficult due to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The desalination plant, the one in Jebel Ali, does 95% of the desalination. If Iran wanted, they could just bomb that plant and they wouldn't have clean water. So they only drink and breathe due to the benevolence of the Iranian government. And they're asking the people to leave these ports, leave these areas, leave these regions, which are being used to directly attack them. The UAE has sold out its people and has joined the war directly with the United States of America and Israel. And now Iran has said that the UAE is now a direct target for the direct attack on their sovereignty and their sovereign nation. Guys, what do you think about the UAE and their complicity in this war? What do you think about the UAE allowing allowing the US and Israel to launch an attack on Iran? What's your thoughts on the UAE and what they've done in the Sudan and Yemen? Give me your thoughts in the comments and let me know what you think. Please like this video. Please share this video. Send it to your friends and family. Make awareness about this channel. Raise awareness about what the UAE are doing. We need to stay away from these people and what they partake in. Appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening. And for sure, we'll see you next time. Like, comment, and subscribe.
A more definitive strategy where Iran can actually make deals with people. And I think that's the whole reason for the disruption in the first place, because if you had, like, let's say Khamenei never got killed and Israel didn't do all the decapitation, if none of that decapitation happened, I don't think the strait would have been closed at all. It might have been closed in a limited fashion to like certain
Can I ask a question relating to that, to what you just said?
Yeah, of course.
So I guess, and this was kind of in line with what I was wondering anyway. What would prevent Iran from continuing its asymmetric attacks, particularly throughout the Gulf, considering the asymmetrical attacks that have already taken place, especially in the face of U.S. Intervention, right? If the U.S. continues to escalate against Iran, what would be the reason as to why Iran doesn't continue and escalate its own asymmetrical attacks further in response to the mounting pressure that's placed against it?
Well, Iran is obviously going to continue attacking the Gulf countries. They attack the Gulf countries more than anyone. They've done many more attacks on the Gulf countries than they have against Israel even. So they're obviously going to keep attacking the Gulf countries. But when you say escalation, what do you mean by escalation? Like, what more would they
In
be doing?
particular, you're right. So, for example, in Saudi Arabia, what would, if the U.S. continues to escalate, for example, and continue to mount pressure just from military attacks on their front, especially at the coast, then what would stop Iran, or what would prevent, or be the reason for Iran not to target choke points, say for the Saudis, and say maybe target pipelines, or like the East to West pipeline or the Yanbu terminal on the Red Sea, and eventually even maybe activate the Houthis and continue to strike those as targets as well? Why wouldn't Iran up the ante
And so
if the United States does?
the
Go ahead.
answer to that is very simple, which is Iran's already done that. Iran, if you look at the daily charts of who Iran is shooting at, so they'll have different accounts will publish charts showing how many missiles and how many drones were fired at the UAE, at Saudi Arabia, at different countries, stuff like that, at Israel, etc. In the last 2 days, Iran has massively increased its attacks on Saudi Arabia specifically, and they are targeting the oil fields and infrastructure specifically. To this point, from all the posts I've seen and all the reporting that I've seen, Saudi Arabia has consistently reported that Saudi Arabia has consistently been successful in shooting down all these attacks, and Iran has not been able to hit any of these targets and take them out. But they are trying. So it looks like that has already happened. And that is part of Iran's strategy now, is they are trying to go after the Saudi oil infrastructure.
But so in this, for example, why wouldn't Iran, for example, if they are faced with further mounting pressure, why wouldn't they launch additional salvos, from its territory, or send out drones, for example, and maybe target terminals, or even obstruct the east to west pipeline, or pumping stations, for example, right? Why wouldn't they be able
Well,
to,
hitting a pipeline would
target the
be very
throughput
hard.
of the?
Like that's not
Good.
an easy target because it's a small target. It's much easier to be able to throw drones and missiles at like a big oil like complex that is a big target where you don't have to hit within 5 to 10 meters to actually get a hit as long as you throw it in the general direction. It's like a giant target, so you'll be able to do damage.
But Iran did,
Or
and I
with the
understand from your
UAE
perspective.
oil terminals, for example, these are these giant fuel storage tanks or something that Iran hit. But a pipeline is a
But we're
relatively
not
small
necessarily
thing.
talking about capability, right? Because that can, there's other factors that we can address, but like in terms of the decision making itself to target those strategic choke points, not just in Saudi Arabia either, but also through the Red Sea, right? What would
Well,
prevent Iran
the Red
from
Sea is
targeting?
also
Good.
a lot further away. So the whole reason that Iran is devoting most of its attacks
Well,
to the
it's
Gulf
proxies as well,
states,
right? The
it's
Houthis
because
and its proxies. Go
yeah,
ahead.
so the whole reason that Iran is devoting most of its attacks to the countries that are very close and the targets that are very close is that they have a lot more weapons that can hit those closer targets. The further away targets like Israel, Iran has a lot fewer and more expensive weapons that can hit them, so they have to be a lot more selective in how they use them. So that and Israel is going to be ideologically, politically, etc., is going to be the main target they want to use those missiles on. So if you're telling Iran, well, you should try to shoot missiles at Yanbu, then every missile you shoot at that is a missile you're not shooting at Israel.
Well, they can do
So
this with
that's going to
drones.
be
The main method
what?
of
So you're
attack that
never going
Iran
to get
is,
a drone. Hold on, you're never going to get a drone to Yanbu.
well, well,
That's a joke.
Well, just referring to the attacks that Iran has already hit so far, they have used drones to be able to hit the what was it, the Aramco facility, for example. That was a successful strike. The embassy in
But
Riyadh
that's much
too,
closer.
the U.S.
These are
embassy.
much, much closer targets.
Right, and so with the Red Sea, they have, of course, the Houthis that would be available and have kind of stated already that they are available for, obviously to be commissioned to prevent traffic throughout the Red Sea.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what the Houthis are really capable of. I'm not sure
Yeah,
that
they've
Iran.
sank
So the
plenty of
Houthis
ships,
had
right?
their
They
period.
habitually sink ship, and I guess I didn't want to make this about
No,
capability,
the
more
Houthis
so
haven't
decision
done any
making.
ship attacks in a long time.
Wait,
They
why
haven't
can't
done
they?
Well,
any ship
Why
attacks
can't
in a
they?
long
last
time.
year.
Wait, why can't they attack Yambu? I just missed that bit.
No, what I was saying is Yanbu is a lot further from Iran. So
Yeah,
if they were
but
going to
they
shoot
can hit.
missiles at Yanbu, that's missiles they wouldn't have to shoot at Israel. So like,
That's true.
why would you divert attacks from Israel onto Saudi
Ah, okay,
Arabia?
that's what I meant. Okay, no problem. I thought you meant
Well,
you couldn't hit it with drones or missiles, and I was saying you can because they can hit Israel with them. But yeah, you'd have to if you were going to specifically, if you're talking about missiles, yeah, you'd have to make a decision. Do you want to use them for Tel Aviv or do you want to use them for Yambu? Yeah, I agree with that. In terms of Saudi Arabia, I'm not. I don't believe that they've actually been trying to hit Saudi Arabia hard. It's quite clear that when they actually want to hit you, they can hit you. So they were sending like smaller, cheaper drones to UAE, kind of more like warnings and to try and work out what their entire defense mechanism was. And it's only yesterday, and so UAE's claim was, "Oh, guess what? We knocked off so many." Even though we saw quite a few get out, but their claim was that they knocked out so many. But UAE was used as a means to attack, and then yesterday and today you've seen them just hit Fujairah very easily, hit the port. I know they were hitting Fujairah before, but now it's like just easy strikes and hitting them, whereas opposed to misses. So what that clearly suggests is when Iran actually wants to hit, they can do so. Some of these exercises will be in order to work out what the country's defense is, how they work, how they operate, so that when they actually want to launch an actual legitimate attack, they're able to do so. And I think what we're seeing in UAE is a good example of the fact that now, when they want to actually hit them, they can.
Well, and
right,
Suleiman,
and well,
UAE has
I
been
guess
reporting, real quick, UAE has been reporting a more than a 90% interception rate. But even if you have that high of an interception rate, that still means like 5 to 15% are getting through. So you're still going to see hits.
That's my point.
So the UAE are claiming a 80 or 90% interception rate,
No way
and
that's true.
Sorry, I'm explaining.
There's no way that's true, is what I'm saying.
I mean, let's just give that. Let's just assume it's true, right? It may not. I agree with you. I think it's not true, but let's just give it. Let's just give that it is true. Even if it's true that UAE is able to stop 80 or 90%, first of all, it's unique to UAE because Tel Aviv hasn't been able to stop anything. They're not even stopping 5%. But let's assume that that's true. All that is showing is that when it came to the UAE, Iran was using technology in order to just it was basically sending drones in order to work out what their defense systems were, and that's why some of them were being hit and some of them were being taken out, and yet some were still seeping through, as you said, 5 or 10%. But what we see now is that because UAE has directly joined this war, and now that Iran's done it, there's no stopping. Like, they're just hitting very easily today. And so what some people fail to remember is that with Israel, there was True Promise 1, there was True Promise 2, there was the 12-day war, and there's so much data and information you get from those attacks and the means of defense that you then use for subsequent attacks. Now they've got that data, and now you're seeing the attacks hit very easily.
Right, yeah, Iran's pretty much primarily used their short-range ballistic missiles, and they really haven't gone more to their advanced medium-range or their Fatah ones, for example. They've emptied out more so their supply for exactly what you said, Suleiman. That's more so the reason is to be able to get that reading and get that information. But I guess the framing or the what informs my question, I guess, is I think from Iran's side, they seem to have if the U.S. continues to escalate, as they are, especially through the UAE now, as most recently announced, then it seems to behoove Iran to continue targeted direct attacks in, say, for example, Saudi Arabia, to continue to add additional squeeze and apply additional pressure to the global economy, and they can hit through through the Houthis can certainly do damage in the Red Sea, and Iran themselves can send drones and be able to land effective damage. So if Iran is able to
Wait,
do
but
that,
don't you
right,
think
not counting
that's going to
ability, right,
backfire?
but counting incentive, well, just counting incentive, right? If Iran does hit that those targeted points, those choke points, if you will, then doesn't that sort of eliminate the thesis that, Saudi Arabia can simply just divert the flow of its oil, right? Doesn't that sort of affect the initial thesis that was presented as far as like contingencies for the oil market?
Well, here's the thing, though, and I want to ask Sulam on this specifically and also the rest of the panel. So we know that Israel's objective in this war is to inflict as much damage on Iran as possible and to diplomatically and economically isolate Iran, turn it into a global pariah on a much higher scale so that it can enable them to use Mossad to do revolution within the country. Does Iran trying to focus its attacks on the global economy and harming the Asian countries, Europe, etc., all the countries who could have sympathy toward Iran otherwise, doesn't attacking them instead of specifically focusing the attacks on Israel and the United States play exactly into Israel's hands and Israel's strategy and help Israel accomplish its objectives?
No, I don't
Well,
agree with that. I don't agree with that because if you look at their specific attacks, they've been very specific on what they are targeting. This isn't just some ragtag situation where you just attack anything and everything. They're attacking Israel, and then they're attacking the US military bases in these Gulf states. So, for example, when they attacked Qatar, and this is why I used to find it hilarious when people were like, "Oh, people are paid by Qatar," and I was like, "We don't support Qatar. Like, we know the Qataris are complicit with the United States of America and Israel." And so, for example, if you look at the $1.1 billion radar that was used, or you look at the radar systems, those were specifically only there to benefit Israel, and they helped protect Israel from the launches from Iran. And so, if you ask or look at the wider world, other than these kind of extreme
few Salafi cultists, even people who disagree with Iran, even people who are sectarian, are like supporting Iran in this. And so when you look at the wider world, actually, yeah, everyone is actually supporting Iran. Everyone is actually seeing this as a war where Iran is taking on the big bullies, and they may have a chance to win, and maybe it may free the world. So actually, no, it's the other way around. Everyone is definitely supporting Iran, and you can see that through the way that the countries are operating within their own people. They're afraid that if they go too harsh against Iran, they're going to have a color revolution themselves. And it's actually the other way around. These countries are navigating in such a delicate manner where they want to help the United States of America, but they're afraid that their populace may try and overthrow them. Now, UAE is kind of a bit more unique in that regard because UAE is such a is a people of sellouts who've gone to that country, and so those people are willing to accept, and you see these influencers partner who are willing to support UAE in what they're doing, and they've got, it's very propagandized, it's very superficial, they're aware of a lot of the things they do. So the UAE is unique in the sense of their people are going to support them irrespective, but if you look at the people themselves, if you ask them who do you support, Iran or Israel, they would say Iran. Do you agree with UAE doing what they did? No, they don't agree with it. So it's the other way around. This is without a doubt become a situation where everyone sees it as a war where they're supporting Iran, and actually some people within the region were always conflicted about who controls who, whether it's the US who controls Israel or whether Israel controls the UAE. And what this war has done is again exemplify that the control of the this war solely happened for Israel, and that actually Israel controls it. So what's happened is it's radicalized a lot more people in the sense of against Israel and what they're doing.
If you have the worst case scenarios that Simon was talking about earlier, if you have $150 plus a barrel, you have the gas at the pump prices double and triple in Asian countries and in Europe, and all including in the UK, you're going to get like much higher energy prices, for example. Do you see the people in those countries blaming Iran for that, or do you see them blaming the US and Israel?
US and Israel. Because if you look at even these far right parties in the UK, who I believe are controlled by the Israel, even they've had to, because they've kind of moved more towards anti-war, even their people are blaming the US and Israel because they're the ones who launched the attack on Iran, and they see it as Iran just defending itself, Iran wanting to negotiate, Iran not wanting this war. And if you look at a lot of these people who were radicalized even against Muslims, are like, what is going on here? So no, this war has without a doubt radicalized a large part of the world against US and Israel, and against Trump as well, because a lot of people supported Trump because they believe that he was actually the right-wing version of an anti-war person. And what this has done is demonstrate that he's not, and a lot of them feel like this was a bait and switch. So yeah, this is, if anything, destroyed the support of even the ardent Israeli followers when it comes to supporters of Israel.
Yeah, to emphasize what Sully said, like our far right parties, Restore, Reform, like they were getting criticized by their own followers for like, you know, not being strong enough in their position against this war. Like neoconservatism isn't the mainstream opinion. Like it's a very fringe opinion from a certain segment of MAGA. You know, Trump himself was marketed on no new wars or to end all the wars. So yeah, being pro-war or being neoconservative is out. It's like, it's not, you're not going to get popular movement out of that. And
Add to what you're saying,
they started the
Adam.
war.
Adam,
Like you can't propagandize that. They
yeah,
started
exactly.
it.
And just to add to what you're saying, Adam, Rupert Law is a good example. And I've been attacking him, and obviously John Mappin is a close to Rupert Law, and I've attacked John Mappin a couple of times about supporting Rupert Law and saying that Rupert Law supports war, because in 2024, Rupert Law came out with a statement and said we need to support Israel by any means necessary. And so myself, and I'm sure other people are doing it as well, we've been on this massive attack against him for supporting war against Israel and harming British citizens. And he's realized that actually this is going to go against his whole narrative about putting British people first. And what was And again, this is the example where people say social media. This is an example of the power of social media. This is the power of our accounts. This is the power of these spaces. That harsh pushback resulted in him making a very large statement saying he's against this war. We shouldn't. UK should not be involved, and this doesn't help the British people if oil prices go higher, and goods go higher, and because the British people are struggling. So this entire war has radicalized everyone against Israel and the United States of America. And where many of these right wing parties were like, oh, US, we want you to come to the UK and invade the UK and liberate us. They were literally asking for a foreign nation to invade them, are actually now switching and saying US has caused too many problems in the world. So this has caused the destruction of Israel's the view of many people on Israel who still loved them after this genocide. Is destroyed the impression people or the support people had of the United States of America, the support people had of Trump, and it's kind of done it where it's created a situation where they've turned into a pariah. Basically, both of them have turned into pariah states.
I think it was a 1-2 punch as well, because the Epstein files, then this. I think it was the 1-2 really.
Excellent. True. Yeah.
So it seems logically consistent that Iran, and I think we all understand this, their actions kind of demonstrate, a more calibrated escalation, right? It's focused on economic warfare for self-preservation and, their allies of resistance, the strikes that occur are to counter basically what would be superior conventional forces. But that being said, it does seem that the U.S., the strategy of the West really is they seem to be counting on their citizens capitulating to continued aggression. They seem to be wanting to win over the Gulf states as well as really the citizens of any states that are affected. And the way that that would occur, from what it seems, is by the added pain, the economic pain, and the real life material, suffering that is incurred. They're going to try to frame this as Iran's responsibility, and any country that supports Iran is also, culpable essentially to the pain and suffering that their people are feeling. It doesn't seem like the U.S. believes they are at, their agenda is at risk. It seems like they are opening the gates to a full-fledged invasion because they see the IRGC as like it's a prime necessity. It must be removed in their view. It must be eliminated, and really at any cost. I guess maybe that's hyperbolic, but at any cost, they see the IRGC as an existential threat. Both on, and obviously there's the public side, and they say, oh well, they have nuclear enrichment, they have too much, they have 60% enriched uranium, and we need to get that removed, and we need the IRGC out of power. But there's also the larger scale as well. There's also Iran's place in BRICS, and in the new emerging multipolar order, and they would be a very useful asset. They would be a key player in the new multipolar world, if not for the aggression hosted upon them by the West. And so that sort of resistance seems to be not acceptable, if you will. And that's why it seems like the agenda overall is for the U.S. to go in and do whatever they need to do to form a coalition of countries, a coalition of armies, of military, strategy, and form a ground invasion. Because once they can form a ground invasion with multiple countries and frame this as saving the world from Iran, saving the global economy from Iran and all hostile nations, then they'll get what they want in the end. This is what they believe. This, at least, it's what it seems.
But look at the
But
journey that it's been through, right? So the starting point before October the 7th was the average American, just, again, like different degrees, it's not a monolith, but a chunk of America just thought Muslims were terrorists, and you started from the 9/11 narrative, right? Then you had October the 7th, and people went through a journey. Some stayed with Israel, or they went through the journey and they were like, wow, everything I've been told is a lie. So that was like a year or two of training of realizing everything is a complete lie, and then people were just given these horrific images of the other side of this, with all these women and children just being blown up and just graphic imagery. Then you end up with, all right, Trump's going to save the day. He does a ceasefire. He's going to end Ukraine. He's going to have no wars. Like, he's going to take down the deep state. Like, you know, just thinking everything's going to get better again because we've got a new leader. Then you have like the reversal of every promise that then culminates in the Epstein files. And then the Epstein files were like, okay, so everything's a lie and we're run by pedophiles. And people would have their perception that's Israel or whatever they think it is, but they'll go on that journey. And then you have a war, and that war impacts your 401k, impacts the price of oil and gas, and you have memories of Biden during the 2022 Ukraine Russia war, and you're like, wow, I'm getting that all over again. Like, think about how many people have been through that journey, and they'll just be how many people will just be thinking, this war is illegitimate, run by pedophiles, and why the hell would we want to ever, be lied to by Israel or manipulated by Israel all over again? Like, I think it's been a very successful campaign of exposing and waking up like radicalized people to radicalize against. Like, would you ever imagine a situation where there would be quite a lot of Americans cheering on Iran because they just want Israel gone? Like, you would that wasn't in the realms of possibility 3 years ago.
No, for sure, and you're right about everything you said. But they're counting on the U.S. and their citizens, and just really citizens of the West in general. They're counting on citizens not doing anything about it. They're essentially counting on the cowardice of their own people, not to like Fed post, but they're essentially counting on just simply carving through the path that's intended, and documenting everything along the way to justify themselves in like 5 to 10 years, as opposed to because again, they could have done much better in making this entire agenda more presentable, but essentially the reason why it doesn't matter in their view is because the terminal goal at the end of the day is breaking up Iran and having that sort of be the last stop of clean break of the 30-year plan that was arranged from far ahead, and essentially even cutting off like a pretty critical geographic choke point for even like Belt and Road, even where Iran is and how you kind of had to even get to Iran to get to Turkey, and to get say railways and pipelines up through into Europe through Iran, for example, and the Strait of Hormuz in and of itself. That liability is something that I think just the regime appears to consider intolerable, and they will sacrifice anything that they can in order to remove that liability. But that's just from what I'm observing. But you are right. Like, everything you did say is true. Still, like, people have observed everything, and you're seeing sort of a general public sentiment that wouldn't have been imaginable, I imagine, even maybe 10 or 15 years ago. But that has all come at in their view, reasonable and necessary cost, which is why it seems as though there will be sort of like a ground invasion and a protracted war in Iran.
Yeah, I just want to read. So I can read it in a minute or two. Simon, just a quick one to you, and then I want to just read this super chat, and then I want to bring David into the conversation as well. Just from a perspective of what was it again? Just in terms of from a perspective of like the financial guys. I'm not asking your opinion. I know. What do you feel like there's panic in that industry? Not in terms of the market, but in terms of the individuals. Like people who used to, like with the people who came up on the space, they seemed quite panicked in terms of the way things were going. Do you kind of get that view or not?
Well, it's a bit biased because all of the finance guys were also Bitcoin guys, and Bitcoin guys are very skeptical about the traditional financial system. So I think it would be interesting to bring in like someone out because we're quite fringe finance guys. So maybe it's not a real perception of how traditional finance feels. What I can tell you is that the market's not panicking. You know, it's panicking in the like because they're not fleeing to gold. And as soon as if that gold price starts going up like it did before, then they're panicking. But right now they believe that there is a resolution. It will be quick.
Simon,
Yeah.
I would go one step further to say a little bit. I think TradFi profiles are typically encumbered in normalcy bias, and that is a safe position to have almost all the time. The issue is if you are beset with a game-changing event, and perhaps this war is it, the normalcy bias can be quite expensive. So the normalcy bias at the beginning was very short duration conflict. This is over a week, then it's 2 weeks, then it's 3 weeks, now it's a month. Now people are talking multi-months before we get back to any kind of normalcy. But I think normalcy bias is probably priced into the market right now. We haven't seen people be overly concerned that we're going to have a global dislocation that takes a long time to fix.
Interesting. Appreciate that, Thomas. Guys, just want to read a couple of super chats. The first one is from Umar Bird, who says, thank you for your coverage. Thank you for your coverage, Suleiman, and for bringing on so many knowledgeable speakers. Yeah, this is what we try to do. We try and bring in as many informed and knowledgeable people as possible so that you get a good, well-rounded view of everything that is going on. And then we have a huge super chat from an anonymous person, $333, which says, Dear Suleiman, I hope you find the strength to keep on going. There is no one else doing this. This is why we do it. We do what we do because I do believe that we make a difference. And I gave you the example in the UK politics. I gave you an example of the 12-day war where we pushed back against it. I gave you an example of this war where I'm going to do and we're going to do everything in our power to push the position that a ground invasion is one of the worst things that they could do, to make sure that they don't do a ground invasion, that they don't take the United States of America to war, that they don't sacrifice American lives and the lives of Iranians for the state of Israel. And so we're going to push hard against a ground invasion and against a nuclear bomb. And I do believe that these spaces make a difference. I do believe the tweets that we do make a difference, and I do believe that the content we're producing on YouTube make a difference. Hence why we're doing what we're doing, because it's not easy doing 16, 17 hours. You feel like, you don't want to do it, to be honest. You feel like you want to just take a day off and just chill out, but it is what it is, and you got to do what you got to do because you know it's the right thing to do. And that being said, I have got a tweet in the nest, and it is a video, and just like my amazing community, you can help the space by donating, and you can, in addition to that, help the space by viewing these videos, putting your notification on. Now I know the YouTube chat did watch me make this video, but even if you did watch me make this video, open it up in a separate tab and watch the video. The video is about Iran begins war with the UAE. It's live now. I can see about, actually, how many people are in there right now? Let me check. And I am going to read your comments out in that like I normally do. It's a very short video. It's only like 9 minutes long. I can see 52 people in there already. If everyone can open a tab, last time we got 270 people, and actually those two videos did really well. So I want 270 people to be at least joining that video to watch it. And I am going to be just in a second reading the comments. I'm just tweeting it out again, just writing the word join. It's in the nest. It's just above me and Simon and Adam. It's also going to be posted in the YouTube comments. I thought I already did it, but your boy flopped. So let me put it in the YouTube comment of this space. And
Everyone open it up and watch it. Watch it if you've not watched it, and open it up in a separate tab if you've not. Let me put it in the nest. There you go. I'll put it in the nest, in the comment of the YouTube. And also, if you're on the X, it's just above me, Simon, and Adam. We've got 4,000 people in the space and a video watching this, being on these spaces. So if everyone can open it, we've got 100 people in there. Hi all, like the stream. Or stream, but anyway, appreciate you all. And I do appreciate every single person who's in there. And I can see Shama in there saying, jealous much? Jealous of who, bro? Jealous of who? Of the UAE? We'll never be jealous of the UAE. Quinfin. Quinn. I think Andrew's muted, but I don't realize. Queen Finn says, when's beat for 50k BTC? I think it's, I mean, I think it's going to happen by the end of the year, but anyway, that's my kind of, I'm not like an expert on it, so don't take me as gospel. I don't know anything. I'm nowhere near the expert on that, but I do think it's going to drop. Sidat says, hey all. Muhammad Jama says, let's go Sully. Quinfin with the penguin. DJ Cam says, hi Sully. Sean's in there. Helena's in there. Sid says hi. Patricia says hi. Muhammad Jama says, Israel only has 2 years left. They only got 80 years, and we have been in Pax Judaica the last 78 years. You think so? Found your channel when you went on Rathborn stream. Good find. Yeah, we'll love Rathborn. We'll love Rathborn. We were going to be going on his stream twice a week, I believe, in order to provide news and information. I've got 116 people. That's not enough, guys. 116? Are you guys Zios? If you don't open a separate tab and watch this, then it's quite simple. You're a Zio. Don't be a Zio. Come across. Only 117. We need about 200 people in there at least. We've got 3,000 people listening on this space. We've got 500 people listening on YouTube. It's only a very small clip. It's like 10 minutes long or something. And it's almost a little bit in. So just open a separate tab and listen to it. Listen to it. It's a very good breakdown of how the UAE has begun this war. The UAE has joined this war in order to help Israel. Someone's wrote, boom, boom, UAE. Yeah, Siddharth, you're right. Muhammad Jama says, hit the like or you're Ben Gavir. Exactly. Do not be Ben Gavir. Ahmed Rahim says, thanks. The professional says, okay, I'm here. Yeah, you got to be there. Samira says, no one wants to be Ben Gavir. Well, actually, it seems like some people do because they're not coming on and opening the stream on a separate tab. Everyone should be open this stream on a separate tab. We've got 150 people in there, but I need 250 at least. DJ Cam says, Sully Viceroy. IB Denmark says, warning to everyone. There is a YouTuber, Mario, some huge idiot. Well, I've never heard of him. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, we've heard of him and his lack of real people who watch his content. But yeah, we've got real people who do real views and real information. So yeah, someone wrote the Gulf monarchies are cooked. Yeah, I do think they're cooked. Shama says, fight in the way of Allah against those who fight you, but do not transgress. Indeed, Allah does not love transgressors. Of course, this is the rules of war. The ethics of war are extremely important. IB Denmark says, I'm watching from the Kingdom of Denmark. Guys, the Kingdom of Denmark, the Kingdom of, is it Rathborn? Ragnar Lothbrok, the Kingdom of the Vikings are watching our videos. If they're watching it, what excuse do you guys have? And someone wrote,
The story of Ragnar.
Sorry?
So the death of Ragnar Lothbrok is quite similar to Khomeini, the story of
Is it?
Yeah. He was like, when he died, he was like, oh, my children will avenge me, or I will be like avenged. And then they went off and they conquered England, basically. So yeah, there's some parallels there for sure.
Yeah. Someone wrote, Jackson Hinkle's X account banned in the UAE. Yeah, they're trying to censor people to hear the truth. Muhammad Jama said there might be just 1,000 Ben Gavirs in the X space. I'm in there. The YouTube don't be like Ben Gavir. Someone said, can you ask Simon what will happen to the Middle East whenever nuclear war takes off? Yeah, we will ask him that immediately after you guys have come to the chat. Promise made, promise kept. Says, I am here, found your channel a few days ago because you have interviewed some of my peeps. Daniel Day Scott, Richard Day Wolf, and Jeffrey Sachs too. Yeah, I have. But those people I have not interviewed, the one you mentioned, unless are you trying to say I should interview them? And yeah, I'm more than happy to interview them. It's just not as easy getting people's contacts, and that's why we're trying to do it. But guys, open a separate tab. Like, look, you may not be able to support the space through donations. You may not be able to support the space because you can't be on 24/7. We are running these spaces 24/7. I'm doing like 15, 16, 17 hours a day. I think yesterday was like 18 hours. I was exhausted. And then a few hours sleep and then came back again. And we don't want to do it. We're doing it because we think it's important to do. We think it's important for people to relay the news and information. And the minimum what I expect or what I'd want from you guys is to open a tab to just support the work that we're doing so that it gets out to as many people as possible. Demon Jump with a $5 super chat says, you don't like this stream, you're a bend over Gavir. Yeah, don't be a bend over Gavir. Open the super chat. Open the tab. Do not be that person. Those were Simon like that one. Simon's like, yeah, we used to say those jokes when we were like kids. That's like what a 50-year-old joke from back in our days. But yeah, we've got 165 people watching. Can we get this to 200? More fit, you're good at promoting. Tell people to watch the super chat and get 200 people on there.
Facts. Yeah, as you guys heard, man, if you're not like doing this, you're straight up Ben Gavir. And who wants to be a Ben Gavir? A lot of people would rather die than be a Ben Gavir. So make sure, guys, you do what Suleiman says. The way that you could do it on your phone is you could actually stream both on the phone. As you could like have YouTube and Spaces playing. I do this a lot. That's why you guys sometimes see me commenting on there. And so you're gonna want to open up. You're gonna keep the Twitter app open, but you're gonna go on Safari or Chrome, depending on your mobile device. And then you're gonna search up Suleiman's. I think he has the link above actually. You're gonna click the link above, you copy paste it into like a different application, so that way you could actually stream both at the same time. Now, some devices you might have to mute the YouTube, but you're still able to see like Suleiman speaking, and you're still able to comment on the YouTube stream. And a lot of the time, Suleiman sees the YouTube stream comments more than the Twitter comments, because the X Twitter comments are a lot. As you guys could see, we already got like 617 here versus YouTube where it's not too many. So if you want Suleiman to more than likely see your comments too, YouTube is where it's at. So make sure you guys are streaming both. Support Suleiman, because we don't have that much real news out here no more. We have these fake news mainstream medias. I like to say, guys, like the first day that this happened, when Israel struck Iran, Suleiman opened a space before the mainstream fake stream media even announced it. Like 2 to 3 hours into our space, they still hadn't even announced it. So Suleiman is an absolute machine. He provides you with value, because if it wasn't for Suleiman, I wouldn't have had a heads up here in the U.S. Everyone didn't really find out until the morning after. So I found out the midnight before. So while everyone's waking up, finding out what's going on, I already knew what was going on thanks to Suleiman. So make sure
It
you
was it
follow
was
him.
weeks, Mofit. Remember, Suleiman was sat here for like 3 weeks every night saying, waiting for it to start. He was like 3 weeks ahead. Remember?
Oh yeah, and everyone was talking crap. They were like, "Oh," it was kind of funny though. The memes were kind of funny, I got to admit. But like, people were like, "Day 50," with like the old geezer meme of him. But look now, look now. He literally called it. So Simon's making a good point. Like, it wasn't just luck. Like, Suleiman has literally been calling it for months, saying that this is what's gonna happen, because he studies these patterns. He studies these genociders. So that's why you guys need to follow him. Turn on the notification bell, follow the space as well, and listen on the stream. Support all his streams, because we're massively censored. They do not want our word to get out, because something that I think it was Inevitable said later, I don't think it's just people's cowardice. I believe that the amount of censorship out here is to the point where a lot of people, even though Simon's correct, a lot of people are waking up, a lot of people still haven't seen the truth. So that's why we need everyone's help to share the space, because we need to stop this as soon as possible. Otherwise, we're going to be in a nuclearized world. So, and it'll all be thanks to the genocider. So make sure you guys do that. Last call, Make sure you guys get onto that YouTube channel, stream it, share it on the links too, like it, comment on it, subscribe to Suleiman on it, and make sure you guys keep pushing because that's the Zayos love to see when the views are low. They love to see when their censorship is working. So, this is why you guys need to continue to have that competitive mindset. You got to repost the spaces. You got to follow Suleiman on YouTube. Stream both streams, which is honestly, it's not that hard. I'm in the YouTube stream right now. As I speak, I'm literally in the stream right now on both streams. So make sure you guys do that and help support us because we're up against the biggest, most evil, most genocidal entity to have ever existed in human history. So, and we're going to need everyone's help from the top row to the bottom row. Huge time shout out to Suleiman.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Morphe. And thanks to Silver Sailor with the gifted membership. Appreciate you. And I appreciate every single person who went on that stream. And that was it. That was the end of it. It was only like 10 minutes long. So yeah, appreciate every single person who went on that stream. Simon, there was that question for you. Do you remember? Dino Jump as well. Thank you for another gifted membership. Appreciate your support. Simon, do you remember the question that was asked?
Yeah, I think it was something along the lines of what would happen to the Middle East if there was a nuclear war or something.
Yeah.
Well, what we're discovering is that the Middle East is the center of all energy and all trade. So if there is a nuclear war in the Middle East, obviously it depends who started it, where it happens. But it will impact us all. It will crash all markets globally. It will crash the bond market, stock market, currency markets, energy markets, Bitcoin. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that might be the protection trade. Gold would go through the roof. People would be looking for how do they insulate themselves. They'd be looking for who's going to react to that. What would Russia do? What would China do? What would Pakistan do? What would India do? What would America do? Everyone would start speculating. But they'd be preparing for that Armageddon situation where effectively people will just be looking to what do I hold in my hand? What do I control? It would be unprecedented. So it definitely won't be contained to the Middle East. It will be impactful to everybody.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Guys, one last thing, if we can ask you to do before we bring the conversation back to this, is the tweet in the nest, the video. Last time you guys did me a huge favor. You made sure that there was like 60 comments on there. We got like 21 comments on there. If we can get people to go in there, write a comment, that would be really, really appreciative. So we've got like 20 comments. Our last video, the Netanyahu one, got 127. Our ground invasion one got 72. So if we can get that up to above 60, 70 comments, that would be awesome. So if everyone can comment on that and like it, now you don't need to play it, you just need to comment and like on it. It's the one on the left. If you could do that for me, the video, the direct video on YouTube, that would be awesome. I want to go to David Z. David Z, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. And just before I go to you, I just want to thank
By the way, just while you're there, I just said that the question was framed as what if. I don't think it will happen. So I don't want people to be panicking. You might want to do your contingency planning, but I think that's a very low probability scenario. So I wasn't saying that is going to happen. It's just the question was framed of what would happen if it did happen.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Just want to thank Mohammed for this super chat. Appreciate you. Great coverage, Sully. Despite pretending to dislike Israel, Manko pushes nothing but Zayo propaganda. His recent efforts to pit the GCC against Iran aim to fuel sectarian hatred, paving the way for the Western occupation to return if Iran forces them out. Smash the Fox News and Grok propaganda efforts. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Just send the super chats through. And like I said, guys, if you pay me, I will drop him. If you pay $500, he'll be dropped for an hour. Someone said I'll repay 1 Bitcoin. If you pay 1 Bitcoin, I'll remove him from the space. But you got to pay up. Like, you can't be talking smack if you're not going to pay up. Feminazi said, Feminazi, yeah, that's true. It's good name. Said, bring back Maze, Josie, and Beatrix. No, we've done a regime change on the space. It's a male takeover of the space. We don't want no chicks on this space right now. We're basically cleansing the space and bringing it back to its logical order.
Gender apartheid.
Exactly, gender apartheid, indeed. Okay, let's go to David. David, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts. I know you messaged me with quite a bit. I didn't get a chance to kind of read it, so explain what your views are.
Thank you, Suleiman. Just being a nice, calm Irish guy, does that mean with no women we can curse?
I mean, better not to, because we're streaming live on YouTube.
Okay, I'll refrain from that then. I just want to go back a bit to the real part of this issue, which is the conflict. I did drop you a couple of DMs because this morning I was talking with a couple of people from this side of the water in Russia, and the opinions are quite eye-opening. I think everyone is losing the run of themselves when they're talking about, this thing only lasting a couple of weeks. The Iranians are in for this, for an existential fight for their existence. This is going to go longer than a month, 3 months, 6 months, or even 12 months. It can go longer. They have no problem in doing it. There's an opinion from one of the major Russian journalists, and I've read his thread now over the last couple of days, and he's been spot on. And he's backed up by several main opinionators, let's just call them, in Russia. Russia has also an existential threat in relation to Ukraine. That was the whole objective of that conflict, was to take down Moscow and to install their own clown in there. At the time, it would have been Navalny. Iran is in the same state of mind. Iran has been 47 years in sanctions. Nobody in the Western world has been 47 years in sanctions. These people know how to operate under extreme duress, stress, economic, diplomatic, etc. They, as Simon may know, like Bahrain has been their conduit for payments in and out of the Middle East for many, many years. For the simple reason is they were the most accommodating to them. That is now almost but gone. What they have at the moment, the only main piece that they have on the chessboard is securing the Strait of Hormuz in order to leverage their position. Now, if you look at what has been entertained by Russia and China in this, Iran is now their kingpin. The iron BRICS has gone from India to Iran. The objective here, again, was by the West to take down Iran, stop the appreciation of the strength of Russia and China as the lead agents in BRICS, and stop the multipolar world. Whatever happened with India, everyone here can see that it is not as strategic as what Iran is. I mean, the proof is in the Strait of Hormuz. The opinions from army and also from, say, advisors and analysts in Russia is that Iran will not be allowed to fail by Russia. And they have made a mindset. And if you look at, I just sent you another little text, Suleiman, asking your permission, but I do run an account that is from the Akhmat group, which is the Chechen group within the Russian army. General Abdel-Lodnov has just opinionated on this again today on 2 posts, where they are simply stating that it is in the best interest, now read upon that what you will, the best interest of Russia that Iran wins this conflict. Iran has a mindset of exactly the same as Russia. In particular, if you know your bit of history, going back to 1941, when Germany advanced in on Soviet Russia, there was a policy of scorched earth. That is, remove all valuable assets and do not leave them fall under the German hand, which is exactly what was done all the way back to almost Moscow, Leningrad, Stalingrad, into the Caucasus. Burn everything. Again, people need to understand the soft touch, soft hands peoples in the West would not be able to live under 47 years of sanctions. The Russians have had literally 12 years of sanctions. Up to 30,000 individual sanctions have now been impressed upon them, and they have succeeded. Their economy is going great here. They have now got, and I do not say this as a partisan player, but they do have the best army in the world, the best technology. They're a decade ahead of the West in everything and anything. China is slowly breaking up on that. But it's I mean, what we are hearing is, and you see it even from opinions coming from China, they're not going to leave Iran fall. And I just go into the oil and gas issue here. The redundancy part within the Russian oil system is almost 4 million barrels. Actually, a little bit more. If you look at the specifics of the Sakhalin project out there with Kamchatka. People would know from the tsunami recently. Even though it's only producing 600,000 barrels a day, it does have the ability to raise another 250,000 barrels. If you look at the oil infrastructure in Russia, they have the ability to bring up 4 million barrels. You just saw Putin last week at a declaration. Last Thursday week, he went public, and then last Monday, 5 days just gone, he ordered the ministry to stop all contracts immediately of supply, gas and oil, because there are supplies currently going into Europe. And he specifically said, we will pivot to Asia. So there's an acknowledgement here that they are in for the long haul with Asia. They're already changing their infrastructure. They're upgrading their infrastructure. The Power of Siberia #1, which is the gas project, which will basically fire up the furnaces and power for China, is now designated for, I believe, June of next year, which is 30 billion meters of gas a year. The big one, the Power of Siberian 2, is projected for 2030. Again, that has been speeded up, and it's maybe coming in by late 28. We know that China has 1.6 billion barrels in reserve. That can be augmented with this change, not only from Europe over to China, which can be done in 3 to 4 months. So that is a major player. I mean, Europe is about to become a desert, a complete and utter industrial desert. The shock, I mean, we just seen today, the Belgian Prime Minister, I posted it, I think, on the Ahmad account, where he has just come out and stated to everybody, he said in a roundabout way, I think we have to go talk to Moscow. Right? Now, these guys have been the most fervent in the war for Ukraine against Russia, are now succumbing to the acknowledgement that they are screwed pooch, that there is no way they're going to be able to continue. I mean, Merz is an inch away from coming out in public and saying, we've made a mistake, we need to go to Moscow. But what Putin has done last Monday is the critical factor here. Europe is down almost 3.6 million barrels a day. That is structurally catastrophe. That is the difference between people putting oil in their cars or heating oil in their homes or industry. Now, we're hearing in Ireland that our supply, this is just an example, our supply of oil is contracted from the United States, a bit from Azerbaijan, and also from the Middle East. However, all that oil is designated to go into the refineries in continental Europe. Rotterdam is the main one. But there's a caveat in the contract. If indeed there is a bigger client who can jump or gazump the contract and offer more, well, he's going to get it. And that would be France, Italy, Germany, even England. So us little island out on the far west of Europe will be lucky to get enough to put in our candles. And this is what is going to happen all over Europe. But going back to Russia, Iran is an existential threat as well for Russia. Russia's pinned all its hopes on BRICS. It has seen that these people, not the general population, but the military war machine in the West, has designated a target on their head and wanted to take Russia down. And 150,000 Russian soldiers, men and women, have given their lives in this conflict in Ukraine. And there is a huge issue going on in Russia now, to the point that there's almost finger pointing going at Putin, even though everyone admires, respects him. But it's inside Moscow saying, now we are proving it to you. We've given you 4 years to take down Ukraine. You've got your BRICS up and running. Now these, I'll say it, bastards are coming again on our southern flank in Iran. We must stop it. And that was the explanation provided to me this morning as regards why Abdulodnov is saying this in public, that if he had the power. Now, you must read into this very critically. Again, I will state, for a Russian general, especially one of his standing, to be saying this in public is most unique, very unique. That if I was in charge, he said, if I had the power, then I would send munitions and men and myself to fight with Iran. We just heard this morning that an extra 330 air quote military advisors have now gone down into Iran. These would be specific in the doctrine of attrition, ground-based warfare, etc. They are not the technicians who are already there. So this is a major upgrade in relation to the relationship between Russia and Iran. Now, we hear they are supplying munitions. I'm not going to go into what I heard because I leave it to one side. But, there is a transit route in the Caspian Sea. There are ships transiting from the north to the south. Everyone knows this. And it's not just refrigerators and washing machines that they're bringing. They're bringing much more. So Russia is bedded in, and the acknowledgement in Russia is that Iran has the capability to last a lot longer than 6 months. They have the military capability to close that Hormuz Strait for as long as they want. If you look at the power projection of America here and their ability to have a landing site where they can bring their troops in, stages, move thousands of tanks, thousands of APCs, there is none. There's no place that Iranian missiles cannot reach. And again, as has been stated in Russia, we have barely seen a sizable proportion of Iranian assets, missile assets being used. The majority that we have seen used are mostly aged third generation previous missile munitions. We've seen Shaheeds, which we do know they have hundreds of thousands of these, similar to what the Russians have, and they were a year or even 2 years advanced in Russia in producing them. Russia now has about 150 to 170,000 of these shells of the geraniums, which are the Shaheeds version of the Iranian ones, in storage. They're in mass production and assembly lines in 3 locations in Russia. Iran has that and has been doing it for 2 years even prior to Russia. So they have the facilities of production and assembly, they have the numbers, and they are holding it back. We're hearing this all the time in the Russian military, that the silos have not been opened. You've heard Marandi say it. I know these people would be one-sided on the Iranian side, but when you're hearing it from independent military analysts in Russia, who have a principled engagement with Iran for the benefit of Iran, then here's where we are. And by the way, in relation to Russia in the Middle East, what is also being said as well is that the Middle Eastern kingdoms, serfdoms, whatever you want to call them, are going to be made an offer. You either join up in a new organization whereby Russia and China will be your principal peers and advisors, let's just call it that, or you won't like the answer in that head off to Paris and London. Because this is BRICS going forward. This is the multipolar world. This is the point in history whereby if this fails, then BRICS will fail. If this fails, then Russia will fail. Russia, even though it's done very well in the last couple of years, it does need China. China does need oil and gas. It will get it from Russia. It just may stall everything. But Russia does believe that this is phase 2 of the Ukrainian issue. So I'm just saying how Russia perceives it and what they are doing. But if anyone believes here that Iran has not the capability, military capability, forget about the financial, then you're living in Clocuckland. You're listening to too much propaganda. America has failed in every war front since World War II. It technically failed North Korea, certainly failed Vietnam, as we know, Afghanistan, blah, blah, blah. They failed everywhere. They've been run out of Africa. Two American bases in Africa were handed over to Russia, the Wagner Group. I mean, it barely got news, but it's happening. Russia is now placed in 17 countries in Africa. And that was not there 5 years ago, even 6 years ago. And they are going more, and they're being asked to come more. So the movement from this unipolar hegemony that American military industrial might has had is completely and utterly gone. Europe is gone. We know this. Africa is gone. It's happening in front of our eyes. The Middle East is the last one. If they fail here, BRICS is one, and then you all have a problem in relation to this $40-odd trillion in debt that America has that nobody ever wants to buy more on, and they want to encash and run away. I think we're going to have a massive problem. From my partner in Switzerland, who's a retired banker, he used to have a major bank in Russia in the 1990s and noughties, and he's saying that failure is imminent. He's based in Switzerland, and he runs a couple of leveraged trade platforms, I should say. And he is saying that it's imminent. And he's a very wealthy man, well above $1 billion. And he's very, very smart. You're not stupid when you go to Moscow and run a bank for 13 years and then sell it to Alpha Bank, et cetera, et cetera. And he's saying failure is imminent. But he believes as well, he's ex-military from East Germany. He said as well that there is no way that Iran will be allowed to fail by Russia and China. No way. It's a systemic risk to them, and they will simply not allow it. Because if it does, then you'll have an ingress of US assets coming into the stands, Tartustan and Uzbekistan, especially the now traitorous Kazakhstan to Russia. I mean, they're doing stupid things really fast. That simply will not be allowed to happen. So I'll leave it at that, Suleiman. And if you can read the last DM I gave you, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Guys, if you can retweet the space, reshare it. We are live. Lots to speak about, lots to get through. Just give you some more breaking news. Trump, we've also got Iran's attack on the oil port of Fujairah, significant destruction there. I am hearing reports that Fujairah is not operating anymore, but you can watch that video that I did in the tweet in the nest where I break that down. But that being said, we got a statement by Trump as well, and he says the following. The United States of America has beaten and completely decimated Iran, both militarily and economically and every other way, but the countries of the world that receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage, and we will help a lot. The US will also coordinate with those countries so that everything goes quickly, smoothly, and well. This should have always been a team effort, and now it will be. It will bring the world together towards harmony, security, and everlasting peace. President Donald J. Trump. Sam, Adam, what's your thoughts on that?
What was his comment? Sorry, Sully.
Adam, if you can check your message as well.
Yeah, sure.
But let me just get someone else's thoughts on it. I just can't bother reading it again, to be honest, the entire thing. Sam, what's your thoughts on it? Okay, is there anybody actually on the space? Let's go to go ahead, Muffet.
What was that last part of news, Suleiman?
Yeah,
that's hilarious. Nobody's actually.
yeah. Hey,
It's
Sully.
fine. I'm gonna bring people up on the space who actually.
I think the Kazakhstan thing had me thinking.
I think that deserves an oil.
When I heard about the Kazakhstan thing, I started doing research. That's why. Make sure though, guys, you repost the space. I mean, now that we're paused, make sure you guys go on the YouTube channel of Suleiman. The link's above in the nest. If you're in the space right now, what you're gonna want to do is open up your phone, go to the main screen. You're gonna want to scroll up on your phone, and then you're gonna see there's posts in the nest. You're gonna want to do a 1 turn, 2 turn, and then the third post is gonna say join the YouTube and add to the conversation. Make sure you guys subscribe. We're trying to get Suleiman to the big 50K mark, so make sure you guys help, because YouTube's another platform where a lot of genocider bullcrap is pushed. And so make sure you do that. Make sure too you stream live, the YouTube live stream as well while we're speaking, and repost the space. Massive shout out.
Yeah, let's. Omar, do you want to add anything?
Oh yeah, I mean, what you just said about what Trump said?
Yeah, or anything else you want to add?
I mean, first of all, like I really want to say something. Like, Yanni, we got to a point where people are still saying I voted for Trump, I voted for him, I shouldn't have voted this, I shouldn't have voted that. I mean, no matter who was ever gonna come into play, no matter who was ever gonna get elected, was never gonna be someone that was gonna be a free soul or a free thinker, gonna do good for America. Unfortunately, so since they're all puppets for the Zionist regime, it turned out to be Mr. Trump, Mr. Trump Towers, the man that can do it all, the businessman. But in reality, all he's doing is just lying, lying, lying. And people are saying, why is he lying? It's like, come on, this is politics, this is war. And this is what they've been doing in the United States, in every single country, to all their people. Yet people still get surprised by, oh my God, why did he do that? Oh my God, why did he do this? I mean, for me, it's just honestly, it's like, oy vey, we're at a point where all that stuff does not matter anymore at all, and it's at a point where it's like, all right, we're in a war. No matter if they step out or back out or retreat and save face, BB, he's alive and well, trying to think that he can scam us with some fake video. He's gonna come and wreak havoc. So there's really nothing more to say about that. And to be truthfully honest, I mean, I haven't slept in so long that I just got an hour of sleep and I woke up to your voice, Sully, and saying, anybody want to add anything? But I heard what you said a little bit about Trump, so that's all I got right now.
Genocider Trump is looking like an absolute fool. I'm looking at your post today, man. Right now, I'm seeing what his post. He posted the United States of America has beaten and completely decimated Iran. He's been saying that for like 2 weeks now. And then now he's saying, we will help a lot. He's offering people to, if we get help in return, And it just goes to show that these people never had a plan. They just take orders from their genocider, apex Zionist masters, their Epstein Islander masters. They never had a plan with this. And, I like what David Z said when he went over the history. I think what people need to start realizing is that this war industry is nothing but a money laundering industry, and they don't care if people die about it either. These billionaires like the Rothschild Rockefellers, you even got the folks like the Musks and the Thiels. They don't care if people die about it or if they win or lose, because at the end of the day, they're getting a big check coming in their house, and it's paid by the American taxpayer. So that's why they don't care if they win or lose. In their minds, they win because they're making billions. I think they're about to print. They're thinking of printing another 60 billion for just this genocidal war against Iran soon. So that's why they don't care if they win or lose. They're looking at their bank accounts and they're thinking they're winning. So that's why people need to stop joining the military, in my opinion, because you're just gonna die for Israel, not for America.
Yeah, that's definitely true, Hamad. And the thing is, U.S. troops are already. I mean, like before anybody's ever talking about it, we heard it here, and we heard about how the troops were stuffing things down the drain just so it could flood up, and so they can be like, "All right, we got to back out. This is not going to work." And plus, every single country has realized what the United States Army is, and it's a copy paste of the IDF, unfortunately, because what they indoctrinate inside of the U.S. Army is the same thing that they indoctrinate inside the IDF, and it's basically, if you fear for your life, do whatever you got to do. But the damn Zios took it to a point where it's like, even if you're not feeling afraid, do what you got to do. So that's the only difference between the two. But no one really has respect for the U.S. military anymore, from what we've been hearing, and especially after China showcased how well and in tandem and how well they work as a military, even if it's just for show. If the United States wants to do a show just like the China, I mean, they couldn't. They would not be able to, because something would go wrong, because just like they're little kids that just graduated high school, that don't have work or can't find work, don't know what to do with their life, or want to take a 1 year between the gaps, 1 year gap between school, finishing high school and going to high school and going to college. So, oh, what do I do? I enlist in the military. I'm serving my country. Oh, okay. They gave me a command. I don't understand, but I still got to do it because my CEO told me to do it. And so they just basically program them as slaves. And now when they get to the Middle East, after they saw that not even the IDF could do anything inside of Gaza, okay, they could turn it into flatten into a parking lot. That's great. They've done it many times before, and they built it right back up. But as long as they don't know those over 350-mile beautiful tunnels that they have in there with their seismic technology, oy vey, you guys are in a bad position.
Yeah, Omar, yeah, exactly. But Suli, the question you posed there to Simon, I'm not qualified to go into the depths of that the finances there and financial analysis. But again, from the military point of view and from looking at it through a rear view mirror, and this is what I really think what Simon has been presenting all along, Suli, ultimately, because of what David presented, this is an existential threat for Russia as well. Gee, you think if Russia says it's an existential threat for them, they will ensure that Iran's not going to go down? This is not Iran standing by itself here. And we know China's deeply involved in it. So I think we're going to have to see a deal cut here real soon. And I know that I get a lot of pushback on this, but I think people really need to realize, because this is a serious, this is it. that there's going to be some deals done quickly, but it's not going to be in favor of what the U.S. might like. I don't think they have a choice here other than to watch it all crash and burn before them there.
Yeah, that's for sure. And the question you had for Simon about financially, so like, could you just repeat it real quick if that's not too much to ask,
Yeah, go ahead.
or
No,
anybody?
no, go ahead.
No, I want to answer the financial question in my own views and terms. I mean, he's got much more experience than I. But what was the exact question, or some part of the question? Uh,
Well, what you
I,
mean?
I think it was like,
I,
what would happen if like the world turned nuclearized or something like that earlier?
oh, okay. I mean, yeah.
I answered that one.
Uh, yeah. Okay, you answered
I don't
it.
know what the other question was, but I answered the nuclear question.
But what was your answer? Sorry.
Everything goes down but gold.
Yep. That's why the Zios are loaded up on gold too, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, but the thing is, gold bricks are hard to travel with, and gold, the 1 kilogram necklaces are hard to travel with. They're gonna have to leave a lot of gold behind for all of us. So hopefully, when Palestine's free, we all go there, we meet up there, and pick up some gold. Oy vey, it's free gold.
Facts. It was promised to us 3,000 years ago.
Oh hell yeah! I mean, I was just waiting because it's the polite thing to do, but it was promised to us.
But Simon, I was kind of hoping when we had the financial analysis here, when we had Robert and Darkside in here, and we were going over that with Assad there. I was hoping that we could come to say, okay, so what's going to be the end game here? When is a deal going to be reached? But it seemed like no one really. We don't know. We're in uncharted water where that deal is going to be really reached. What's going to happen behind closed doors, and when will that happen? I think it's got to happen sooner than later.
I don't think so, Andrew. I mean, the only way I see it happening is if the U.S. gives like the best deal to Iran. Like one of the best deals ever, which I don't see happening when the Zios control our government. They want to juice this. I think they want to turn this into Ukraine 2.0. Where you
Oh yeah.
$60 billion every other month for the genociders. So I highly doubt that it's going to happen, especially after they bomb that school. Unless it's like an amazing deal, which as of now they've been throwing out crappy deals.
I think
Oh
the
yeah.
best way to think about it is in terms of the price of oil. So we're currently at $100. We know that when it reached $110, there was a mass intervention where they're willing to give concessions, but through diplomatic ties. So they decided to do sanctions relief to Russia at $115. Then they decide to drain their strategic petroleum reserves at $110. And when it goes back up to $100, they're willing to do that. So the best way to think about it is in terms of the price of oil. Now, if the price of oil goes above $120, we don't know what their next set of tools are. So there's taco trade in terms of Trump saying we can open the Strait of Hormuz is one of them. But if it turns out that he keeps promising that and it doesn't open, then it has the boy who cried wolf effect where no one believes it anymore. So that doesn't impact the price anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The second one is obviously allowing Russia to take more and more business. The thing of building new infrastructure, that can only happen like in that's a year long capital investment project. So it's not really a feasible thing. It's just what can people do now, and Russia's the only one that can solve the problem.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like, I mean, honestly, there is no more free will for like most people are just NPCs walking around and not knowing where the hell they're going.
Yeah.
But
But so
like
if they push it above 100, if the price of oil gets above 120, and they run out of tools, then we know the global economy breaks at $160 as per some analysis, which I'd agree with. And so if oil gets to $160, then we're at the point where it's completely demand destructive for everybody. And so if the price, you know, if all tools run out and then the Hormuz isn't open, and the price of oil is above 110 and continually increasing, then America's only last choice is to do whatever it needs to do to get IRGC to agree to open the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh yeah,
Nuclear is not an option because that's mutually guaranteed
def,
destruction all round.
def,
So it's
definitely.
just concessions. So a deal has to be done. A deal will be done. It's just a question of how much destruction's going to be taken along the way, and whether there's just something that we can't think about, some wild
You're
card we can't think of.
100%. I mean, look how long. 2 years in Gaza, they flattened it. They still continued. And then just yesterday, when supposedly now there's a ceasefire, just yesterday, seven of my cousins lost their family members. So it's like, if there's a ceasefire and you guys flattened everything, what's going on? You know, so that could happen, and they can just keep doing whatever they want until they're done, and then we're like, okay, you guys did the same thing again all over again. And honestly,
That's the
it's
wrong
just
analysis. So if you think that it's humanitarian, it's not. They don't care.
oh, of course.
America made a bunch of money by sending money to Israel. Not America the country, America the military industrial complex. Sending money, getting the US taxpayer to pay for it, sending it over, committing it to Israel, and then spending it back in Lockheed Martin, General Dynamic, Raytheon.
And don't they
That's a
get the money
profitable
back
trade. So they'll take that trade.
Yeah, of course, but don't they get the money back that they lent out to Ukraine and Israel and all that
Of course.
supposedly by insurance?
No, there's no my mute button. Yeah, there's no insurance. It's just a money laundering operation. It's a racket. The money, the American person pays it. The American life's sacrificed, or they do it via proxy. But the money ends up back into the US military companies. And then once you've extracted all wartime profit, you then hand over to the banks, and the banks profit from the rebuild. Now the difference with this one is that it's oil prices. So Gaza doesn't impact oil prices. Iran and Russia impact oil prices, and so that puts a time frame on this one. And you know, the higher the price of oil, the more things break.
Oh, okay. Well said. Well said. Oh, and I understand. Oh, damn, we have a Mossad over here. I'm so sorry.
I think
Actually, no,
Dave,
I'm
did you have
not.
your hand up? Did you want to chime in on that?
I'm not sorry. Don't put your hand up because yeah, I went through a lot with you guys, Mossad, and I know you know who I am, and I think I should leave the space. So actually, just because you said that, I'm gonna stick here, and I hope you guys can find me one day. Keep doing what you're doing, Mossad.
Hey,
Trump's comments is no, who's speaking there? Andrew, go ahead.
yeah,
I think we were going to
he's
Dave
talking
next, wasn't it?
about Mossad just came up on the speaker panel. He's requesting a follow back. You know, I don't know anything about this guy, but gee, even the name kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Definitely, man.
Yo, what's good, Mossad? Speak up, man. You there?
Cat's got your tongue, lad.
Speak up, man. Is the UAE telling you not to speak up?
Yeah, he's not allowed. No, he's got to
No
get some permission
photography either?
first.
All right, we should boot him off the stage if he don't.
Who brought Adam? Did you bring him up?
Guys, let's bring David.
No, I
'cause,
don't see anyone of that name. But yeah, go ahead, David.
No, I just want to come back and refer to, you know, I believe everything that you are discussing is based upon, you know, the formula XYZ that U.S. Army is going to be able to induce the cessation of the blocking of Hormuz. That is empirically wrong. That is so wrong. There's nothing there to sustain that belief that there is an ability to do it. And Iran, as I said, is in an existential threat to his existence. Do you think it's going to agree? I mean, Russia has been forced, to come to the table and do a truce or a ceasefire, which it has stated since the very beginning that is not on its list. It is looking for, in their case, denazification, demilitarization. In Iran's case, it's a demilitarization. I mean, who wants to sit after having a war like this has cost thousands and thousands of lives, hundreds of billions of loss on both sides combined, and wait for another slap again in a year or 2 years' time? I mean, this is what they're going to do. So Iran is not going to stop until this is agreed and finished, and it's not going to be a truce or a ceasefire. And when you look at it this way, I just stated that this is a risk as well to BRICS, which is the child of Russia and China. Forget about India. India is now being kicked. I mean, it's the life-saving push as well for South Africa, and indeed all of Africa. Anytime you've seen an open conference in Russia during, I think, 2024, when Russia was leading BRICS, every singular emissary from Africa, bar one, was arriving in Moscow and looking to develop into a partner situation in BRICS. So Iran is the kingpin of all of this. Now, if you want to talk military, let's look at the military. Russia is the, by far, and I'm again saying this, I know I'm going to be said, I'm a Russian stooge and blah, blah, blah. But when you stand back and look what Russia has achieved in 4 years, we know they have 7,000 of the best nuclear missiles. They have the best ICBMs. Everyone is acknowledging it. The Sarmats, the Chinese are about 2-3 years behind achieving that technology. When you look at their full range of munitions, they're a decade ahead of the West, including the US. Their hypersonics, their nuclear-powered Poseidon torpedo, the 100-megaton bomb that is now a semi-torpedo submarine that is now sitting on the eastern and Pacific coasts of America, ready to detonate. When you look at their upgrades in their submarines, when you look at their upgrades in satellites, in intelligence gathering, they are now, if not the same.
Hey Dave,
but
can I ask a question?
Yes.
Do you remember, like about a year ago, there was this some retaliation in Ukraine from Russia, and it was like this crazy, almost nuclear looking like. What was that all about? Can you remember that? It was like they were demonstrating something, and the videos just looked absolutely crazy.
You mean the Orenchik?
Yeah, I can't remember what it was. I just remember seeing the video of like, what the hell is this thing? And it was in retaliation, I think, when Ukraine started putting drones in Moscow or something. Can you remember? Just remind me.
Yeah. They actually did two of them. They did one of them in southeastern Ukraine, which was a factory that was producing heavy munitions. The Orenchik is a conventional multi-warhead unit that it's not an explosive, not above ground, but it digs into ground. Putin himself said that, it's hotter than the sun. But what it causes is a thermobaric underground explosion that literally melts everything. The first target that it hit was a major factory, which went down 4 to 5 levels. And you need to understand, Ukraine is the most unique industrialized country in the world. It had two purposes. Number one, it was to be the industrial might of USSR, which it was, because when they broke up, the Ukraine was actually the 5th biggest economy in the planet when it broke up, just for a short term, but it was, because that is where but 90% of Russian generation came from, or the USSR as it was at the time. So that facility that they hit, Simon, was massive. If you remember Mariupol, the Azovstal plant, when the Russians were getting rid of the Nazis in that area, that was the second biggest steel plant in Europe. The one that they hit just outside of the Donbass, it comprised over 60 hectares underground, and that is just absolutely massive, with dozens of kilometers of tunnels and underground storage facilities, which was made by the USSR in the event of nuclear war. That is why we have seen such massive concrete construction, not only in the Donbass, but also on the Polish border, where Lvov is, where most of these banderites are at the moment. But what it is it's the largest conventional warhead on the planet. It has the power to move in transit. That is, like, you can't see it because it's coming down at Mach 9 to Mach 12 at you. And it hits with a force comparable to a nuclear explosion underground. We heard recently reports about what happened in Lvov. They hit again in Lvov. and it literally melts everything underground. Solid rock is turned into glass, which is the heat explosion of a nuclear bomb. It literally destroyed everything going down to 50 meters underground in their first hit. But I just want to go back, like, I mean, what Russia has done, what you need to understand here, what Russia has done in the exploitation of an advancement of their technology, no other country in the world has even come close at the moment. America can say, oh, we have alien technology. I mean, I'm just going to go over the top here. But Trump goes, we have alien technology, stuff you cannot believe, Buck Rogers, 25th century, blah, 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 blah. He talked about the Golden Dome. I think I talked on this the other night, being, able to stop Russian missiles coming in. The greatest loads of codwallop you could ever imagine. It does not exist. It cannot exist. They're going to cost trillions of dollars to go into development and to putting it in place. They don't have the time. And by the time they do it, it still will not be able to even deflect the current missiles that Russia has, because at Mach 32, there is nothing on this planet that we have or even dream to have that can stop it. The Russians themselves only have an upgraded S-600 series, which is coming out in 2 years as the S-700 series. And they are saying, in the event of a nuclear war, currently, Russia can take down over 90% of incoming ICBMs. Now, that is something that everyone here should appreciate, because that is something that Putin has discussed himself, that if in the event of a nuclear war, we're going to save about 30% of our population. You guys won't. You'll be nothing left of you, but we'll be all okay. I won't go further to that. But what we need to understand here is, if we have Russia, where we are at the moment, they have a 2.4 million man army. They've just done 4 years of the worst conventional war we have seen since World War II. They beat in 32 countries of NATO, depleted all reserves of continental Europe, Canada, and the ancillaries that they dragged from Australia, Japan, and North Korea, South Korea, which we know they've done. We know they have done this. And now America is saying USA is saying last year, June, that we're actually under our minimum logistic quantity, even to protect ourselves or to run exercises. We're under it. I think it was about 25% under it. And America has not exploited their factories. They've not increased production. And here they are entertaining a war that is, by far as big as Ukraine. They don't have the munitions. What we are hearing is propaganda blowholing. That's it. This is pure BS. I'd love to curse, but told not to. This is pure BS. The Russians are laughing at this. So if you have the best army in the world with 2 million men that have gone in and out of combat, right, and that America has never experienced such combat scenarios since World War II. Forget about Vietnam. Vietnam is jungle warfare, dealing against men in pajamas and AK-47s and RPGs if you're lucky. These are highly trained, motivated men, Russian men, who would never have known defeat in many generations, who are fighting in a way that we cannot comprehend. 150,000 died versus 2 million. And believe it or not, the Ukrainians are quite strong, stoic men in themselves. I mean, they're brothers. I mean, physically, the demeanor, the temperament. And yet Russia has taken them down almost 15-1. Currently, in the plane of fighting, it's 30-1. So you need to appreciate what Russia is doing. Forget about the Western media. So when Russia says that Iran is a required necessity for their expansion of BRICS and their preservation of their society, you better believe that they are going to put, their shoulder to the wheel on this. This is not going to be played out in some Western media where idiots are talking that Russia is they're fighting with shovels and they're taking chips out of washing machines. I'm sorry to tell everybody who thinks that Russia is in that position. It is absolutely not. And remember as well, China's involved. China, 3 million man army, the greatest industrial power we have seen in human civilization, is now focused. You hear what Xi is saying, that they've upgraded their army to double the size. Look what they're doing with their technology. Their 6th generation fighter jets, their drone carriers, their super aircraft carriers. They're on a level that we have not seen. I mean, I can honestly say that even though Russia is in a 100-year partnership, I mean, Xi and Putin have stated this more than once, there's quite a worrisome, wink going on in Russia that China is pushing a lot. I mean, the last confrontation that Russia and China had was 1969 on a small island up by Sakhalin. Russia defeated them quite easily in a couple of days, and there was several hundred fatalities. Not a lot of people know that the USSR and Communist China went to a local battle war in northeastern Siberia, out on Sakhalin Peninsula. But it did happen. They quickly renegotiated a peace deal and are now a 100-year term. And Russia is now supplying China with energy. And their preference, as Putin said last Monday, is screw Europe and we'll help our buddies in in Asia. And that's where we are. So Iran is an existential threat. China knows that it has to do BRICS to maintain and keep its economy going and expand. And so is Russia. So everyone here that thinks that, Iran is on its own.
Dave, just on that, how does what's the route for Russia to get oil or LNG to China? Is that affected or impacted by anything?
No, not. Two things on that, Simon. Number one is you have the Paris-Siberian 1 and 2 that I talked about earlier. You can go check it out. That's 80 billion cubic meters of gas flowing by the end of 2028. And that is enough to that's enough to do China in itself. You actually said earlier, someone came back on you about the solar power. I think it was Gary Cardone said it.
Yeah.
He wasn't right. You were right. And here's why. China is now producing more solar power than the entire energy production of the United States in oil, gas, nuclear, etc. in solar power. Now, Gary said, oh, that's only 7 hours a day. Yeah, no, he's wrong. What China does is it has advanced storage and redundancies, whereby power that's not used in the system is stored into, they've developed several lakes that they push up the top of the mountain and they leave it flow down again. When it's off, they're using salt, they're using sand storage, which holds energy and then releases it then at time. They also have, as you said, oil, they have gas, and they have nuclear. And they're building more nuclear stations than the whole world combined. Now, I know it's not going to happen in 1 year, but if you look at what Russia is doing, they now have 7 of the top icebreakers, 14, I know some are older, icebreakers, and they're dominating the Arctic. They're developing ports. They can remove oil and gas from the northern Siberia ports, and they can deliver it through the Bering Strait into China. They have 1,400 ships on the ocean under their flag and contract. So if they were to increase, that's why I was talking about earlier, the redundancy factor within the Russian oil system is bigger than any other country in the world. It rivals Aramco for percentile. And your initial speaker that Suleiman had in here would have been able to expand on it. But it's an unknown quantity within the infrastructure of Russia, just exactly what it is, because it's a closely guarded secret of Gazprom and the Russian government, because it's deemed to be a strategic military asset. They do not disclose it to the public. And as you have seen recently, when Ukraine attacked the local refineries and storage facilities in southeastern Russia, Smolensk, Krasnodar Krai, etc., it had little to zero effect. We only were given propaganda, zero effect. Some of those large refineries are over 1,500 acres, and 1 or 2 little drones that managed to get in there causing a storage fire, whatever. I mean, they're fixed within a week. But the redundancy within the Russian system is huge, and the wry smile that we have on this was French and German money that built Russian infrastructure and gas, oil and gas, with some help from America. Like, we know they're all crying that they want to get back in and get back their assets. But Russia has taken it. And Russia doesn't care, I think you know this as well, about the 300 billion that is stuck on Euroclear, Sidel and DTCC, where everyone has a bit of Russian offshore sovereign assets. Russia does not care. You can keep it, guys. Why? Because Russia has about 1 trillion in infrastructural assets that it owns now by nationalizing from the West. So they're up. And also because of the uptake in gold, Russia's stock, which is, we have an official amount of gold that Russia has, but believe you me, it has twice that, and has not been released. And that is the same as China. I think we're hearing rumors that the official stockpile in China that we are being told is a fraction of what they actually have. Historic gold there is mountainous, is all I can say.
And the estimates are like 22,000 tons versus what they're
40.
reporting. 40?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I actually personally saw some of it myself many years ago when I worked there. My mouth was open for about a week. It's hard to comprehend what it's like. What was that Ghanaian actor that went to the London Vaults there? The good-looking guy. He was brought into the London Vaults and he was shown all around. The Chinese have that. You know, Mongolia is the Switzerland of Asia, and the Chinese have in excess of 40,000 tons. Look, the point being is that
they got the silver, which is essential for the electricity and solar panels and AI and everything.
JP Morgan believe they hold the highest amount of gold in the world. I think it's 380 million ounces. Well, drop mic, talk to China. They have much more. And I just want to go back and say again, I just finalize all this. Russia has the ability to deliver to China, has the ability to deliver China if the Hormuz closed up and they got nothing out of it. China has the 1.6 billion barrels. Russia can upgrade Sakhalin by 200,000 barrels a day. It can upgrade its Arctic delivery, I think, by over 1.7 million barrels a day within 4 months, and the full 4 million barrels if you take it out of St. Petersburg and Murmansk over the next year. So by the time that China becomes depleted of its stocks, is already being supplemented by Russia, and only Russia. It does not need anything else. I mean, you can look at the power of Siberia, what that's doing, but there's already 2 eye lines running in via Mongolia and across the Chinese-Russian border, and they have the ability to upgrade as well. So this 1.6 billion barrels of reserve that China has will not be needed. Even if they were to take out 4 million extra barrels a day, and you have supplemented with the increased redundancy from Russia, it's infinite. I mean, it's years.
Do you know how long the Power of Siberia 2 is? That's a long-term project, right?
Yeah, they previously said it's by the mid 2030, but there's a caveat there. Due to what's happening there's been a meeting very recently about upgrading the speed. If anyone knows videos from China, you know, you go to sleep at 8 o'clock at night and they've just put a new bridge next to your house by the time you wake up in the morning. They are concentrating extra workers on that project as we speak.
Yeah, no one can do infrastructure faster than China.
No. I mean, look at the project they're doing in the Tibetan Plateau, with the largest project in the history of humankind. $170 billion of, 27 individual hydro dams. The project leaves the Great Wall of China behind. So look, the issue here is that we are not being told any of this. There's no discussion of this outside of the paranoia of propaganda that we are hearing. But yes, Russia has the ability to keep China's belly full. And as we know, like in Russia itself, where I am at the moment, there's no risk to their economy. They put up a wall already. Putin said it. If they don't want to renew our contracts in 2027, then let's cancel the contracts now. And that is why you have the Belgian Prime Minister coming out this morning and saying, oh shit, I think we need to talk to Moscow. Because they know now, Simon, with the 4 million that's now not coming from the Middle East, Europe is totally screwed. And I guarantee, I put $10 on this with anybody. Orban and Fico will be taking their military and they will be entering Ukraine within weeks. Within weeks, unless Zelensky turns back on that pipeline. They need it or their economies are gone. 40% of Hungary's energy flows through Ukraine. And that is now turned off and has been for several weeks. They do not have any time left. So watch this space. And if that happens, that's the end of NATO. And that's the end of the EU. And that's the end of van der Leyen. And that's the end of this cartel of plutocrats, war machine that are stuck, including my own country, who is supposed to be neutral. And Ireland itself has paid 460 million euros to Ukraine to buy bombs and bullets to kill Russian soldiers. So the neutrality of Europe is gone. And they are now a 100% war machine that Russia has absolutely, totally destroyed. Thanks, Simon.
The whole NATO Article 5 thing is kind of a fallacy now. We've seen strikes on, Turkey, and we've seen, action on the Polish border, and no one's gonna no one's gonna protect another country. That Article 5 thing is a complete fallacy, I think.
So, hey, David Z, let's get to the bottom of here. Okay, we know we got to bring this in for a landing here. This runaway train here, it's a runaway. So I think what we're really saying here, and Simon's been saying it for for days now, very emphatically. There's got to be a deal cut behind closed doors. There's got to be like people really talking about coming to the grips. Look, America is brought to its short hairs here. There's got to be a Trump will come off of an exit ramp. I know this upsets people, but the only thing that we're looking at here, Trump needs an exit ramp. He's going to declare victory, as Simon has said several times, and Sully has said several times. He'll declare victory, even though it's a loss. And then what Iran will get out of this
all that fraud. But we didn't have, the US didn't have its debt to GDP. We're at like 125, 130% right now. You got a structural trade deficit of 6% right now. It's never been like that apart from during World War II. You've got the AI trade in terms of unemployment. You've got the indebtedness of the individual people, credit card debt, various other things. People are completely on the edge. The entire US economy is propped up by the wealthiest 10%. All that consumption that they talk about in the US economy, that's not distributed. 92% of the stock market is owned by the wealthiest 10%. And virtually all of the consumption is dependent upon the wealthiest 10%. So you've got it's the stats in terms of the trade deficit, the debt to GDP, that those are unprecedented at the time of having an oil situation like this. So they're worlds apart in terms of like when you combine it all together. And remember, if you had a reduction in tax receipts right now because you went into a recession, you're talking about a trade deficit that could go from 6%. The lowest it's ever been was 7%. But if that went down to 15%, you're talking emerging market distressed situation. That's a doom loop spiral. If tax receipts go down, inflation goes up, and you have a glut in the productivity. And the other part of it is that this is the highest level of interest payments that America's ever had. So if the long-term rates are going up right now, that means every refinancing of the debt is leading to a higher interest rate. And so if you enter, because what's happened so far is that as America entered the war, as the price of oil went up, so has the yield on the 10-year treasury, the 20-year treasury, and the 30-year treasury. And if Trump tried to do an intervention and regime change the Fed and get it down to the short-term rate down, the long-term rate is going up because the market's seeing that as distressed activity and interpreting that as removing the dollar as Fed independence. So the set of circumstances today is 100% unique when you combine them all together. And remember, we've also had a situation where the affordability rate is at its worst, in modern times for the average American. And so after the Russia-Ukraine inflation cycle, it's not that although the Fed has managed to get inflation down it still hasn't got it down to its structural 2%. It's about 2.3% for consumer price index, but about higher for the producer price index, which is the cost of production, which leads the inflation side. But we're talking about 3% on top of what used to be the 9% and what used to be the 8%. So it's cumulative, right? It's not that, all right, prices are under control now. It's prices were unaffordable for the average American. And now we're getting more expensive on top of that. And now we're getting more expensive on top of that. As well as at the same time, wages are just not going up at the same rate. So you're just creating this structural K-shaped economy. And that really is a crisis. America only has one choice. It has to roll over the debt and it has to grow at a faster rate than the average interest on its debt. So right now, the average interest on the American debt is 3.3%. They have to grow at a faster rate than 3.3% before it becomes a debt crisis. As long as America can grow at approximately 4 to 5%, it can continue to roll over. But if there's anything that puts into question people's desire to want to buy US treasuries, which we're already seeing. It's only the hedgies in Cayman Island that are purchasing them, a big chunk of them right now, and your pensions. If anything puts that to question, and America doesn't grow at a faster rate than the average interest on the debt, or the rates go so high that you can't even outpace the growth based upon the interest, then we enter into a bit of a doom loop. And again, I'm not trying to say these are just the cold hard facts. America has to grow at a faster rate than 3.3%.
What's the current growth, Simon?
The growth is pretty high. Like they had a 4%, 5% growth rate. So growth is pretty good in America. But if you enter into recession, that's it. Like tax collection goes down, the interest rate on the debt goes up. You've also got this AI productivity trade. That's all malinvestment if you can't get the price of energy down. All of that capex has gone. That whole thing becomes a big problem.
Another thing too is like the income to inflation ratio. Like most people on average are still making like 70K, and that's like 2018 kind of salaries. But even in 2026, like it's still like a median salary in most demographics across the states, like 60 to 70K, which like nowadays it's not much, you know, especially if you want to have like a family.
Yeah. And remember, the only way you can increase on deficit, which is the policy that was being done before the war, is to weaken the dollar, increase the debt, but now you've strengthened the dollar. When you strengthen it, because the war has been strengthening the dollar, when you strengthen the dollar, it means everything gets more expensive. And it means that you can't do the rebuild the manufacturing base, work on the trade deficit trade. So you completely reverse the tariff policy. You reverse the rebuild the manufacturing base policy. And there's no way that America can sustain its military industrial complex on expensive labor, a rising dollar, and this level of indebtedness. Let's not forget the supply chains. You know, all the rare earth minerals are with are with China and Russia. So you know, it really is. It's not a real situation. There is no such thing as raging war on Iran, Russia, and China. You have to end it, like, and you have to make concessions, and you have to accept that you're no longer the world superpower. There's no two ways about it. There is no way to defy gravity here.
So Simon, you said that when the war started, that if we get past like a couple of weeks, it was a point of no return. And no, you didn't say a couple of weeks. I think you said a couple of weeks just a few days ago. Is that still your thesis, or is it more towards what David is saying, where you've got basically a month from now?
It's more on the price of oil, the price of the oil. So if the price of oil gets above $110,000 again, then you have to do intervention. And with every intervention, you either have to speculate that you're going to be able to crash the market in the future through those futures trades, or you have to you have to get sanctions relief, more sanction relief on Russia in order to flood the market with oil, or you need to drain those strategic petroleum reserves. And if everyone's hoarding and they're not releasing those strategic petroleum reserves, they'll just drain naturally, based upon like everyone hoarding. So now, if there is any kind of escalation that drives that price up above $110, we know, or many estimate, that the price of oil at $160 breaks everything. That's global financial crisis. That's all markets breaking. That you have to have, the only way to get that price down is by having a global recession, because basically that's the demand destruction situation where no one can afford to buy everything. So prices come down because nobody's buying anything. That requires a recession to get the price down at that point. Now, we've already, so again, you have to find ways of oppressing the price of oil, and that's how long you can last. And so if they come up with a new nifty trick on how to oppress the price of oil, then you can carry on a little bit longer. But the higher the price of oil, the shorter the time frame you have, and you run out of tools. And so there is a real time frame on this, where then it becomes the only way to get down the price of oil is to have a global recession. So again, there has to be a solution, and however you have to find it, a deal has to be done, because the second the deal is done, there's going to be all sorts of supply chain issues, but the price of oil will crash right back down, and then that will create a bit of easing. And obviously, if you're Iran or you're IRGC, you're going to play that time frame, because that's how you get a deal done.
But if you're Russia, why would you even allow a deal to be made?
Well, yeah, if you're playing the Russian game, you don't mind this going on forever. And so if you're Russia and you're smart, you keep doing false flags. If you're acting in your own interest, you keep doing false flags to make this escalate.
This is revenge. This is revenge. You need to understand, this is not normal business. There's a complete hatred for the West in Russia now. I'm here. I was in Moscow just a few days ago, back in the middle of the Urals at the moment. There's absolutely no feelings towards what happens west of Berlin. The guys who were ex-USSR, they're still seen as compatriots. Romania, Bulgaria, especially the Balkans, Serbia, etc. They have not gone over to the full hardcore, let's support the Ukraine war. Everything west of Berlin can drop off into the abyss. Including the Irish. I mean, the Russian ambassador in Dublin issued in the last year 2 of the most aggressive letters ever issued by any ambassador, where he basically said that Ireland is now on the side of NATO, and you should be seen as taking. They were in shock in Ireland over it, absolutely in shock. What did we do? Well, you gave 450 million, and you're buying for bombs and bullets. So understand what Russia's situation is. You've stolen from us. You've killed 150,000 men and women. You try to take us down. It's an existential threat. You're redoing what Hitler tried to do, not what Napoleon tried to do. You thought you defeated us with the failure of USSR, and I mean, Jeffrey Sachs will attest to that when he was in the office with Yeltsin and when he declared on the day the USSR is over, and they went on the phone to Washington and the World Bank to say, right, now's the time to step in and to save Russia. They did not, and they forced Russia into the abyss. And Russia does not forget this. 20, 30 million Russians died prematurely in the 1990s. Go Google it, you will see it yourself. I witnessed it myself, where men actually who should have lived to 73 odd years of age were dying in their late 50s, where suicide went up through the roof. Everything, the whole society fell apart. It was horrific to watch. Children were hungry. Orphanages were full. Murders went up. Everything went bad. And yet the West was intentional too. Jeffrey Sachs said it, and he said it on many, many times, that there was a time where they could have saved Russia from going into that abyss for 10 stagnant years. And indeed, it took Putin until 2008-9 in order to get it back up again. So it was 19 years, give or take, or 18 years, give or take, of Russia going down the abyss. That was an intentional financial attack on Russia. And they do not forget it. They absolutely do not. Men my age and above, who are currently the dominant power in the Kremlin, they may be all smiley in front. I mean, the diplomatic process in Russia is quite unique, similar to China. They're very, what they say they do, they don't forget. But what has happened to them in Ukraine? Oh no, they're taking every available opportunity here at the moment to bring military power to Iran to make sure that there's a forced capitulation of Western society. They do not care. You had your chance. You look, not me saying it, not Dave saying it. Look what Putin said last Monday evening. Go and I put it up on my timeline. It's there. Look at what he said for 5 minutes. It is really shocking. And not only that, I mean, this man has been saying for the last several weeks, because they could see the Iran thing coming up. Look at what he has been saying, that, you know, Europe is on a watch. We don't care. But what he said last Monday, I mean, that was it. That was like Pontius Pilate, washing your hands. You go off and do your thing now. We don't want you. We don't need you. But that's a sentiment in all of Russia. And I actually, everyone has heard this, that what Putin is saying is very, very conservative in the realm that the real aggression against Europe has not even shown its head yet. You do see a bit of it in Dmitry Medvedev, you know, where he's as close to putting his hand on the bomb. He wants to Renshik Downing Street. He wants to Renshik the Reichstag. He wants to take down Macron tonight if he could. You know, everyone should be quite happy that, you know, Putin is still there for life. He'd be there for another 8 years, give or take. But if we had Medvedev in there now at the moment, he would already be in on top of Kiev, and he would be up against the Polish border, and he would probably have given a shot to some logistics in Germany and Poland at this stage. But again, as I mentioned earlier, Hungary and Slovakia, Simon, they're ready to go in. Just look at the news, what they're saying. Look what Orban is saying. Orban is going to have the election stolen off him in the next couple of weeks. Like,
David, I don't think the average American or Westerner has any idea really what you're saying. 8 years ago, I was having a conversation with a young woman in her group, Russian university student. And I said, hey, how are you? We were talking. I said, yeah, I was back in the day. Now we're all at peace now. I said, back in my era, during the Soviet Union, Cold War, we were bitter enemies. Now we're friends. This young woman, 22-year-old woman, she looked at me and with hatred. And she said, I really don't think you understand, do you? She said, we will. Not maybe. We will rain nuclear weapons upon America, and we will destroy you. And I was so shocked. I said, "Oh my God, American university students, we don't want to go nuke anyone." She said, "I don't think you understand," and that's all I'm going to say. And I started researching it further. People think that's, oh, you're a warmonger, you're drawing fear. No, we have to understand the enemy. We have to understand what our enemy is saying to us. Ooh, you can't say Russia's our enemy. Okay, well, David, listen, people don't believe you. They really don't. I'm not talking about this panel, but I'm talking the average American. And I'm being honest here.
Let me just give some breaking news. Fire at a U.S. Victoria base in Baghdad. New images from the roof of the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad after yesterday's drone strike shows it being completely destroyed. Kuwait International Airport's radar system was struck and destroyed. IGC warns the United States to evacuate all American industrial centers across the Middle East and ask the people living near industrial factories in which Americans hold shares to evacuate those areas to avoid harm. That is a warning to the Middle East. Simon, you going to add something?
No, I was just going to say, and for those that think like you can crash America and Israel suddenly ends up the empire and rules the world, there is no way Israel does well out of this. Like, it's not, there's no set of circumstances where Israel becomes the next empire. Like, you know, this is Russia, this is China, and Iran is a leverage. But, you know, America can come out very, very, you know, with its own regional power, and it's got a lot of leverage. It's got a lot of resources. It's got a, you know, as a regional country, it's got a lot to offer. But the problem is this is controlled by financial speculators and bondholders and derivatives market. The whole thing, the whole of America is a collateralized debt obligation at this stage, and so are all Americans. That's the reality. And a few people own most of the assets. And so that's the issue with America. But there is not a set of circumstance where Israel becomes the next empire and Pax Judaica happens. Like, no chance.
So I do think that if America was to win and Israel was to win, then you would have that. But yeah, I think the chances of them winning are really low now.
So that's the side benefit. You're choosing between your country and seeing Israel crash. It's a bit of dilemma, right? That's why Americans are bloody cheering on Iran right now. How crazy is that?
Yeah, that's the insanity, Simon. And sadly, what you just said, I don't know if you heard what you just said. That needs to be repeated. Yeah, these idiots, these Christian Zionists at the base. Now, again, I'm picking on the Christian Zionists here, the base. All right, I'll say the MAGA cult. They actually believe that by cheering on the destruction of Iran, is going to make America great again. And I'll leave it there.
So far, it's done quite the opposite. So far, gas is up $1 on average across the nation, so it's already up nearly 30%, and that's just on the gas, right? And when you think about it, the heat's going to go up within the next few months. Heating fuel, because the gas goes up, the trucking companies' prices go up, the groceries go up. So we're already seeing that. We're already seeing this country getting decimated. And last time I checked, like I don't remember like gas prices skyrocketing, making America great again. So those idiots, a lot of these idiots, these genociders, I think they're heavily invested monetarily, not just through religious beliefs. And that's why, despite seeing America's destruction, they're fine. They're fine with that because it goes back to kind of like with the billionaires. Even though they're not on the billionaires level, all they care about, just like the billionaires, is that bank account going back up. So this is why, boycotts, this is why sanctions, and this is why lawsuits need to start taking place in the U.S. and people need to start getting their sanctioned immediately. This is what kind of helped South Africa out. And, this is what we need to push for here in order to save ourselves. Otherwise, they're just going to keep doing this.
The fact that there's also the fact that this war is reversed the dollar weakening. Now, all of America's exports are getting more expensive, and the dollar strengthening. It's over, it's at the DXY is at $100. So China's currency, Russia's currency is devaluing against the dollar, which makes their exports cheaper. And America is their currency strengthening into this, which makes its exports more expensive. And so that you're fighting the currency as well.
Simon, just to add to that, when Russia, and I won't use the word invaded, I always use the word liberated Western or Eastern Ukraine, the ruble went to 160 rubles to the dollar. It spiked right up. Everyone, of course, in the West was pointing fingers going, Russia's bust. Putin came on television and said exactly what you just said. He said, what, did these guys not, this is what he said. I obviously said that our Western counterparts have never studied basic economics. We are still selling our goods and we are achieving a higher price. We're almost double the ruble that we were getting just a few weeks ago. And that is actually the spurt that helped Russia in its economy to what it did later in 2023-24 when it went up to almost 6% growth. It was that rate of exchange that brought in, if you remember at the time that Russia was demanding, all the sanctions went on, and Russia was demanding that they would specifically open up accounts in Europe in rubles and then do a transfer. Of course, everyone said, no, it's sanctions, we're not doing it, but they had to do it. So it was that actually rise in the rate of currency exchange that boosted Russia that time. And again, I will state, just going back to what Andrew said, there is no conception whatsoever. I've had 4 years of this shit dealing on spaces when that bot space, what's it called again? Oh yeah, Mario space, that bot space Mario for years, interjecting there and advising. And of course, everyone, feeding themselves on Fox, CNN, BBC, etc., including my own country, which was the most rabid anti-Russian rhetoric that ever I have seen. I mean, to the point that I don't talk now to half my family. That I found out that who's who at the zoo, that we simply have no understanding. And this is the problem. This avarice, this stupidity, this ignorance of the understanding of the military capability of China and Russia is leading these fools into Daniels and the lion's den. They have no conception whatsoever of what the technology advance, the capability, the military. Look, here's a salient point. I'll leave it at this. Russia has 2.35 million men and women in uniform in their defense forces. Now, that is Navy, nuclear, airspace, and army. They have 1.7 million in army. Yeah, and these are 1.7 million that have been in contract in combat in Ukraine. So they have all 6 months to 12 months, a lot of them, Some of them, a small minority though, have been there since 2014 and 2022. They won't leave. How many is America? 470,000 of ill-equipped, untrained, zero experience except for the elite Delta, Green Berets, whatever you want to call them, which is basically none. Combat experience in urban warfare, nothing. Russia has now the best fighter jets in the world because they have the best fighter pilots because they've been 4 years in combat. They've upgraded their systems by a generation. They have the best air-to-air missiles. They have the maneuverability Su-57. They've upgraded the Su-34SM. They've upgraded the S-35. All this is done without any form of understanding that Russia has now gone a generation ahead in combat warfare and experience. We have nothing in the West. Look at England. It can barely fill Arsenal Stadium with the British Army. The French generals, retired and currently serving, issued a letter to Macron 2 years ago saying, what the hell are you on about? We would last about 2 weeks in Ukraine. Germany, the defense minister, he pontificates that we're going to create A, B, and C and we can go to war. Merz is all about it, ex-BlackRock. But he just came out there recently saying, we have nothing. They can't even do, Germans cannot even do trials. They can't even go out in their forests with their APZs and their tanks. They don't have them. I mean, this fabrication of understanding is going to lead us down a road where we're going in there with the big chests out and we believe that we can go to take them. I'm sorry, this is going to cause a downfall. And again, I will state, we have 4 weeks. In Ireland, we're already up 20% on diesel and petrol. In Ireland, we're up 80% to 100% on home heating oil, and we're only 14 days in. And our government has yet to call an emergency meeting of cabinet. Have there been any calls to cabinet in Europe? No. Why is that? What you said, Simon. Trump went on TV, said this war is over, we've won. And everyone went, hell yeah. There is nothing to back up anything that this man has said. There's nothing to back up anything that Scott Bessent has said. They are in free fall of ignorance. And I think the other night maybe that Bessent was told we're broke rather than Netanyahu was buried under rubble and he's not coming back. That would have been a better wake-up call to him. But these idiots I think they're going to send, as I was given that message last night, when one of the soldiers going in gave his last will and testament to his commanding officer, a friend, previous commanding officer, because he felt that it was a suicidal campaign they were going into. That's exactly what they are doing. But anyhow, we have 4 weeks left. Russia, China standing behind them, etc., etc. Do it what you will. Thank you, Simon.
Thank you, David.
Just some breaking news. The first piece of breaking news is that oops, my phone's locked. Give me just
I don't know. I don't know how Manco is going to be able to combat this. Where is Manco?
Combat what?
Respond to David, Sully. How's Manco's going to respond to David?
Okay, cool. What was I going to say was, okay, this was a U.S. soldier who died after the KC-135 was taken out, if you remember, is being named as Major Alex Klinner. Klinner had a wife, a 2-year-old child, and 2 and 7-month-year-old twins. So basically, he left his 3 children and his wife. He was sacrificed for Israel. Thank you, Donald J. Trump.
Solomon, do we know the latest casualties in terms of the American side?
The claim is 12, but the reality is much more than that.
Hundreds, sir.
Also, there are reports that there are 20 aerial refuelers in the sky over the Middle East right now. This is the highest number there has ever been in one go. Also, they have 12 US F-35 fighter jets that have just left the US. So many analysts are thinking that something big is going to happen.
let me just give you some more news, but something
The
huge
pro-
has
the
come.
propaganda is very similar to Russia Ukraine, like right in the beginning, isn't it? It was like they're being crushed. Russia's about to like. It's just exactly the same, isn't it?
It's the
Well, yeah.
same playbook, Simon. Exactly the same. Russia has stated this publicly, and it's all in the news in Russia. They're saying that these idiots in the West basically are underestimating Iran. They're underestimating the partnership that currently exists. They're underestimating the technology that China. I mean, to understand this, China provided the radar 3D that Iran is now using. It was Russian technicians that integrated it all. It was Russia that launched satellites for Iran back in 2022 and 23. It's Russia that are working those satellites. It's Russia that is upgrading. But we just don't hear it. And of course, the way Russia works is it's all shh. They never talk. Even to get news out of the Ministry of Defense in Russia, even today, on something that's happening in Zaporozhye, Kherson, or Kupiansk, Kharkov, you cannot get it. They may come out in a week. Like no, but that's why I was saying this whole thing about General Abdeyilodnov. He's just coming out of his fast at the moment. I'm trying to get a little clip off him. I've asked some questions to that reporter, see if he will do it. What he is saying in public, you will find no other general saying this. You won't hear the Kremlin media talking this, and he is allowed to say it.
Oops, was that me? Or was that you, Simon?
Yeah, my bad. I pressed the mute button. Sorry, carry on. It was an accident.
Listen, this is David. This is what they're doing to the Russians. It's the Brit. See that? He's like Boris Johnson. He's like Boris Johnson trying to stop the information, the truth getting out.
I'm stopping the peace negotiations.
Yeah.
And if anyone ever needs to be drawn against The Hague, thanks for saying that, Suleiman, it's Boris Johnson. He got paid 1.2 million sterling by a British military contractor to go to Kiev and to whisper into Zelensky's ear, look, we're going to back you up. We're all behind you. I have it from Biden. We'll give you the munitions. NATO is in with you. Go fight the Russians and kill 2 million of your own people. So he should be the first guy in The Hague. Actually, hopefully the Russians will stick to their promise and do a Nuremberg 2.0 in Odessa. That is a promise that's already after being made, and they have over 19,000 names on that list so far. I could say something very bad, so I'll just keep my mouth shut. But look, you're dead right, Simon. This is the same as 2022 Ukraine, 100% the same.
Yeah, I used the mute. I used the mute button to stop the Minsk agreement on this space.
It worked.
Can I ask Simon a quick question?
So Netanyahu, guys, I know you guys are thinking I only did it for my video, right? Which didn't decent for my channel, considering it's a new channel. But boys, so look on my page. Everyone just look on my page. Oive. Listen, so the Israelis had a security briefing and Netanyahu is missing from it. Quote, Netanyahu is missing from the latest Israeli security briefing. Everybody else is looking tense. And I asked the question, is Netanyahu dead? Where is Netanyahu? Hello. Where is Netanyahu? David, where's Netanyahu? What's the Russian saying? Is he in Moscow?
Russian said he's gone since Thursday morning. Sorry, Wednesday evening.
Is he in Moscow? Have you guys given him a sanctuary with the rest of the Russian Jewish Zionist billionaires?
If he was in Moscow, I'd say Bashar would be having a go at him at this stage. You'd have him over the river, dumping his head into it.
True. Yeah, Bashar is in Moscow.
But Dave, how many Zayas are in Russia?
Too many, Simon. I'll just leave it at that. Too bloody many. Look, you need to I know Russia gets an awful blame. I came in against Beatrice the other night when she was being a little bit condescending to Russia, but you need to understand, when Russia did fall, it was the oligarchs that took Russia down. They were the complicit players, the partners with the West that stripped Russia of its assets, sold it and moved it out. Mikhail Khodorkovsky, the guy of the East. I mean, he robbed 50 billion and then tried to sell it, his share then to the Rothschilds, even as he was in prison. You know, these people were the worst vultures, parasites, leeches in human history, especially in Russia. They took everything down. I mean, I saw it in my wife's little village. Each little village along the spine had their own little community, works, factories, etc. These sons of bitches came in and they took everything. They left nothing for the people. They caused the deaths of 20, 30 million people prematurely. And Russia, if it was left alone, of course, it had an alcoholic as its head with Yeltsin. But it was this input of Western avarice. I mean, they were parasites. And again, I would just say, yes, the vast majority of these oligarchs that committed these crimes against the Russian people were of a particular religious faith. I leave it at that. And Putin, if anyone here remembers that famous, 5-minute clip of Putin going to an aluminium factory down in Krasnodar Krai, and he had big oligarchs around him. How many of those religious entities billionaires were around that table? They were all of them. Sorry, there was 1 out of 8. One out of the 8. And the big guy, if you remember, Putin made him give back the pen. That meeting just showed how critically wrong Russia was. And that was 2006, 6 years after Putin took control.
Wasn't it
2016?
Wasn't it a bunch of Russian oligarchs that had their money in the Cypriot banks that got bailed in? Was that confiscation from? Were they Zayats or?
No, it was all of them. But you need to understand this as I have seen it. I when I worked in China, I was dealing with some Russians that were trying to move monies out of Russia at the time. I won't go into it. But, if you look at the banks in Europe are all complicit in the crime, especially HSBC, Standard Chartered, Barclays, the City of London banks were the worst criminals in relation to that. And that's why, that is the reason why all of these oligarchs ended up in the nice areas in London, because they were sitting next to their banks. Santander was part of it, BNP Paribas was part of it, and Deutsche Bank. I mean, they knew what that money was. They knew it was coming. And same thing what they've done in Ukraine. 108 billion euros at minimum was sequestered out of the central bank and the 3 main commercial banks in Kiev. And there was no compliance done. There was no due diligence. Who are you? Oh, you have a green light from the Central Bank of Ukraine. Yeah, let's open up that account. Let's put that money in. And by the time it landed in their account, Simon, it was going out to the Caribbean within hours, or going Andorra, or indeed the infamous criminal little island called the Isle of Man and Guernsey. You're all part of it. But I mean, the flow of money would never happen in normal banking compliance. Yet it happened in Kiev. It happened to when they were robbing the money in Baghdad and Kabul, and it's especially happened in Russia. I mean, I'll just say this, there's accounts in Santander and HSBC with tens of billions of dollars of stolen Russian money. Russia has asked for it back, but they're never going to get it. And it's sitting there, and Santander can't give it back. Remember as well, Russia have 78 pending court cases against Euroclear that will activate the moment that they strip the principal money out. And that will cause a cascade effect on Euroclear and the banks associated with it. I think you've spoken about that before. I heard you speak about it.
Yeah,
David, Dubai.
Disavow.
You gotta connect
There's
Dubai in there.
there's no money laundering in Isle of Man. There's no money laundering in there's no money laundering in Ireland.
Yeah, right.
Just have fast motorbikes for 2 weeks is the greatest 2 weeks of the year. Yes, I agree.
David, real quick, yes or no? Connect the dots to massive money laundering between Dubai, India, and Asia. Yes or no? And I'm talking massive money laundering scams working like every day.
Well, Andrew, all I can say, wherever there's a bank, there's money laundering. Wherever there's a billionaire, there's a criminal. I think it's the golden law at this stage.
All right, leave it there, Brent.
Yeah, and then he bought Abramovich. He ended up buying Chelsea FC as well.
There's stories of him in St. Petersburg and Moscow, Simon. I mean, he should have gotten life in prison for the associates he was dealing with and some of the crimes that he did. But because he was, let's just say, a KGB double agent, I think that's the best way to do it. And he became friends of what Putin had to do. See, Putin could not put them all into prison. Khodorkovsky, was the son of a bitch that actually tried to cause a coup in Moscow. He paid for it. And as you know, I think you definitely talked about him and the Rothschilds trying to sell his $125 billion empire, as it was at that time, to the Rothschilds. And, you know, we all know what happened. But, you know, Abramovich should have got prison. I mean, he caused, when he was coming up as a local little mafiosa in his town, I mean, let's just say he should be in prison. But a lot of these guys were allowed to go. There wasn't, I know we all have the joke that a lot of these guys think they're Superman at 3 o'clock in the morning from the 10th floor of their apartment complex. I won't go too further into that, but, you know, some of them may have deserved it. But, you know, they, as I said again, they caused the premature deaths of millions of people in Russia. It was a hellscape. So I've no affection for them whatsoever. But that is what is now the mentality of Russia. What the West has done in Ukraine has just magnified this hatred.
And Dave, are many of the, like, let's say the Russian military-industrial complex, is much of that nationalized, or is that still privatized?
It's all nationalized, all of it. There are some independent investors that can go into Rostec and industries there. Yes, they are still there. But, you know, with the sanctions, the vast majority left. But there is still, even the height of the sanctions, there are still, I believe, 600 companies that are operating in Russia. But that's like, that's at the benefit of both entities. You know, there are some companies from America that are allowed to operate and transact. I mean, that's why Dmitry is able to do this deal. We're talking about this $12 trillion deal of the exploitation of the Arctic in conjunction with America. There is still a handout there, you know, but you need to understand where the Russians are. I mean, it was only 35 years previous, before Perestroika and Glasnost came off, that the Germans became the major institutional investors in Russia. One generation from the time when the Germans came in there and massacred almost 30 million people. You know, and they became friends within 35 years. I can tell you now, it'll be 50 years before that happens. There's a sworn oath never to deal with these bastards again. Now, the Germans, I wish to just clarify, East Germans are thumbs up. Let's just call them the Honecker crew. They would be welcome in Moscow. And I know Berlin is in East Germany, but it's an aberration of the East German people. Most East German people would rather take Berlin back and let the capital go back to Bonn. But the Russians have this thing now. No, you've done it again. We ain't taking you back. I know so many people back in the year like 2000 that were learning German. German and French were the principal languages being learned in all the linguistic schools in Russia, including my own wife. And that's gone. You go now, check a university and look at the percentile of people that learn German. They're learning Chinese. So it's completely switched. As Medvedev said, I mean, just read any of his last 10 tweets. Look, now you understand, Medvedev is representing, I would say, the vast majority of sentiment in Moscow, in the Kremlin, in all the political parties, even the Communist Party are sided with Putin. They have an absolute hatred for the Europeans. Again, I will state everything west of Berlin, everything west of Prague. They're okay with Austria, but the rest of them go to hell. They will not join up again. And I've been on spaces where this has been talked about, and I laugh at it. I mean, these people should get a ticket to Moscow and talk to the local people and ask them. You know, I mean, years ago, as we all know, Ibiza was full of Russians. So was the south of France or Benidorm, whatever. All Russia, all money. It's all gone. We want nothing to do with them. So this is why Iran is so important. This is why helping Iran is so important. They're not going to allow a southern front to open up. And people need to understand that. And this talk about, again, I will state it again, this talk about the military capacity of America in order to project power into the Persian Sea is complete and utter hairy bullshit. It won't be allowed. And we're not even talking about the capability of the Iranian military with missiles, as we have seen, but they have thousands of these short-range missiles, the ones that go up to 300 kilometers. I mean, they have Chinese new weaponry that is designed specifically to take down carrier fleets. And they have them. We haven't seen one go yet. Because if the Abraham Lincoln was hit by one of them, there'd be a lot more talked. So, you know, I don't want to repeat myself, but it's a joke to believe anything else. Thanks, Simon.
Appreciate that, David. Guys, real question, really important question, and I think we need to really consider this. Where's Netanyahu? Where is Netanyahu? Where is he? Where is Netanyahu? This has become the $1 million question. Where is Netanyahu? Okay, IGC says launched Shahid 136 drones at US bases in the region. The targets are Al Dhafra in the UAE, Jaffa in Bahrain, Ali Al Salim in Kuwait, and the Wafik Salti in Jordan. In addition to that, so Jordan being tagged for the first time. Omar, you best duck that blast.
They're right. They're going right over us, and the U.S. bases are pretty far, way far off. So we're good as long as they get hit. We're good.
Exactly.
But yeah, we'll stay inside, and actually, we won't stay inside because most of the time they start launching missiles. We go outside to watch them like fireworks. It's kind of
That's
interesting.
hilarious. And guys, listen, there's a tweet in the nest. It's my YouTube channel. Click on it. Follow it. We're about 50. What are we? Let me see. Someone was telling me now, just telling me to promote it. Okay, we're 49 people away from 49,000 followers. So I need, from the YouTube channel, I'm assuming everyone on YouTube's following, but you never know with these lazy buggers. I'm full of millennials in there. Although I was looking at my audience, actually a little bit millennials, because mainly 25 to 44. And listen, I was looking at my audience, right? And like, it's only 10% women. So how is it only 10% of women follow me? And still that chick came up yesterday and was being so annoying. Like, how does that work? How is it it's only 10% of women are following and viewing? And even then we get like 1 or 2 annoying ones. Like, how is that possible? I don't want to say it's a pattern, but I don't know. Simon, I'm guessing your channel's got hardly any chicks on there, like with all the financials.
No, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you got to talk about finance, and then you'll just be a fully
No,
male
wait, what
audience.
percentage are you male?
Oh, I'd have to look at it, but I think it's like 95%
Oh,
or
bro,
something.
you're a legend.
Oh, hey, man.
Oh,
Nah,
indeed. I thought I was bigging it up at 91%, but 95, that's legendary. Okay, I'm gonna start doing numbers now. Okay, chicks, listen. 5 times 5 equals 25. Oh, damn, you're right. It's dropped a percent. Thanks to 007007. Welcome to the Level 1 membership. Appreciate your support of the space and joining the community. Listen, follow my YouTube channel. Even if you're a chick, just follow me to get to 49,000, then you can kind of whatever. Listen, we've got 5,000 on the YouTube. We've got 3,000 on here, I believe. Not 5,000, 500. On the YouTube, 3,000 in here. Everyone, I need 44 people to go and subscribe. It's the tweet in the nest. You go on the tweet in the nest. It's just above me and Simon. You click on it. I put the link there. You literally press the link. And then there's a button. It's a black button that says subscribe. You just click on it. I believe
6 million Zayas can subscribe.
I think they capped you, Sully, because of
I
that.
reject your blind anti-Semitism. Sorry, Omar, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, I think they capped you because you brought that Mossad, you let that Mossad agent in.
Which one?
You didn't see him? The guy with the Mossad,
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't know
the
what was
scammer guy. Yeah, I just
Mossad.
removed him from the space in case he's accidentally brought again. Like, I don't want no people getting scammed on this space. You know what I mean?
What kind of idiot, yeah, calls himself Mossad, comes up to a space during giving war commentary, and thinks that this is a good idea to do a cryptocurrency scam? Like, come on, man.
Exactly, but these people are
Hey,
sick,
they're in
bro.
dire need of money, and they got to do what they got to do, man.
Yeah, these people are sick. Where is Netanyahu? I keep looking at my tweet on my page and I'm like, where is Netanyahu? Where is he?
You know, I truly, I mean, where is he? Where is he? whatever. If I would make it like just an educated or uneducated guess, let's just say an opinion. I truly believe he's flying around in a plane in the sky because he truly believes there's no place on Earth that's safe where he can hide. But I don't. Everybody like I do not believe he is dead. No matter who
Well,
confirms
planes
it.
are
Okay,
even more.
there's another option we should consider. Like,
Okay.
look, this unpopular opinion, but there are way more extreme people in Israel than Netanyahu, and it could be an inside job that they wanted to take him out and put someone more extreme in.
I don't doubt
He
that. I don't even see, like, you know, when people are always like, oh, Netanyahu, I've always held the position that Netanyahu is just an example of the Israeli psyche and the Israeli position. You can easily replace him with somebody else with the exact same opinions. And as per what you said, you can probably replace him with someone with more extreme positions as well. So yeah, I'm on board with that. I don't think that's a, well, I agree with you on that one. So I don't know if that's a kind of,
valid. But
yeah.
what about all the other previous ones before Netanyahu? I mean, he turned out to be the worst of the worst of the worst of the worst. So why
I
won't
think
the
he
other
just fulfilled, I think he just fulfilled the job that was the other ones were meant to do, and
Mhm.
were never in the position to do so. Whereas with him, if you think about it, this to get to this position took 26 years since the 25 years since the Twin Towers got taken down. So this is a
Yeah.
process that he fulfilled, and this is why I always knew the war with Iran was going to happen, because I know he's the guy who's been chosen to fulfill the process. Guys,
Yeah.
we got we're only 23 away from 49,000. 23. We only need 23 people to get to 49,000. Let's get 23 people to follow to get 49,000. That will be golden. It would be pure gold. And the real question everybody's asking as we continue with the news is where is Netanyahu? Where is he? Anybody seen him? Anybody know? Okay. We've got
Of course, had his hand up for unless you're gonna read the news.
yeah, I'm gonna read the news. But it just look repet. I thought I seen something important. That's why. Okay, so it does seem like US is looking to bomb Iran. So they are planning a major bombing of Iran right now. I know there are some airstrikes in Tehran, but it does seem like there is going to be a major assault on Tehran. We also got more pictures coming out from Fujairah, and it's not looking too good for the UAE to Fujairah. Fujairah has been hit hard.
But yeah,
Oh,
thinking about this Netanyahu thing, like, so imagine you're a massive hardliner, and maybe there's extreme pressure on Netanyahu that, in order to do something like to get this to an end, and you're a radical like Zionist, and you're next in line, and they want someone more extreme in, then it's perfect to say, okay, they killed Netanyahu. Now we need to push back harder, and you create a narrative that kind of stops this from coming to an end. Like that. That's a feasible strategy in Israel.
but how much
Yeah,
more
yeah,
harder can they go though? Like what else could they do that they're not doing right now?
You know what? But the thing is, from what we've been seeing here and in Palestine, I mean, it's like what the propaganda has been for after October 7th. It's like, we used to live in peace. We're together. It's like trying to go towards a trend where let's find a way where we can find peace and have a two-state solution. So it could be a theory that instead of bringing someone even more extreme, they bring someone a little more diplomatic, and then they try going for the two-state solution, which will never
Yeah,
be accepted.
but well, maybe so. Let's say Netanyahu had a really good relationship with Trump. Maybe there's someone that's way more, like way more defiant, or they're defiant
But
to whatever
also,
pressure
Simon,
can
with
be
your
applied.
theory, would it not work like? But obviously, this is your theory, not mine. But would it not work that there could be a possibility that they bring in someone more left wing in the sense of that you get actual regime change? Or you said something about you wanted regime. I'm sure, like a while ago, you.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so I think Netanyahu was military-industrial complex aligned in my theory, but I think he started cooperating with financial-industrial complex, and so military could come in and say, "This guy's, we need to take him out, and we need to continue the forever war model." So there's all these different iterations and possibilities. It really, if he is dead, it really does matter how he died and what the narrative is. Like if he was taken out by, you know, IRGC, if he was taken out as an inside job, however it's framed, it definitely can be utilized in order to take something that was on a certain path and push it onto another path.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if he has died, I mean, he's not being they're like trying to hide it, isn't it? That's like another component that needs to be considered. And another possibility, obviously, is that he hasn't died and he's just in an underground bunker in some other country hiding. And so that's the reason why you kind of using green screen and it looks a bit weird, and he can't actually come out and prove that he's alive because he's like hiding in a bunker in like a different country.
Yeah, valid.
I
mean, they.
Yeah.
You go ahead.
Yeah, this is a super chat by the cool. So they might be more hardline than BB, but can they maneuver as good as him or as convincing as him behind the scenes? It's a big loss for Oive. It is a big loss for them if it happened. Go on, Omar, you gonna say something?
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, I don't know how long ago it was, but did anybody see when Trump, BB came to the United States after Trump took office? I don't know if it was the first time or second time, or if it was through Biden, but he brought his dirty clothes, just to, it's like a humiliation kind of here, like you like my dog. Yeah, has anybody seen that?
That Netanyahu brought his dirty clothing.
I mean, it's probably just
No, that's true.
random dirty clothing,
No, but that's
but
There
as
was
a
a post.
humiliation.
There was a post about it there, somewhere down there. I remember about a month ago. Visit there. Yeah, I did hear about that.
I got a super chat, Omar. Someone's asking you a question. It says, sorry, Sulaiman, could you ask Omar what's happening in Gaza? Are there soldiers there on foot daily? I mean, the answer to that question is yeah, but Omar, if you want to, because the question is specifically to you.
Yeah, I mean, soldiers on foot are the soldiers that are taking care of the people, and that's their only the designated role, to take care of the people and to see if there's any infiltrated people around. But for the most part, it's just people sitting in tents, in the rubble in the homes, and the true resistance will never show itself until it's time. I mean, troops on the ground, the ones that were fighting, will never show themselves. But some of them have is like, the thing is, they have so many different roles, and some play 3-4 different roles. Some play just the fighter role. Some play the commander role. Some play the strategic analyst role. But those people will never show themselves. The ones that really show in the green and the uniforms all covered up and shaking the hands of the people and kissing the foreheads of women and children and apologizing for everything they had to go through, but just to get to where we are. Those troops are the troops for the people. They're resistance fighters, of course, when needed to be in the time of challenge. But for right now, those are the ones for the people, and they could easily target them, but they're really not looking for them. They're looking for the people that are under those beautiful, beautiful, beautiful tunnels that I promise you, and I give you my word, one day, on my family's reputation, those tunnels will be either a hotel or a museum where everybody's going to come and see how history was made.
Yeah, for sure. and we stand with you on that. The eradication, the elimination, and the end of Zionism. That's why we're here. That's why we're doing what we're doing. Guys, we are 16 people away from the 49K. Come on, docs. Don't be Gen Alpha. Follow the YouTube channel. I need to go on the TikTok and literally lambast these. Iran, bomb Israel right now so I can go on TikTok and basically troll these Gen Alphas. I need some trolling in my life. It's too quiet. I need some boom boom. I need some boom boom Tel Aviv. So guys, yeah, follow me on YouTube. I need 16 more people. Right, let's go to Kosa. Go ahead, Kosa.
Thanks for giving me the mic. I really liked and enjoyed David's analysis. I think he brings great perspective that's not often discussed from, I guess, the Russian regional perspective. And unfortunately, I don't think he's on the panel anymore because I did have a couple questions for him. But I was discussing this the other night during the graveyard shift, and it was a panel of all women. But now that Suleiman says there's a regime change,
to you, Kosa. I feel bad for you, but I'm sure you plowed on.
yeah, so I want some.
What were the
I guess
answers like? Were
good
they weak?
perspective.
Why would you even ask that question, Simon? It's like you know the answer.
Let's just say I'm looking for more insight on this analysis. But so I agree with a lot of the analysis. Simon's analysis is really on point as well. If we're looking at the Strait of Hormuz, there's nearly 800 tankers that are literally just in a holding pattern, waiting to go in and out, even to enter the Strait of Hormuz, because the biggest thing is these oil production facilities and these commodity traders need to fulfill their contracts. And if they can't fulfill these contracts, and if we start seeing these companies start going force majeure, not being able to fulfill those contracts, we're going to see the billionaires panic faster than the people, citizens uprising because of their, the price at the pump. So we're going to see a bigger panic among the billionaire class than anything. And I think that is going to lead, to more, I guess, the West is going to become more desperate. And unfortunately, what I foresee is that they're going to try to inflict a lot more punishment on Iran this coming week. At the end of the week, the West, they try to calm the markets and say they have control over things. And then at the beginning of the week, they're going to start, going in full force. And, Iran's going to have to take it in the chin, unfortunately. And that's just what I predict before these companies do go force majeure. And I just want to say, in terms of, there's a lot of discussion about ground troops. We see their strategy in regards to where they want to align the ground troops, and it's all focused on the Strait of Hormuz. So we know they're protecting banking interest, like, their narrative of trying to help the women and overthrow, now that is like on the back burner. It's not even an issue anymore. It's about protecting the money. So what I predict, or what I foresee, is that maybe before, but possibly, I think for sure by the end of this war is we're going to see another Arab Spring in the GCC. And there's no way that those monarchies are going to be able to keep their positions. Like, I just don't think, China, Russia, especially Iran, are not going to allow that. Like, military buildup in the GCC countries it's just not going to happen. But here's the thing. Here's the complexity I see, is that the GCC money is the lifeblood of the American economy, or one of the biggest, because they, sustain the petrodollar, which the petrodollars put back into, treasuries and bonds and whatnot in the U.S. So, I mean, the survival of those GCC states is really, paramount to the West and to their stock bubble, because all that money is invested in AI. And if that bubble bursts, there goes the U.S. stock market. So that's one thing is I predict there's going to be a regime change. Definitely Bahrain, UAE. I don't know about Saudi Arabia, but definitely, you know, in these GCC states, they're already hanging on by a thread. There's just their population are complacent because they are fully subsidized, but it's not that they are even popular regimes. That's one thing. And the next thing is what I predict is Giuliani is gone. Um, Definitely after at the end of this, Iran is just going to go in and take them out. And I told my buddy, I said, listen, there's higher chances that they will bring Assad back before they bring Pahlavi back into Iran. And I know probably there's still a lot of Assad loyalists. Look, Russia and Iran didn't just back down. Um, you know, when ISIS came in and steamrolled, but it was after 14 years. They just, you know, Russia and Iran said, "Look, your people are not even fighting for themselves. Like, there's nothing we can do about it." You know, 14 years that the people are just exhausted, and they were running out of money. So that's not to say that they're not still loyalists. And Syria is going to be a very important land bridge to Lebanon for Iran strategically. So, and that is why we're seeing Giuliani aligning with the Lebanese army and with, you know, well, with the Zionists in order to take out Hezbollah now. And they taking this opportunity because they are able to just have these aerial bombardments, you know, because it's wartime, they can justify it, and they want to take out Hezbollah. So I think Giuliani's definitely gone, and he knows that, and that's why he's helping the Zionists. And one last thing I wanted to say was I think by the end of this, Erdogan's going to have to make a decision, and I think he's going to exit NATO. And we already know that NATO is completely ineffective. And Iran is going to force the hand of Erdogan because right now there are 50 thermonuclear bombs sitting in Turkey, which is part of NATO, and Iran's not going to want that in their backyard. So I think there's going to be a lot of regime change for the Middle East, and it's not going to be for Iran. But yeah, like I said, I think Iran, what we're going to see is a lot more punishment on Iran, unfortunately, as they become more desperate. So I just wanted to ask the panel on that and what they think.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Simon to respond to your question. Just before I do, there is one super chat, a quick question for Omar again. So sorry, Omar, I'm new to this. Do soldiers patrol 24/7 inside Gaza?
Oh yeah, 24/7. They rotate shifts. They patrol every single part that they can. They take care of the people. And like I told you, I mean, there's a specific group of the resistance fighter that have medical certificates. Some of them are specialized in cooking. Some of them are specialized in taking care of the wounded. I mean, there's so many specializations, but 24/7 they're on the ground. They rotate shifts so they can sleep, but they're always going around from the north to the south wherever they can, in their own ways, of course. And they're taking care of the people, giving people what they need, moral support, help for the really really needy, since basic necessities are really really tight. But yeah, 24/7, 24/7. I literally mean that. I've never seen such passionate, such loving people, such courageous people. And the thing is that those are just the resistance fighters. The stronger people that I see are the people that went through the horror, and they're still sitting. Because yesterday night I was video chatting with one of the people there, and he was telling me. I mean, he lost I think 6 kids, a wife, and he's only left with a daughter and a son. And he was smiling from ear to ear, and he said, "This is what God, Allah, put on us, subhanahu wa ta'ala, and this is what we gotta deal with." And honestly, people make it seem like it's bad. We make do with anything. He was even telling me when they cut off our gas lines and our diesel, they were burning what's it called, those big oil drums the water plastic water bottles, and then using chemical ways to make it into diesel. So necessity is the mother of invention, and trust me, they have invented things from necessity, starting from the tunnels and the weapons and from everything you can imagine. So just the troops being on the ground, that's basic, and that's what they do on a daily basis, and they do it out of love, not even out of commands. I feel like it's your people, anybody I feel like would do it for their own country, for their own people, for their own land. And that's all they're doing. They're not doing anything special. I feel like that's what their role is. That's what they have to do. And and I just want to say one thing. A lot of people think that about the resistance and Hamas are fighting for Palestine so they can gain control of all over Palestine. I mean, I have it from really deep down inside that they telling me we are a military entity. We're operating like a military. We're learning from the previous mistakes that they used against us on all the wars, but we have no interest in controlling or running Palestine as an Islamic place, because Palestine is not that, and we're not for that. We're just doing our part because we're the only part here in all of Palestine, Gaza, the little 84 kilometers or square strip with all that shoreline. They're the only people, the only way, the only little city that the Jews, Zionists could never, ever, ever deal with. I mean, they were like, what do we do with a people like this? They're not afraid to die. They keep having kids. Their kids keep dying, and we keep killing their kids, and they keep having kids. And then one of the things I want to say also is what was very, very, very humiliating is the country that I'm in sent supposedly a lot of aid, and it was very true on the media. But the aid also all fell into the middle of the ocean, where they had to go swimming, they had to go on rafts, and it was right on the line where the IDF Coast Guard was shooting just straight away. And then once some people picked up the aid packages, unfortunately, it's very sad to say that they turned out to be condoms, just so they can say stop having more babies.
Bar, I feel like I gotta say, Lieutenant Colonel retired Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar. The man had 20 combat tours all over the world. Retired Green Beret, right? And he was only in Gaza a couple months weeks before he realized. And to back you up, because I know there's factions out there that said, "Oh, listen to that propaganda." Anthony Aguilar said nothing compared 20 combat tours, nothing could have ever prepared him for what he witnessed in Gaza. Nothing. And I'll end it there, brother. My heart goes out to you. Love you. Just keep fighting a good fight, brother.
All of us together appreciate you, Andrew. Love, man.
Simon, did you want to answer what Corsa said?
Hold on, it's my mute. Yeah. I'd take the other side of most of those predictions. So I think there will be concessions, there will be a deal. This will be headed up for the Xi Jinping and Trump meeting in April. I think we're going to see something very theatrical, like the B-2 bombers, to close the narrative on taking out the nuclear program. And I think that will kick off a process that will then lead to all of the various militia groups having their own political process with the Houthis, whatever they've negotiated with Saudi, and the integration into the Yemenis government and army. I think we'll see a similar thing in Lebanon. And I think the GCC, they'll be economically impacted this, but they'll renegotiate. There'll be some kind of I think there'll be some kind of trade agreement between, gas ports, oil routes between the GCC and Iran, and whatever is announced will be something that economically ties them together. There'll be an involvement from Russia and China in terms of security guarantees and various other things. I think the financial industrial complex in America are going to get something that involves something to do with Strait of Hormuz, probably, in terms of the private sector interest I think the Gulf countries, they'll recover from it. Then I don't see it as systemic for them, and I think they'll have to renegotiate terms with. They'll have the perfect narrative. I can't see it being. Normally, when you have a revolution, it's because they've managed to, they'll infiltrate. I don't think anyone benefits from the Gulf countries toppling, and so I don't see like a CIA action or a Mossad action or MI6 action in order to infiltrate and create a new Arab Spring. The only reason that Arab Spring turned into the overthrow is because obviously America wanted to install its puppets. I don't think America's trying to install puppets here, so I don't see a similar Arab Spring situation. And I think Jelani will stay in Syria for a transitionary period. I think he'll do a lot of deals with Western financial powers. I think the Gulf will invest significant in Syria at the end of this, and I don't think we'll hear from Assad ever again. That's I'd take the opposite of those predictions.
Thanks, Simon. Let's go to Raul Castillo.
Can you guys hear me?
No, your mic's horrible.
Can you hear me?
No.
Can you hear me or not?
Yeah, now we can.
All right, I just had a question for Simon. So, Simon, let's go with your analysis, right? If fiscal dominance is failing, where the dollar is rising, right, and if let's assume that Israel is a arm of the military-industrial complex, and they've been given Europe as the playground for their weapon sales, and they've been asked to, pull back from the Middle East, let's say because BlackRock has the Vision 2030 with Saudi and stuff. I just don't understand if the financial industrial complex, which is most of the big fund managers, Vanguard, State Street, BlackRock, control most of the military industrial complex. How is it that they're allowing this whole strategy of going after Iran and pumping up the dollar, closing the Straits of Hormuz, causing a food crisis, fuel crisis? Because it almost seems like either Trump went rogue or the military industrial complex went rogue, which doesn't fit your analysis that the...
No, they benefit, Raul. They're making tons of money.
Yeah, but my question is, if they start destroying infrastructure in the GCC, right, which is a lot of investment from BlackRock and also from other funds like Affinity Capital.
Yeah, then they get to have
Yeah,
contracts.
they get to rebuild. The destroy and rebuild is their model.
Yeah, but destroy and rebuild.
That's the Build Back Better model.
Yeah, but why would the GCC agree to that? Why don't
Well, the GCC have. So I think this is a transitionary thing. I think that Iran and the GCC have back channel normalized via China, and I think this is a transitionary phase in order to expel US influence from the region. And I think it's also, I think those powerhouses are also hedging their exposure to the government in the US, having gaining any type of power as well. So the financial industrial complex, they're global in nature. They hedge every bet. They get things wrong and they don't care because they bet on both sides. They profit, when they manage their portfolio, they profit from the war, they profit from defense contracts, and they profit from rebuild. And it's a well defined mechanism. Now, the Gulf countries have now got their US bases significantly weakened. They get to realign where all their money comes from, which is eastwards, and they get to renegotiate all their equity purchases westward. Yeah, of course they take a hit, but yeah, elements can go rogue. So the military industrial complex aligned factions, whether it be those in higher levels of IRGC that are trying to hold on to the resistance economy, whether it be radical Zionists in Israel, or whether it be legacy neocon Zionists in America. They could also be doing false flag operations in order to tip the negotiations and kilter in their favor. And then also we've got the wild cards there that there may be Russian false flags because they see an opportunity to really kick this in their favor. There could be US wildcards in there as well. And of course, there's the internal struggle between the next leadership that happens in Israel. There'll be an internal power struggle there, which is why potentially Netanyahu may have been taken out. Maybe he's not. I don't know. We're speculating on that. But there's plenty of wildcard factions that can try and kick this in their favor, including Russian interests. Russia may not want a fast deal, and so they might be putting out they might be trying to tip the process, because the worse this gets economically in the American financial system, the worse this gets for the Gulf countries. The longer this goes on for, they can keep these prices high, and they can try and, so there's quite a lot of games that can be played here, but it's never a party has all the power and they execute. They have a plan, things go wrong, they hedge for when things go wrong, and there are people that have competing plans that try and take it off kilter.
I think that's a key thing is actually one second.
Just want to say, Sally, while I was saying responding to the question,
Yeah,
instantly
continue
my
about
account got locked. So, sorry?
Go ahead, Omar.
Go for it, Omar.
Oh, no, I was
Hey
just saying,
guys,
while I was.
I just want to say
Uh,
like a key thing.
and Adam, I think
Oh,
Omar.
actually, go ahead.
Adam,
Sorry.
can you hear Omar
Can you
speaking?
hear Omar speaking?
No,
Oh, okay.
no, I've got an issue with my setup here. Let me fix it. One sec.
No problem. No problem. Go ahead, Omar. Finish your point.
Well, it fixes. Yeah, while I was answering the question about guys on the resistance fighters and the people and all that, my account got instantly banned, and someone tried to follow me and said the account was suspended. And oy vey, baby, I'm back. They can't get me, not even the Mossad.
Oy vey. Oy vey. You are partaking in blind anti-Semitism. That's why they're trying to take
Their
you.
technology, they gave it to the world. We took it. We know how to use it against them.
Exactly. Let me read some of these super chats. It says a huge super chat on the link, the website link, which says, "You guys have really got me glued." This is a Wendy, and it's a huge super chat, £50, and it is, "You guys really have me glued to the space. The education I've had from you ever since COVID is beyond a university degree. Belgium acts as if there's nothing going on, but thanks to you, I stocked diesel and fuel and food. I'm looking for an escape country. Keep up the good work. I'm a big fan." Oh, that's great to hear. It's really good to hear that, we're speaking about important things, and obviously I do believe that we're pushing back against the Zionist propaganda and we are the online resistance. But if we're able to help individuals out in the manner that we're able to help them, and they can, stock up or put their finances in the right way, or put them, or whatever it may be, then that's great to hear. That's what we're here for. That's what we want to do. We want to make a difference. John as well says, "Great space. Thank you so much for that."
We also that super chat, appreciate it. Appreciate your support as well. And we also have a couple of more super chats that I may have missed, which is okay. Simon's theory is anti-resistance. Never includes the population. I don't see the people caring about financial. They want freedom. Don't forget ideology. And to what Corsa said, if the bases leave and the Oive guys leave, I think there will be a pan-Islamic unity of the land and the end of the end of the nation states. And Rebel says, you need a soundboard like Myron Sully. I don't need a soundboard. I am the soundboard. Oive, boom, boom. I don't need no soundboard. I am the soundboard. Freedom says, Suleiman, you are my friend. You, my friend, is now known as the Boom Boom King. For 4 years, I've been with you, brother. We are the online resistance. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I am the Boom Boom King. Tell this chick. See, I only got 10% chick followers, and they're always like trying to nag at you and tell you what to do. Listen, chick, I don't need a soundboard. I am the soundboard. I'm actually being mean to send me a super chat and I'm still attacking that. But that's what it is. But I appreciate your support. Simon, based on your analysis before the war, okay, regarding the limited strikes and removing hardlining, has your analysis changed? So, Simon, that one was for you.
My directional analysis of where this ends hasn't changed, but my predictions in terms of the details, this has been way more. This is moving things way faster to a multipolar world than I ever imagined. I didn't think it would be this fast. I didn't think that so much would happen in one go. So it's been way more. I thought this would be like another 12-day war scenario. I still think that there are coordinations with large financial powers and power struggles. So I'm holding my analysis, but and I think directionally it will still go the same way. But in terms of predicting every detail, I think it's been way more dramatical and bigger than I ever imagined it would be. On the question around the Simon is anti-resistance, the firstly what I'm analyzing is different to what I'm advocating for, and so when I'm analyzing, I'm just trying to say what I think is happening. That's not a reflection of what I want to happen, and so I have to say that quite frequently.
No, I think Simon, on that one, I think the question on that one isn't about like your kind of moral character or whether you support it or not. I think the question is this, that, and do clarify this, I think it's an important question many people have, is that your position kind of holds the results in a position where you don't actually believe that there's even any resistance, that all of it is coordinated and so they're trying to say you're anti the actual real concept of resistance, if that makes sense. I don't think I'm explaining it well enough, but I think you got what I'm trying to say, right?
No, I get it. So what I think happened, this is how I think. I think things go through cycles and people struggle to understand when something has led to a new cycle. So something really bad happens and a resistance is formed. That's completely organic. Then that resistance needs sponsorship, either state sponsorship or other types of groups that will provide them with weapons and financing. At that place, the sponsor can be aligned ideologically with the resistance, but also want to get a return on investment. And so, if you're going to be sponsoring it, it comes with significant costs. You could get sanctioned. You could get, risk that happens in your own country. And so, when you fund resistance, I think countries act in a normal way as other countries act, in that they do a cost benefit analysis and they think, what do I get out of this? And great, I'm ideologically aligned. I'd love to support you, but I need to get something out of this because it's significant risk to my country and my people. And so at that stage, there's somewhat of a hijacking of the resistance to serve a foreign country's interest. And that can stay on track for quite some time. But then there can be a divergence in the goals of the resistance and the goals of the sponsor. And at some stage, those things can lead to, a real change. So if for example, IRGC can use sponsorship of resistance in order to negotiate the removal of sanctions. And then what happens to the resistance if, for example, it's not in line with their goals? And so you end up inevitably in reality and geopolitical reality. And then there comes a point when you build a state of normality around resistance, there are then vested interest in things like weapons trafficking operations. And sometimes those vested interests can sometimes also become corrupted to the point where they want to continue a resistance state and a wartime state because they don't want their interests to go away. And then money inevitably comes in, and then you have all these conflicts of interest. And then you end up sometimes when things get really bad, you end up with like a covert mafia where you, for example, have to provide weapons trafficking because you had to partner with, let's say, a mafia faction of power to get them through. And then they don't let you stop. And so now you end up in a blackmail operation and all sorts of stuff. So finally, there is a point at which the goal of the resistance has been achieved. And there are some people that just don't want to end the resistance because the resistance becomes their survival, or they want to push it even further. And then people find it really hard to know at what point has the goal been achieved. And then their identity also becomes a continual state of resistance. And sometimes you end up in a situation where you get outplayed. You end up in Syria, and suddenly you're pushed into some kind of divide and conquer strategy that means that you're no longer resisting against the same faction that you were originally resisting against, and then you get outplayed, and then everyone starts saying things like what happened in the debate before. So all I'm saying is there is way more nuance, and I think managing the transition. And I actually think if we end up in a multipolar world where the US is no longer able to do to the full degree divide and conquer, then many factions of power find it hard to know when the goal has been achieved, and actually unifying and integrating with a new structure. I think it's incredibly hard to get all of that coordinated and people to understand that actually we've been a victim of divide and conquer, and now we're at the phase where we could unify around something much bigger. But remember that there is a profiteering economy that wants the war to continue forever, and they have no qualms about the life and the cost of this to the human capital. And so that's all I'm saying is you end up, you have to have a way more reality based conversation that has so much nuance in it, than the simple good versus evil, bad versus good. Is way more in depth than that.
The question, if I can you hear me first of all?
Yeah.
Sorry, Omar, about before. I had some troubles here. If I cut you off.
No problem, man.
Yeah. So Simon, in your theory or in your model, whatever it is, what does Israel get out of this? Like what are they getting out of this? And they've done this twice now. So what is the point for them? In by your framework.
Again, stating Israel is very misleading because Israel, for many oligarchs, is just a way of laundering money, getting away with crimes, benefiting from certain industries. And so, really, you have to actually think of Israel as a bunch of people that have vested interest. And if there is a major transition in terms of your role originally was to create a forever war and always create this victim card narrative and story that weaponizes the Jews. And then a bunch of people would set up companies or start investing in settlements or engage in state sponsorship of terrorism. And then they would create money laundering networks and all sorts of stuff. And so whenever you're going through a major transition for a country, you normally, unless you're like China, where you're controlled by a CCP or something like that, where there's no private interest that's greater than the state interest, you end up just negotiating with oligarchs. And so Israel is something that I think a bunch of ideologues and Zionists see it as like this whole religious thing, but the real powers, the ones at the top, they use Israel for something very different. And so they just need to be bribed, compensated, taken out, or whatever needs to happen in order to manage a transition. And so you hire Netanyahu. Netanyahu has a job, ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. He fails on that job. And then he tries to take his negotiation power in order to reposition to real financial powers. And he says, well, I can do this, I can do that, I can do this. And then he starts to negotiate. And then he then says, well, I can move the war in this direction, I can do this in that direction, but I need to make sure I don't go to prison and I need my blackmail shit to go away. So all I'm saying, all this to say is there's no such thing as Israel. There's just a series of power brokers, and those power brokers are trying to leverage a game in their favor. And if the overarching goal is that real power, i.e., capital allocators, are saying that we want to invest in regional stability and we want to make a lot of money and we want to open up certain markets, then if you don't deliver for me, Netanyahu, then we just replace you with someone else. And then there's competing factions of power. So all this to say is there is no such thing as Israel as a sovereign nation because it's just a series of privatized interests.
I see. So do you not believe in the Samson option then? You don't think they would do that if it seems like their power was going, they're about to be, surrounded by, like cut off by America and become very weak, a weakened America in a multipolar world. I don't imagine it'd be kind to Israel.
I don't think, and I could be wrong, but I don't think there's a power broker in Israel that is ideologically driven around like ushering in end of time prophecy that has the authority to press that button and circumvent all the power brokers that could stop it happening, that have a different vision for what they want to happen next. So no, I don't believe in the Samson option.
I would hope you're right. It's an interesting theory for sure. I think we'll see shortly. What their reaction is if what you've predicted comes to pass here in terms of a deal. I'll agree with you that I do believe multipolarity is coming. I believe in that certainly, and I do think this ends with America kind of chased out of the region, or those bases not being so much rebuilt, or at least the Gulf states renegotiating. And I think it is a key thing that our leaders aren't so patriotic. I don't know how it is in Israel, though, so I don't know. But when it comes to destroying things, like I don't think that's a good argument to say, like, why would a country destroy things? Like, because the people at the top benefit from the destruction and from the building. Like you're right about that. So all these bases being rebuilt, like the military-industrial complex doesn't care. If a base gets destroyed, they get the contract again to build it again. Because a key thing to know is that all the losses are socialized and all the profits are privatized. It's for the audience. I know you know this. That's for the audience. Like always keep that in mind, because when you see all this destruction, because Raul was saying that earlier. When I tried to chime in earlier, he was saying like, why would a country agree to like destruction of its own property? And it's just because you're paying for it as a taxpayer. and the people at the top, they only benefit. Like they never pay for costs. We pay for costs. They pay for they get paid for the rebuild, and they get paid for everything else. But the thing is,
And they also, Adam,
uh-huh.
just on that before you move on,
Yeah.
they don't care about munitions. They don't care about national security. Like, if you put them in a position where the country really needs them, please solve my problem, then they just give you a higher price to solve the problem. So they want countries to be in a state of desperation, because that's good for their bottom line.
Yeah, absolutely. It was in the Epstein files. Like Peter Thiel and Epstein were talking about it. How they wanted our world to end up how it is now, deglobalization and war and strife and chaos, because they were like, it's a very profitable environment. It's disaster capitalism. It's never let a good crisis go to waste. It's and so much more. I do believe there is a wider, more sinister agenda going on behind the scenes there in that regard. But yeah, my question would be like, UAE is the one, like their future as like it's like an economic unit has been jeopardized. Like they seem to be paying the highest cost here. Like if its reputation is ruined and it doesn't go back to where it was, then they're taking a large financial risk. Even if you take it from your framework of that's the only thing that matters, or the top priority is money, then the UAE is particularly exposed here to permanent damage in that regard, as something they can pull funds from. Yeah, so yeah, that would
Yeah, so on that, the degree to which there is good cop, bad cop, and there is a agreed hit for UAE in order to do the things that no one else can do, and they're functioning as a unit of GCC, and then Saudi's meant to look great and UAE's meant to look awful. The degree by which that is coordination, bad decisions, or good cop, bad cop, is questionable. But I do think the GCC and BRICS are functioning in a de-dollarization strategy, and certain players are meant to look really bad, and they take the reputational hit, while others look better and they become the savior and the hero. And Saudi's playing that function right now, as particularly with the backdoor like channels, routes, the likelihood that they were the holdout in terms of the Palestinian cause for normalization, all of those things. So I do believe that there is a degree of coordination there, but sometimes it just can be bad decision making as well. So you end up on the wrong side of a power struggle and you get hit harder. But if you look at the real estate transactions right now, there is a wealth transfer from millionaire, billionaire UK individuals that fled their country to institutional investors, and the institutional are buying up that real estate at discount. And so they're only doing that if they believe that this is going to be recovered or they've made bad decisions. But all of these crises, they're always wealth transfer. Because think about it, the small business is the one that's going to be hit by these supply chains, that's going to be hit by inflation, that's going to be hit by these oil costs and these energy costs. Now they don't have the margin or the balance sheet to sustain it, just like in COVID. And so the banks then come in and do a bunch of mergers and acquisitions, and they provide the capital and they get favorable terms during crisis, and they do private equity and venture capital deals. And so the small businesses get gobbled up by the ones that have the large balance sheets, are the closest to the money printer. And so disaster is the most profitable time. Now, their balance sheets look bad if they're over leveraged, and some financial institutions and hedges, they make bad bets, but they know that if they're too big to fail, then they get bailed out, as you said. And so this is a very predictable cycle of profiteering from disaster and rebuild, that makes significant wealth transfer from the average person to the multinational global financial institutions that I do believe are capable of creating a war and fixing a war.
Thanks, Simon. Always interesting to hear your opinions there.
Appreciate that, Simon. Let me just go through some of these super chats. Most of these are for Simon, to be honest, but Give me 2 seconds. Okay. Okay, cool. First of all, £20 super chat from Trader. Thank you so much for your support of the space. And then the other one is for Simon, which is Simon, you said for the last 6 months Iran has not supported the resistance. Now we're finding out that they've returned bigger and stronger. You're viewing this from Western ideology.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we'll find out what this actually is in the end. But I think at the end of this, Hezbollah is going to be integrated into Lebanon and the Lebanese army. And I think their hardliners are being potentially taken out. They're also being used in order to weaken Israel, to turn Israel into a vassal. And I think that I don't think those supplies are being replenished. I think they're being depleted.
Okay. Okay. So guys, we I got a sorry Sam, but Adam, were you gonna say something?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, did you guys see Iran saying every country except America and Israel can pass through the Strait of Hormuz? Is that correct? What they said? Is that the new policy?
I've not seen that.
Like, I'm seeing it reported by the New York Post 3 hours ago. Any country except for the US and Israel can pass through that. Which isn't a total block. And I was
That's not
wondering,
even a block then at all.
yeah,
I haven't seen that.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I wanted to talk about that.
Yeah, that fixes the economy. So that's a capitulation if that's what's
That's an
happening.
off ramp. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because yeah, like I said, a lot of people have been saying it's impossible for Iran to kind of like back off a little bit, but they've been hinting it with words, and now if this is true, now they're doing it with like actions.
Yeah.
I don't know, but yeah, we'll see.
I doubt they've said that, but let's see.
Yeah, it feels like someone wants that to be true, and there's some propaganda.
Yeah, I mean, New York Post is literally Israeli media. It's literally directly.
That's very true. Yeah,
but,
very true.
But guys, guess what? I need again call to action for everyone. Just want to do a huge super chat from Sama Saliads. Thank you so much. And look, we appreciate all of the super chats, all of the support of the space. It does mean a lot for sure. It does help a lot, and it lets us do what we're doing. In addition to that, obviously, you know, we're producing a lot of videos, we're putting out a lot of collaborations, and you guys have been helping Knox. I've been looking at the YouTube, and they keep saying, because your followers are watching these, then it's helping, they're boosting them everywhere. So if you guys can do me another huge favor, there is another video that's just gone out. It is the collaboration we did with Rathbone. Obviously, we love Rathbone, great guy. Great. Oh my god, you guys are legends. I didn't even ask. There's already 56 people already on there. You guys are legends, man. You guys are definitely Gen Xers. So the Gen Xers are already on there. Now I have to do this call to action for the millennials and for the millennials and for the Gen Alphas. So guys, obviously I put the link in the comments. But if you can do me a favor, if you can open it up in a separate tab, it was the collaboration we did with Rathbone, and it's about Netanyahu. It was actually, it was one of the things we talked about was Netanyahu. Whether
Is he
he's dead or
still?
not.
Is there still rumors about him, or has that been confirmed yet? Either way,
Nothing's confirmed. Adam, where's Netanyahu?
exactly. Yeah.
Where is he? Where is he, Adam? Where's Netanyahu?
I wish I knew. I know where I want him to be.
Where's Netanyahu? This is the $1 million question. Where is Netanyahu? But guys, I want you to click on the tweet in the nest, and like you normally do, we had about 200 people who did it last time. If everyone can open it up in a separate tab, and if you've not watched it, it's worth watching as well. Oh my god, 111 legends in there already. We've got Nil, who has joined the membership as well. Let's hope he's in hell. Testing. Oni, Starbase says Suleiman, Sadat says hi. Walk says Netanyahu. Silence says hello. Patricia More says hi. Queen Finn, he's got her penguin. She's like Sam's #1 fan. That chick is. Oil Trader UAE FOF. FOFA. Freedom Nomad says, hello, my dear love, these two. I don't know what that means. Give it up to ye, cause where is Netanyahu? Where is Netanyahu? This is the question. Omar
Where'd
says,
Netanyahu Milikowski go?
Oive, love you all. MX says, W. Suleiman. Dabi says, good call. Jelani says, W. Suleiman. Sadat is telling everyone, subscribe to the channel, like the stream, comment, hit the bell icon for notifications, join in the chat, and share Suleiman's YouTube channel. Yeah, we're on the road to 50,000. We're on 49,000 followers. We want to see if we can get to 50,000 followers. Someone's wrote, where is Netanyahu? This is the question. Where is he? Where is Netanyahu? Yeah, guys, we've got 150 people who've literally opened it. You guys are legends, man. You guys are legends. Oh, we got someone from Pakistan as well. I didn't know you guys had internet there. But guys, Munib, that is. Open a separate tab. We got 150 legends who've opened this up in a separate tab. So really appreciate you. Really means a lot. And it does indeed help a lot. It helps us do what we're doing because the YouTube, I'm not like, I'm quite new to the YouTube. Obviously Simon's an expert on it. But like apparently it says on there, oh, like a lot of your subscribers watched it. Now we're gonna show it to other people. So like if you guys can actually watch it, I mean, in the sense of opening a separate tab, it will push it to other people and then they'll become aware of it. And it helps the video to grow and it helps the channel grow, from what I've been told. I'm not an expert on YouTube, but this is what I've been told. So do that. We got another super chat from David Panasar. I'm guessing us Devinder Panasar. I'm guessing no relation to David Panasar, who was a bowler for England. India's Punjab State and Farmers Union expressed solidarity with Iran amid government silence. The rare condemnation is a divergence from the Modi government's tactic of backing of the US-Israel war on Iran. Awesome. Thanks for that, David. Devinder. Appreciate that. I keep calling you David because there's an English cricketer who used to be called David Panasar back in the day. Yeah, guys. How many legends have we got in here, bro? How many legends? 184. We only need another 20 of you guys to open this up on a separate tab and do what you're doing. I am going to be in there chatting to everybody as well. So if anyone's got any questions or chatting or everything, I'm going to be in there. But yeah, guys, legends. I need 20 of you more. Let's get 200 in there. Real time, and come across there. Okay, so I'm going to write appreciate you all. Like the stream, although I'm not even writing the word like properly. Okay, appreciate you guys. How many people are on here? This is getting me excited. Oh, we dropped after I said that. I'm the worst at promoting. That's why I need a chick on here, bro. The chicks get them to do it. Got excited. I thought we were gonna get to 200. Guys, come on, get to 200. It's so tiring to do this. I'm gonna play the emotional card. I'm so tired. It's so painful. At least open the tab. Give me some support. Give me some energy. I haven't got energy to say boom boom anymore. Come on, guys. Support it. Open up the channel. Open it up on a separate tab. Okay, Simon, was there anything you could... Andam, you had a question for Simon, right?
No, I asked all my questions to him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm just... Mossad has hacked my phone and made it so slow and for using that.
Yeah, innit?
Yeah.
Oy indeed.
I swear.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, that Mossad guy, like his crypto scamming, hacking phones, like he led him up, man.
I think it was you, Simon. It was you or Adam?
It wasn't me.
No,
it wasn't me.
It really
was. It was Adam.
I kept telling y'all to kick that dude down. Y'all don't want to listen to me, man.
No, it must have been Sully then. If it wasn't either of us.
It wasn't me.
Well, did he hack his way up? I definitely.
He honestly, I'm curious. If it wasn't any of us, then he definitely actually hacked his way up because I definitely didn't let anyone up.
I instigated him for a little bit, so maybe it's my fault.
That's crazy. Oh, we did get to 206. Sick. Oh my God, the emotional card works. Oh, guys. Oh my God, I'm going through so much pain and suffering. Oh my God, it's so hard. Doing these bits is so hard. It's so painful. I'm so exhausted. I'm about to cry. For open my YouTube up on a separate tab. I'm so emotional right now. Oh my God, the emotions work. Oh my God, I'm gonna do that all the time now. Oh, it's so painful. Oh, it's dropped 6. I guess it don't work.
See, this is
Okay.
how they control you. Yeah, they make you. They get the algorithm where you have to become a woman in order to try and get the numbers.
Exactly, and it didn't even work, Simon. I dropped 6 when I did it. When I used the emotional card, I dropped 6. So it didn't even work, bro. Anyway, let's go to what's his name again? Sayed Ali. Sayed Ali, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Good. This our chat is the best. People like us are funny ones. Okay, let's go to Sayed Ali. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I was just waiting because there was a very good learning of the financial aspect of this campaign, which I'm not expert, but I'm learning and I love listening to it. So that's why I was holding. But I'm more with my background on the ground invasion, which um, seems like a huge threat from the American and Israeli point of view for Iran. Um, is it okay if I go ahead with it, or shall I
Of
wait for?
course. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, it's just based on my experience, so feel free to just not accept it. Um, Irrespective of the number of the whatever force, Green Berets, or as the military I was in, they are known as the Maroon Berets. So I think the major failure would be the lack of knowledge of terrain. It's a unique terrain in Iran, all bounded by the mountains. Like in Afghanistan, I think the biggest enemy for the American forces was the lack of terrain. The Taliban or the Afghans who were born in those mountains, they knew, like the backside of their hands. So that was their biggest friend, or the upper hand, as compared to the American. And I'm saying it because we used to have exercises in Pakistan with American Marines. Brilliant people, they are professional people, but of course the things you don't possess, the knowledge you don't possess, the knowledge you don't have, and you cannot exploit that or use that to your advantage. For Green Beret to be deployed in the island, it would need 100% air superiority, which I think they have. The Americans have that. So 100% for that they have that. Not 100%, but 100-ish percent, I would say, because there's still some resistance from the ground forces from Iran. It has. And one of the important thing is what mission these Green Berets will have to accomplish there: to destroy the island, destroy the oil facilities, or just to kill people. Because if you kill people, that is not really a good objective to have. To destroy the oil, those are just the taps outside the house. The real control of those pipelines, which end up, they are the dispensers there. They are still in Iran's mainland. So even if you destroy the taps, the oil is still there. You're not really getting onto the real thing, or getting a real prize for there. That's not a trophy to have. And another thing, when you land in a foreign country for the special forces, there has to be a considerable, not considerable, but the reasonable amount of public support. There should be people who are against that government or that regime in that country, or they are not supporting that country. So you can win them in your favor, because you cannot land there and live off in air. You have to live on land. So I don't think that is starting from January riots up till now, even on this weekend, and the Quds Day. What we have seen on our screens or in videos or the chats I have with people in Iran, people have come blindly outside. I mean, you can see mothers saying, okay, well, one of my son has got shahadat, and that's what I gave him birth for. Wife saying, my husband is gone, fine, alhamdulillah. Sorry.
We got the point. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Sayed. Guys, just gonna give you some more breaking news. Appreciate that, Sayed. Great points. Wait, well, have I missed some? Boom, boom. Oh no, I didn't. That's the old one. I got excited. Where's it gone? Hezbollah resumes its cluster missiles in shelling of Mutala settlement. This is the second attack of its kind in the Middle Eastern region. The British Prime Minister, meaning what's his name again, Keir Starmer, is studying a plan to send thousands of interceptor drones to the Middle East. The Economist is saying the U.S. war against Iran may subdue Bahrain. Also read an article someone sent me that Israel is running out of interceptor missiles, but you guys knew that first because we've been saying it on this space for the last 2 weeks. And on the interviews that we've done, we've been consistent, systematic about letting you guys know exactly what's going on there. Someone said Adam can honeypot with his voice. I don't know if that's an insult or a praise. Okay, so that's the breaking news.
No comment.
Yeah, I don't know if that's an insult or a praise, Adam. I actually don't know.
I'll take it as a compliment, thank you, but no comment.
Oy vey, indeed.
Oy vey.
Exactly. Okay, let's go to Iran voice. Oh no, let's go to this I Love guy first because he's been on space for ages. I Love Slowpoke. Oh my god, this guy, bro. I was feeling bad that we didn't go to him, but I think he just wanted to sit on the stage, so he actually got what he wanted.
He's a slowpoke.
Yeah.
He missed his chance.
You know, I think it's just to get excited because they're just by common space to get followers. Iran voice, go ahead, and then he dropped as well. What a dark. Wow, do you?
Yeah, Iran voice keeps coming up, and then I tried to speak to him one time, he didn't speak.
Okay, I won't bring him up again then. That's just ridiculous. Okay, I'm just gonna bring some people up because we want to hear a few different ideas. Oh, Dr. Michael's here. Dr. Michael, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. It's good to be
Hey,
here.
Doctor.
How are y'all?
Doc, what's your thoughts on the war? What's going on? It seems like there's gonna be boots on the ground.
Yeah, it looks like it. 2,500 Marines, 2,500 sailors are sent over, and it doesn't look. It looks like they're going to do some amphibious type work. In other words, these Marines will work both in water and on ground, so that's why the Marines were sent. It's very foreboding, and they'll get slaughtered, and that's just how it's going to go if they go in there.
What do you?
Yeah, Doc. Go on, Sonny.
Go
Go on,
ahead.
Sonny. No, it was going to be a topic change.
Okay, let me just ask one question before you topic change. What's your thoughts about Americans? And what I mean by Americans is specifically the MAGA movement. Obviously, at what point will it create some kind of allergy towards what's happening? Because he is getting a bit of support.
Yeah, I think when you start seeing more body bags coming back, and then also, of course, the economic hit that people are already seeing. I mean, here in the U.S., the grocery prices are already way up.
Dr. Michael, your volume's a bit lower.
Oh, can you hear me now?
No, I mean it's the same as before. It's low.
Oh, hold on a second. Let me try a different mic.
Yeah.
I'll come back to me in a second.
No problem. Adam, you were gonna say something?
Yeah, I was going to talk to Michael about something he said last time I was on with him. I fell asleep. Can talk about it or hear the details, but
that's tight. Why are you saying that, bro? He's really interesting.
Yeah, I know he's very interesting.
Yeah, but why are you saying he fell asleep when he was talking?
No, that's due to me being up too long. But I was interested. I'm bringing it up again because he said that the Intercept did like a hit piece on you.
On who?
Or something like that, right?
On me?
No, on Azapak, on the Azapak, because I thought Azapak is a really good.
Yeah, the frauds, bro. The drop, like.
Yeah, what the hell,
bro? Obviously, you seen Dropsite. They like do so much. Dropsite do a lot of good stuff. They do a lot of propaganda, IO propaganda as well. So you gotta watch out for them, bro.
Yeah, it's brain sometimes. Yeah,
they sacked Graham Greenwald as well. Stole the organization from him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a shame to hear that. And you said Mr. Aguilar did something about that, or he took it serious or something. That's not a good sign, in my opinion. From Manfi, I know Andrew was singing his praises earlier, but if it's so easy for him to like abandon Azapak, I'm not a fan of that. I don't think he should have done that.
What, Aguilar abandoned Azapak?
That's what I think Michael said last time. Yeah,
Oh,
I think
I didn't know that.
he did say that. Yeah.
When he heard from the reporter,
Your volume's still too low,
who was
Michael. Oh, what? Just take your mic off. Just use your normal phone. It'll be better.
Is that any better now?
Much better.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, when Aguilar received word from the reporter that this article was going to go out and he got some indications of what was going to be said, he immediately withdrew, asked us to withdraw our endorsement. And we were about to fund him. We had already endorsed him. And but because of this hit piece, he got scared. He backed out. So, and he's not the only one. Also, Greg Stoker, the same thing. So I was talking about this in connection with like the gatekeeping anti-Zionist left.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, they have these purity tests, and they buy into establishment rhetoric and propaganda in some sense, because they buy into the, it's Israel that conflates Zionism and anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. And yet some of these gatekeepers do the work for these Zionists without knowing it, I think, because they end up, well, in our case, what they're doing is saying that we're too far right wing to be anti-Zionist or something like that. And as I've made clear, we're not right wing, left wing, or anything like that. We're supporting candidates from all sides of the political spectrum. But they like Casey Putsch had said something like, well, Hitler did some good things. And they used that and said that we were endorsing Hitler apologists. Then they also, then they caught one of our candidates. One of our candidates was, they claimed, had given a Nazi salute. Meanwhile, he said it was a fist bump. It wasn't a Nazi. It was no more of a Nazi salute than Elon Musk's so-called Nazi salute. And that was enough to drive these two candidates away. And that's a shame, because they got to know better that this is the terrain that we're in, and they're going to use everything. And the thing is that the Intercept does run decent articles about the genocide, but they seem to be a leftist anti-Zionist gatekeeper. And this is terrible, because what we need is unity in opposing Zionism across the political spectrum, or else we won't defeat it. And since the bulwark of Zionism in the United States resides in the Republican Party, that bulwark has to be broken up. And in many cases with Republicans that aren't Zionists, because in those districts, the Republican is going to win in most of those districts. It's not like they're up for grabs. So it's a shame that they buy into this kind of rhetoric and, really propaganda.
Yeah, it's a shame to hear, Michael. Yeah, they've stopped a anti-Zionist candidate from getting funding. They've done that, and yeah, so yeah, that's just, I don't know why they had to time it like that before the elections. At the very least, like if they, say they care about being anti-Zionist, and and they're holding you responsible for things. Who are these people? These people that you've funded? They're holding you responsible for,
Yeah, they're
like everything they
suggesting
say.
that we are Hitler apologists, and that we endorsed Hitler apologists, which is absurd. And then they took a couple statements that I had made on Twitter, like I used the phrase Jewish elite, and I guess that's not allowed at all, even though such a thing actually exists. I mean, Adelson, Paulson, and Singer, the three that are trying to destroy Thomas Massie, and I think also ran Marjorie Taylor Greene out of office. These are a Jewish elite. Now, I'm not saying all Jews or anything like that, but there is a Jewish elite, and they're Zionists. So they took terms like that and went crazy with it, as if you're not allowed to use the JEW word in any kind of way. There's no designation that you're allowed to use about this people. It's absurd for them to be gatekeeping like this because I guess they don't want to win. Is the sense that I get. They'd rather dominate and monopolize the anti-Zionist space than win. And after all, the left has been at this for decades, and that hasn't been very successful, has it? So I tried a different tack, and that is to be nonpartisan and to support Republican candidates when they can knock out Zionists in the primaries, in particular, like Aaron Brown in Florida, and we have several others. Aaron Brown being the most significant one in terms of notoriety in the race itself. So yeah, it's a real unfortunate circumstance. We took some hits. They even Wikipedia even updated my Wikipedia page to say that ASAPAC supports Hitler apologists. So
Oh wow. Okay. So they updated the Wikipedia page too. That's insane.
yeah, I
It's a
mean that's how
shame.
it works.
It's a shame they didn't reach out to you guys and like, these leftists. A shame they didn't read it. Because you're the only, as far as I'm aware, the only anti-Zionist pack, like the only one that exists. And I think that's sorely needed. And it's a shame they couldn't, their first instinct was to sabotage you instead of have a dialogue with you and and trying to work together or something like that and iron these things out. But no, they just went straight to trying to cancel you. That's crazy, in
Yeah,
my
they went
opinion.
straight to canceling, and we worked. I've talked to the reporter, because they were going to write the article anyway. So I figured I'd get my 2 cents in, and I explained like the use of the phrase Jewish elite. I said Norman Finkelstein himself uses the term uh, Jewish supremacist billionaire class. If he can use that term, why can't the term Jewish elite be used anywhere? And that didn't assuage them. The reporter said, "Oh, this is going to be a fair article on a complex topic," and it turned out to be nothing but a smear. After I had spent 2 hours on the phone with this reporter, so it's just nuts, But we're going to carry on. We didn't respond to it directly on in writing or anything because I think the article got like 13 likes on X, and that's about it. And it hasn't gone anywhere except where I've talked about it, and a few people mentioned it, but the candidates got spooked.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, I'm with you guys in terms of having an anti-Zionist pack. I don't think you're anti-Semitic, like you said. You've explained those things, and it sounds to me like you're distancing yourself from people who are Hitler apologists as well. So I don't know what the true issue is here. It's a
Yeah,
shame.
the other thing is they said that I had. It was kind of a joke. I reached out to Nick Fuentes on X to say, actually, what I did is said, "Oh, it looks like Nick Fuentes is working for the cabal." After he said something really ridiculous, you know how he does, and he retorted "f you" back to me, and I say, "Look, if
Well, there
you,
you go. Those are your fides, your bona fides there for the leftists. They should
yeah."
send them that.
I said, "Listen, if you support our pack, I'll apologize." And I was kind of joking around. They don't understand anything in terms of the discourse on X and how it works. And if you go into a certain discourse community and you're not familiar with how it works or what people say and what these things mean, then you don't know what you're talking about. So similarly, Anna Kasparian, who's great, she interviewed me for her show and asked me about the same tweets as if they were some horrible thing. So even
Oh,
even people
that's
like her,
interesting.
but she was
Yeah.
very good in the end. She didn't. She thought we were very significant and important. And you're right, we're the first and only anti-Zionist pack in America.
Joanna Kasparian, she was happy with your answers then in the end,
Yes.
is that
Yeah, she was.
well, there you go. I think her and Senk, in terms of being leftist, they're pretty good in terms of like not canceling people and these people at the Intercept, that's like a different type of leftist altogether that cares more about I don't know, the feelings of Zionists, it seems, than actually removing Zionism from our politics. It's crazy.
Yeah, and you know, they went out and reached out to some sort of anti-Semitism experts who said that veers into anti-Semitic.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh no.
that line, you
Oh
know,
dear.
he's veered
Wow.
over from
That's
anti-Zionism to anti-Semitism because he used the phrase "the Jewish elite."
oh boy. Yeah, yeah. This tone policing is not needed. Like people are dying. People are dying. Like there's a cancer in our region, you know, and it's like why don't they go after Islamophobes with the same intensity? You know, like why don't they go after those people like you know, spend the time trying to take them down because we're just trying to call out the undue influence on our media and our politics from Israel, from Zionists, and yes, Jewish supremacy, like white supremacy, like Muslim supremacy, any supremacy should be called out. It's fine.
Exactly.
Yeah, especially when the people are literally dying as we speak.
Exactly, and I made that clear. I said, "Listen, to the Intercept guy, I said, you know, it would be a very big disservice to a lot of people if you were to make this a smear. You know, if you were to make this a hit piece." And he said, "Oh no, it's not going to be a hit piece. It's going to be a fair, balanced article about a complex topic." And sure enough, he did go the other way. And this is despite all the explanations I gave, which were perfectly rational and truthful, because I've said the same things many places and many times. And yeah, now my Wikipedia page is besmirched with Hitler. They went Hitler at, you know, argumentum ad Hitlerum in the first two sentences of my Wikipedia page, which is no big deal, but I don't like that to be like, I don't like to be smeared like that. It's just not, it's not true. And I just don't, it's just, you know, they picked that right up from the Intercept and ran with it. And so now it's like a permanent record.
Yeah, thank you for sharing, Michael. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I hope you guys can overcome this for sure. Yeah, it's just yeah. I don't know what's yeah. Mr. Aguilar taking away his endorsement. You know, hopefully that's not a permanent thing. Hopefully, you guys can come back. You know, I don't see this. I don't think you guys should be permanently cancelled. I think you should overcome this. Yeah. So don't give up on that. Hopefully, you know, the Intercept can make another story or something. I don't know. I don't know.
What's
It's an
the
interesting one. Yeah.
what was it that Aguilar said?
He just took back his endorsement. He asked Azapak to not
But
endorse
what
him.
was the
He
reason?
didn't want his.
About because of this what you mentioned about your connections to the far right.
Yeah, because of the Intercept story,
Y-
basically.
Yeah, from the Intercept's
You know, I have
suggestions.
look.
But that doesn't make sense because I've seen Aguilar spend a lot of time on far right spaces, so that's kind of like a contradiction.
Yeah, I don't know. It's he got spooked. He didn't want to be associated with somebody our pack because of this smear, and I thought maybe what if it, you know, continues and turns into a massive smear campaign, and he would want to be associated, but
Yeah, but
we still
I'm saying
support
with
him.
Aguilar, he's kind of I mean he's been really good when I've interviewed him, so and I think his analysis is on point. But in terms of this specific point, I thought he was like open-minded. I've seen him on Spaces spend a very long time with people who are probably the most far-right people that there are. So I'm surprised that he's got that position. I guess the media weren't aware of his time spent on X Spaces with the far right, a very far right.
Yeah, they're not aware of a
Yeah,
lot of
so
that
that's
stuff.
because
So
that's much worse than, for example, being endorsed by someone who is very neutral and is just endorsing people just solely on a position of being anti-Zionist. And the second thing is, with these leftists, my problem is that this is the issue you've got where they do try and keep too much the position of the anti-Zionists, and one of the things that we worked really hard is to make it not just a left-wing issue, and the only reason it succeeded was because it wasn't a left-wing issue. Because if it was, they would have just said, "Oh, it's a Marxist." The Marxist, but the fact that it was actually people from all sides. You got people like Dan Bilzerian, Jake Shields, who would never ever, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, who would never ever be left wing, to push these ideas has benefited in the whole. So yeah, I think this thing. It's funny because I did a collaboration with Prop and Myron, and all his audience lost their mind because they're like either Salafists or like leftists, and they were all lost their mind because Myron was on there. So a lot of these people just get triggered very easily, and it's all about their own thing as opposed to anything. You saw that chick who came up and was like, "Oh, it's about feminism," while we're doing a space about people dying, about a war where there could be boats on the ground, so many people dying, and they're like, "Oh, guess what? You gotta be more nicer to women. You know, you gotta think about women's rights." And it's like, bruv, sort your life out. Sort your life out. That's all I was thinking. Andrew, are you gonna jump in on something?
Hey, so it's really strange. My mic keeps blocking and opening, and next thing you know, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, this is crazy. I've been cycling between speaker list. Hey, Dr. Michael, excuse me. I got some pretty good inside information on that, and Anthony got some pushback of being being an extreme, an anti-Semite. He's in with those anti-ASAPAC. They're really anti-Semites, and he was really concerned about that. And I reached out to him, and I haven't heard back. But I pray to God he makes a stand on that. You can't walk through this and being, I just got to become neutral. You can't be on this issue, and I was really sad to hear about that.
Yeah. We get what you mean there.
Yeah, I think it's over this time of these people like The Intercept and these like leftist gatekeepers like controlling and dominating the culture. I think it's over for these people, man. Like they're just so cringe and lame and they're soft. You know, they're not the people who they're not the people who are the voice of Gaza. They're just not. They weren't there like that. Like they keep things small, and they keep things gate kept, and they keep things like a clique, like it's some popularity contest, and they're not about making a mass message, you know. And so they you know, they were very good recording in a small bubble, you know. They were the people that, you know, they were doing a good job in terms of like getting, you know, facts out to people who were really concerned. But in terms of like getting the world to know about it, it was a mass movement. It was people from all walks of the political spectrum. It was people from all walks of life, you know, and they hate that. They hate that because they want to be on top and in control and tone policing everyone and purity testing everyone. And that's cancer. It's cancer because we need to unite. The people of the world need to unite across the political spectrum. That means, yes, sometimes you hear language you don't like, you know. Like as a Muslim, I there's lots of people I know who don't like Islam, don't like Muslims, you know. I'm happy to talk to them. Happy to work together where we can. You know, that's fine with me. But these people, they don't think like that. They think, and they're very, very selective. And they're just like the far right, like the far right are like, if you're not a certain breed of white person, I don't want to talk to you. Like the far left is the same. If you're not a certain breed of this certain type of communism or leftism or whatever it is, I don't want to talk to you. Like you're a piece of shit. Both of them are the same, and they're cancer to movements. You know, and so this is just that poking its head, you know, poking its head and keeping literally the only anti-Zionist pack down, trying to cancel it, instead of, you know, trying to talk and reform. Like if you have an issue, I fully believe politically or something like that, talk and reform. You know, instead of just going straight to the cancel button. But anyways, I digress.
Yeah, I think the other thing was that I had gone on Stu Peters' show a couple times, and they held us responsible for some things he said. When I said, "Listen, I can't speak for other people, and they have their own views," and I went on there. He has a lot of he has a lot of people on there that you wouldn't call anti-Semites. That they're coming from all over the place, and you know. So I just think it's ridiculous that it's guilt by association, and you know, even Allison Ware, who's supportive of our pack. I don't know if anybody's familiar with Allison Ware, but she's been a great anti-Zionist. She said that they came after her when she went after the Israeli lobbies because that was not permitted either, to go after the question of lobbies and the control they have over the government. That was deemed off limits. So it's just unbelievable. And then we tried to support Butch Ware, who's a Green Party candidate running for governor in California, and they said, "Oh, we looked into you, and you were a member of the Mises Caucus of the Libertarian Party, and they are segregationists or something like that." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? Just ridiculous nonsense. All of these stupid litmus tests, purity tests, shibboleths, and so forth that they wield. It's defeating. They haven't canceled as a pack. We're still strong. We're doing well. We got other candidates coming in all the time. We're getting donations all the time. We have money to. We're going to be running a real fierce campaign against Randy Fine in Florida and Richie Torres in New York on billboards and TV and radio.
Well,
So
there we go. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, yeah, if you're running against like Randy Fine and they want to talk to you about anti-Semitism, like honestly, shut the fuck up. Like honestly, shut the fuck up. Like it's Randy Fine. I don't care. Like support whoever is against him. It's as simple as that.
Oy vey, oy vey. I reject Adam's naked, blind anti-Semitism. Randy Fine is a fine Israeli
Just about
individual.
completely. I'd rather die.
He's an accurate representation of the Israeli zeitgeist. Oy vey, indeed. Let's go to God, Steve, you were about to unmute.
Yeah, you guys are talking about the Hebrew hammer. You gotta be careful. Randy Fine.
That's so
Did you
damning.
ever,
That's
did you
so
ever know he has
damning for him.
that nickname he gave himself or whatever? The
No, I'm
Hebrew
aware.
hammer.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah,
And then
I'm
they
not. I'm
ask you
not
why you're
joking. I mean, I'm
anti-Semitic.
joking, but I'm not joking. Yeah.
Yeah,
What?
you know that they call him the Hebrew Hammer,
Right.
as if being a hateful, bigoted piece of shit is a Jewish value. Like,
That guy is the biggest piece of shit I've ever. I'm honestly, and I've I'm like old enough to know.
no, but
I
it's
haven't
very
seen a bigger
telling.
piece of
Like they
shit than
call him
that.
the Hebrew Hammer. Like they see what he said. Like he says, like Muslims should be rounded up and Palestinians aren't human and dead babies are cool and funny. And they see
Yeah,
that and they
right.
say, I'm going to describe that as the Hebrew Hammer. Like that's representing us, our values, our religion. Like that's
This was
crazy.
before. This was before the genocide. That was I don't know, man. That guy's I don't understand that guy at all. I can never understand somebody like that. But on Anthony Aguilar, I was wondering, okay, first off, he's not a politician by any means. And that's a good thing. I think he might have to learn how to be one just a little bit though. Cause Michael, are you still with us?
Yes.
I saw you on the Young Turks with Anna, and you came out really good. I mean, I heard of your group before that. That was the first time I actually got to learn about you guys, and I mean, you guys came out really good as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I thought it was a fair interview. She's great. I love her, and she's doing great work. Of course, she's being called an anti-Semite regularly by
Oh yeah,
everybody. Yeah.
oh yeah. She just doesn't care anymore. I don't think. I mean, she cares about being.
Yeah, the left
It's
just
gonna be.
came for
It's gonna be.
Anna-Kasparian. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, that's another just ties into our point. Like the left is coming for Anna Kasparian, trying to cancel her. Like that just shows you how bad they are. Not the
Right.
left,
I
but
mean,
this segment of the left. Sorry, go on.
yeah, it's just lost all of its power, impact of power. Calling somebody anti-Semite when they make clear over and over again they have no problem with the Jewish people. It's Zionism that's the problem. I mean, at least that's what she seems to make clear all the time that I watch her. I don't watch her all that often, but seems to be that's how it's going. But what I was going to say also is, now with Anthony Aguilar, I wrote up just like a I don't know what you would call it, position paper on military industrial complex. It's transfer of wealth. So our taxpayers go to Israel. Israel buys weapons, so basically we're buying weapons for Israel. Comes back to defense contractors here, who then buy back stock, and then they lobby Congress to do what? Send more money over. The results are perpetual war and enemies that get more numerous and more pissed. So it's one of those things that, you know, if and I put it right to his district where you can take $15,000 and in 3 to 6 months you can actually retrain somebody for jobs that are ready to go right now. Like the time it would take for one missile to go off, boom, it's done. The you could I don't know. I have all the figures in my paper, but you could actually put it's a stupid number of people through school to increase our GDP, do a lot of things. I don't have it in front of me. I wish I did, but I think it's something that I'm going to post on Reddit and like throw
Cool.
out to any
Okay, let me
candidate
get
that's
some
going to do
breaking
it.
news, Steve.
Yep.
So
So
explosions in Suleimania province in northern Iraq. So we have some explosions in Suleimania province in northern Iraq. I just need to wait. What's happened to it? Okay, here we go. Evacuation attempts due to fire and clashes. I didn't say where this is. Iran has launched more than 400 ballistic missiles towards Israel in total, is the claims made by Haaretz. 1 second, I think I've seen something here. Just give me 2 seconds. Why is this not loading? There we go. Multiple reports indicate that an Israeli Nagmuchin armored troop transport vehicle was struck near the Khem Palain in southern Lebanon. So once again, things are not going well, and this is because a result of a number of clashes between the IDF and Hezbollah fighters. So yeah, things are not going well for them. You know actually, yeah, 1 second. Let me post this out. Okay, let's go to Malibu Goats. Go ahead, Malibu Goats.
Someone asked for a Zionist, so here I
am. Who asked for a Zionist?
No one has ever asked for that.
Exactly.
Well,
is this your delusions of grandeur?
Oh no, it's a recorded line, buddy. The last person that spoke was talking about Zionists. That we're the problem. So I'm a Zionist. I'm the
You're
problem.
talking about okay. So let me clarify. So what you've done is you've taken a statement that's made and made it about yourself. This is literally your guy's supremacy. But what this individual who you're talking about, wait, stay quiet for 1 second while I'm speaking. The individual before you, whose name is called Dr. Michael, was saying was that 9 p.m. ET, so 10 a.m. your time. Okay, so what he was saying was the problem with Zionism, and he was elucidating and elaborating on some of the problems pertaining to Zionism. That doesn't mean that one called for a Zionist. It's not like you're the demon. Well, actually, no, I don't know about that. Or it's not like you're Chucky. Again,
I am the demon. I am the demon.
I mean, you're probably right. But that being said, it's not like a horror movie. Okay, maybe it is. But okay, what is Wangu's struggling with his mic now? Come on, Wangu, control yourself. It's not like when you say Chucky, and then Chucky turns up, or demon, and demon turns up. So what you're basically saying is because you said Zionist, you turned up. So anyway, you said you're a demon.
No, I didn't turn up because he said it, because I was in the room when he said it. So obviously I was here before. But regardless,
But 1 second, your claim was that people asked for you. No one asked for you. Let's be clear on this. You've
No,
decided to
no,
come up, testify.
correct. I'm not here. I'm not here to be the token Zionist. I'm here to tell you that the guy that spoke before was, even let's say that
No, but
it's
that's
correct
fine.
and
We
that.
can wait.
Hold on.
No, you hold on 1 second. I'm gonna let you speak. You can give you a position, no problem. I brought you up. I knew you were a Zionist when I brought you up. But just to clarify, you made the claim that people asked for a Zionist. Nobody asked for a Zionist. This was a false statement. Do you accept that no one asked for a Zionist?
Of course, I was kidding.
Okay, cool. So it was false, right? It was a false, inaccurate statement, correct?
You're a
In
schmuck.
your mind, it was a state of humor, which I don't think anybody found funny, but it was a false, inaccurate statement, correct?
You're taking one little joke and you're gonna sweep that across all the fucking bullshit that you proselytize. Come on, bro.
1 second. It's very look. Listen. Do not move on to something else. It's very clear. You thought you were being funny. You weren't very funny, but that's a separate point. Your lack of humor is a separate point. I'm simply asking you. You made a claim that we asked for a Zionist, and can you confirm that nobody on the space asked for a
You're not
Zionist?
exactly my target market, if you know what I mean. So I don't give a shit.
So once again, please. I know it's very difficult for you guys to be honest. I understand that. It's not in your nature. I understand that. I'm simply asking you a question, like, can we have a bit of honesty and integrity? I know it's difficult. Just simply confirm that nobody on this space asked for a Zionist. Can you just confirm that?
That is incorrect. People in the space asked for a Zionist. How do you think I've showed up? What am I, fucking psychic? Just a Zionist.
So you're basically now lying by claiming that somebody asked for a Zionist because you are a fraud and someone who is not honest. John Richard says, "Hi Suleiman, you may want to interview Mahmoud. He has a YouTube channel. He's a Palestinian based UK. P.S. I'm a big fan of your space. Keep up the good work, but get 8 hours of sleep." It's hard, bro. It's hard to get 8 hours of sleep. But yeah, I think I did message that guy, but he didn't reply back. I could be wrong. I might have got the people mixed up. Anyway, can you confirm?
I'm not just a lion. I'm a roaring lion, motherfucker.
Could I tell
I don't
this
know
guy what my problem with Zionism is particularly?
You can do.
That's a good start. That's a great start.
Yeah, we can do. I can definitely go to you, Dr. Michael, in order to explain to him what your problem with Zionism is. So I just want the audience to understand what basically happened in the space or the start of the space. So this individual who is a Zionist came up and said, "You guys asked for a Zionist." I then said to this individual, "Well, this is false. Nobody on this space asked for a Zionist." He then said, "Oh no, the person before you mentioned the word Zionism." I said, "Okay, mention the word Zionism isn't asking for a Zionist, correct?" And then he said, in a quite feminine manner, "Oh no, I didn't mean that. Oh no, it was a joke." And then I said, "Your lack of ability to partake in humor is obviously one thing, and obviously failed miserably. Putting that aside, do you accept the fact that no one asked for a Zionist?" And then he switched from saying it was humorous, but lied again and said, "Yes, somebody asked for a Zionist." So I want the audience to understand that this is what happens when you deal with these people. First of all, they deflect. They are dishonest. They lie. When the lie gets exposed, they then claim it's humor. When you demonstrate that even it's not even funny and actually he lacks any kind of skills that can demonstrate humor, he goes back to lying again. So even before we've talked about any issues, this is the individual we're dealing with, just so you understand from the space. Now, let me pass the mic to...
You're so fucking retarded, bro. Seriously.
Okay, listen, you're basically the retarded one because you're not even able to relay something in an accurate manner, nor are you able to partake in humor because you're so retarded you can't even read a room. A skill when it comes to humor is you read a room, you then make a joke that is linked to a topic that you're speaking about that would make the audience find it funny, even if it's in an audience that could be resisting your position. You can still make a humorous joke that would have some kind of reflection on humor. The problem with you is that you're so retarded and low IQ that you have the inability to make a joke. So it's not me who's retarded. It's quite clearly you are retarded, you are low IQ, and you're simply not funny, but that's fine. That's not your fault. You probably were dropped on your head when you were born. That being said, mute your mic, control yourself, because I'm going to give the mic to Dr. Michael, in order for him to explain to you.
You're Arab Tartan, you know, which is a retard.
Well, I'm not an. Again, this is once again shows how retarded you are because I'm not an Arab, but such is the level of your lack of intelligence that you assume that because I look a bit brown and I'm a Muslim, or I'm presuming you figured that out, but you might be so retarded you may not even be able to understand that. You assume that I'm an Arab, but I'm not an Arab. So once again, it demonstrates how low IQ you are, how stupid you are. Likely your parents dropped you on the when you were born, or it could be a product of incest. All of these things are possible. But that being said, we can move on. I'm going to give you one more chance. If not, I'll just swap you for another Zionist. I've just noticed that quite a few of them are requesting, and we can just switch you out. You guys are one aplenty. That being said, guys, also, while Zayo is here, we are live on YouTube as well. We're streaming this on YouTube. A number of people are listening. If you want to follow us on YouTube, we're giving you real news, real information on what's happening in the war with Iran, and you can do so. Okay, okay, let's get this, make it academic. Let's give the mic to Dr. Michael. Dr. Michael will explain to you whatever his position is, and then you can retort. Go ahead, Dr. Michael.
Okay, I want to make clear what my gripe is with Zionism. It is a political ideology that has hijacked the U.S. government and has our politicians under their spell. Zionism, to me and the American people, is this: it is the extortion of U.S. taxpayers and the bribery and blackmail of the political class in America to so-called benefit Israel. What I resent is you're robbing American people to pay for genocide of other people. And your supremacist attitude that you deserve this money, it must have been yours from 3,000 years ago, is disgusting. And it is also an anti-human ideology, but I won't go into that. Let's stick with what it means to American taxpayers. You're robbing us to commit crimes against humanity. This is what I resent and will not ever stop complaining about until it ends.
Well, first of all, number 12, I appreciate you putting your hand up. I am going to come to you, and you'll be able to respond to.
No, you said I would be able to retort immediately. That was
that.
what you said.
I literally
That was what you said. Don't act like a Zionist now and change.
Okay, once again, this guy is just crashing out and losing his mind. And first of all, don't insult me. Calling someone a Zionist is one of the most degrading insults you can ever do. So don't insult me with one of the worst insults you could ever give another human being. I literally said to you, I'm going to come to you, and I was just praising you. Unfortunately, prematurely, I made the folly of attempting to praise a Zionist, but they immediately demonstrated that that was an error on my part, for you should never praise a Zionist because they can never conduct their behavior in an honorable manner. I literally said to him, thank you very much for keeping your hand up. I'm about to come to you, and I was just going to read this super chat to say, to piss off the Zionist super chat now. Thank you for your super chat. And then I was immediately going to go to you to respond. But such was the level of your lack of control. Such was the level of your emotional outrage. Such was the level of your crash out. You were not able to control your behavior. Now, I assume, and I find this a lot with these Zionist supremacists, is that their parents haven't taught them any manners, haven't taught them any skills, any control, any form of decorum. So control yourself, control your behavior, calm down, and if you do so, I will come to you because I do want to hear your retort. I think he's presented some positions and I want to hear your retort on it. So just control yourself. It's not, I know it's difficult, but one of the things I always do on these spaces with these supremacists is, because it's a consistent thing with these guys and the monarchists, where they always want to interrupt, they always want to scream and shout and swear and insult, that they just need to have a controlled ability to have a discourse on academic issues and academic manners.
It looks like he's a black Zionist.
Sorry?
Looks like he's a black Zionist or racist because his hands are black.
on the emoji.
Okay, I'm not sure. I don't know about that. But let's go to this Zionist. Go ahead.
Yeah, look, his emoji, his hand's black. So like,
Okay,
oh, it's
so my definition of Zionism, and I was hoping that the speaker before me would give us his definition. I mean, I guess he did, but so my definition of Zionism is simply one that believes in that the state of Israel has the right to exist and hopes that comes to fruition forever. So we're obviously in different galaxies on what we think the definition of Zionism is. But let's say, for example, that he's correct. Well, here's the thing. First of all, the money that we're talking about is a pittance at best. All right. We've sent $500 billion to Ukraine, which is at least, I mean, the most U.S. gave Israel, and I'm speculating here, so don't hold me to it, but maybe 10 billion, which is 50x what they gave Ukraine. Come on, bro. Don't make bullshit out of bullshit. The number is nothing. Oh, and the other thing is that the United States learns from all the shit they give Israel. It's a partnership. Do you know that 2 weeks ago now, or 10 days ago, Israel was the first country in the world to have a air-to-air dogfight kill, and that was in a U.S. jet. And you don't think that we're going to give the information to the Americans and explain to them how we did it and what we did? Because it's actually the plane was an F-35, but it's an F-35 Dvir. And Devere is a very special plane. It's basically, I believe, an F-22 just in disguise. So anyway, that's worth at least $100 billion because it promulgates the safety of America. Go fuck yourself, both of you. I think you were conceived anally, Suleiman. So good luck.
Okay, I'm gonna let Dr. Michael debunk you. Your arguments were so low IQ, it was kind of embarrassing, and it's kind of sad that you think that a human being can be conceived anally, but you likely were taught this by your parents, who probably made sure that you didn't go to school. After they dropped you in on the ground on your head, and then no school would allow you in because you were too retarded to even correlate a sentence. So I can see why they misinformed you, and for some reason you were taught that humans can be conceived via the anus. Unfortunately, let me educate you, that's actually not possible. But obviously, such is the lack of your education, such is the lack of your retardedness, as per your favorite word, it demonstrates your stupidity, your lack of education, and your arguments were so stupid. Like, this guy goes, oh, guess what? I'm speculating 10 billion. Like, I want to smash these points so badly, but I feel bad because it's like Dr. Michael's debate. But bro, he's like, I'm speculating. I think it's 10 billion. I come up with a good argument, but we give 500 billion to Ukraine, but like we give 10 billion, and I'm just speculating, bro. But one thing I will say, they're sending their best. They're sending the best, because I'd say he's the best of the Zios. Some would say they're not sending their best. I say they're sending their best. They're definitely sending their best. Anyway, Dr. Michael, go ahead and
What's the number, Big Shot?
Okay.
What's the
Okay, I'll answer your question. But do you want me to answer it? I can just destroy your argument, but I thought it's unfair.
answer it.
Okay,
Answer it.
cool.
What's the number, Big Shot?
I'll answer it for him. Okay.
No, let me answer it in case he thinks that, but I'll give you the rest of it. So the claim is that they give Israel $3.4 billion a year, not $10 billion total retard. And in reality, that's actually false, because that doesn't take into...
I was being conservative because you're fucking an idiot.
Okay,
So I just wanted to
you need
make
to let
sure
me
that you
one
could
second,
keep it.
Listen, Zayo, control yourself. I'm going to educate you. So when they say $3.4 billion per year, that's just the $3.4 billion they give them that everyone's aware of through the military contracts. Actually, in addition to that, through, for example, US aid, they got about another $6 or $7 billion. That's separate to the stipend that has been given to them as an extra. For example, during the Trump administration, that's been $26 billion. Just in this 1 year, $26 billion since Trump's been elected as extra support. That doesn't count the money that was given to them in the last 2 years in the military war that the United States of America spent on True Promise 1, True Promise 2, the 12-day war, and this war. Already, America, just not counting the cost to take the warplanes into the areas they did, not counting the cost of the carriers, not counting the cost of bringing the entire armada to the Middle East, not counting any of that, has already cost, in these 14 days, has cost Americans $20 billion. That doesn't count the fact that the overarching cost, and actually many analysts are saying that if this war continues for one more week, this is going to cost America $210 billion. So that's nowhere near your figure of $10 billion. But you're so dumb and so retarded, like you won't even understand this. You are just so low IQ, it's unbelievable. But I'm going to let Dr. Michael respond to you. Go ahead, Dr. Michael.
You're putting
Yeah.
that on Israel's tab, huh, retard?
Let me.
Jesus Christ,
Yes,
man.
it is on Israel's tab, retard, because this war is for Israel. Everything that is done for Israel. The 12-day war, America wasn't even involved to the last day when they bombed Fordo and Isfahan and the other nuclear site. So yes, all of that was for Israel. All that money these military planes are spending in order to defend Israel is for Israel. How retarded are you? How stupid are you? Okay, go ahead, Dr. Michael.
Yeah, that's
Nigga, you
fine. No,
smoke.
no problem. Yeah, so let me set the Zionists straight about a few things. Did he leave? I don't know. It looks like he left.
Yeah, where's he
Oh, that's
gone?
bigger.
Oh,
Oh, he's still there. Okay,
oh,
good.
he's still here. I can't see him.
Okay, so the largest recipient of U.S. aid in history.
No, he left.
The largest recipient of U.S. aid in history is Israel, who has received historically over $350 billion. The second largest recipient is Egypt, who have received about another $175 billion. The reason we give Egypt money is to placate them with reference to Israel, so they don't attack them or they don't threaten them in any way. And God knows it doesn't take much for these paranoid schizophrenics to feel paranoid, because they're paranoid of everything, and likewise strike out and murder you because they say you're about to do that to them. But anyway, that's aside. That's a point aside. And then on top of that, the 3.8 that comes in every year, it's 3.8. That is also supplemented, as Solomon said, by all these other gifts since October 7th, 2023. $33 billion have gone to Israel for arms and military aid. This is to say nothing about all of the money spent during the 12-year war, the billions that are being spent, tens of billions that are being spent now. The estimation for the 4-week war is $60 billion. That's the median expectation, $60 billion. And then on top of that, let's talk further. How about the war in Iraq, which probably cost the United States somewhere near $2 trillion, which was fought at Israel's behest and for them. We had nothing, they had nothing to do with 9/11. They had nothing to do with it at all. And yet we attacked them, destroyed the country, spent trillions of dollars, got thousands of military people murdered, killed, and killed over 1 million Iraqis. Okay, this is all for Israel. If you look at this very closely, I would go so far as to suggest that of the $38 trillion that the United States is in debt, 10 to 12 trillion of that is owable to our expenditures for Israel. Is anybody talking?
Yeah, Dr. Michael, great. Yeah, great answer. This is why these people can't deal with it.
Yeah, he's clueless. I mean, and then he's over there laughing. I mean, the guy he must be looking in the mirror because he's finding something funny. It has to be his face, because he doesn't really even understand what we're saying here. And I mean, the idea that that it's a pittance what we give to Israel is outrageous when you really look at these numbers. This country is absolutely squeezing us dry.
Thanks for that, Dr. Michael. Appreciate it. Appreciate your thoughts. Matrix Resist, jump in with what your thoughts. Matrix Resist, go ahead.
Were you going to me? Somebody was talking over me. I couldn't hear.
I don't know. Is something going on with that space, guys? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, like, could we get this? Is this guy still here? Or did he run?
He ran.
He ran. Okay, well, that's typical. I mean, this is so frustrating, the lies and the Hasbro that come out of these people, and then the idiocy that follows. Just as you put it, I mean, the guy is not very bright, or else he's totally brainwashed, because this is the facts are so clear that almost a child could understand this.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's just like these guys are just giving their own. The space gonna crash. Let me quickly reset the space. Adam, can you just quickly take it for 1 second?
Yeah, sure.
Just give some news.
Yeah. There's always news, like I say. Like there's been so much news, it's hard to keep up with. Honestly, it's hard to keep up with all the developments. And Mossad hacked my phone. It's so slow on X now. I don't know if anyone else is experiencing this. 1 sec. Yeah, my phone's completely frozen up.
Okay, I'm back. Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. What were you saying? Everyone's frozen up? Like, as in.
No, just my phone's frozen up. And yeah, just me.
Okay.
But no, I was gonna do some news.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so Iran's foreign minister says that the Strait of Hormuz is open. See, seeing it from more news sources, and it's only closed to those who are. So it is more expensive than what the New York Post was saying, and it's only closed to those who are attacking us and their allies. Others are free to pass. So I don't know exactly. That's a bit vague. So that's basically everyone besides like Russia, China, and India, basically. French soldiers wounded. Well, I wonder how the French would feel if Iranians came over to France and started trying to foment separatist movements in France and ruin your borders. I wonder how you'd feel if the French government bombed those Iranians. So all the detail, and this has gone a bit under the radar actually, but yeah. So France is trying to take part in fomenting separatist movements and erode the territorial integrity of Iran. Major Alex Kilner has been identified as as the second of the 6 U.S. service members killed in the what they're calling an accident. There are an awful lot of accidents in Iraq. He had 3 young kids, like 2 of them are babies, and one of them is like a toddler or something. And yeah, he just died for Israel. Yeah, it's tragic. His family's completely been left behind. Trump sent him out there. Trump sent him out there to die for Israel, a pointless death, refueling bombers that are bombing Iran. It's Trump's just getting a lot of soldiers killed, at least 15 so far. Confirmed, but it's the real number, you know, it's a lot higher than that. It's definitely a lot higher than that. And it's going to continue. Iran is, you know, picking up the pressure here, and if Trump escalates, that's a lot more Americans who are going to die for Israel. Israel has informed the US this week that it is running critically low on ballistic missile interceptors. That means boom, boom, Tel Aviv, coming very soon, more than has already been happening. Israel is running critically low. This is according to Semaphore. This is according to White House correspondent for Semaphore, which is a global intelligence news platform for the world economy. According to Shelby Talcott, journalist from there, Israel has informed the US this week that it is running critically low on ballistic missile interceptors as the conflict with Iran rages on. Told you so. You know, we've been saying this from day one. It's been very obvious. I think it's this was a very obvious thing that everyone should have seen coming. And if this is a surprise to you, then you've been completely brainwashed. You've been completely sold down the river. So yeah, we'll see what happens over the next few days, because the sirens just keep ringing. Iraqi resistance has launched a Hadid 110 kamikaze drones towards US bases in Iraq, and in the region. So in America, more censorship for Zionism, more Zionist censorship, because Zionism is a threat to the West and incompatible with the West. Brendan Carr, chairman of the FCC, has threatened to revoke broadcasters' licenses over their coverage of the war, accusing several media outlets of running hoaxes and news distortions. That's always what they call it when you report inconvenient facts. You know, they try and get you with that fake news title. This comes after Trump bashed the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and other mainstream media outlets for being intentionally misleading by reporting what's actually going on. Broadcasting, accusing them of wanting to see America lose the war. That's such a cop-out. You know, such a cop-out. You know, what happened to freedom of speech? What happened to freedom of the press? You know, this is disgusting. And it really is disgusting, because think about it. What did Pete Hegseth say? That Judeo-Christian terrorist Hegseth. He said, "I can't wait for Larry Ellison to take over." What was it? CNN? I think it was CNN. He said, "Can't wait for Larry Ellison to take you guys over." You know, he literally admitted it. He admitted that Larry Ellison is going to turn mainstream media into Israeli state television, completely eroding our freedom of speech, our freedom of the press that we hold so dear in the West. You know, they're literally saying it out loud. They don't even fear to hide it anymore. It's like, I can't wait for Larry Ellison to take you over, because then it'll be, you know, they're like, not to be anti-Semitic, but they'll control the Zionism will control our media. It will be Israeli state media, and they're literally saying it out loud, like, just for reporting what they're saying, they're going to call you an anti-Semite. But yeah, anyways, the FCC is threatening to revoke broadcasters' licenses if you report the truth about the war. So this is, you know, the gross takeover of our media. In my opinion, it's already taken over, but it's just getting worse and more overt. The gross takeover. They bought TikTok. You know, they own Paramount. They own CBS. They're going to own Warner Bros. And all of its subsidiaries like CNN. You know, it's just they're already infiltrated. They've already infiltrated every other mainstream media organization and company. They're already infiltrated by Zionists. Like, this is a cancer within our institutions. They're everywhere. Whenever you see an article that says maybe we should go to war, maybe we should go bomb someone, and it ends up to be Israel's enemy. You know,
It's a
check who
monopoly.
wrote it.
Adam, it's a monopoly.
It's a what? It's a monopoly. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
monopoly and oligarchy. Absolutely. You know, absolutely it is. A few companies own all the media, and there's a trend between the type of people that own it. Trump said, "I hope that China, France, Japan, South Korea, Britain, etc. will sell." Yeah, we read this. Will send their ships to the area so that the Strait of Hormuz will be opened. And this is after saying that he doesn't need our help. In the UK, he told our prime minister to get lost. and not send in any warships. He told us to get lost. He said he doesn't need any help. And a few days later, and now he's begging. Now he's begging. Trump is on his knees begging. I literally predicted this the other day. I said Trump is going to get on his knees and beg, and Mankosh said, "Oh, you're coping. Oh, you're wrong." He's begging. Here he is begging. He literally came out and like Trump is begging today. He's on his knees. And he's asking everyone to come to gang up on the Strait of Hormuz, send all your warships if you want to get it open, because it's 2026 and America cannot open the Strait of Hormuz. I just hope you know how significant that is. America cannot open the Strait of Hormuz. It cannot do it. It's incapable of doing this. You can blame it on severe incompetence of planning or on the failure of power projection. You know, as the wealth of the nation has been eroded over time, fighting Israel's wars, whatever it is, that's the fact of the matter. They cannot open it. Now he's begging everyone else to come help after saying it didn't need help a few days ago. The IRGC has warned major US corporations in the region to evacuate. List of companies and locations included. Based list from what I'm seeing. Lockheed Martin needs to get out of there. Boeing needs to get out of there. Microsoft needs to get out of there. Oracle, Based, get the fuck out. ExxonMobil, Citigroup, Amazon, Boston Consulting Group. I don't know many people who know that, but they're like cancerous. Bain and Company, another cancerous company. Honestly, a pretty base list. If I'll be honest, a lot of the worst companies are on here. Yeah, they've been told to get the fuck out, basically, of the region of the Middle East, or at least the Gulf state and the Levant. Yeah, so that's what the IGC have told them. We warn the American regime to evacuate all American industries in the region. We ask people living near industrial factories in which Americans hold shares to leave those areas so they're not harmed. Wow, this is well, I predicted this from the beginning, which is a complete decolonization of the Middle East, and it seems like this is even more than I thought was going to happen here. Like I thought it was going to be like a military decolonization, but they seem to want to take it to an even higher level.
Well, they
And
hit a bank, Adam, remember?
yeah, they
They hit
have.
an Iranian bank. So Iran retaliated by hitting the Citibank in the UAE. And now they closed all of their locations except Emirates Mall.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Eye for an eye in that regard, because they hit the oldest bank in Iran, right, and killed people, and they killed people as well. You know, without any warning, they bombed the bank. Like, why are you bombing a bank and the oldest bank and killing people? At least Iran gave them a warning and said, "We're going to hit you back now." That's the difference. Like the Epstein coalition just hits you and kills you. Iran warns before it does anything. Like it warned it all. Like it warned it was going to hit American bases so many times before it did it. It like every move that it does, it's kind of telegraphed. Like they're fighting with some honor here, but anyways. But now they've given warnings to the worst companies on earth, such as Oracle, and Lockheed Martin to get lost, basically. Yeah. So yeah, for 15 consecutive nights now, Iran. There's footage coming out of Iran, hundreds of thousands, millions all across Iran, out on the streets, waving the Islamic Republic flag, standing in solidarity, calling for revenge, calling for justice, galvanized, quite literally rallying around the flag, in solidarity with their own government. And you know, the regime change has been a complete failure. Complete failure. It's like a complete misunderstanding of human psychology by the Epstein class, by the Epstein regime, by the Trump regime, by Israel. You know, they don't understand human nature because they are brutes, bullies, thugs, degenerates, perverts, pedophiles. They don't understand the human, you know, the human nature, the human soul, because they lack souls. So they thought, you know, Iran was going to topple and disintegrate and fall into civil war and chaos and strife. None of that's happened. The opposite's happened. You know, Iran is, you know, the people of Iran every single night for 15 nights. And I post these videos every day, and it's always a new video. And, you know, they're just out there protesting en masse, even though bombs are being dropped around them. And the threat of bombs is ever present, because we know the Epstein regimes of Israel and America bomb civilians like it's nothing, especially Israel. Like, they love bombing civilians. They love doing that, and no one will ever punish them for it. They can do it with impunity. And knowing that, and Iran knows this, they still come out and flock to the streets en masse every night, including tonight. You know, it shows you the spirit of these people. It's an ancient, thousands of years old civilization, you know, and this century-old Rothschild colony, just, you know, populated by psychopaths and sociopaths who centered themselves as the victim all the time. It doesn't understand, can never understand, and that's why Iran will win. So, anyways, the IGC has released a video showing missiles being prepared for launch, and they're showing quite powerful, much more advanced, much more powerful, higher tonnage of warhead missiles and drones too. Long queues in Iran, not for food, but to voluntarily help with checkpoints in a city in Iran. So people are literally, wow, there's like massive recruitment lines to become like security forces in Iran, basically. Like massive recruitment lines to fill up shortages of personnel. And this is what people don't understand. Like, the Islamic Republic is like an idea. You know, it's an idea. I don't know if it probably sounds extreme to the boomers that are listening, like the Fox News boomers. But the Islamic Republic, yes. Oh wow, I said the word Islamic. Oh wow, so scary. The Islamic Republic is an idea. It's a way of governance. It's like in America, for example, like I don't know, democracy is an idea, right? Or the White House, and the way your congressional system is set up, the House, the Republic of America, right? Your republic, like your system, you're like a constitutional republic, right? Like, that is an idea. You can't just kill the president and the vice president and all the people that are going to replace them, and then that's it. That's not how it works. Even if you assassinate all the politicians in America, like someone else, people will keep fighting for that. They'll keep fighting for those ideals and for that system. You know, so to think you can just assassinate people and that's it, problem solved, you've won. It's so stupid and so ignorant and uneducated, and that's why, you know, Trump gets away with convincing his very unintelligent audience that all you need to do is take out a few people and that's the end of the Islamic Republic. Like, you don't understand it. Even if you hate them, you should understand your enemy. Even if you consider Iran and Islam your enemy, like, understand your enemy. You can't kill an idea. You know, it's not as simple as that. That's why you are where you are right now, this failure to regime change.
So Adam, if you want, we'll give the rest of the news in a second, just to break it up for the
Sure.
audience. Yeah. Let's hear what Javon has to say. I think he seems to disagree with you. Javon, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Suleiman, it's great to be with you, Adam. I've never met you before, but it's good to be on stage with you. I do disagree with a lot of what you're saying. You have stated on several occasions since I've been in the space here that the objective of the United States is regime change, and that is not true per the Department of War.
It was one of the objectives. I didn't say that was the objective. There was also taking care of the nuclear facilities. There was
If you would
also,
if you would let me
yeah,
speak,
well, I'm just correcting you. I didn't say that was the goal, but
What-
go ahead.
if you let me speak, the Department of War has listed 3 objectives. The first objective is to destroy Iran's nuclear capabilities. The second objective is to destroy Iran's navy, and the third objective is to destroy Iran's conventional ballistic missile capabilities as well. Those are the 3 objectives of
Okay.
operation. Excuse me.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Um,
The objectives keep changing.
Adam, I'm going to be honest. I didn't interrupt you at all.
Okay, I won't interrupt you. You know what? Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
I didn't interrupt you at all, and I was respectful and let you speak. The Department of War in the United States of America, that is in charge of this operation, has listed those 3 objectives. What the President of the United States has said is that, yeah, regime change would be nice. Obviously, we would want a different regime. We would want a theocracy that's not, we wouldn't want a theocracy that's hell bent on destroying America. And when you talk about Muslim lives, Adam, I find it incredibly interesting. So, Adam, would you say, if you don't mind me asking a series of yes or no questions, And if you don't want to answer, please just say, I don't want to answer. Would you say that the persecution of Muslims is wrong?
Sure.
Okay, so we both agree on that, right? The persecution of Muslims is wrong. Would you say that the persecution of Muslims who are protesting is wrong?
Yep.
Okay, so would you then say that the Iranian government killing an estimated of 30 to 40,000 protesters is wrong?
I would say your knowledge of the rate of
That's not what I
death.
asked. That's not what I asked. I asked you a simple
Yeah,
question.
you asked me a fairy tale. Like
I
you're
no.
pushing terrorist
So
propaganda. Are
so
you a
Adam,
terrorist?
so Adam, can I ask you a question? So you believe that the Iranian government has not killed 30 to 40,000 protesters?
I know they haven't. That's a greater kill rate than the Battle of the Somme. That's a greater
So
kill
all
rate
right,
than D-Day
that
and
good
storming
point.
the beaches of Normandy.
Good point.
You're
So how many?
ridiculous to bring me that number.
So Adam, this is a serious conversation. I'm not trying to be up here to like give you anything. I'm just asking you a simple question, right? So my question is to you: if you don't believe that they killed 30 to 40,000, how many people do you think died from protesting?
They reported that there was around 5 to 6, and a lot of those were
5 to
security
6 what?
5 to 6,000, and they reported that a lot of those were security personnel, and there are videos of people literally with guns shooting security guards being beaten to death on the streets, Mossad groups going door to door, house to house, setting mosques on fire, houses on fire,
Adam, I'm
businesses on
sorry.
fire, throwing
A-
Molotov cocktails at children,
Adam,
and this
Adam,
was a
Adam, Adam,
complete foreign Mossad
Adam,
thing. A
Adam,
lot of those
I'm
people who died were
Adam,
Mossad terrorists
Adam,
and
I'm trying,
you got lit up. You got
Adam,
lit up.
Adam, I'm trying to have a serious conversation with you. So I'm not trying to
And I'm
like,
giving you the facts.
that's fine. I'm not trying to do like I got back and forth. I'm not trying to catch you in anything. I'm actually asking a genuine conversation. So to clarify what you said, you believe Mossad killed 5 to 6,000 Iranians.
No. There were 5 to 6,000 dead, including security officials,
So who killed them?
including Mossad officials.
Who killed them?
What do you mean? They got killed by each other.
No. But who killed the 5 to 6,000 people in Iran?
Well, it's divided. I don't know what the specific split is of the government and of the protesters,
No,
or the
but
rioters, and the
so
Mossad agents.
so how many people do you think the Iranian government is responsible for killing?
Far less than the American government.
That's not what I asked. I asked how many of the protesters do you think that the Iranian government is responsible for killing?
What's the point you're trying to make? What's the point? You think that what's
No,
you think what's happening now is justified?
no. See,
Over
Adam,
whatever number.
Adam.
No. You're trying to make a point.
No,
You're trying to lead the
I'm
arguments, right?
I'm
What's the
Adam.
point you're trying to make?
No,
What's the point you're trying to make?
Adam,
No.
listen.
I've had enough of you trying to lead me
No,
somewhere.
Adam,
What's
I'm
the point you're
Adam.
making? Tell me what you
Adam,
think. Tell me what
Adam,
you think. Also, you're wrong about the goals. Let's go. We can come back to this. So in
Adam,
terms of goals, what
Adam,
they announced initially
relax.
was they want to
Re-
destroy. Well, you're
Adam,
wrong. You're wrong, and we have thousands of listeners here.
Adam,
So let's
this is
correct the
not fair
record
to
on
obfuscate
your
when
lies.
Adam.
No, I've
So
given you a
Adam,
chance to tell me your point. You want
there's
to
a
play rhetorical
saying,
games?
Adam,
Then go ahead and play rhetorical games.
there's a
Let me
saying,
correct one of your lies, one of the
Adam,
few lies that you
Adam,
said.
there is a saying in the United States of America,
Yeah,
particularly in
you've
the
lied about
South.
the goals. You've lied about the
Adam,
30,000. Why should I
Adam,
engage with you in good faith?
Adam,
And
I'm
now
not.
you're just trying to play the rhetorical,
Adam,
lead me down the
you
path.
say I'm lying. I've done nothing on this stage but ask you
Yes, you've
questions.
lied. You lied about 30,000. You lied about the goals.
I didn't
You
say
lied
that
about the
that was
goals that were laid out by
confirmed.
the government that have changed
No.
multiple times. There weren't 3 goals. Originally, there were around 6 goals.
Adam,
And then they reduced them to 4, and then again they reduced them to 3.
Adam,
And Trump himself has made other goals
Adam,
and said his terms for surrender are
Adam,
different. And
Adam,
also, he does want a theocracy in place. He said he's fine to have a religious leader and an undemocratic leader. So he didn't say that. So you're just wrong. Everything you said is wrong. But if you want to go back to this little rhetorical game you want to play, then go ahead. You go ahead, Javon.
Adam,
Let's play this game again.
Adam, there's a saying in the southern United States of America, and there's a saying that's called "a hit dog will holler," right? Meaning
No,
that
you just are uneducated,
Adam,
and I'm giving you the facts.
Adam, relax.
Javon,
It's Javon.
do you want to say anything substantive, or do you just want to keep repeating yourself?
It's Javon.
Do you have any Javon, whatever? Do you
No,
want
it's
to keep
fine.
say something? Do you want to say something relevant, or do you want to keep just repeating yourself? Do you want to make a point?
Adam, I'm trying to make a point.
Do you want to say my name, or do you want to make a point?
Adam, I'm trying to make.
Waste everyone's time.
Adam, I'm trying to make a point,
Then
but
then go ahead.
Right,
Go
but
ahead.
it's very difficult to make a
Okay,
point
well then go ahead.
when
Well
you
then go
jump,
ahead. Make a point.
Adam. It's
Make a
very
point then. Are you gonna?
it's
Okay, this isn't going anywhere.
I'm
He's not gonna
trying
make a
to
point.
speak,
Then go
Adam, and
ahead.
you
This is your
keep
opportunity.
Adam, you're
Go ahead and
talking.
make a point.
Adam, stop
Make a
talking.
point then. Then make a
Adam,
point.
I
Then make a
can't make a
point.
point if you're actively speaking.
Then go ahead. Are you
I
going to say
can't.
anything? Are you going to say
I'm
anything? So you were
trying
wrong
to,
about the 30,000. You were wrong about the
Adam.
goals.
I'm
What's your next
trying
point?
to
What's your
speak,
next point? You've been debunked
but you
twice
keep
now. Go ahead.
interrupting.
Okay, this is just like I think the
I
intent.
can't. I can't make
One
a
second.
point,
No,
Suleiman.
I'm gonna.
I can't.
Javon,
I
Javon, you're not
can't.
Yeah,
even
please,
letting me.
Sully,
You're
make him
not even
say
letting me speak
something.
right now. So look, I think the audience is getting really annoyed because you just keep on saying Adam, 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 and I don't know what's going on. In reality, he did give you the platform to speak, and then you decided to like basically ask him multiple questions where you only wanted one word answers, which is kind of not great. So all
No,
it is
no, that's not
no, no. But
true.
Yeah,
Javon,
so
if
That's
you
lame.
not
wanna,
true.
I mean, it is true. But Javon, if you wanna just relay your argument and your position in a
Yes,
coherent manner,
I'm trying to do
and then
that.
if you can, then he'll be able to respond. And I think that's the best way to go about it, rather than
I
you keep on repeating his name.
Yeah,
right.
rather than being a
I
little
agree.
weasel with your little
I
weasel games.
Okay,
So go ahead and make
Adam,
your
just
point.
let
What?
Adam,
There we
Adam, just
go.
let him go.
It's another example of what
I'm
I'm
just telling the
talking
truth.
about.
Sorry. Sorry you don't like it.
So what I'm trying to say is I know Adam is a little bit emotional about this and maybe he has a vested interest in this, which is fine. I don't think I don't think it's a problem to be emotional about it. My point ultimately is that Adam, you said that the United States government wants regime change. I'm telling you that the stated goals of the Department of War is not that. And you can argue me up and down down the street you want, but I can pull the press conference from this morning that will tell you the opposite. So you can have an issue with that, but that's fine. Also, I find it to be interesting that someone who lectures me about the oppression of Muslims and that the United States and Israel are the problems why Muslims being oppressed has no problem with 5 to 6,000 Muslims dying on the behalf of a theocratic government that you supposedly have no issue with. And the third thing I'd say is this: if your solution is to say, okay, cool, America, pull out of Iran. Let the Iranian citizens suffer. Let the Muslims suffer that you care so much about. I'm actually okay with that. If you want to say let the Muslims suffer under the theocratic government and let them have their own thing, I think that's entirely appropriate because Adam, I think what you're getting to is that you would rather the Muslims suffer than the United States step in to actually combat a regime that has since 1979 has killed thousands of Americans via themselves or proxies. Continue to reign, and you may not be an American, so maybe it doesn't affect you. Maybe you don't have people in your family who have served in the United States military. So maybe you don't have a concept of what it means. And that's fine. That's totally appropriate. But to sit up here and to continuously interrupt and think that you're making a point by saying, "Oh, do you have a point? Do you have a point? Do you have a point?" What do you like when you're doing what I
All
would
right, you're
call
finished. You've
as
made
an
your points.
American.
Right, it's over. So,
Well, no, excuse me.
you're finished.
No,
No, you're
Adam,
done. You're
Adam,
done. You stop making your
Adam.
points. You're back
That's
to being
not
a weasel again.
Adam.
Stop being a weasel, Javon.
Adam.
Stop being a weasel.
Adam.
Shut the fuck up.
Adam.
Stop being a weasel. You've made your points.
Why?
I'll
So now
rebut.
you're
Because shut up,
cussing
because you're a weasel.
again. A
I
hit
see
dog
you
will
for what you
holler.
are. I see you for
I've
what you are.
upset you.
No,
I've
because I don't have
upset
time
you
to wait.
because the
Because
truth hurts.
because I value the time
Well,
of our
right,
listeners.
because I've never
I
cussed at
value.
you,
Do I give a
and
fuck?
you're
Do I
cussing, and
care? Do
you're
I care?
losing your
Do I
ability to
care?
communicate.
Because your arguments are so easy to
Right,
debunk.
because it hurts your
I don't need to worry
feelings.
about being
It
honorable with
hurts
you.
your
Okay, guys,
feelings,
No,
guys,
I
and
don't.
I
guys, guys.
Like,
understand.
This is not how I want to conduct the space. It needs to remain academic. It needs to remain on the thing. Obviously, I don't mind insults.
I
No,
haven't interrupted
Giovanni,
Adam one
okay, you've made your
time,
Giovanni, you
points.
interrupted
and
me.
You
he
made.
continued.
1 second, Giovanni, you interrupted me. So let's be clear on this. Like, you need to deal with the arguments rather than making like talking about him specifically. But let's be clear on the points you're making.
Yeah, can I rebut his points, please?
Oh, you want to rebut? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So,
Well, Adam, don't interrupt the host, please.
yeah,
Please,
thanks
Suleiman,
for. Yeah, you're
continue.
such a weasel, honestly. So, anyways, so your points. So, one about the suffering under the
By the way, the
regime.
figure is 3,117 to be clear. But do
Thanks,
go ahead.
Ali. Yeah, 3,000. That
Who
includes.
killed them, Suleiman?
So let me be clear on this. The people who killed them were largely speaking Mossad and CIA agents. So you guys killed them with Israel.
So the
Yeah.
CIA and Mossad killed
So
3,000 Iranians?
yeah, I'm gonna explain to you why if you want to listen to if you want to listen.
That's
Well, it's
ridiculous.
not
That's
ridiculous because your
ridiculous.
own Huckabee literally said that they've got Mossad agents on the ground causing the issues that are being caused. There was legitimate protests on the first day. Nobody got killed. It was only when, as Huckabee activated Mossad agents and CIA agents on the ground, as confirmed by Huckabee himself, that we've got Mossad operatives on the ground that are working in there. They worked with them and collaborators in order to cause havoc, destruction. They start burning mosques, seminaries, government buildings. It was BLM, but times 1,000 because you had external foreign agents working there to basically harm and kill many people as possible. So in the shooting of these Mossad operatives, were some innocent people killed? We don't know, but logically speaking, I would assume so. In the havoc, just like, for example, when in the United States of America, in ICE protests, when you weren't having a revolution or a rebellion being caused by external foreign nations, I saw 2 people being murdered by ICE agents. That being said, coming back to it, of course, people get murdered, unfortunately, especially when there's Mossad, CIA operatives being given guns in order to murder people on the ground. This has been confirmed, and this is why a large number of actual Iranian police officers who work for the government were amongst the 3,117. There was a large number of government officials who were also among the 3,100. Now, you may ask me, oh, Suleiman, but what's the exact number of civilians who were killed? But also, more specific than that, what's the exact number of civilians that were killed by Iranians, by the Iranian government? And for that, I don't know what the answer is, because in the crossfire, there is a possibility a small number may have been killed from a logical perspective, although we don't have no answer on that. But were the majority of those people killed by Mossad, CIA operatives, or collaborators who'd been given guns? Quite clearly, we've seen the video evidence of that. Then yes, they were. And in reality, so this isn't about Muslims, because you just killed 170 girls in a school using a double tap method. You murdered them and then used another hit to murder more. And the amount of Muslims you guys have murdered in these 14 days has been innumerable. In reality, let's be clear on this, this isn't about Muslims being killed. This isn't about anything else. This is, and you talk about serving in the American military. Yeah, I don't think anyone should be serving the American military and sacrificing their lives for a foreign nation. And that foreign nation is Israel. And this is the problem with the United States of America, that unfortunately, I've posted a video today of the American serviceman who died today, but he died for Israel, and so his death is meaningless because he died for a foreign nation. In terms of what the reality of the situation was, is there was a disagreement about the nuclear enrichment. The United States of America and Iran came to an agreement. We're not too far away in terms of an agreement. United States of America wanted 0% enrichment. Iran wanted 15%. A day before they bombed, Oman came out and said, actually, now the Iranians have agreed to 0% enrichment. These were the mediators agreed on by the United States of America and Israel. So there was no disagreement on the enrichment. It was agreed upon. So the only reason they bombed was because of ballistic missiles, because those ballistic missiles can bomb Israel, because Israel has occupied the United States of America. And so for that, they're now spending billions upon billions of dollars while Americans are suffering. They've now made the market much, much worse while the world is suffering. I'm in the United States of America right now. I spend a lot of time here. And when I see Americans suffering for a foreign nation, it's shame on anyone who is supporting this. And any serviceman or military person who is dying for Israel is dying for Israel. And Israel's forced the United States of America into a war. They gave bad intel to the United States president, who believed that by killing the supreme leader, that would be the end of the war, and it wasn't. This went against the specific directives of his own intelligence services, who said that killing the supreme leader would not cause a regime change. And so what you're left with is a scenario where now there's no plan, and now they're throwing more things after another. And there is a possibility that there could be a ground invasion into Kharj Island, and maybe even more so. And more Americans are going to lose their lives, and the lives are going to be lost for Israel. This has nothing to do with the Muslims. This has nothing to do with Americans. This has nothing to do with anyone except Israel. And this is the problem we've got. The country is occupied. The world is woken up, and your position is becoming a very minority position, because the world is woken up, and the majority of people who've got your position, is especially when they're politicians, is because they're being funded, supported, financed by APAC, or they've got an opportunity where their career can do well. In reality, this isn't about Muslims. This isn't about anything. This isn't about protesters. If there is issues going on in Iran, which some people think there is, some people think there isn't, whatever it may be, that is an internal issue within Iran. They should deal with it. I don't think any government is better than another. I think when you look at the United States of America, many people would think that, whoa, what's going on here? There's many problems in the United States of America. We just saw 2 people being murdered on the streets, Americans, by ICE agents. Maybe people need to do regime change in the United States of America. I think that's foolish as well. So this whole idea of morality and these type of things, those died a long time ago when you guys were, America supported Israel, and not just America, it's the whole Western world, supported Israel, and actually most of the Muslim world as well, supported Israel with the genocide in Gaza, the whole being the moral police died. We saw too many kids die. We saw too many people die, and it's absolutely ridiculous. And the fact that you're basically relaying 30,000 state propaganda, which is opposite of any logical thinking, and it shows that once you get into your position, you remove logical, rational thinking, and you just become a puppet for propaganda. And this is the problem. This is why no one respects politicians. This is why no one respects people in power. This is why people are looking elsewhere for the news and information. This is why people are looking for elsewhere for their leadership. And this is the problem we have. And so in reality, we care about Muslims, we care about Christians, we care about Jews. What we don't care about is murder. And this is an Israeli war, and they've brought every single person involved into this war for this foreign nation, and this is the biggest problem. And so we reject Israel, we reject Zionism, and we look at it, and Israel's getting tapped up really hard. American empire is folding because the entire GCC is now seeing that all of their military bases have been hit up. Their defense interceptor radars are no longer working. America, who was promised $5 trillion by these Arab nations, are now are already saying that they're going to pull out with those $5 trillion because they realize that what we all knew, that they're on the bottom of the list, they're behind the feet of Israel when it comes to the opportunities or support that America is going to give. And so what's going to happen is America is going to continue funding, financing Israel at the harm that is causing Americans and the actual Arab countries who I disagree with. You'll see my videos. I disagree with those countries a lot. That being said, have realized, well, they're not realized, maybe they will realize, but what they realize is they're not going to give the $5 trillion. And again, that harms Americans. So this entire thing has been a farce. And this entire situation has been for this foreign nation of Israel. And so this is why when you come in and make these statements and these propaganda points they're making, it's extremely problematic, because in reality, this isn't being done for America. This isn't being done for Americans. This is being done for Israel. America has and had the empire, and what we're seeing is the empire diminishing because of this false mistake that Israel made, United States of America made in terms of going to this war with Israel. And the only reason it's made is because Mariam Adelson is a huge funder of Donald Trump. Adelson being the person who puts Israel first before America. Even Trump said, I don't know if you love Israel more, America. I think it's Israel. So even he knows that their funders are Israel first rather than America first. Adelson's are the same ones who basically funded a plane for Pollock, who basically partook in espionage against Americans and stole their secrets. But what did Adelson do, the main funder of Donald Trump? He gave him a first-class flight, a private jet, back to Israel. And as soon as he went, he kissed the floor of Israel, because these agents who are working against America are doing it for the foreign nation of Israel. And so this is the problem with this war. You may come up with this propaganda points about, 30,000 or whatever it is. It's not about that. We know what the war is about. Everybody knows what this war is about. It's for this foreign nation of Israel, and it's very, very harmful to the United States of America. And you're seeing that now with the diminishing destruction of the empire, and you're seeing the total collapse or the movement towards the collapse of the financial market. And again, that has happened for Israel.
Okay, can I correct the record on one thing first, and then over to you, Javon.
That
Go
was a
ahead.
mic drop, by the way.
Yeah, that was good. Well done, Sully. That was very good. And just one thing I want to cover, and then Javon, you can respond to all that. Suffering of Muslims, to alleviate the suffering of the Muslims in Iran is the alleviation of sanctions. It's not to send Mossad agents into the country to foment riots and start throwing Molotov cocktails and arming protesters to shoot at security forces and police and trying to get people killed in the streets, and creating a protest movement that at its maximum it was like 20,000 people in a protest. It's the alleviation of the suffering of Muslims in Iran isn't by burning 170 school children alive in the Minab school. It isn't to bomb Iran, bomb its water desalination plants, bomb its fuel facilities, try and decapitate its government. If there are 90 million Iranians, if 10% of those people wanted to kick the government out, they could, and that's up to them. And I don't oppose that. I don't oppose them if they want to switch their government. That's up to the Iranian people. It's not up to America. It's not up to your bombs. It's not up to Israel and Mossad. And Mossad's confirmed to have been on the ground. These forces are not on the side of the Iranian people, because they launched one of the largest chemical attacks on Iran in history, covering the air with cancer-causing, chronic illness-causing poison when they blew up that oil facility. It literally blocked out the sun for an entire day there. And so this isn't the interest of the Muslims or of the Iranian people at all. America is not fighting for the Iranian people. They're fighting for their interest. They're fighting for Israel, and they're fighting for the for fuel, maybe for oil rights. They're fighting for regional hegemony, but they're not fighting for the actual people. And like you said, like you just said, you admitted it yourself now. They've thrown away regime change as a goal. So they're not even fighting for regime change now. So you don't even want that. So what are you even fighting for? You're fighting to decapitate the military of Iran. That's never going to happen. It's all deep underground. You have to nuke the country and genocide it. That's not good for the Iranian people, is it? There's nothing here that's good for the Iranian people. What's good for them is to leave them alone, take off the sanctions, let the Iranian people self-determine their fate, sovereignty, self-determination, and the right to choose their own governments. Okay, because if there's, like I said, there's 90 million Iranians, 9 million of them can get the job done. It's up to them. And the fact that it hasn't happened yet, that you've decapitated the government, taken out 54 members, completely destroyed a lot of the infrastructure. You've been targeting police stations, targeting court systems and government buildings, and they're focused on an 11 front war at least, and there hasn't been a widespread popular movement uprising. That shows you that it just isn't there. That's not the will of the people. And I support the will of the people of Iran, whatever it may be, whatever they decide. But you don't. You support the people that bombed and burned alive 170 school children, that bombed the fuel facilities, that covered Tehran, 17 million people, one of the largest chemical attacks. And Baluch and all these other little separatist factions to start fomenting not even a regime change, but civil war, like separatist war to split up and balkanize the Iran. Like it just shows that this isn't good for the Iranian people. There's nothing about this that's good. The only thing I agree with that you said is that get the fuck out, leave them alone, alleviate the sanctions, and let the Iranian people decide. It's as simple as that. So don't gaslight about suffering. Sorry, and over to you guys.
Yeah, let me just quickly read these super chats. So obviously, where they gone? Okay, here we go. Someone said, Suleiman, bro, please let him go. Bro, I'll send you 100 USDT to your crypto wallet right now if you boot him. That's hilarious. Oh, I missed that. I missed the $100. I might have done it actually for $100, but anyway. Adam. Someone said, get rid of him, please, Sully. That's what I was saying. We know his name is Adam. Are you gay? How many did the US kill in Iraq? Regime change. If Bibi is gone, then remember those who said it's theater. I want to hear them now. Some people be digging too much. And then we had this huge super chat, which was, I'm getting sick of him saying Adam nonstop, kick him out. And that was £100 super chat, which is about $150. And then
Yeah,
it
all
said,
he said was my name. Like that was so
and then he
lame.
said, I'll send you $100 to your crypto wallet if you boot him now. Well, I kind of never saw that in time. But I don't know, I think you preferred the smash. I don't know if you did. Okay. Javon, do you want to respond to that, or shall we just move on? Okay, cool. Let's go to Matrix Resist. Matrix Resist.
Hey, I'm sorry, Suleiman. Sorry, I was on for that for a second. No, I appreciate you letting me get the chance to respond at least. The reason why I kept saying Adam consistently is because Adam kept interrupting me, and I'm not going to sit there and argue back and forth with you. I'm just
Correcting
going
you.
to call
I
your
kept
name.
correcting you. That's true.
All right. Another example of Adam hopping off his mic. I've been on
Yeah, I'll
mute the
correct
whole
you
time.
anytime. That's fine.
Once again, that's 2 times in the span of 30 seconds.
Yep, it'll
So
happen. It'll keep happening. Keep testing me.
3 times. So what I'm trying to
Yeah, there
get
we
at
go.
is
It's happening again.
4 times. What I'm trying to get at is that
Yeah,
I
can
think
you
it is
keep counting?
important. 5. It's important to have alternative
What's this one?
viewpoints. 6. It's important to have
You know?
alternative viewpoints that are because what Adam is doing, Americans call it filibustering, where you
Wait,
kind of
what?
go on and
What?
you continue to interrupt when someone is speaking because you don't want them to express their viewpoint. You
Well, I
can't
get you.
argue
Hold
on the
on.
merits. You can't argue on the merits of the viewpoint, so you continuously interrupt, which is fine. I get it's a juvenile way of having an actual
There's
debate.
no debate
But
here.
my
Like
point,
you're a joke. Like it's just funny.
right? God bless you. Respectfully, the point is that the American government has stated 3 military objectives, and they are well on their way of accomplishing them. The added benefit is that the Iranian people are no longer under a theocratic government that is anti-American.
Yes, they
Whether or
are.
not they want it, whether or not they want to have the theocratic government, that's fine. But what we're saying as Americans is that you're not going to have a theocratic government that is responsible for the death of thousands of Americans continue to be in existence. And that's what happens when you're a superpower.
Correction for the audience.
That's
There's only 1,000 Americans over the previous decades that have been murdered or killed, apparently.
right. As
And
right,
that's
it's a thousand.
relatively, that's
It
extremely low number. Like
it doesn't
more people
matter.
have been
That
killed by like
it doesn't
posters or like falling
it does
over.
not matter. It does not
Well, it
matter.
does
As a
matter
foreign
in the relevance of
as a
geopolitics. It matters
as
because
a
this is a
foreign
very
government,
disingenuous framing of Iran is our
as a
enemy. They've killed
e-
1,000 of us over how many
excuse me,
decades? So
excuse me.
don't
No, Adam,
disingenuously frame that to manipulate our
as
audience. That's 1,000
Adam, I'm
people
not
over decades.
manipulating the
That's less than
audience.
like 10 people a
How
year.
many Palestinians died in the 7-day war against Israel? How many?
What? 7-day war? What are you
How
talking about?
how many? How many?
No, what do you mean by 7-day war, Javan? I don't get you.
1960s. How many Palestinians died from what Israel did against some of the other powers in the region?
Well, the war was with Egypt. Are you talking about the 6-day war?
Yeah, the
Which
6 day. I
7-day
said
war?
7 day. 6 day. The 6 day war. Excuse me. Thank you. How many Palestinians died? Because Hamas often talks about that as a reason for their justification against the action. Because they say, as the river from the river to the sea, they say all
Yeah,
that
yeah. The whole
nonsense. So
justification of
how
Hamas is
many
the 6-day
died?
war.
How many
Yeah, yeah. The
died?
6-day war is the justification for
How
Hamas's
many
resistance.
died?
Yeah.
How many
But
Wait,
yeah,
died?
no,
Javon,
no,
Javon,
yeah. Let's just say the
how
6-day
many?
war is why
Hold on,
Hamas
I'm
Adam,
asking
resisted.
a
Adam,
Yeah.
question. I'm asking
Javon,
a
how
No,
question.
many? How
and
many
I'm saying your
Americans
framing
died
is
on the
I'm
USS
so
Liberty?
stupid.
I'm
It's
asking
insane.
a
Javon, how
question.
many Americans died on the USS
I'll
Liberty?
answer your question when you answer my question. How many?
No,
I
I'm
won't
asking you how
dignify it.
many.
How
Yeah,
many
answer his
died?
own.
You tell me.
How many died on the USS Liberty,
How
Javon?
many died in Israel? I asked the question first. You don't get to answer my
No, no.
question with a
You
question.
asked Adam. Now I'm asking you a different question. How many died on the USS Liberty?
It's irrelevant. I asked you. I asked a
Why is it
completely different question
irrelevant?
because that's not the
It was
question I asked.
Israelis killing Americans. That's
Because
irrelevant. It only
yes,
matters when
it is
Muslims
irrelevant.
apparently have
It is,
conflict with
it is it is
Americans.
irrelevant. It is
Oh,
irrelevant.
it's irrelevant.
It is
Oh,
irrelevant.
okay, because it's Israel, right?
No, because you didn't answer my question. I
No, you
asked.
didn't ask me the question. You asked Adam the question.
All right.
Adam can kindly respond to you after you answer
No,
my question.
Adam.
Now, how
No,
many
no, no, no.
Americans died on the USS Liberty? The terrorist attack on the USS Liberty
I'm
by
going.
Israel. How many?
I'm going to ask my question
Sir,
again.
how many died on the USS Liberty? You could do a quick Google check.
You're spinning. You're
I'm not
spinning.
spinning. I'm asking you a
You
question.
are. You're filibustering because I asked Adam a question. Adam can't answer, and now Hussein pops off
All
the
right,
mic.
Adam can't. Okay, Adam can't answer the question. Oh my God. Okay, cool.
Well,
Now
no,
I'm
no,
asking you a
that's not
question.
okay. Cool.
I'm asking you a
No, no,
question.
no.
How many
No.
American sailors died on
This
the
is
USS Liberty?
You're
How
okay.
many?
This is
switching the
so.
topic.
Listen, Javon,
You're
this whole
switching the
argument,
topic. No,
this whole argument is illogical. It makes no
no, no.
sense.
With all due respect,
No,
Suleiman,
no, it
my
is. It
ultimate
is.
argument.
No, it is. It is.
No,
I'll explain to you why.
Suleiman,
No, no, but Javon, your argument
I
is
didn't get a chance to
no,
make
but
any
no,
argument.
because you
I
made
asked a
something that is
question.
you made an illogical argument that is not true.
What is the
I'll tell
argument that
you.
I
I'll
made?
tell you because you're basically asking the question about how many Palestinians died in the 6-day war, and then you're making a false claim that that was the reason for October the 7th,
That's not what I
or the
said, and
reason,
that's not what I was
or the
going to
reason that
say.
the Palestinians
No,
resist. So why are you bringing it up? It's irrelevant.
no,
What's the?
that's not what I was going to say at
So
all.
what's the reason you're bringing it
You're
up?
making you're making an argument that I did not
Okay, what's
make,
the
and you're
argument?
arguing an
Okay,
argument.
what's the argument you're gonna make?
My argument was ultimately that if you're going to say it was just 1,000 Americans, and that is relatively a minor amount, then there should be no claim for 100 or 1,000 or any other thousands of people dying in any other war. That was ultimately the argument that I was going to make, is that people will sit up here on this stage and say, well, this many Palestinians have died since Israel's occupation, and relative to the amount, that should be insignificant according to Adam's logic, which is why I asked Adam, let's look at a conflict in the past, not even one current day. And I want to know how many Israelis died or how many Palestinians died,
What
and
do you say,
ask you
Javon?
if that's justified, because you're telling me that 1,000, 150, that's insignificant relative to a population. So I'm asking you to be ideologically
No.
consistent when you make an
So
argument.
listen, the
But you didn't
problem.
answer. Hassan
This is
Okay,
incredible.
let me
Hussein came
one
off his
second,
mic.
Javon, 1 second. So look, the problem is nobody. Well, I don't believe that any person dying it should be minimized, whether it's 1, 10, 20, 1,000, whatever it is, or even the hundreds of thousands of
So
Palestinians.
1,000 dead Americans is enough. 1,000 dead Americans on behalf of the Iranian regime is enough
Where
for
did
us
they
to have
die?
done
Where did the
something.
thousand? Where did the?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, it
They've
does
died
matter. Oh, it
across the
doesn't matter, does
Hezbollah.
it? So Javon, first of all, keep quiet. It does matter. Actually, I'm going to drop you because you keep interrupting me. So, first of all, it does matter because in reality, let's be clear on this. If those 1,000 Americans had died in America because somebody was invading them, that would be a totally different story. If those 1,000 American soldiers over a large period of time have died because you're invading other countries, that is exponentially different. One is a defense, one is an aggression. What is hard to understand? This shows the low IQ nature of this person. But I better get my $100 for dropping this guy as well. But
Suleiman, can I
but let me be
speak?
clear on this. Let me just
Before,
finish my. Wait, why am
before
I
you
getting
speak, I just want to say
interrupted?
something for the
Let me finish my
audience.
point. So that's the first thing. The second thing is this: that those Americans, like I said, died. They died when they were. Uh, those Americans that died, they died in a way which was quite clearly based on offensively attacking them. Never mind the many people, the many Iranians, Iraqis, various others who've died due to these illegal wars in the Middle East. All the people are saying is, listen, don't invade our country, keep yourself to yourself, we'll keep ourselves to ourselves. That's the first point. The second point is what he what he basically said was, oh, okay, we'll leave them to be. That basically when we want to, we will leave them to be, and when we want to, we'll invade. And this demonstrates the psychology of these people, and this is why their country is occupied. This is why they're on a plantation, because their country is occupied by the foreign nation. And you'll notice he didn't answer any one of my questions. He didn't answer any one of the points I made. And the reason is because it exposes the fact that these guys are controlled by a foreign nation. Trader, you better
He's a
send me
controlled
my.
op- he's a debater. Like he doesn't represent
Not,
people. He's not
he's not a
representative
debater.
of people.
He was a horrible debater, to be
No,
honest. Like
yeah,
when
I
he
know he's a
debated
horrible
me.
debater, but like he's here to like he's like a propagandist. He's like a disingenuous propagandist. He's not like an average citizen that represents like the normal person's views. He is out for himself as a propagandist to use rhetorical devices and debate frameworks to produce a point to push State Department propaganda. That's why wasn't taking him serious because
Well,
he's a bad one. He's a bad one as
I
well. You're
mean,
right.
look, that's your view, and I do think that obviously he is a propagandist, but I prefer to. Well, there's two ways. Either you just don't speak to them, so you can be like, look, I don't want to speak to them, or you destroy, disseminate, and their positions. And I prefer to do the latter, is to destroy and disseminate their positions, because the positions he relays is a position, even if you don't want to accept it, that is probably held by at least 20 or 30% of Republicans, probably more, maybe 50, 60% of Republicans in America. And so the reason why, and this is why I prefer to, when I'm engaging with these people, is to specify it rather than, go into vagueness, is because they're not able to answer that this war wasn't for America. And he knew that, hence why he moved away from that position. And so then he went and basically went into some vagueness about how 1,000 Americans over a very long period of time, basically over 40 years, have been killed. Never mind the fact that, never mind the fact that he was not able to explain why the fact that there's 1,000 people killed and the fact that they're going into a foreign nation for a foreign war where more Americans are going to be killed. And so in reality, with someone like Javon, he does represent, and this is why I think
He's running for office, like he's running for political office, like he's just trying to do his sound bites. Like I just knew what he was immediately. He's a little weasel. Like he wants APAC funding or
but
something
so
like
is
that.
your position you don't want to engage with anyone who's running for office and holds his position,
No,
which
no,
is
I can
Hamas and
engage with them, but I'm like, I just know he's disingenuous.
but that's
I
all
disagree that
that's
he's
all of them.
representative of like 20-30% of Republicans. Like I think he's just
Sorry?
representative of himself because his argument was like, oh, Hamas is resisting Israel because of the Six-Day War. Like that's how like who thinks that? Who thinks that? This is a
Well, I
little
think that his
debate
position
argument
is,
he's figured out in his own mind. He
but I do
thinks he's
think his
clever.
position is held by about 30-40% of Republicans, and
I don't
hence
think
why.
anyone thinks that. I think everyone knows that Hamas is like, has been like Palestine has been occupied. It's been apartheid.
No,
It's
no,
been,
the point,
you
his
know.
point about that wasn't that. His point was because you said about the 1,000, and you were like, what was your point? Did you say who cares or something, or something along those
No,
lines?
I said it has to be taken into context of how many decades that's over and relative to how many other causes of death in other countries. Like it's like, you can literally chalk that up as as almost a non-issue geopolitically. Like it's not like an
I
enemy
don't
thing.
remember maybe you said that, I can't remember, but I thought you said like, oh, it doesn't matter or something, and so
No,
that's why
no.
his argument was that, look, if that doesn't matter, then XYZ doesn't
No, he
matter.
tried to make it that because he's like a debater guy. Like that's what I'm saying. Like so that he took into this ridiculous argument, the Six-Day War, which is like nobody thinks like that except from someone who's like running for office, because I was like, you take it into consideration geopolitically, like over how many decades and compared to what, but he cut me off and started making this ridiculous argument, and he did that multiple times, where he made some ridiculous, not logical argument and tried to trap anyone into some rhetorical trap, and it's like. I don't think he was a good faith debater, and that's why you ask me the yes or no questions. But no, it's good to discombobulate
Anyway,
them. You did that.
anyway, it's fine. But the point is, I'm just talking about myself. So everyone has a different way that they want to engage with people. You have your way, Adam. I have my own way. And for me, it was to demonstrate the flaws in his argument and the reason why he was unable to talk about the fact that this war was done for a foreign nation, the fact that he was not willing to speak about how this is being done for Israel, and he has to come up with a false claim that over 47 years some Americans were killed. And actually someone like that, you can easily trap them, because in reality, if that's his position, then his position is that anyone can go into foreign wars. But these people are warmongers because they basically get financed, funded by the Zionist regime. He didn't have no explanation about the Adelsons, about Pollard, about how these wars are done for a foreign nation, how these people manipulate society in order for this foreign nation. And actually, any American that dies is dying for Israel. And actually, any American that is suffering, so someone like Javon is probably going to be getting some kind of funding from APAC, or not now, but in the future, this is the hope, or Zionists, or even if you don't get funding, the thing is, to have any kind of political career, you need to be supported by them. And so in reality, they hold that position. But that being said, because these guys hold a position, because the Zionists control Fox News, because the Zionists control CBS, and now they control CNN, they control the entirety of mainstream media. So that specific point in the argument, maybe not everyone has, but holistically, his position, there is 30 or 40% of Americans that have it. Now, one can hold the position, I don't want to engage, but that's not my position. My position always is like, it's best to engage with the argument and dismantle it, so people wake up to it. But anyway.
Yeah, I think I take a point. No, I'm going to agree with you, actually. I think next time I'll do that instead of doing that. Yeah, I'll agree with you. You've changed my
But the
mind,
thing is, he was being
genuinely.
disingenuous with you, because what he was
Yeah.
doing was, like, rule is this: anytime someone asks you a one word, and actually someone's wrote a super chat on this. Let me read the super chat.
Yeah, I
I
shouldn't have
understand
agreed
it.
to
So this super
do
chat
that.
was advice to brother Ahmed Adam: when someone is making an argument and mid-argument they start asking you questions, the proper response is make your argument, dude. I'm not gonna make it for you.
Yeah, I should have
Don't let
done
them
that. Yeah, to
interrogate
be
you,
fair.
bro.
I
The
let
thing
him,
is,
yeah, I let him do that because that's what he was out for. He wasn't out to like tell the truth. He was out to win like an
look,
argument.
in any kind of conversation, when someone's asking for, unless sometimes you can have a word, like I do sometimes say, give me one worded answer, because that can actually clarify something really quickly. But when it's multiple one-word answers and they're trying to take you down a specific route, that shows that there was some disingenuous situation going there because they want to
Yeah, he was
frame
completely
something that isn't there.
disingenuous.
His framing
Yeah.
was that, guess what? You know, if you don't accept that, basically you have to accept that those people being killed were by Iran and they were Muslims and it was really bad, rather than going into the reality of what happened, where I was able to explain that actually the vast, you know, there were Mossad operatives on the ground, something he didn't engage with. There were CIA operatives on the ground, something he didn't engage with. The fact that we know that a large proportion of them who were killed by Mossad and CIA operatives. How many innocent civilians were killed by the government? It's unknown. We're not going to lie. We're not going to say we know how many it is, but it will be, logically speaking, based on when we look at the events when mosques were being burnt, seminaries were being burnt, government buildings were being burnt, police were being killed. Huckabee says that we've got Mossad agents and CIA agents in the ground. They were arming rebel groups within there. When we know all that, yeah, the vast majority were killed
Yeah, they were
by
armed and
them.
deadly.
Sorry?
Yeah. They were armed and deadly. They had guns and Molotov cocktails.
Exactly. And that's
Yeah.
3,117. So the vast majority of them were killed by them. So the point being, coming back to it, so when he was trying to like do those one-worded answers, it was bang out of order, to be honest.
Yeah,
But
I should have stopped that. We should have stopped that. That's fine. I just wanted to debunk one thing. He kept telling lies. I wouldn't let me correct his lies, and then kept doing rhetorical devices. That's why I thought he was disingenuous. But anyways, the 1,000 Americans thing, right? So the majority of those 1,000 Americans, because they never tell you where that 1,000 came from. So obviously over like 47 years or whatever. So the majority comes from two events. One was in 1983, where Marines were killed in barracks in Lebanon. Carried out by Hezbollah. So it's not even directly by Iran. It's like by it's by other people.
What were they doing?
And
in
why?
Lebanon?
Yeah, I was gonna get to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's why, in response to the U.S. support for the war in for the Iran-Iraq war, and then the second one was U.S. soldiers killed in Iraq, literally in Iraq in the 2000s, in an invasion and a war of aggression, a bordering country of Iran, threatening to invade Iran as well. So you know, pressures mount. That was during a time where pressures was mounting on Bush to bomb Iran at that time.
So
So
both of
those were the
them.
two events.
So just to clarify, both of them were for Israel because the war, the Iran and Iraq war, was something that was completely manufactured in order to destabilize the region for Israel, because the aim and the goal was always for Israel to be in control. At that time, Iran and Iraq had had the top 4 economies in the entire region. So these weren't some kind of backward, economically deficient countries. These were countries where war was manufactured in order for that, and so then Americans were on the ground help supporting that war that they'd manufactured in order to cause destruction in that region for Israel. The Iraq war, the illegal Iraq war with false claims of WMDs, was another war that was for Israel in order to harm the region and to weaken the region for Israel. So again, when they say American soldiers lost their lives, yes, they did, but for Israel, it's like now. So 12 American soldiers have lost their lives. Likely it's more. They're pretending it's 12. In 20 years' time, they'll say, oh, Iran killed those American soldiers. They won't tell you that America and Israel invaded Iran. They won't tell you that this was done in the midst of negotiations which were agreed upon. They won't tell you that Iran never wanted a war and they were defending themselves. They won't tell you all those things. So this is basically what he's doing here. So those
They
Americans
always
that
tell you
died,
what, they never tell you why.
yeah, those Americans who died in these 14 days, they've died for Israel. They haven't died for America. So anyway, let's that girl, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I did. I wanted to destroy Javon because I had this art. I'm gonna just get out here. Hold on. I'm sorry. Give me 30 seconds now. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh my God. She's just giving me too much easy material. She's giving me
You've got
too
some
much
hands.
easy material right now.
No, because I was getting out the car
I was
and
saying,
like I
what
just,
shall I say?
you
Shall I
know,
blame her because she's a chick? Shall I say it's because she's a tether? Like, what should I?
I know. Honestly, I'm at like the wrong intersection of all of these different type of disparaged communities. But no, I wanted to destroy Javon because I've actually destroyed him already before on this argument last year, and then he ran away from me on Re-Up Space. So I remember Javon from being in MAGA. And that's how, you know what I mean? Like the whole Trump thing. And then that's how I got to know him or whatever. And he, you know, was a cool dude until he became a warmonger. And he bought this whole, because I was saying we're going to end up sending troops to Iran during the 12-day war. And I said, why do you want the American troops to die for Israel? And he started this whole, well, Iran killed American troops. And I was like, well, wait a minute, what battle was it that, you know, that this happened? I was like, when did I miss the war with Iran that we already been in? And he said the same thing, like, oh, no, like, you know, the whole proxy thing, the Iraq or whatever. I said, no. And he was saying like that, I'm sorry to do this like this, but he was saying like Americans were attacked by Iran, almost making it seem like they seek this out. I said, you cannot go in somebody's country and not expect in a war to be like killed in a battle. Like, what are you talking about? Americans should not be dying for Israel. And he is very cool with, and not to like, and he's probably listening, right? But not to like fully put
Yeah,
him
he's a
out there, but
weasel.
he is cool. Well, he is cool with Byron Donalds, who is an Israeli. He's a black guy who shills for Israel so he can be governor of Florida. Okay, so these people, like, they've sold their soul. This is not what MAGA used to be about. We didn't want these wars. There was a time where Trump wouldn't have bombed Iran. For Trump to go into this war without any plan on getting out, after being told that he's not supposed to, Americans are going to die for Israel, and these people can't have a real conversation, and they want to talk about 1,000 people. Yes, it's sad, but we weren't worried about all that before. Don't make it about that. It's not about that. Everybody knows what this is about. And so it's just, it is weasel-like arguments. It is disgusting. That's why I ran up here, but then he was gone, so... yeah, that's all.
They disingenuously frame it as a 1,000, and you're absolutely right, that girl. Like that was great, like great summary there. But they say 1,000 Americans were killed. They don't say American soldiers were killed. They say Americans, and they don't say where they were killed, and they don't say why they were killed, and they don't say how many decades they were killed, like 40, 50 years, you know. So it's just completely I don't I there are two options. Either you're extremely low IQ, uneducated, ignorant, and you're repeating that because and without any second thought or research, and either you wouldn't respect someone's opinion there or listen to them, or they're a disingenuous weasel with an agenda, not out for truth, not out for justice, out to push some sort of agenda. Those are the only two options for someone pushing a propaganda line without any kind of context, any kind of backup, any kind of uh, critical thought at all. And that's all I wanted to say about that, because it just summarizes everything about that guy. This made my hair stuck up on end.
And then one more thing I'll say, I'm so sorry. One more thing I'll say, Adam, he does represent, though, Suleiman is right about the 30 or 40%. There are people who take these lies and they swallow them up. Iran's been trying to kill us. Iran is a threat to America. Iran this, Iran that. Like, and they weren't thinking about Iran 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, right? But they swallow up the lies. So
Yeah,
it is good
I
to
got
have these
my mind.
arguments to
I agree
debunk
with you
them.
guys. Like you guys changed my mind on that. So I think next time I'll give them,
And you know what it
not treat
is?
them
Like,
as much
it's
of a
not just you,
joke.
Adam. There's like loads of
Yeah.
people on the chat who was upset he's up there. He's not the audience. He was not going to change his mind ever. But what he has is a following that followed him in here, who, when they listen to the arguments, can change their mind. And in these 3-4 years, I'm very proud to say the amount of people's minds we've changed has been unbelievable. So we always have a choice in this scenario. We can either live in our own echo chamber, which is fine, but I've never ever wanted an echo chamber. I've always wanted to give, because you know that individual you're debating, generally speaking, you're not, like, almost always you're never going to change their mind. And there'll be a large proportion of their followers who are so blind that they'll never ever change their mind. But there will be some who will be thinking, okay, I used to believe this guy, but actually this guy's making some interesting points. Let me go and check it. And so that's always the aim. And the reason why we've been able to penetrate the right wing. This is the reason why we've been able to penetrate ardent Trump supporters, is because we relay the truth to them. We relay and demonstrate how their ideas are false, and that's how they're able to say, actually, look, I realize now, like, okay, I love America, but actually supporting this war does not support America, it supports Israel. And so no American should be sacrificing their lives for Israel by going to this foreign war. And so when Americans wake up to this and they realize that this isn't happening for anything else except that this propaganda that's coming to us through mainstream media, that's the goal. That's my goal. My goal, I get it, like some of it is I want, of course, this is to relay news, like this space has been to relay news and information and give people the truth about that's going on. But whenever I converse with like someone like that, the aim is always not to change his mind, because you're never going to change his mind, but it's to change the mind of some of his followers who may wake up and realize, actually, I don't want like my friends, or first of all, I don't want my fellow Americans to die for Israel, or maybe their family members are here. And I can give you names of just prominent people on Spaces who've changed their minds. Never mind people on the followers list, never mind people on the listeners list. And that's why this becomes important. So I saw like some people in the chat who were kind of getting upset with him. But always remember, it's not him. You're never going to change his mind. But through I think strong arguments work. You can change the mind of the people. And the more Americans whose minds you can change, the more chances there are that there's going to be peace in the world. Let's go to Titi.
Hey guys, that was interesting to listen to. First of all, big respect to you, Adam. You're very, very patient, because that was honestly infuriating to listen to. But yeah, I totally understand. I mean, yeah, no, just yeah, respect for that. I mean, what I was going to speak about was something else entirely, but then as this conversation was going on, I did think about a few things I was going to mention. One, I think it's just beyond me that people like this person that just came on is using the Iranian pain to justify killing more Iranians. I think that part really got me, as if anyone believes that BS. Like, please, you guys don't care about Iran and the Iranian people or our struggles or have any real understanding what our society deals with. It's all just propaganda BS. That was number one. Number two, when this whole thing started, they did openly multiple times across different platforms and on literal TV talk about that their aim was to change the regime. So I don't know where he's getting that from. Just because they released a statement this morning to say, oh, we've got these 3 aims, it doesn't mean that that wasn't publicly communicated openly time and time and time again, to the point that they came back and said, actually, a regime change is not possible. So again,
Yeah, why did
debunked.
they kill Khomeini, right? Like, why did they do
Yeah,
that?
well, exactly.
Well,
And they said, oh, well, actually, no, we can't change the regime. So that wasn't your aim. Is that what you're saying? You don't want to interfere in our politics and in our business? That was the other thing. Another thing as well is Iran has gone through protests, right? Like all countries do. We've had many protests. We had the Green Movement, we've had the White Movement, we've had many, many, many movements in Iran. And not once, as in my whole life that I've been in Iran, not once have I seen the sort of the public armed ever, as in the police is not armed as well. So it's very much like the UK. They don't carry guns, they don't carry, I mean, the special forces do, but the average policeman wouldn't, or policewoman wouldn't carry arms. So the fact that in January there were many, many, many people in the protests that were armed just tells you that there was a motive behind that. And that was shocking to all of us, because Iran is an extremely safe country. And it wasn't something that we expected. So that was another thing that I was going to add.
yeah, that was my
And
sense.
also, yeah, well, exactly. How did I get access to these things? We're not just some hostile state that we're not like America. First of all, we don't have access to arms. Second of all, if people do have access to it, it's a crime and it's against the law. So that's just another thing I was going to say. Also, I've heard this number before where they say, oh, Iranians have killed thousands of Americans. Where and when? Because that is just such a false claim. Where have Iranians killed thousands and thousands of Americans? They keep using that to justify things. And it's so dangerous because it's so not true. And it's been debunked many, many, many times in different interviews and in different places. And they just throw that out there and they think we're fools and we're just going to take that and run with it. Also, Israel being a proxy for America and killing thousands and thousands and thousands of people since their establishment, I just find it so rich that they can come into these spaces and try and justify that more deaths, because that justify more deaths in the region to try and save our region. Again, for me, it's just BS. Also, to your point, Sully, around Iran and Iraq, it's funny because Iran and Iraq, both in culture and in their allyship, are probably the closest countries in the region. I mean, our culture is very similar, our people are very similar, our religious beliefs actually happen to be quite similar too. So the fact that Iran and Iraq went to war is a complete distraction, and it was a complete ulterior motive there to destabilize the region when it did happen, and it was a chemical war against Iran. And yeah, the Iraqis were essentially at the time armed by the US. So again, these people coming into here and talking about caring about our people, please just save us from all of that, because no one believes that anymore. So that's what I was going to raise, just based on that conversation. But sorry, I was actually going to talk about something else entirely, if you don't mind. And I know that, Sully, you mentioned we have factual conversations here, and this one is more based on factual conversations. So I've been doing some research since last night on the Khark Island, and basically what's going to happen. Well, I can't predict what's going to happen, but I was going to share some insights based on what I've done. So currently, the island is able to essentially export 1.7 million barrels per day, which is a lot more. If the capacity is a lot more than what Iran exports daily anyways, it tends to be around 1.1 to 1.5. So in any case, if that island goes out of service, let's just say, which actually did during the Iran-Iraq war, and apologies if this is a repeat of anything else that anyone has said today, because I haven't been here all day. So if it were to go out of service, it would be a case that, and Iran did this back in the Iranian-Iraqi war, they just diverted sort of processing to other islands, which I think the guy Anas in the morning did talk about it. So there are two other islands called Lavan and Siri that both have the ability to export and process their terminals as well, so their oil and gas sort of terminals. And they will cover about half of that capacity in the Khark Islands. So yeah, you wouldn't get your full capacity from the two other islands, but you will get about half. And then you have all of the onshore ports as well that you can divert sort of your routes, your energy routes. But what's interesting is, if Iran has gone through this back in the Iranian-Iraqi war, and they were taken by surprise back then, and also given that on the island you've got 30 storage tanks, so you've got lots and lots of oil that's being stored on the sort of on the islands to optimize that flow. If they have been taken by surprise before, I really doubt, given how prepared Iran has been, I really, really doubt that they have not prepared for this scenario. I think that's what I've been thinking about all day. And actually, I was reading in a few articles, I went down a rabbit hole, and actually they've emptied a lot of the storage tanks. So when it comes to the actual oil, like the fuel itself, they have actually emptied, they've only got about 7 or 8 storage tanks that are still full. And in terms of like an invasion, one thing that I was going to mention here is, throughout the news, we've always heard about the IRGC, but we never hear about the army in Iran. And actually, the IRGC is one of the arms, as in is one of the sort of, one of the departments, let's just say, in the greater army. And that army predates the IRGC, as in it's been around for a very, very long time, and they're highly trained. So I think in any case, if it were to come down to Iran having to fight on the ground, that's when the army would be deployed. And I think, again, just knowing what I know about the country and the people, occupation is just not something that will ever happen in Iran, as in the Iranians will not allow for that to happen. So that's all I was going to add on the Khark Island. I hope you found that sort of interesting, because I really did. But also, to follow on from that, looking at the region and seeing that we've got so much, I mean, one of the arguments that a lot of people make is that if Iran had foreign investment in the country, then we wouldn't have been attacked, and it would have been kind of safeguarding the country, or it would have been a deterrence. But actually, if you look in the region, you have so much foreign investment. So I know, Adam, you came up with a list. You said BCG, you've got Baines, you've got all of the tech companies in the area, and yet still they've not really been a deterrence. And then if you're talking about sort of the energy companies, you've got the French energy company, which is Total Energies, that's in Qatar and in Saudi. You've got Chevron in the area, which is a US-based oil and gas company. You've got Exxon in the area, and they're all legitimate targets now. So I'm not sure. I mean,
Just
this war's
some
gonna.
TC, just some breaking news, and I'll give it straight back to you. Missiles have been launched towards Tel Aviv. Missiles have been launched towards Tel Aviv. But back to you, TT.
Yeah, thank you so much. Sorry, I don't mean to go on a rant here, but it was just more that I don't necessarily think foreign investment would have ever been a deterrent here, or in the future it would ever safeguard Iran, because actually all it's done is that they've become legitimate targets. I mean, Chevron and Exxon are both US companies, so if it came down to it, they would be legitimate targets for Iran. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that, essentially. And also, there's someone in the comments just calling the FBI into this space. I'm not sure what that's about, but it's strange. I don't know why they're doing that, but I just thought everyone should
This is
know.
how Zionists operate, man. They're such snitches, honestly.
It's just ridiculous. But yeah, that's all. That's all from me.
Thanks for that. Let's go to Matrix Resist. Matrix Resist, jump in with your thoughts.
Hi, thanks Suleiman for giving me the mic. I just want to clear up also the way, like you guys were saying, he's a propagandist and he wants to make consent for why America can be involved in the war, in the illegal aggression of Iran. Just like my Iranian sister here, she may as well, like just like even many people who support the government or who don't support the government of Iran, or certain policies or certain actions by people that have been taken, that was a wrong step or not like a good step for in the future or not, just like any governments in the world do. So because people like him would say killed 1,000 Americans, killed protesters in Iran. People like him want to frame anyone who maybe not like certain parts of Iran, try to bring that person into a labeling like that person supports the war on Iran because that person is against Islamic Republic of Iran. But it's not true. Just like you can see, an Iranian girl is right here. She doesn't support the illegal aggression on Iran. Even if she doesn't like some certain policies. I didn't like certain policies Iran had for many years. Just like any government make mistakes. So when he was saying about 1,000 Americans died, okay, first of all, these people need a history lesson. First of all, Iran never killed any American first. It was the Americans during the Shah time that trained the Savak, armed the Savak, did a coup d'etat against the Iranian, killed many Iranians. And this was before the revolution even happened, before like he would say, Islamists took in power. So there's that history. And then the illegal aggression on Iran by the Saddam regime, they call the Saddam regime so evil. I don't like Saddam. I'm an Iranian. No Iranian likes Saddam. But however, I do stand with the millions of people died directly and indirectly because of the war on Iraq and the economic crisis it led and the installations that got hit, just like they try to do with installations in Iran, but they will never go that far because other installations will be deterred. So he finds it okay. America founded billions in aid, in military weapons, in dual support, intelligence, in helicopters, in everything to Iraq. America is like the super empire, no? America can control the exports of Europe, allow Europe to export weapon to Saddam, or yes or no? Probably yes,
Okay,
because
I'm hearing.
American didn't like
Sorry,
Saddam.
Matrix. Okay, I'm hearing there are interceptors launched from Tel Aviv. Reported. One second. Interceptors launched from Tel Aviv. Repeated launches from Iran to central Israel. I'm also hearing one report that there's an explosion, but I need to double check that. But there is one report that there is an explosion. It was an Iranian rocket in the sky of Nablus and the sound of a massive explosion. So we have actually got on video for that now. Let me post it out. 1 second, let me post that out. Oops. And guys, yeah, if you could do me a favor, there's a tweet in the nest. If you can follow, 1 second. If you could follow the YouTube, that would be awesome. Actually, while I'm tweeting that, let's go to Casey. Casey, jump in.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because I was going to say that. Yeah, guys, there's a tweet in the nest. So we have how many we have? Like almost 3,000 people in here. Guys, if you just go above Suleiman's head, there his picture, you see the tweet in the nest with the YouTube link to Suleiman's YouTube channel. You want to hit subscribe and the notification bell. Suleiman puts out mad videos, like a lot of videos out, chock full of information, and also interviews with people who are talking the real, like realistic points of this war, not people who are just cheering on and making it seem like, you know, America's just the greatest, the greatest. No, this is where you're going to get real news. So please subscribe to the channel, put on your notification bell. All right. The more people who subscribe, the more it moves in the algorithm. It does help. It moves the channel and the algorithm so more people can see the channel. And then if you're on a space, definitely have your notification bell on and, you know, retweet and reshare the space. This space is where you're getting the real news, the up-to-date news, factual conversation, debates, everything, debunking propaganda, everything. The stuff that's discussed in this space is like gold, really, especially in a time like this. So please do that for us, guys. And back to you, Suleiman. He might still be tweet. Is he?
Yeah. But you didn't you want to add some as well?
Oh, like more stuff. Oh yeah. I mean, like, you know, just to a little bit more on that propaganda stuff, because you know you do have a lot of Americans who are listening to you, a lot of haters who are listening to you, and that's good, right? We do want haters to listen to you, because what happens is they hang out long enough, they can't help but start to open their eyes. Critical thinking is very important, and yeah, this country, America's been propagandized to think that we first of all have any values left that we're spreading across the world. This notion of, I didn't know, he said, or anybody who says we're going to liberate Iranians, like, how does that make sense that you're bombing Iran? In what world does that liberate and free people? No, it kills people. We killed 1.5 million Iraqis in this liberation, nation building of Iraq. How much more do we have to see? You know, this should, and of course, we know it should not be happening. And this is a suicide mission for the so-called American empire. It's a suicide mission. Trump had everything in front of him to say, no, we can't do this now. We can't. And you know what? In 2019, he was going to bomb Iran over some drone. But when people came to him and said, you know, I don't think we're going to be able to finish out this mission. Plus, then he thought about it and was like, I'm going to kill a bunch of people over a drone. It just doesn't make sense. But today he can't say things like that anymore. And he's taking Americans and he's going to sacrifice them in this war that should not be happening. And when you hear the last point too, I hear Trump is going to deploy troops. Our greatest ally, like I said, we swallowed this war. It's Americans going into Iran to go do whatever nonsense they think they're going to do. How many troops is Israel deploying over to Iran? Right? None. We fight their wars, and they're not allies. This isn't how allies work. Okay, like this. So more people need to wake up to that, and this space is where that's happening.
Yeah, appreciate that, Casey. Let's go to Sia. Sia, jump in.
Oh, CR, you said CR? I don't know.
I'm gonna drop him. Okay, let's go to Real World. Why do these guys request if they don't want to speak?
Well, there's somebody named Socrates who has his hand up. I don't know if you see it. Maybe he.
No, I can't see it. Go ahead, Socrates.
Yeah, I mean, I think Suleiman was not able to see me, but that's okay. I think the challenge that we have in most cases is, you know, people want to talk about a very specific event, a specific place, a specific something. Like they go down to the very bottom of things, but they're not looking at the bigger picture. I was gonna ask Javon, I think that was his name. Does he, if he thought, at least I'm just talking to the audience here, When was the last time that the U.S. got involved in a country in which, you know, it left the place better than it was before the war? Look at Afghanistan. Look at Iraq. Look at Libya, for God's sakes. I'm originally from Africa. Look at what has happened to that country. So when he comes here and says that the U.S. needs to be involved in the Iran war, it's a joke. By the end of this whole thing, if they continue to wage this war against Iran, if there are some, if this goes on for months and maybe even a year or so, the number of people that would die will be catastrophic. I don't know why people don't see that picture. I don't know why they seem to deny time and time again. Look at how many people died in Iraq. That girl was mentioning about 1.5 million. I mean, it baffles my mind that a lot of people still do not know what has happened in Iraq or even in Iran. The Iranian people had a democratically elected government before. Who got involved? The British and the Americans. They brought their own Shah. And look at how many people died when that guy came to power. And so to only believe that this is a recent problem and that this, you know, whatever Islamists, whatever they call them, are the reason why we are going to war is wrong. Time and time again, there have been a consistent, persistent involvement of foreign entities in that country. So that country has not been able to really rule its own people the way it wants to. I want the people to be free. I want to be able to, for them to be able to elect and deal with their own government, their own way. These are people who have a long history, very long and very, very colorful history, the Iranians. So to come and say, oh, I'm going to be electing a government or I'm going to put a puppet government for you, it is an insult. So that's what they are trying to do. I think this Pahlavi guy is somewhere here trying to, you know, do all sorts of things. But I think people in America need to understand that the only reason why why this war is being waged is on behalf of Israel. That's it. They want
Thanks.
to.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, let me
Thank
get
you.
some more
Thank you,
news.
Salema.
Massive explosions are now shaking the middle of Israel. Tel Aviv and its surroundings have been alert. We've got more alerts going on in Tel Aviv. So I do think that this bombing is, or this missile attack is a lot more significant. It does seem like that, but we'll see. But we definitely got an audio semi-visual of one missile hit. So
I
we
can give
continue to
news
keep that.
afterwards, Sally, just letting you know.
Say that again, Adam?
I can do some news updates afterwards if you want.
Oh, do it now. Yeah, do it now, bro.
Okay, cool. So
Yeah.
just recapping. So Iran has reportedly fired around 400 ballistic missiles towards Israel since the start of the war. That's a lot of damage for just 400s. But that's according to Israeli sources. So I don't know what Iran's saying on that front. Negotiations over passage through the Strait of Hormuz are beginning to reshape the maritime land. Iran has allowed several Indian ships to pass. India has released 3 Iranian oil tankers. So there's been a deal there that had previously been seized under sanctions. So Iran and India are making deals here and suggesting bilateral bargaining between Tehran and countries seeking safe transit. This raises the possibility that other states may pursue similar arrangements for Iran. If multiple countries negotiate direct passage deals, it could amount to de facto recognition of Iranian leverage over the Strait of Hormuz, something Donald Trump strongly opposes. Iran has continued to expand its economic targeting list, like we just mentioned. The IGC has warned industries across the region that with American involvement or ownership, stakes could become legitimate targets. This is effectively arguing that multinational companies linked to the United States constitute part of America's interests. Iranian analysts claim that US operations are facing growing logistical constraints. According to these assessments, damage to regional bases has forced the United States to conduct more long-range bombing missions from Europe and rely heavily on aerial refueling. which, as we've reported, isn't going well either. Increasing operational costs, especially after losing at least seven refueling aircraft. So seven refueling aircraft. So in the early days of the war, see if I saw pause there. In the early days, it was costing like $1 billion a day, the war. So this is more expensive than that. I don't know how much it's costing now. And the Strait of Hormuz being closed, it's adding to the economic fallout too. So that's costing us collectively in the West like billions per day, America especially there. So even though we in Europe are more exposed to the effects of the closing of the Strait of Hormuz and increasing of oil prices, like that's still America taking the brunt of like direct costs. Over $1 billion a day, maybe 2 billion at this point. Hardline voices in Iran are already proposing more permanent forms of leverage over the Strait of Hormuz. Interesting. So suggestions include imposing, I see, transit tariffs. So they're thinking about introducing tariffs on ships. They've been sanctioned for decades and they've never done any of this. America's screwed the world in so many ways here if this happens, because like I mean, fair enough on Iran doing it, but it is going to raise the prices of things, and that's America's fault there. Denying passage to U.S. and allied vessels, seizing Israeli-linked ships, or keeping the strait closed until U.S. forces withdraw and compensation is paid. Those are what's on the table, currently being decided within Iran. Iran continues to rely heavily on cluster warhead missiles in its strikes against Israel. Iranian analysts argued that these warheads disperse multiple submunitions, making it much harder for Israel air defenses to intercept every projectile. It's true, they're getting absolutely smacked over there. The war is increasingly targeting logistical infrastructure. Iranian sources claim that more than 14 US bases across the Persian Gulf have been struck in recent days, with attacks aimed at degrading logistical support. That's 14 US bases, at least. So within Israel, Iranian sources claim strikes on logistical facilities near Haifa. While at sea, there are reports that the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln. We covered that yesterday. Both Abraham Lincoln and the what was the other one called? The Gerald R. Ford, I think there was. They both had issues yesterday. Iran has also intensified pressure on the Gulf infrastructure. A drone strike reportedly hit the port of Fujairah in the UAE, a key facility that allows oil exports to bypass. Yeah, we're talking about that, to bypass things, bypass the Strait of Hormuz, highlighting Tehran's effort to prevent alternative shipping routes from weakening its leverage. And yeah, if it does succeed in shutting that down, then yeah, that is a key oil bypass that's taken offline, which we were talking at length today. It's very important to those bypasses are quite critical, and even if they were all fully operational, it's still not enough to make up for all the losses that are coming out of the Strait of Hormuz in terms of oil output. So Iran has warned Gulf states that energy infrastructure could become targets if, we've been talking about this as well. So if Iranian oil facilities are struck, that's why I've been debating over Hajj Island, or Kaj Island, however you pronounce that one. Iranian media published a list of major energy terminals across Saudi. I see. So Iranian media has published a list of major energy terminals across Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, and Bahrain that could serve as retaliatory targets, especially if Iran's oil infrastructure in Hajj Island is targeted by the US. So it does seem like they would deliver on that. I mean, they've made the threat. If what they said originally was if their fuel facilities are hit, then the fuel facilities across the region will be hit. So I'm pretty sure that Hog Island is included in that. I would assume so, especially with how critical they are. So Iran-backed Iraqi militias continue to expand across the battlefield. A missile strike hit the U.S. embassy compound in Baghdad's Green Zone, reportedly damaging part of its air defense system. And yeah, they're really hitting Iraq hard. I think we're going to see it decolonize Iraq, inshallah. There are growing indications that the Houthis may soon enter the conflict. Yeah, they've been held in reserves, you know, and they're going to be hitting a defenseless Israel at this point. You know, a very degraded region in terms of air defense, in terms of early warning systems, radars and detection. Networks across the region have been completely discombobulated. So, you know, there's going to be a lot of direct hits for them. And we'll see if they are implemented in terms of shutting down the Bab el-Mandab, which will choke off trade and rocket up prices even more than the Strait of Hormuz is doing. So yeah, a Houthi official stated on Iranian state TV that the decision to support Iran militarily has already been made, raising the possibility that shipping for the Bab el-Mandab Strait could also come under pressure. If that occurs, the conflict would affect both maritime choke points, linking Asia, Europe, and the Middle East. Simultaneously, while simultaneous pressure on Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandab would force the United States and its partners to divide their naval resources across multiple theaters. Yeah, that would be quite a cluster cluck. So the war is also reshaping regional strategic thinking. Discussions within the GCC increasingly focus on reducing dependence on the United States, as I've been reporting at length on this one, and exploring new regional security arrangements, including countries such as Turkey or even Pakistan. Diplomatic mediation efforts continue, but there are no signs of an imminent ceasefire. Both Tehran and Washington appear unwilling. Oh yeah, and Trump got on his knees and begged. Trump today got on his knees and begged everyone to send their warships to the Strait of Hormuz to help him open it, because he can't open it, even though he rejected the UK's help a few days ago, and now he's begging the UK for help after saying "get lost," which is funny. But anyways, France has rejected. Breaking news on that one. France has rejected it. They corrected your favorite Spaces host, Sully. Your favorite Spaces Spaces host said they were sending 10 warships. France was to the Hormuz, and literally the French MFA quote tweeted him saying, "Nope, fake, fake. This isn't true. We're not sending anything. We're going to keep our ships in the I believe the Eastern Mediterranean, maybe near Cyprus. We're going to
Sorry,
keep
Adam, just a quick one, and do continue with the news. But
yeah."
yeah, there is huge explosions in Israel. Huge explosions in Israel. The sky above Tel Aviv is afire, and then we've also got hits on the ground. We've got a building burning in central Israel following Iran's barrage of missiles. So yeah, that's that. But sorry, back to you, Adam.
There we go. Yeah, and that's, you know, every few hours Israel is being hit, and this has been constant since the start of the war. And I've posted a time lapse video that's circulating online, showing, you know, all the hits that have been happening, and it literally is just every few hours since the first day of the war. And you know, like I mentioned, Israelis need to get out of their comfy air conditioned homes and go to the bunker every few hours, and if they don't want to die, because these people value their lives more than anything else. You know, they love life, and you know, they hate discomfort. So Iran has been playing a blinder on them psychologically here. Diplomatic mediation efforts continue. I mentioned that. Oh yeah, France has rejected Trump. Trump got on his knees and begged for nothing. He humiliated himself in front of the world, and France said no. France said, we're keeping our ships where they are. We're not sending anything to the Strait of Hormuz. They basically kick rocks. So yeah, Trump has humiliated himself for nothing. It's not very alpha. So from Tehran's perspective, the conflict is no longer simply about immediate retaliation, but about forcing a new strategic equation. Iranian officials increasingly argue that sanctions relief. Yeah, I've been mentioning this as well a few times. So, like, this is what seems to be coalescing around. So, sanctions relief, compensation, and new security guarantees. That's basically what's coming out of Iran. Is that kind of demands. Um, they're demanding those things, right? So would this would be required before any lasting settlement becomes possible? Like the fact that they've mentioned these things out loud, and like I mentioned, it's been mentioned by this supreme leader, by the president, and by IRGC leadership as well. So I like, the president is, he's more of a moderate, right? He's more of a pragmatist, and then you have the IRGC, it's more hardline. So you've got both sides here saying, you know quite similar messaging in terms of what Iran would want and saying it out loud, like stating it. So that is de facto, geopolitically speaking, an entry into negotiations. It's not official, but that's just how things work. So they've said it out loud, and that's it. They put it on the table now. It's been said, and Trump's been doing exactly the same things on his side in his own way, because when it comes to geopolitics, they announce these things. They don't enter, it's like face saving. It's like trying to save face and trying to be prideful. And I'm not that I'm knocking anyone. I'm just telling you how things work. So you don't actually and say, well, we want to negotiate. We're entering formal negotiations. Let's get to the table. No, they don't do that. First, they play these games. They say things out loud. Like, we wouldn't even come to the table unless blah, blah, blah is on the table, right? That's actually the first step. That's actually, you're on the table already by saying that, right? So that's interesting. So they've laid it out and they've been very clear, and it's been repeated multiple times, and so that's what they're wanting there. So I think it's valuable information to store in your head in terms of this war. And it's the American side that's more haphazard, completely discombobulated. I don't know why I keep using that word after Trump used the discombobulation machine. They're completely flailing around, headless chicken. Not the Iranian side, where like they claim they've decapitated the leadership, 42 people taken out, bombing and everything. It's they're operating on all cylinders. Like, they haven't missed a step in this entire war, and there's been a unified message throughout all branches of government and between all factions, and their messaging has been consistent. The strategic and tactical operations have been, perfectly choreographed. It's the American side that isn't getting bombed, that hasn't had anyone assassinated, and it's all over the place. It's America that's running around like a headless chicken, changing goals every other day. Like that Javon guy who came on earlier talking about these are the goals. Like, it'll take a long time for me to read it out, but on the first day there were like 6 goals, and you're free to go look that up. Caroline Levitt said them. They're like, we're very clear, and then they reduced them, then they reduced them again, and now Trump has said at least 4 different instances of saying, this is what we want. This is what I demand. It's completely all over the place on the American side, because what Trump is doing is off-ramping himself, rolling it back, softening his rhetoric from the first day. That's why there's less and less goals as we go on. So yeah, it's very clear what Iran wants, like I mentioned. So we've got sanctions relief, compensation/reparations, new security guarantees. That's what they keep saying. It's the American side. America just wants to declare war and get lost. And as many people keep saying, the sticking point is Israel. Um, yeah. So and depending on who you ask, you get different answers about that one. So overall, the trajectory of the conflict suggests both sides are moving further up the escalation ladder. We'll see, because there's 2,500 Marines that have been sent out there. We don't know what for. It's an amphibious expeditionary force. So probably High Island or Strait of Hormuz, something like that. Who knows? Could even be something to do with nuclear facilities. We'll see. And pressure is building simultaneously. So I think we'll see a red Monday on the markets unless something happens over the next 24 hours. Yeah, pressure's building on regional infrastructure, maritime choke points, and US positions across the Middle East. And the war is increasingly shifting from a primarily bilateral confrontation into a broader regional strategic contest. And so that's a little bit of a recap there over the past 24 hours. Yeah, and in terms of like breaking news, we've got you know, that calling us anti-Semites in New York Times. Missile shrapnel is falling in Tel Aviv as we speak. We've got impacts in Ramallah. We've got footage of fires coming out of Tel Aviv. Police and ambulance activities observed. Yeah, Ramallah is getting blasted. We've got, you know, the interceptions, and we're not seeing many videos of interceptions. Sirens are blaring, as Sully said earlier. Yeah, sirens of Tel Aviv. Yeah, that's it. That's it in terms of breaking news. It seems like Israel's being hit. We've got footage of drone footage from Iraqi resistance. They just keep attacking bases in Iraq. It's you know, they keep, and there's a lot of footage of that if you want it. Tucker Carlson says that the CIA has intercepted his texts with contacts in Iran before the war, and claims that the government is considering charging him with acting as a foreign agent. That's crazy. That's crazy.
If I can add to that,
Yeah,
actually,
go ahead.
and just real quick, and this is perfect time to segue on a couple of things. But this is at the behest now. Obviously, I didn't see her messages to the Trump administration, but this is at the behest of Laura Loomer, who is who has said that she sent messages about Tucker Carlson to the DOJ in hopes to get him jailed. Okay, and you know, somebody might hear this and think like, oh, you know, that's whatever, she's crazy. No, I hope people remember that the great and informative Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis was snubbed for a position that would have been so beneficial to Americans. He was supposed to be deputy secretary of national national intelligence. I always forget that part. But you know, under wow. Tulsi Gabbard. Sorry, guys. I hate when I say under Tulsi Gabbard. And it was Laura Loomer who intercepted that and said that he was an anti-Semite and he can't have that, you know, and obviously we know he's not. He's a war analyzer, right? And so she stopped him from getting that position. She's gotten people fired before. This is what she does. So even though she looks crazy and a mess, she does have pull. And so this is her doing this to Tucker. And also I saw Suleiman's post about the FCC coming after people for reporting on the war in hoax and disinformation, whatever, broad terms that they can label anything. This comes after CNN shared just a little clip from Iran News. I mean, they shared a little clip and then it was a big deal. So this is why, again, I'm going to just plug this space again. Yes, I'm going to plug the YouTube. It is highly imperative because this country does not want us to hear anything except Israel good, America winning. That's all they want us to hear. So it is imperative to subscribe to Suleiman's channel. Right now, he is just, I believe, he's just 910 people away from 50,000. And I know people will probably think like, wow, that's a far. No, we can make that happen before the night is over. We can make that happen. We need to make that happen. The link is right above Suleiman. And all you got to do is hit the link, hit subscribe, and hit the notification bell. It's not hard to do. It's free. I won't, you know, just like keep on lecturing you guys, but I know we can do it. We have people listening on the space. You guys have been amazing. This audience is really amazing. And if again, retweet, share the space, put your notification bells on Twitter, but we have to, it is imperative. The movement of truth, this is a real movement because they want to shut it down so bad. That, by the way, that's how bad America's doing, that they have to shut down information. I thought we believed in a free press. What is going on? Back to you, Adam, sorry.
Adam?
Hey. Yeah, I was on a lag there. Yeah, we can keep going with the news. I'm fine to do that. Let me just catch up to where I was. Okay, Trump is contradicting himself. He said that a couple days ago he said ships have hit like 28 mines, but today he said on March 11 he said that ships have hit 28 mines, and then on March 15th he said it's not clear whether whether Iran has dropped mines into the Strait of Hormuz or not. So which one is it? Like it's incredible how incompetent the Trump regime is. They it's yeah, I don't know. It's funny because one of the most incompetent like regimes in history had like turned the Department of Defense into the Department of War, so they could start waging war. And you have to be competent at least or intelligent to wage wars on the world, you know. So it's like yeah, this is really bad for America. Like these people want to these people are keen to wage foreign wars when they are not equipped mentally or constitutionally to do so. So it's leading to quite an embarrassment here. Uh yeah, but anyways, the American people pay for it. So who cares, right? It's just your quality of life going up in smoke. No biggie
Adam,
to
oh my
them.
God.
Yeah.
Just some breaking news. Breaking news. Actually, there's a lot of big hits. There's a hit on Holland in Israel, major hit in Holland in Israel. Actually, quite a lot of different places have been hit. It's a shame I'm a bit tired, but yeah, there's quite a lot of places in Israel that have been hit. We've got Holland that has been hit. We've got yeah, loads of big hits.
Boom, boom, boom. Tel Aviv.
Yeah,
Indeed,
oh,
it is boom boom
interesting.
Tel
We've
Aviv.
got, yeah, it is. Ballistic missile launches detected near the south of Eilat, of the airbase area. So that'll be a military target. Siren sounding in Eilat. Likely target was of the airbase, an uninhabited area, but military targets. Iran strikes military targets. You know, a lot like Israel's doing in multiple countries. I don't know how bad Lebanon is now, but after my update yesterday, imagine it's even worse. So for those who weren't there, you know, 1.3 million people at least are displaced and homeless right now in Lebanon because of what Israel is doing. It's you know, murderous rampage, and they have been bombing people in tents, murdering displaced people. It's a bloodbath. It's a humanitarian crisis, a real humanitarian crisis in Lebanon right now. So yeah, prayers for everyone in Lebanon. Anyone who knows people in Lebanon, my heart is with you guys. And yeah, it's a very terrible situation. And they're also bombing Gaza too. So, you know, same prayers for Gaza too. You know, they're just terrorizing people as much as they can. Yeah. Uh, so Trump has said we may bomb Kharg Island a few more times for fun. That's he's so ridiculous, honestly. Missile launches from Iran towards Israel have been mentioned. Hezbollah carried out 42 operations today. So Hezbollah is very busy. They're making them pay for all that carnage. And you have to remember that these groups only exist in a retaliation to Israel. These groups wouldn't exist without Israel existing.
Sorry,
Like,
Adam.
never forget
Could I
that.
just say
Yeah,
something
go
on
ahead.
that? You do have two hands up, so maybe I'll just add something really quickly on that. So one of the books that I read a few years ago that genuinely was kind of the start of my sort of resistance journey. One of the books that kind of got me there was 100 Years of War on Palestine. I don't know if anyone's heard of it, but definitely go read it because it gives you the chronological order of how things happened and at each stage who got created and how it was a response to some sort of aggression. So even like Hamas, Hezbollah, like all of these resistance groups that came about were genuine and directly as a result of aggression against those countries. And I think for me it was really interesting because it goes through like 5 or 6 major wars and it goes through the details of what happened, how were decisions made, and how resistance groups were sort of created. I thought it was an amazing book, and I definitely recommend it to those that are interested um, in this topic, which of course majority of people in this group would be. It's called 100 Years of War on Palestine.
Thank you. Yeah, it sounds good. I haven't read it myself, but that sounds good. I take that sounds like a good recommendation. Yeah, please, everyone, who's interested, who's still learning, wants to understand, you know, why we're doing what we're doing, why the Palestinians resist, why Israel is an evil state that doesn't really deserve to exist. Not that any state does, but Israel is particularly evil in what it's done. I'm glad to know there's a singular book that's very good in telling that story.
And also
Yeah.
just the fact that, like, when it comes to conversations with people that are, deniers of the Palestinian struggle, or just, the regional struggle, it's really good to understand the timeline, because as we know, one of the things that always gets weaponized and used against us is that they will start the timeline from whenever it feels convenient for them. So then you can just, it's like how that Javon guy did. Like, he legitimately said, well, do you know what happened in 19 something? That's why Hamas is killing people. And it's like, no, bro, they're literally fighting for their land. That's not why they're killing people. But they start the timeline from whenever feels convenient for them. And actually, when you read the bigger picture and you learn about the whole journey and how things were as a response to direct aggressions, I think things really start to come together, and it gives you the context. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, thank you for that. That's valuable. I think a lot of people, we got a large audience here. I think a lot of people find value in that. So yeah, feel free to take that resource. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, no. So yeah, sorry, something happened there. So, but anyways, yeah, people should be encouraged to read up, because there is a long history here. It's a deep history, and you really can get lost for, like, thousands of hours on this. Yeah, so people who've taken the time out to vet some good resources for us, I always appreciate that. Yeah, so on the news front, like, I'm seeing loads and loads of videos come out, and Tel Aviv's been rocked. Like, there's cars on fire, buildings on fire, like both uh, police and ambulance being called out. Interceptions, I'm not seeing any. Like, I'm seeing footage of missiles in the sky. Where are the
Adam,
interceptors?
Adam, you're imagining it. It's a mirage.
Yes,
Trump said they
yeah.
ran out of missiles.
He said he destroyed 100% of their military capacity.
Yeah, so it's a mirage.
It's a mirage. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna trust MAGA on this one. I'm gonna trust MAGA. There's nothing happening, guys. Deny the evidence of your eyes and ears. Trust the state. Trust Trump. 5D chess, guys. Yeah. Do you want to go to Hansa, Stolly?
Yeah, cost, brother.
Awesome. So, EXO, how you doing?
Yeah. I guess somebody might have been before me though. No,
Well,
I don't see another hand, actually. So maybe glitching.
I'm seeing a
Jeng
couple
goes up.
hands.
Nadine, I was need to say something, but Jeng Ju and Nadine had,
Yeah,
and I
whoever's,
was
if you
trying to
guys know
say
who's first,
something.
then just go with that. I only saw one hand on my screen.
Okay, I guess it's Jing, XO. I didn't see yours, Nadine, and then I'll chime in later. I needed to do an update on something, but go ahead, guys. Jing Ju, Nadine, XO, this, and then I'll go.
Andrew, you go first. So I go after you.
Okay, just real quick, if you could just, folks, if you could have heard, today was a very compelling, interesting day where you had these financial experts, and we had David Z come in. People don't understand that Russia views this as an existential threat to their existence, and David provided a preponderance of evidence. People think we have months to go in this war. Oh, we can months. No, this is days, weeks. And if they think we're being alarmist, then look at the data that's been provided on this space with a preponderance of evidence. So I've got to give it to you again, Sully. Sully said there will be deals, and Simon's been saying it. The United States right now has been brought to its knees. And I'll say it again, the United States has been brought to its knees, and we're seeing a madman at the helm and a runaway train with his fake insanity. And so, but the average person that has half a mind, especially the military analysts, see that's a lie from hell. And I believe with all my heart, Trump is desperately looking for a deal. And as we said 1,000 times, Sully said it, don't be surprised if we see, they'll always, God forbid, look for false flags. But Trump will be coming out with, we won by blowing stuff up, and then peace deal, then will be cut. But trust, I believe with all my heart, that Iran they'll come out the winner in this. They're going to get what they want, I believe. And I know people say, no, they'll never, but the evidence is really stacking up just upon that. And then I'll bring it to a landing here with the Iran has brought this from a regional war. It's going into a global thing. And from the Navy's perspective, they have to now, our 7th fleet is being stretched to the max. Our 3rd and 6th fleets have been strictly way overextended, like I never saw in my active duty career, nor my time as a consultant. And now the 5th fleet is virtually, they're just a paper tiger at this point. And so this is now a big thing. And then Sully, on that, Sully, I want to apologize. I wasn't trying to be condescending when I said, hey, if we look at a map at the Suez Canal, I know you know this far better than any of us here. I was only trying to bring out the point of how absurd it is to say, oh, we can take the north route through the Suez Canal to get to Asia. There's 1,000 problems with that, and the Houthis have not even come to bear yet. So Iran definitely they're holding the ace here because they've got Russia and China behind them. So please don't be in this illusion of we're America, we can do whatever we want. No, we're way behind on this one, and thank you. I'll end it here.
Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, so
Sheng?
yeah, Jing. Is it Jing?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thanks.
Then Nadeem and Exo.
Yeah. I just want to respond to the what's the guy's name? The guy was actually talking about the Iranians killing Americans 1,000, Japan or someone. So just a couple of things. The first is, according to the UN Charter, Article number 51, people under occupation has all the right to use force to defend themselves. Palestinians, their status as people living on the occupied land has been firmly established since 2004. So the Israel has the right to defend itself does not apply to the land it occupies. Just like Germany has the right to defend itself, but not in Paris, not in Netherlands, okay, not in Warsaw. Period. So in the land under occupation, there's no such right, but for the occupation force. That's number one. Number two, talking about the Beirut bombing. So the Beirut bombing was always used as the Iran supported the bombing of the U.S. American Marine. Look at the history; it's a very questionable. So let's look at the history. Hezbollah was officially founded 1985. The Beirut bombing took place 1983. So Hezbollah was held accountable for something 2 years before it was founded. That's number one. Number two, let's look at the whole chain of events. Year 1982, the American Marine was sent to Beirut. The mission was very clear, to assist the PLO pulling out of Beirut. That's it. So the locals initially viewed American forces as a neutral force. However, very quickly, that impression changed. Why? Because the American forces were openly aligning itself with the right wing militia and the government forces was one party of the civil war that was raging on. The other party was the Arab nationalists, Muslim, and socialists. Okay, so American forces were siding with one side for several things. Number one, it was training the right wing side. Number two, it was actually viewed openly as in alliance with Israel. Israel was backing the right wing side, having a civil war with people on the left. Okay, so before the bombing, there are already incidents. The local militia shot mortars sniped at American Marine soldiers. But America did not get the message. April 1983, there was already a big bombing, killing 63 American soldiers. You know what America's response was? America, in May 1953, just 1 month after, brokered a deal with Israel, which totally angered people on the left. Then, after this May the 13th deal was brokered, the bombing, the horrific bombing of that killed 240 some American Marines took place 5 months later. So it is exactly like what we're seeing today. Iran is saying, don't do that, don't do that. If you do it, I'm going to strike back. We did it anyway. Then we say, okay, the Iranians just hate Americans, they want to kill us. That's exactly what's happening today. We never learned any lesson, and that Javan guy was perpetuating some very bad things we should have learned a big lesson to avoid. Instead, he was using that as an example to justify what happened, which is very much a disgrace. I'll end here.
You know what? If I could just back him up, I mean, he doesn't need me to back him up because he just dropped some major knowledge on this space. Jing, thank you so much for sharing that, because that is exactly what I was thinking when he was talking about this, like Marine bombing. I was like, I don't think Hezbollah was even created yet when that happened. You know, because some of the stuff you have to dust your brain off when you're learning so much. And I'm like, how could they blame that on them? Because they weren't even created yet. And there's a lot to it where, you know, we should not have been there. These people, huh? Somebody's coming off the mic. I don't know.
Tracy, you're exactly right. You know who said this allegation was not founded on the facts? Caspar Weinberger, Reagan's defense secretary. He said there's no foundation to say it was sponsored by Iran. That's Caspar Weinberger.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't even think they had the name of the people who did. There are some people, actually, not, you know, don't want to get into full conspiracies, who think that it actually was Mossad. But, you know, I don't want to go too.
I'll go there, Tracy. Hey, Tracy, I'll go there. I was there.
Oh my
I was
God.
there. I was there, boots on the ground. I was with the Naval, United States Naval Peacekeeping Force with the Marine Amphibious Unit as a naval officer, meaning we supported them as a boat officer, right? And we knew without a doubt that the problem was the IDF, and we saw the devastation. Every night when I went out on my boat patrols, we would never get an ROE from the IDF, meaning rules of engagement, meaning Israel does their thing. You just have to worry about Hezbollah. Now, this is 1982. They were not even, which I later, and thank you, Zhang, for that information. But if we really knew Hezbollah existed and was a threat, then where were they? Where were they? And then to follow up on that, after the bombing, the bombing of the barracks, when I was there, our MEU, we used to call them MAU, Marine Amphibious Unit, they were buried into the bunker complex at the airport, Beirut Airport, because the United States was responsible for keeping Beirut Airport open. And when I would go there to resupply those guys that was in there in the shore with them, it was horrific conditions our Marines were living in. So they said, you got to bring them out of the barrack, out of the dirt, and let them live in nice, clean buildings so they can get, you know, a hot shower and stuff. So the Marines, our Marine colonel with our Marine Amphibious Unit, he was in our wardroom, and he said, hell no. I mean, that's putting us in a death trap because there's a credible threat. Who's the threat? The bad guys, you know. In other words, we never could identify this. And then the question kept coming up about, and I'm supposed to interview Ryan Dawson, these, quote, mass burial. There was a bunch of burial ground of groups right outside of the airport. And it was like a genocide that no one wanted to talk about, that the IDF was involved in. And then next thing you know, when the MARG that relieved us was the bombing, Admiral Lyons said, we have to take the enemy. In this case, they were identified as Hezbollah. However, to prove what John was saying, all of a sudden we had orders, the Marines did. At this time, I was already heading back to the States after almost a year at sea. Oh, everybody return back to the United States. Our mission is finished here. In other words, there's no clear objective. There's no enemy identified here. Reagan pulled out the entire peacekeeping force. And this is 83. In other words, we left there. So there were more questions, and the anger within the community was so, we were like, rage. What do you mean? Pull out? We're not going to go. There's no retribution. We've just had all of our Marines killed, and you're telling us we don't know who the enemy is? I can't just, you're putting more pieces together, for myself included. Thank you.
And you know what, Andrew, and just on one more point of that, because around this time, I believe the embassy bombing, I don't like to just place bombings on people because of these type of nefarious plans, but there was the bombing of were you in Lebanon when the embassy was bombed that time?
No, this is I left in 83, right before the bombing happened. The barracks bombing happened. I was there from 82, early 82, all the way to 83 for basically almost a year. And then the group that relieved us was there for the barracks bombing that lost the Marines.
Yeah, so all I'm saying is, like, there's been so much history that's been tarnished. And this is why the last time I brought up Ahmad Mughniyeh, because they kind of blame him for that, but I don't really want to do that because his file is extremely classified. I mean, to this day, this man, the way he played the United States CIA and Mossad for decades, they couldn't find him for a long time, and he's known as, like, basically the father of Hezbollah or whatever. But I just don't like placing these bombings on people because there's a lot of false flags, and we didn't know that there was that term back then, right? False flag. It's just extraordinary. The stuff that Jing said was extraordinary. And I see his hand is back up, and I want him to talk some more. I just want to plug one more time Suleiman's YouTube, guys. The link is above Suleiman, above his picture. Please go ahead, hit that link, hit the subscribe, and hit the notification bell. It helps to move this space, the stream, the channel to more people, because we need to be getting the information out to people who are not getting information, people who are watching Fox News and parroting lies upon lies upon, like News Nation, another one, just these terrible places. So please hit the link, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. Also retweet and reshare the link and have the notification bell on there. Go ahead, Jing. I didn't mean to cut you off, sorry.
Just before you go, Jeng, I just want to thank someone on the website who said, it's Mike, he said, thanks for dropping him with the £100 super chat. So many people are happy that we dropped that guy, Javon. It's unbelievable. But anyway, straight back to you, Jing.
Nice.
Yeah. What
Oh,
Tracy
by the
was
way,
talking about.
Israel is being completely destroyed. It's up in flames. Tel Aviv is massively up in flames. Sorry, back to you, Jing.
Sure. So what Tracy was mentioning, that CIA and all these institutions, based on the material I'm reading right now, basically what happened was, it's a very typical story of how the empire gets big and was destroyed from inside by its own bureaucracy, which we refer to as the deep state. So, for example, post World War II, America was sitting on top of the world. We had a huge victory, but at the same time, we got into this global game with the Soviet Union to vying for control, vying for dominance. Now that actually killed us because we created CIA in the process. When CIA was created, its founding members, like, for example, like Frank Wisner and so on, and early CIA chiefs like Alan Dulles, they believe CIA should be run as a total dictatorship. On top of that, they should be totally shielded from transparency. They should also not be informing the executive branch. So people describing Alan Dulles as he is lying up, he's lying down. That's his modus operandi. So then we got such a huge bureaucracy capable of toppling other foreign nations, intervening them, organizing military interventions, so on. So over the time, it became very powerful. As it became very powerful, when it failed, it was not fully examined. There's no accountability. But when it achieved something, it was fanfare and people got promotion. Then people got more and more powerful and they started to permeate the entire system. With Israel, it was very similar. So at the beginning, there are a lot of dirty works. We use the South American mafia in Israel to carry it out. Now, Dr. Finkelstein this week had an interview, which is very insightful. He said he does not believe America was hijacked by Israeli lobby until recently. So his point was for Israeli lobby to fool people under like Bush administration, it's going to be very hard because no matter how much you want to criticize Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, and all these people, they're competent, they're hardworking, they are not someone you can fool. However, when we get into the current administration, when we fill the cabinet with people like, for example, the Pete Hegseth, Christy Norm, when you have this kind of people, of course, the Israeli side started to have an upper hand. And at that time, its influence is already out of control because it completely saturated and hijacked the entire government. And you have the Epstein file, and so on. So that's basically a story of a certain group in an empire gaining control, then eventually subverted the entire empire. Well, if you look at how the Roman Empire was finished by the German mercenaries, that's exactly the same story. I'll end here.
Thanks for that, Jing. Adam, can you just check your message if you get a chance?
Yeah, sure.
Let's go to, I think it was EXO next. Go ahead, EXO.
Yep, Exxon Nadeem, sir.
Okay, cool. Go ahead, EXO.
I think it's the opposite order, but I'll go if you want. Okay, so I mean, I can't talk on the history of all this stuff. I'm out of my league here, but I think that as much as you might want to pin a lot of things on a negative element in Israel, and say that America is expending too much resources and everything toward them. I think in a way it would be good if, like, just as a thought here, I mean, that if this space was talking for a solid week and just pinning everything on people in America, Trump and his orbit and all that, it would seem more productive in a way. I think that the reason why Israel is being amplified so much now is partly because really the tropes of somebody like Donald Trump. He is the big problem. He's the primary problem that must be dealt with. Talking about Israel is somewhat of a distraction, even if there's reality there. Trump, I mean, we cannot lose sight of the fact that it is the weaknesses of this man and his tropes and about other things besides Israel as well, but that is what is causing us all these problems and danger to our freedom, and they lie constantly on every subject. The SAVE Act and all that is the biggest thing. I'm sure Manko or Javon would be glad to tell us why that all makes sense, and I'm sure Manko is too smart to push that, but he will because he's totally devoted. But the problem is there's so many devoted people around these spaces actually that we should be pointing out and saying, this is just not true. That our biggest problem again is Trump. And, we can spend time talking about how Israel went downhill or went wrong, or, we know they're not fundamentally a group of evil, the common people of Israel are not just evil people. I'm going to say that we know that. But, naturally, any country can go haywire, right? So the biggest problem, though, is what we have here. Donald Trump would have used anything, the Democratic Party, anything he could have to take over as much as he could. And now we have nothing but daily lies and liars among us. all the time. And that's real crash my plane.
Yeah. So, XO, was Donald Trump president during the Iraq War when we went in to dismantle Iraq for Israel? Was Donald Trump president? Or how about when we took out Muammar Gaddafi? Was that Donald Trump as well?
Well, you're missing what I'm saying, though. I'm not saying to stop blaming Israel for various things,
No,
or that we are
blaming is
spending too much time with our country, aiding them and all that. I'm not trying to say don't talk about that. I'm just trying to say that our chief problem right now is Trump and hundreds of people around him, including in Congress, who were handpicked sociopaths, and they are filtered through by Laura Loomer and others. We have an army in the Heritage Foundation. That army works probably, I'm speculating, but they work every angle to find out what to do next, what to jump on next, as they try to implement the so-called Project 2025, etc., similar type things. Christian nationalism, it's all real. I had people telling me, oh yeah, Christian nationalism, before the 2024 election. That's turned out to be real. All these things, they are a fanatical movement to clean up the ugliness that happens in any society. You're always going to have you're going to have a breakdown in, between the sides. You're going to have all kinds of, the decline of a society has a lot to it. And fanaticism comes along. I just want to say, get on that topic if you can, because Israel is just not what everything is about.
Yeah. Let me just, only because I asked you a quick question and it's taking forever to answer. And I'm not trying to be rude. I'm being nice because it's Suleiman space. I'm going to be professional. But we've had this problem long before Donald Trump. We are in a war. So that supersedes everything. Whatever plans you think Donald Trump had, whether it was Project 25, whether it was mass deportations, tariffs, anybody can see a war comes first. He's not talking about our economic issues here. He's not paying attention to America, all of that other stuff. It's not happening because we are in a war for Israel. American soldiers are being sacrificed for Israel. I saw Suleiman's post of the father of triplets, if I could just finish, who is dead today because he was plucked out of his home. Instead of being able to raise his babies, he went to war for Israel. This is what this is about. And Americans are finally waking up to this, myself included, right? I mean, after decades of doing this. And by the way, it's not blaming, because the thing I like about these people, I have to give them credit. They write down exactly what they're going to do. Oh, that did non-clean break. That's basic stuff. So they already wrote down that they were coming for these countries, leaving Iran for last. This was always going to happen, no matter who the president was, because we have the last president who stood up and told Israel no was JFK. And we could connect the dots after to see what happened after that. So, Donald Trump is not even powerful the way you guys make him out to be. He can't even say no to another nation. That's what he was put on as president to do, not to send Americans to die for another nation. So
yeah, but there's a lot of weak tyrants in the history of humanity that have they look awfully weak in some aspect, but they can terrorize everybody just fine, along the way. So I understand what you're saying, and I'm against all these wars, certainly. And what they're doing in Iran is really bad, but I'm still saying that it's still, whatever the beliefs of people who are in leadership in the United States, those beliefs, they're partly showing their weaknesses because they won't stand up to Israel, you could say, from your perspective, and they won't say, no, we're not going to do that. Now you can say, oh, that's because they're going to be killed or whatever, but still, I mean, it's because maybe they just think they're so strong. These weak people just don't know how to stand up, and Donald Trump may be the worst.
That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't make sense. And then lastly, too, there's no leaders in America. Okay, like, I mean, I'm fully, and this isn't the black pill, it's the white pill, but there's no leaders in America. Nobody's running anything. Okay, look at us. We are in a war with Iran, and we don't even know why. We don't know why. We have no plan. We didn't have a plan going in. We certainly don't have a plan on how to get out. Marco Rubio was very clear when he said that we followed Israel in there. They started bombing, so then we went in with them, okay? I don't know what made him decide to tell the truth that day, but he was very clear about why we went into this war. So no, there are no leaders right now in America.
Well,
The
okay, I
American
use the
people have been
term
betrayed.
loosely.
Guys, by the way, guys, please don't forget, since I'm on the mic anyway, please don't forget to hit that link. Hit that link for Suleiman's YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube, guys. Hit the notification bell. I know we could get Suleiman to 50,000 before the night is over, and it is imperative to do so because we need this space to be open so we could debunk all kinds of weird propaganda that comes out of nowhere about liberating people with bombs or Donald Trump, taking over and being a leader who's a tyrant, but really is scared to say no to an Israel lobby. So this space is necessary. So go ahead and hit that subscribe and the notification bell. Also, retweet the space and hit your notification bell for the Twitter. Who's next? Nate,
I can give some
yeah.
news. I can give some news, and then we go to the hand.
Okay, thanks, Adam.
Yeah, thank you, Casey. So Iran has exposed U.S.-Israeli false flags. So I mentioned a few days ago, and this was public news. America copied the drone, the Shahed drone, and I can't remember what they called their own drone. I can't remember the name of it. But anyways, they copied Iran's drone. They have it's like a carbon copy. It looks exactly the same. You can't tell them apart. And I was like, they're going to use this for false flags. I was like, yeah, this is guaranteed. And this was like I don't know, more than a week ago. And so Iran has come out today just now and said that they've been using these drones for false flags. So I was you can predict their behavior because what is the sleaziest, most devious thing they can do, and then they do it. It's very easy to predict their actions like this. So anyways, Iran has made a statement exposing this, saying to all neighboring countries and to Muslim peoples of the region, the US says Israel has defeated on the military battlefield and in political alliances against Iran, has resorted to deception and trickery. And that's how they operate. The Epstein coalition operates through deception and trickery. So yeah, they've devised a satanic plan by copying the Iranian Shahed 136 drone and carrying out false flag attacks on unjustified targets it's the Lucas drone in regional countries with a new name, the Lucas drone. So yeah, the Lucas drone. So that's the false flag drone. So the enemy's aim is to create mistrust and blame the Islamic Republic of Iran, and ultimately sow discord and division between Iran and neighboring countries, in order to distort defensive, lawful, and legitimate actions of the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The governments and the people of the region should know that the defensive doctrine of the Islamic Republic of Iran against U.S. military aggression and the Zionist occupation, blah, blah, blah. And then they say, wherever it carries out a strike, it accepts responsibility by issuing an official statement. So Iran is saying that they do that. It only targets the objective centers and interests of the United States and the Israeli occupying regime. Examples include, and we've called it here on this space before they happened, and we're on the record saying this as false flags: Turkey, Kuwait, Iraq, and in recent days, which were falsely attributed to Iran. Wise responses by officials in those countries to these deceptive and satanic maneuvers will suffocate this conspiracy at its birth. They've said that those were all false flags using the new Lucas drone. But yeah, Casey, who was the next hand?
Is it Nadia? Me. Yeah.
Yeah. Can
I
I go
give
ahead?
him over to you. Yeah.
Thanks. Great job, everyone, for keep this space going and for all the hard work that you guys put in. I also wanted to say that TT mentioned a book by Rashid Khaldi, The 100-Year War in Palestine. I would highly recommend everyone read that book. But a small warning for the book: it is an insight into the trauma and the pain that Palestinians have gone through. And it can be quite overwhelming. Another point that I wanted to address was the other speaker. I can't see his name, but he said that 80% of Israelis are probably good, decent people. I'm also not going to speculate, but the fact is that the same group of people have successively elected Bibi Netanyahu as their prime minister. They have seen an active genocide take place. And whilst I know there have been small protests, those protests have largely been against Netanyahu's corruption case, not the killing of innocent women and children. So before we start, saying that these people are all decent, maybe we should look at the facts. I also wanted to plug another book vis-a-vis Hezbollah. There's a book by the late and great journalist Robert Fisk, who spent 20 years in Lebanon. Was married to a Lebanese woman, and his work is this. The book is called Night of Power. It was his last book before he passed away. It's, in my opinion, an essential read for anyone who wants to understand the landscape of Lebanon and how Hezbollah operates. Also, on the statement from Finkelstein, this is a bit of a complicated one because people talk about the Israeli lobby's influence only kind of coming to fruition now. But I think if you read, for example, there's a Nation Under Blackmail by Whitney Webb, you'll see that all that we're actually seeing is that Trump is just the most compromised. Okay, so if you consider Bush, Obama, their successive terms, they didn't have very good relationships with Bibi Netanyahu or the Israeli government. I mean, on the face of it, they did, but there was a lot of points of contention they had with Israel. Trump has no points of contention with Israel. He is willing to agree to almost anything they want. And that's either an indication of how compromised he is or how stupid he is. Either one is just bad for the American people and for the world in general. The point I actually wanted to bring up, and it's a bit away from the topic, because this gets discussed a lot on your space. Look, if I'm going on too long, just please interrupt me. But with regards to Iran as a country, as a people, everyone discusses the protests in one dimension, and then the Islamic Republic in one dimension. But there's this big gap in between that people keep forgetting. Now, as a country under sanctions and constant threat, the Islamic Republic, and now I'm talking about the IRGC, the Supreme Council, they have always remained in a state of hypervigilance. Okay, so even when you consider some of the policies that they've employed that might be considered, too harsh or too strict, they haven't come about because they want to oppress their people or they dislike their people or they're trying to be authoritarian. It's a case of this is how they survive. This is how they are able to protect their sovereignty, how they're able to make sure that they don't become victims to corporate raiders and to US hegemony. So I can fully understand the mistakes that would have been made in the pursuit of maintaining their sovereignty and keeping their country safe. On the other hand, you have the element of society who is this is I wouldn't say it's a small chunk. I'd say it's a fairly sizable amount of people who are dissatisfied with the government for economic reasons, and those economic reasons are merely down to the sanctions. It's got nothing to do with Iran's expenditure on resistance actions or resistance funding. It's purely because the sanctions have got such a chokehold on them that no matter what maneuvers the government does, they're unable to really shake them off in a meaningful way. So they're always kind of playing catch up. Now, the resentment that's been created isn't an accident. It was by design. There's a book by Vali Nasser, and whilst I disagree with a lot of his positions, his book on how sanctions work is actually a really good insight into what these sanctions are truly designed to do, how they're meant to crush the people, not the government, and how they're supposed to crush the people to such a point where these people are their only sort of recourse is to revolt. So even if they're deeply religious people and ideologically aligned with the government, their basic requirements for food, shelter, and the well-being of their family and the education of their children, all of these things will take precedent, and they will prioritize that over their sort of allegiance to their government. Um, and the idea is to kind of keep enough pressure on so that at some point you can create a revolt. Now, they've been trying this for decades, and because it hasn't worked, you've seen the insertion of Mossad agents and this idea to try and accelerate this process. Um, yeah, so that's all I wanted to contribute. And just one last thing, I don't know if any of you've seen that Laura Loomer is in India. And I'm only bringing this up because there's an account in here that says Laura Loomer fan, but watched her interview in India. She was in some sort of conference, some live conference, and it's like an hour long just humiliation ritual that she sits there and takes with, yeah, it's a I mean, I'm not one to praise the Indians too quickly, but they gave her some very, very interesting treatment. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Nadeem.
Nadeem.
Appreciate it.
Oh, sorry. Thanks, Nadeem. Were you gonna give some news?
No, I was gonna attack Laura Luma actually.
Oh, it was easy pickings. I was gonna yeah. Let me just quickly read this super chat, and then I wanna comment. So it says, "Hey guys, thank you all for continuing this space for over 2 weeks. It's incredible. We're living in an unprecedented time right now, and every voice is impactful in spreading the truth." That is so true. And the Cool said he made a claim that Iran is killing Muslims, and he based that on the premise of Adam agreeing that killing Muslims is bad, but then he provided no evidence for his claims about Iran, just assuming. That's hilarious. I think that's about the other guy who was on before. Okay, I do need to do some about. I'll let Adam go first. But yeah, just on what Nadeem said. Yeah, Nadeem. Yeah, we've covered that many times in terms of the sanctions and the impacts of sanctions. So we talk about it regularly. So you probably missed that when we were talking about it. But yeah, I do think that's an important imperative part. Adam, you were gonna say something about your favorite girl?
It's not a girl. It's not a girl. It's a man. Larry Luma. Like like look into it. Look into Larry Luma. Look into Larry. It's a startling resemblance.
I don't
But
know
yeah,
anything. I don't know anything about this. I don't know anything about this. Don't get me deported. Don't get me deported, Laura.
Yeah, she has that power. Oh my God. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is all me. This is all me. Not a reflection of anyone else in the space or comments on mine. But yeah, yeah. So Larry, you know, it has been institutionalized twice, not allowed to own a gun in America, and yet somehow, Trump has given her position within his regime as some kind of journalist. Disgusting. I genuinely think they're like a sociopath, narcissist. Just by the fact that they spend their days like saying all Muslims must be rounded up in America, the army must round up all the Muslims, blah blah blah. Muslims this, Muslims that, brown people this, any minority that. But then, I'm not even complaining about that. What I'm saying is, when it comes to Jews, any mean word about Jews, then wow, she starts crying. I'm not joking. She actually starts crying about anti-Semitism. Like she actually starts tearing up and crying about like being like the Nazis. Oh, the Nazis. When she literally her whole life is about being a bigot, and just to be that much of a hypocrite and still function and like have your face out there in public, not like disappear in shame. Like you like something needs to be like chemically, mentally like wrong with you. There's something like that. And then there's all kinds of like she started like an ISIS support group in university for some reason, for some
false flag reason. It's like you look into her past, like she's just a nutcase, you know. And it's shame on India, for inviting her, for allowing her to come and speak at some India event, or at least on the Indians that allowed that. That's so cucked. That's so unbelievably cucked. And I imagine it was the Hindutva element that did that, because they hate Muslims and love kissing. They think Jews are white. They love licking the soles of white people's feet, but white passing Jews' feet more than they love their own people, their self-respect. It's literally like, please, sir, full support, sir. Like distilled into a movement. They're brown Zionists. It's a brown Zionist movement, you know. And so they invited Laura Loomer, who has her whole post history of saying, you know, Indians are low IQ, average IQ is 76. They shit in they all they do is shit in the street. The only running water comes out of their ass. All these comments, right? All these comments, and it's like that's fine. I'm not complaining about this from a leftist liberal point of view. You know, I'm not saying it's fine. I don't support bigotry. You never catch me doing it. But I'm not complaining about it from that point of view. And like, it's a consistency where now she deleted those tweets. She deleted those tweets, and she's going over there to advocate for them like a devious weasel to get them on her side, because Zionism is struggling so bad in the West, and she is, for all intents and purposes, a Mossad asset. And Zionism is struggling so bad, she decided to, you know, stow away all her anti-Indian racism and say, "Yeah, I love you guys," blah blah. And they're not buying it, and the ones that do buy it are pathetic. Like, if you're an Indian and you support Laura Loomer, like, you're pathetic. You are pathetic, self-hating, cuck piece of shit. Like, you're just like, everyone hates you. Everyone hates you. White people hate you. Brown people hate you. You're nothing. You're nothing. You have no home. You're pathetic. Laura Loomer is a piece of shit. And if you don't, and if you're Indian and you're not treating her like that, then the joke's on you. You think you're getting one over on her, on Muslims or whatever. And no, you're the joke. Like, you're honestly the joke. And I'm serious about this. And you'll be surprised at the 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 feedback you'll receive. You know, like, you may think that I'm just being hyperbolic or emotional or whatever it is. Like, see what happens. See what happens. Make Laura Loomer your ally and see what happens. Like, if Laura Loomer becomes like India's champion, like that's gonna be such bad PR for you guys. Like, this is honest advice. Like, take it or leave it. That big mistake, you know. And that's, you know, I rate the Indians that called her out. And we're like, what the fuck are you doing here? Like, what what is Larry doing here? You know, go back to Israel. You know, even we don't want it in the Middle East. Just go to hell, honestly, at this point. But yeah, anyways, screw Laura Loomer, and her pack. I wonder if the Intercept, because the Intercept wrote an article attacking the Azapac. Did they attack Laura Loomer's pack that she made with that other professional Islamophobe, Amy Mack, or some, I think it's Amy Mack. But anyways, they launched their own pack, their anti-Muslim communist, whatever pack, all the buzzwords for Fox News. I wonder if the Intercept made a post about that and is trying to get them shut down, or is it just anti-Zionist packs they're after? But I'll digress on that one. But yeah, you set me off with that one, with that that news.
Sorry,
But
Adam. Just before I
yeah,
go drop down, I just wanted to tell
yeah,
you
go ahead.
the tweet you said that she deleted her tweets. These guys are so savage. So while she was on stage, they started reading out the tweets that she deleted, and one of them said that in one of her tweets she goes, "Oh, I bet it smells." So the host just straight up asked her, "So since you come to India, have you found it to be smelly?" And she's just sitting there looking, just, you know. And I wasn't sure, and the question after question just got worse and worse and worse. And the last point that one of the hosts said, and you could tell she was a very well spoken journalist. She goes, "What you've managed to do is actually quite remarkable. You've managed to unite the left and the right of this country in disgust for you as a person." And literally, she's just sitting there taking this abuse, and I don't think anyone said a kind word to her. I'm sure she'll go to some sort of BJP event afterwards, and they'll praise her. But another question that was posed to her is that because she was talking about Islam, right, and Islamic countries and Sharia, like she often does. This report goes to her, goes, all your allies in the GCC, they're all Muslim countries. Most of them, you know, have Sharia law in place. She goes, but you